Chapter 1. Am I still alive? Wah! Wah! In the disheveled living room, a little girl wept inconsolably, gasping for breath that a young woman crouched nearby, softly trying to soothe the child. Though her attire was disarrayed and her hair unkempt, glimpses of her beauty shone through the strands. Yet, marred by vivid red fingerprints, her face bore the marks of a recent struggle. The woman glanced up at the man sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless carcass, her expression numb, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. The girl's cries stirred Chen Fan's foggy mind, fragmented memories flickering in his consciousness. Who is crying? Please stop. My head hurts. Chen Fan attempted to speak, parting his lips, yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. Am I still alive? He instinctively touched his chest, finding it intact, devoid of pain. But hadn't he been executed by kidnappers? Where was his place? Wah! Daddy, please don't. Don't hit Mommy. Wah! Hick! The little girl gasped in fright at the man's abrupt movement. Her pitiful sobs compelled Chen Fan to turn his gaze. Chen Fan, we truly have no money left at home. The woman, Lu Yu, croaked as she regarded the awakening man. Chen Fan stared blankly at the mother and daughter before him, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a surge of memories flooded his mind, accompanied by a sharp pain. Bang! His head throbbed painfully. He instinctively reached to cover it, but his grip loosened, and the bottle he had clutched shattered against the concrete floor. After a moment, Chen Fan regained his composure, unable to resist surveying his surroundings, where scattered debris lay in disarray. Am I reborn? The calendar in the living room boldly displayed the year 1987. Reflected in the nearby mirror was a man's visage, clad in a worn work uniform, his safety shoes peeling apart. He appeared disheveled, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, his chin adorned with stubble, and his lips cracked and dry. Is this me? Chen Fan was at a loss. The memories in his mind revealed that this man also bore the name Chen Fan, sharing the same name and surname. Chen Fan, 26 years old, a slothful drifter with a wife named Lu Yu and a daughter named Chen Ying. Years prior, his parents had perished in a factory accident, and as compensation, the factory had unusually hired the minimally educated Chen Fan as a worker. However, in recent years, due to poor performance, the factory was forced to lay off employees, and the apathetic Chen Fan found himself among the first to be let go. After his dismissal, he inexplicably fell into a spiral of alcoholism and gambling, squandering his severance pay in a matter of days. For the past year, it was Lu Yu who bore the burden of providing for the family. Today, after losing yet another gamble, he had returned home to demand money from Lu Yu, even resorting to violence against her. Subsequently, perhaps inebriated, he collapsed on the sofa and succumbed. Thus, he had unwittingly inherited the life of a man whose demise had been orchestrated by kidnappers. Heaven, are you mocking me? How could I be reborn into the life of such a scoundrel? Chen Fan lamented in disbelief. However, upon witnessing the tearful little girl before him, Chen Fan felt an irresistible urge to comfort her, even contemplating reaching out to embrace her. To his surprise, the girl cried even louder, frantically seeking refuge in her mother's arms. Daddy, please don't hit Ying. Ying will be good, wah. And please don't hit Mama, wah. Chen Fan helplessly gazed at his outstretched hands. Ying, please stop crying. Daddy promises he will not hurt you or Mama. Recalling the memories that lingered in his mind, he patiently soothed the little girl. In his previous life, Chen Fan had reached the age of 40 without marrying or having children. People often remarked on his substantial wealth and ascetic lifestyle, deeming him a sage, unaware of the deep-seated struggles he faced. During his early years studying abroad, he had unwittingly befriended the wrong crowd and, at a party, ingested some substances that rendered him incapable of fathering children. Thus, despite having established a vast business empire, he found himself bereft of a complete family. This is why Chen Fan held a profound affection for children. Although the constraints of his status made adoption challenging, he secretly supported numerous children in need that he even founded the Angel Charity Foundation to aid underprivileged youth. Lu Yu was taken aback upon hearing Chen Fan's gentle words directed at the child, her eyes widening in astonishment. This man had never before shown such tenderness towards a young one that she couldn't help but glance up at him, sensing a change in his demeanor. What ulterior motives could he have? Could it be he intended to exploit Ying for monetary gain? With this thought, Lu Yu instinctively tightened her embrace around Ying, her gaze shifting resolutely, vowing, I will not grant him any opportunity. Her eyes darted towards the cabinet in the living room, where her secret weapon lay concealed. Should Chen Fan entertain even the slightest notion of such treachery, she would undoubtedly act. Ying, hearing her father's assurances, wished to believe him but was too frightened. Though young, she understood her father's stern nature, frequently witnessing him chastising both her and her mother. Thus, she buried her head deeper into her mother's embrace, ignoring Chen Fan altogether. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Fan rubbed his nose, realizing his initial attempt at comforting the little girl had backfired spectacularly. Lu Yu gently caressed Ying's back, soothing her as the child had been startled by the quarrel between her parents. Even now, despite the cessation of their conflict, Ying's tiny body trembled as she cried. Gradually, Ying began to calm down, and Lu Yu glanced at Chen Fan, who had been squatting and observing them intently. Ying is tired. I shall carry her to sleep for a while, Lu Yu announced as she stood up, cradling her daughter. However, after squatting for too long, her legs felt numb, nearly causing her to stumble with Ying in her arms. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to steady them, catching the mother and daughter. Lu Yu momentarily froze, but then pushed him away, turning to head towards Ying's small bedroom. Ying peeked over her mother's shoulder, unexpectedly meeting her father's gaze. When she saw him smile at her, she hurriedly turned her head back to her mother. Chen Fan watched the retreating figures of the mother and child. Feeling somewhat drained as he sank onto the sofa, he found himself perplexed by his presence in this place, his mind still clouded with confusion. Surveying the disorder surrounding him, Chen Fan could no longer tolerate the mess on the floor and began to tidy up, seeking a broom and dustpan to restore some semblance of ordered. As the litter on the ground was gradually swept into the dustpan, Chen Fan's thoughts drifted into emptiness. Suddenly finding himself in this world, he pondered whether he could ever return. He recollected the novels he had perused in his previous life, where those who were reborn often found that a second death would lead them back to their original world. Yet, fiction is but fiction. He surmised that in his past existence, he had likely met a swift demise. What if he chose to end his life here and found no way back? That would truly spell the end. Moreover, at this very moment in his former life, he had yet to be born. What if the mere flutter of a butterfly's wings robbed him of the chance to be born? That would indeed be a grand tragedy. With this in mind, Chen Fan resolved to remain here for the time being. After all, he had left no ties behind his will had long been prepared, bequeathing everything to charity, much to the chagrin of those antiquated board members. Suddenly, the clock in the living room chimed, bringing Chen Fan's attention to the fact that it was already 5 o'clock. Without glancing at the time, he had felt no urgency, but now, the hunger in his alcohol-soaked body grew increasingly insistent. The door to the small bedroom was ajar, and he peeked through the GAP. It seemed that Chen Fan's earlier quarrel with Lu Yu had been particularly intense, causing the 3- or 4-year-old girl to be startled. Despite her fatigue, she resisted the urge to sleep. Lu Yu cradled the child, gently patting her while humming an unknown lullaby. The evening sun streamed through the window, enveloping Lu Yu in its warm glow. She appeared to radiate light, resembling a living painting. Chen Fan leaned against the doorframe, entranced. Was this not the life he had always yearned for, with a beloved wife and a young child? What more could you desire? Chen Fan could not help but mutter under his breath. Reluctant to disrupt such a captivating scene, he turned and made his way toward the kitchen. What was he to do? Chapter 2. Has he truly changed? After much effort, Ying finally fell asleep. Lu Yu gently placed her on the bed, caressing her daughter's cheek tenderly. No one shall harm you, my dear, she whispered, determined to protect her at all costs. Even the slightest chance warranted a preemptive strike. As Lu Yu stepped out of the small bedroom, she was utterly astonished by the scene in the living room, unable to believe her eyes. The floor was immaculate. Everything that had fallen was picked up, and the windows were flung open, allowing fresh air to flood in while the acrid scent of alcohol slowly dissipated. Had Chen Fan done this? The sounds of clattering emerged from the kitchen, prompting Lu Yu to rush over. The sight that greeted her was beyond her wildest imagination, causing her to rub her eyes in disbelief. There stood Chen Fan, clad in her floral apron, diligently kneading dough with an earnest expression. He had tidied himself, his stubble neatly shaven, and he appeared remarkably vibrant. Was this truly the same disheveled Chen Fan of yore? What was he up to? Hearing footsteps, Chen Fan turned to see Lu Yu at the kitchen door. "What are you doing?" Lu Yu exclaimed, quickly attempting to halt his endeavor. "He can't possibly cook. That would be a waste of food, especially with so little left in the house. Moreover, if Chen Fan is cooking, how can I pursue my own plans?" "I'm sorry. Today was my fault. I promise it won't happen again," Chen Fan stammered, apologizing awkwardly to Lu Yu. He felt helpless, bearing the brunt of a situation he did not create. Lu Yu was left speechless, observing the comically earnest man before her in the floral apron. Her mind raced with conjecture. He is actually apologizing to me? What could he possibly want? She resolved that, regardless of his intentions, she would not grant him the opportunity. "Put that down. I will handle it," Lu Yu insisted, stepping forward to intervene, only to be stopped by Chen Fan. "You've always cooked. You've worked hard. Today, let me showcase my skills," he replied, retrieving an egg from the pot and carefully wrapping it in a cloth. "Is Ying asleep? I've boiled an egg for her. You should apply it to her eyes to prevent swelling." He handed the cloth-wrapped egg to Lu Yu. "Take this, be careful, it's hot. Go and apply it to Ying's eyes." Before Lu Yu could respond, Chen Fan, his hands dusted with flour, nudged her out of the kitchen with his elbow. Lu Yu stood dazed before the closed kitchen door, her mind momentarily blank. What was going on with Chen Fan today? He seemed like a completely different person. Staring at the kitchen door for several minutes, she eventually felt the warmth of the egg in her palm and slowly made her way to her daughter's small bedroom. Though Ying was asleep, she appeared restless, her tiny brow furrowed, and her little hands occasionally twitching. Observing her daughter's swollen, tear-streaked eyes, Lu Yu gently rolled the egg over them, her touch tender, yet her thoughts were tumultuous. The Chen Fan of the past would never have apologized or shown concern for their daughter. However, today, Chen Fan not only expressed his apologies, but also prepared boiled eggs for Ying's eyes. He even took the initiative to cook. What has come over him today? Has he truly transformed for the better? Should I place my trust in him once more? Should I grant him another chance? Leaving aside Lu Yu's inner turmoil, Chen Fan's actions were methodical and composed. Although he once held a high position, he was a solitary figure, finding solace only in the act of cooking, which honed his culinary skills. Chen Fan recalled the cabinet he had just opened, revealing 3 lonely eggs, a small bag of flour, and a tiny piece of preserved meat, likely left over from a new year, a stark reminder of his financial struggles. The faint aroma wafting through the air roused Lu Yu from her muddled thoughts, while the eggs in her palm gradually grew cold. "Dinner is ready," Chen Fan announced as he brought out 3 bowls of noodles. Lu Yu resolved to give him one last opportunity. "Ying, time to wake up for dinner." The little girl rubbed her eyes, grumbling in reluctance. "Little piggy, it's time to eat. You can sleep afterward." Lu Yu chuckled as she tapped the tip of the child's nose, lifting her from the bedroom along with the now-cold eggs. On the dining table lay 3 bowls of noodles, 2 large and 1 small. Lu Yu placed Ying on her designated little stool, while Chen Fan, thoughtfully, served her a smaller bowl. Each bowl contained a simple, yet appetizing dish of clear broth noodles, with Ying's bowl adorned with a perfectly rounded poached egg and neatly arranged slices of glistening preserved meat, as if they had been sought at beforehand. Though merely a bowl of plain noodles, the sight of it was tantalizing, igniting a craving and stirring appetites. Lu Yu noticed that Chen Fan's bowl lacked an egg, and there seemed to be less preserved meat compared to hers, stirring a sense of emotion within her. If only he could remain like this forever. She did not yearn for him to become an extraordinary husband and father, but simply to cherish their family in his heart. "I can't eat all of this." "You should take this bowl," Lu Yu offered, attempting to swap bowls. Chen Fan promptly halted her, saying, "I drank too much today. My stomach feels uneasy, and I can't eat much." "Then you should eat this poached egg," Lu Yu insisted, picking it up with her chopsticks. No, it's unnecessary," Chen Fan quickly countered, avoiding her bowl and reaching for a cold-boiled egg instead. As he peeled the shell, he asked Ying, "How does Daddy's cooking taste?" Ying, engrossed in her meal, resembled a little piglet, munching away without acknowledging her father. Despite the lack of response, Chen Fan found warmth in the sight of his daughter's eager enjoyment. filling his heart with tenderness and prompting a soft smile. Watching this scene, Lu Yu felt an unexpected swell of emotion, her eyes growing misty. She quickly grabbed her bowl to mask her unusual expression. Gently blowing on her soup, she took a sip, feeling the warmth of the broth flow through her, comforting her limbs. To her surprise, this man, who had never cooked before, possessed such remarkable culinary skills. A tear fell gently and uncontrollably, plopping into the bowl and creating ripples upon its surface. Chen Fan noticed this, yet he chose to remain silent, pretending that nothing had occurred, and continued to amuse the little girl. However, internally he mused how easily satisfied these two were. Merely a bowl of noodles moved them so profoundly. The former Chen Fan had been utterly despicable. Now that he had assumed this body, he was determined to ensure that this mother and daughter would lead a better life. Moreover, it was only June 23rd, 1987, an era where even a pig could soar when positioned at the right wind. With a wealth of ideas for wealth accumulation swirling in his mind, he felt no fear of starting from scratch. As Chen Fan contemplated this, a surge of ambition welled up within him. In his previous life, he had been born too late. Before he could mature, the titans of industry had already emerged, leaving him little room to rise. Fortunately, he had studied biomedical science in university and later pursued further education abroad, cultivating an extensive network and discerning the untapped potential within the domestic medical aesthetic sector, propelling him to newfound affluence. Yet, his late entry into the realm of wealth creation meant that even after transitioning into venture capital, he merely trailed behind the giants. His ambitions confined to the ranks of the Fortune 500. Now, granted a second chance at life, he was resolute in achieving extraordinary accomplishments. Chapter 3. The Heimlich maneuver. Before he could finish his bowl of noodles, a cacophony erupted from outside, interspersed with cries of distress. It was the home of Aunt Sunday. Lu Yu hastily set down her chopsticks. Aunt Sun had always treated her kindly, aware of Chen Fan's absence and their financial struggles. She had often shared her food with Lu Yu, and the 3 eggs they were consuming had been given by Aunt Sun, concerned for Ying's frail condition. Lu Yu felt restless, but was reluctant to leave Ying alone with Chen Fan, fearing that any improvement in his demeanor might be a mere facade, a ruse to deceive her. Observing Lu Yu's hesitation, Chen Fan realized her lingering doubts. "I will go take a look. Once Ying finishes eating, you may bring her out," he declared, rising swiftly and exiting the house. The cries from Aunt Sun's home were deafening, with a crowd gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. Chen Fan pushed through, only to witness Aunt Sun prostrate on the ground, her hands pounding the earth as she wept inconsolably. Uncle Lu, wielding a cane, relentlessly struck his son, Lu Dehai, berating him for buying marbles for Xiaofeng, exclaiming, "Did you not know that this toy could be fatal?" Lu Dehai's face flushed crimson, and even this grown man could not suppress his tears, slapping his own cheeks in despair. Lu Dehai's wife, Li Xiaohong, clutched their 7-year-old child, sobbing uncontrollably. Not long prior, there had been reports of children in the area playing with marbles, only to accidentally swallow one, resulting in tragedy before they could reach the hospital. Consequently, families had cautioned their children against playing with marbles. Yet, succumbing to his son's desperate pleas, Lu Dehai had momentarily softened and purchased several for him. Despite countless warnings, a moment's inattention had led Lu Xiaofeng to swallow a marble. Chen Fan found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Children are inherently curious, and the more one tries to prevent them from doing something, the more determined they become. As parents, it is perplexing how one can't keep a closer watch. However, upon seeing the child in Li Xiaohong's arms, with a face turning purple, neck stretching, and emitting meaningless gurgles, it was evident that the child was struggling to breathe and on the verge of asphyxiation. Chen Fan could no longer restrain himself and quickly stepped forward to take the child, ready to administer aid. Li Xiaohong, in a frenzy, lunged at him, exclaiming, "You bastard! What are you doing? Put Xiaofeng down. You want him to live? Then do not interfere with me," Chen Fan shouted, his voice surprisingly commanding enough to momentarily still Li Xiaohong's frantic heart. The onlookers watched as Chen Fan cradled Lu Xiaofeng from behind, his arms encircling the child's waist. One hand formed a fist positioned on the upper abdomen, while the other hand also clenched into a fist, delivered rapid thrusts inward and upward against the child's abdomen 7 or 8 times. With a sudden cough, Lu Xiaofeng's body jolted, and the marble lodged in his throat was expelled, his complexion gradually improving. Seeing this, Li Xiaohong hastily snatched the child back, patting his back fervently. "You reckless child. What nonsense are you eating? Do you wish to die? I swear I'll beat you to death today." As she spoke, she could not help but burst into tears. Aunt Sun rushed over, and the three of them embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Dahai suddenly knelt before Chen Fan, declaring, "Brother Chen, you have saved Xiaofeng. From now on, you are my true brother. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." At that moment, Lu Yu, who had just arrived carrying Ying, witnessed the scene of Aunt Sun and the others in tears, along with Lu Dahai kneeling before Chen Fan. She felt a mix of urgency and anger, bewildered by what this man had done. The crowd murmured and discussed amongst themselves. Lu Yu overheard snippets of their chatter, incredulous as she gazed at the man in the courtyard. Had indeed saved Xiaofeng. Remembering Chen Fan's usual behavior, a sense of panic gripped Lu Yu. This man had rescued Xiaofeng today, yet his character suggested he would seize this opportunity for his own gain. Thinking of how Aunt Sun had always been good to her family, Lu Yu desired to push through the crowd to intervene. Yet, despite holding Ying, she found it impossible to penetrate the throng, her frustration mounting to the point of tears. To her surprise, Chen Fan hastily helped Lu Dahai to his feet, saying, "Brother Lu, you are being too formal. Aunt Sun often assists my family, and Ying has expressed her fondness for Grandma Sunday." Pausing briefly, he continued, "We are neighbors. After all, crossing paths regularly. Today, I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Brother Lu, there is no need for formality." The crowd had not anticipated such words from Chen Fan, leaving them astonished, yet the impression he had previously made on them was not easily altered. This sentiment was even more pronounced among Aunt Sun's family. Lu Dahai, who typically worked at a clothing factory and was accustomed to managing various affairs, had only heard from his family about Chen Fan's notorious reputation, but had never personally experienced it. However, Aunt Sun knew very well what kind of person Chen Fan was. Although he had saved her grandson's life today, her suspicions lingered. Could it be that Chen Fan had genuinely changed? Was it possible he harbored ulterior motives? Perhaps it would be wiser to offer him a sum of money to ensure he wouldn't impose upon their family in the future. It is not surprising that Aunt Sun harbors such thoughts. From the past, Chen Fan was often up to no good, having pilfered several melons and dates from her home on multiple occasions. As she contemplated the unfortunate fate of Lu Yu, married to such a scoundrel, she chose not to dwell on it. However, Aunt Sun realized that, while her sympathy for Lu Yu was genuine, she could not afford to jeopardize her own family's well-being. Thus, she hastily signaled to her son, urging him to give Chen Fan some money. With a fervent glance, she implored him to act. Lu Dahai, understanding his mother's intent, quickly retrieved a roll of cash from his pocket. Coincidentally, the factory had been long overdue in paying wages, and today, the workers had finally compelled the management to distribute a portion. "Brother Chen, please accept this 50 yuan, Lu Dahai insisted, pressing the money into Chen Fan's hands. In his 30s, he had a son, Lu Xiaofeng, and given that Chen Fan had just saved his life, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Aunt Sun, upon seeing the 50 yuan leave her hands, felt a pang of regret, yet she deemed it worth the cost of her grandson's life. At that moment, Lu Yu, cradling Ying, finally squeezed through the crowd and quickly intervened. "Brother Lu, this is unacceptable. We are neighbors. If Chen Fan accepts this money, how will others perceive him? Moreover, Aunt Sun has always taken great care of Ying and me. We simply cannot accept this." Aunt Sun, however, was determined to offer the money as a means of securing peace and would not allow Chen Fan to refuse. She resolutely thrust the cash into his hands. "If you do not accept it, you are disregarding my goodwill. Do you think it is too little? In a previous life, Chen Fan would have dismissed such a small sum without a second thought, considering the act of saving someone merely a trivial matter. Yet, for reasons unknown, he suddenly had a change of heart and, with a bold demeanor, accepted the money. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. A voice of disdain echoed from the crowd, some believing that Chen Fan had not changed at all and had merely become preoccupied with monetary gain once again. Yet, Chen Fan remained indifferent to others' opinions, as long as he felt at peace within himself. Although Xiaofeng was out of danger, Chen Fan reminded him to be cautious with his diet over the next few days, avoiding overly spicy foods and seafood. After offering a few more words of advice, he intended to take his wife and daughter home, for he had yet to finish his own meal and was still quite hungry. Aunt Sun's household, however, was not willing to let them leave so easily and insisted on inviting the family to stay for dinner. Chen Fan repeatedly declined, and after much persuasion, they were finally allowed to depart. Just as they were about to leave, someone in the crowd suddenly called out, "Chen Fan, what was that move you just did? Teach us, so we can use it to make money too." Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet Chen Fan felt no irritation. "If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you." What he demonstrated was a well-known first aid technique from the future, though it was uncertain if it had yet made its way to the present. This is called the Heimlich maneuver. I learned it while wandering about and observing a foreigner use it. As he spoke, Chen Fan selected someone from the crowd to demonstrate once more, ensuring to emphasize an important caution. If you ever find yourselves in a predicament, it is best to go to the hospital. If this technique is misapplied and causes harm, do not come looking for me. Chen Fan did not intend for this technique to alter the public's perception of him. However, should someone find it useful in the future, he would have accrued merit. Perhaps his ability to be reborn after death is a result of the good deeds he performed in his previous life. On the way home, Lu Yu observed the man beside her. His posture was upright, giving him an air of elegance. Her thoughts were tumultuous. Had he truly changed for the better? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fading light cast elongated shadows of the three figures on their path home. Chapter 4. Unexpected news that night. The stars sparkled brilliantly. Ying had already fallen asleep. The couple returned to their bedroom, exchanging no words. Chen Fan found himself at a loss regarding how to respond to his suddenly transformed wife, while Lu Yu reflected silently on the man's changes throughout the day. However, their usual lack of conversation did not render the atmosphere excessively awkward. The room was tranquil, and Chen Fan broke the silence with a dry remark, suggesting they should sleep. At his words, Lu Yu pulled the lamp cord, allowing the starlight to filter in, illuminating the space. For a moment, the only sounds were the rustling of clothes being removed. In the summer, attire was already minimal. Chen Fan quickly shed his garments, only to turn and find Lu Yu seated on the edge of the bed, reaching to unfasten her bra. What one should not behold, one must not behold. Chen Fan's heart raced, and he hastily averted his gaze, turning his back to Lu Yu as he lay down. Yet, the fleeting glimpse lingered in his mind. He repeated to himself that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. But upon hearing the sound of Lu Yu lying down beside him, he turned to see she had already fallen asleep. The moonlight was hazy, casting a delicate silhouette of her fan-like eyelashes across her face, and the thin summer blanket did little to conceal her graceful curves. When Chen Fan awoke, daylight had fully arrived. He was unsure when he had drifted off, but it was certainly not early. Lu Yu had already risen, tidied the house, and prepared breakfast. She and Ying had already eaten, and now Lu Yu was engaging in a game with her daughter. Upon noticing Chen Fan's awakening, she brought his portion from the pot to the table. Compared to the breakfast of his previous life, this bowl of thick noodle soup appeared rather meager. Nevertheless, Chen Fan recognized it as the family's only sustenance. Observing the soup's consistency, he inferred that the mother and daughter had not eaten much themselves. As Chen Fan ate, Lu Yu contemplated and could no longer restrain herself. "Chen Fan, could you return the money to Brother Lu?" Chen Fan looked taken aback. Their household was devoid of funds, and this breakfast might very well be their last. His borrowing money yesterday had been motivated by a desire to improve their circumstances. Although he was confident in his ability to earn substantial sums, it would take time. He could not allow the two women to go hungry in the meantime. Noticing the change in his expression, Lu Yu hastily explained, "Brother Lu's factory has not been performing well these past few months. They haven't received their salaries in a long time. That 50 yuan must have just been distributed, and if we take it, they will go hungry." Chen Fan felt a profound astonishment. Basic needs, clothing, food, shelter, were paramount, even in an era where incomes were generally low. How could Lu Dahai, employed at a state-run garment factory, possibly not receive his wages? Contemplating this, Chen Fan directly inquired of Lu Yu. The specifics elude me as well. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, recalling how Aunt Sun had been incessantly berating a certain boss Huang over the past month, who apparently deceived the garment factory. It was said that he had left behind a stockpile of short-sleeved shirts and jeans, causing the employees' wages to remain unpaid. Short-sleeved shirts and jeans? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, jeans, Lu Yu affirmed. Upon hearing her confirmation, a flicker of realization illuminated Chen Fan's eyes, his countenance transforming with excitement. It appeared he had conceived a plan to earn his first pot of gold. Yet, despite his exhilaration, he did not fully heed Lu Yu's words. For their household was already on the brink of starvation. How about this? I will keep 20, and I shall return the rest to them. Observing Lu Yu's disapproving expression, Chen Fan added, it matters not if we adults go hungry, but little Ying is still growing. Glancing at their daughter's bewildered face, Lu Yu ultimately nodded in agreement. After Chen Fan finished his meal, he lingered not, heading directly to Lu Dahai's residence. To his surprise, Lu Dahai was not at work today. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Dahai squatting in the yard, a frown etched on his face, the cigarette in his hand nearly burning down to his fingertips. Lu bro, not working today? Lu Dahai looked up at Chen Fan entering. Contemplating that his mother had indeed been correct, Chen Fan was insatiable, having just given him 50 yuan yesterday. Here he was again today. However, Lu Dahai had no money left himself, and with the factory's wages stalled, he could not afford to support his entire family, much less give Chen Fan any more funds. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan pulled out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Lu bro, with so many people yesterday, I felt too embarrassed to refuse. I only learned about the garment factory situation from Lu Yu after returning home. I kept 20 from the 50, as I was foolish before, and our pantry is nearly empty. Please take this remaining 30. As he spoke, he attempted to press the money into Lu Dahai's hands. Lu Dahai, however, could not accept it. Returning money given in front of everyone yesterday would be tantamount to going back on his word, and he quickly declined. Seeing this, Chen Fan urged, Lu bro, please do not refuse. I still wish to inquire about something. He then broached the subject of the garment factory stock issues. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai finally accepted the money and elaborated on the matter. It turned out that 2 months prior, a certain boss Wang from the port city had approached the factory, proposing a significant business deal. The factory director, swayed by the man's impressive demeanor and a photo of him with the port city bosses, was convinced. Moreover, this man was articulate and had even prepaid 30 of the total cost, prompting the director to agree to produce the peculiar garments. Unexpectedly, after taking half of the goods, Boss Wang claimed he could not manage his finances and would pay the remaining balance once he sold that portion. With the clothes already produced, the director had no choice but to acquiesce, repeatedly urging Huang to remain in contact. However, once he returned to the port city, he vanished without a trace. Chen Fan mused, was Boss Wang not merely a swindler? He had contributed 30 of the payment while absconding with 50 of the goods. The cost of short-sleeved denim pants is quite low, and once Boss Wang returns to the port city and sells them, he stands to make a significant profit. However, Chen Fan is not the type of unscrupulous businessman, especially since he currently lacks the capital to invest. Lu Gu, how is the quality of these clothes? How many items are still in stock at the factory? Lu Dahai assumed that Chen Fan sought a trendy outfit, and without hesitation, he went to fetch a set to gift him, given that the cost price was merely 3 yuan. With unsold stock piling up in the factory, the leaders were concerned and instructed employees to take a few samples to see if they could be sold. Yet, the inland market is far less developed than the port city, and no one is inclined to wear such peculiar clothing. Upon feeling the fabric, Chen Fan recognized its quality and noted that the factory still held 50,000 pieces in various sizes of short-sleeved denim pants. Contemplating his plan, he explained to Lu Dahai, No, Lu Gu, that's not what I meant. I have an idea to sell off the remaining stock, but I would need your assistance in introducing me to the factory manager. Chapter 5. Negotiation at the garment factory. Lu Dehai pondered what good plan Chen Fan might possess. However, clutching the 30 yuan in his hand and recalling how Chen Fan had saved his son the previous day, he reluctantly agreed. After all, what if Chen Fan truly had a solution? With this mindset, Lu Dehai resolved to take a chance and led Chen Fan to the manager's office. "You should refrain from boasting," remarked Su, the factory manager, who had been worn down over the past 2 months and was now faced with a young man coming in to make light of the situation. As he listened to Chen Fan's bold claims and observed Su's expression, Lu Dehai felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing he had recommended Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan remained calm, taking the initiative to pour tea for Manager Su from the kettle on the table. "Manager Su, there is no need to be overly anxious. With such a large inventory weighing down the factory, I can only imagine how distressed you must be. Negotiations cannot be rushed. Those who are overly eager often find themselves at a disadvantage." Manager Su, however, could not help but feel urgency, as the surplus stock had become a nightmare for him. Initially, he had agreed to produce this batch for Boss Huang despite dissent within the factory. Now that it had fallen into his hands, Manager Su was on edge. His mouth blistered from stress. If he could not resolve this issue, his position as manager might very well be at stake. "What plan do you have?" "I am eager to hear it," he inquired. Naturally, Chen Fan had no intention of revealing his plan outright. Instead, he countered with a question. "If I were to take this batch off your hands, what bottom price could Manager Su offer?" Seeing that this young man genuinely seemed to have an idea, Su straightened in his chair. "The lowest price the factory could currently offer was 4 yuan. "Are you jesting with me, Manager Su? The wholesale price for Boss Huang is 3 yuan, and now I am proposing a solution for your excess inventory. You wish to extort me?" Chen Fan paused, adding, "If Manager Su does not possess any genuine intent, then perhaps we need not continue this discussion." As Chen Fan's interest began to wane, indicating a desire to depart, Director Su could no longer remain seated. After all, Chen Fan was the first visitor in 2 months to propose a potential solution. What if he truly possessed a viable answer? 4 yuan was indeed the lowest price. When considering production costs, labor expenses, and machine wear and tear, the total amounted to over 200,000. It simply could not be reduced any further. Director Su's sincerity was questionable, as he seemed to be attributing the losses incurred with Boss Huang to Chen Fan. In the world of commerce, while Chen Fan empathized with the plight of the garment factory, he remained a businessman intent on maximizing his profits. Upon hearing this, Director Su wore a bitter smile. What could he do? The losses had to be compensated somehow. With so much inventory on hand, he had to sell it. A fair price would be 250, and I'll take all of it, Chen Fan proposed. "No, that simply won't do," Director Su replied, shaking his head repeatedly. "That amount would not even cover the employees' wages. Salaries had to be paid first." Chen Fan reflected that despite Director Su's apparent lack of acumen, he did possess a sense of responsibility. However, with no capital to spare, Chen Fan could not afford to play the benefactor. "How about this?" He pondered aloud. "If I manage to sell this batch, I will place additional orders with your factory." Director Su seemed slightly swayed. If more orders were placed, even if the profit margins were slim, it would at least allow for the payment of overdue wages to the workers. Nonetheless, considering the price Chen Fan offered was excessively low, he resolutely replied, "No, that simply cannot happen. The price is far too low." Feigning a lack of options, Chen Fan mused, "Your factory's clothing quality is indeed commendable, and I genuinely wish to procure it. Let me make a concession. I will match Boss Huang's price." Before Director Su could respond, Chen Fan added, "However, in light of my increased offer, I must request one condition. I will pay after selling the goods." "No, that is absolutely unacceptable," Director Su exclaimed, rising in indignation. That very Boss Huang had deceived him in such a manner, and now another individual sought to do the same. "Director Su, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Firstly, I will not take the goods away immediately. They will remain in your factory for the time being." Chen Fan reassured him, "You need not worry about me absconding with the merchandise." Director Su considered that leaving the goods in the factory was essentially the same as having them stored. Perhaps it would be worth taking a bold gamble. Regardless of how many items I managed to sell, he would not suffer a loss. Hearing this, Director Su hesitated again, still apprehensive about being deceived by Chen Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan insisted, "Let me assure you, if I fail to sell all 50,000 items, whatever I manage to sell will entirely belong to the garment factory. I shall take nothing. Conversely, if I sell them all, whatever profit I generate will be mine to keep." "Old Lu, can we trust this person you brought?" Director Su inquired, directing his question at the reticent Lu Dahai. With a wry smile, Lu Dahai recognized he had unwittingly boarded Chen Fan's ship. At this juncture, he could only nod in agreement. Otherwise, he would find himself at a loss on both fronts. "Chen Fan is my brother. His character is beyond reproach," Lu Dahai assured. "I will certainly keep a close watch on the goods." Meanwhile, Lu Dahai, concerned about the possibility of Chen Fan absconding with the inventory, resolved to follow him closely. Upon hearing Lu Dahai's response, Director Su finally felt a sense of relief. However, it was imperative that we formalize a contract. It was a lesson learned from the previous encounter with Boss Wang, where a mere note led to unfortunate consequences. Experience is indeed the best teacher, and Director Su was now wise to this. A contract was certainly agreeable, but I insisted on an additional clause. Henceforth, under identical conditions, your factory must prioritize my request for supply. Chen Fan, inspired by sudden thought, realized that he might need the garment factory in the future, prompting him to add this stipulation. After a moment as contemplation, Director Su found no objection and readily acquiesced. Following the establishment of the contractual terms, Chen Fan elegantly inscribed his signature on the document with flourish. As they stepped out of the garment factory, Lu Dahai could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Are you truly capable of selling that? After all, it amounts to 50,000 worth of goods. Please don't put me in a difficult position. I rely on this job to support my family." Chen Fan reassuringly patted Lu Dahai on the shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Lu, it will certainly sell. You should head back. I need to survey the market first." With that, they parted ways. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, Lu Dahai felt a deep sense of worry. Yet at this juncture, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was taken aback by what he encountered along his journey. In his previous life, he had visited Zheng City, but by that time, it had already experienced rapid development. Towering high-rises stood proudly, and wide thoroughfares crisscrossed the city. Bustling traffic and vibrant nightlife characterized Zheng City as a commercial hub in the eyes of the world. To his astonishment, in 1987, Zheng City was still developing at a sluggish pace. The streets appeared dilapidated and dreary, with only the occasional vehicle stirring up dust. The buildings lining the roads were modest, typically 2 to 3 stories high. The pedestrians were mostly clad in simple attire, hurrying along in pursuit of their livelihoods. Scattered along the roadside were a few small vendors. Despite the winds of reforms sweeping across the nation, the prolonged stagnation had stunted the pace of development in the interior regions. As Chen Fan gazed across the landscape, only a distant 5-story building stood out amidst the surrounding 2 to 3-story structures, catching the eye. Chapter 6. A Conversation with Lin Changjing in 1987. The development of Zheng City remained notably slow. The commercial center, Mia Mall, had yet to be constructed. At this moment, the modest 5-story building before Chen Fan was the largest trading center in Zheng City, occupying a mere 200 square meters. The entrance of the mall was desolate, and inside, only a handful of shoppers wandered about. Chen Fan took a stroll through the mall, but not a single attendant acknowledged his presence. Prior to the establishment of this trading center, the populace had to procure their daily necessities from the supply and marketing cooperatives. The staff at these cooperatives, being formal employees, often exhibited an air of superiority, treating customers with disdain. Although the cooperatives had transitioned from state-owned to a public-private partnership, the ingrained attitudes of these employees were not easily altered. Merely avoiding arrogance was considered a positive change, let alone expecting them to greet customers with a smile. Chen Fan meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The first floor primarily housed an electrical appliance market. The second floor was dedicated to home goods. The third floor featured a clothing market. The fourth floor offered daily necessities, and the fifth floor served as the office space for the executives. As he observed, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was indeed peculiar that anyone would patronize such a layout. In this day and age, people have become accustomed to frugality, often opting to shop at small vendors. The mere sight of such a vast building might intimidate them, fearing exorbitant prices. Moreover, placing clothing and daily necessities on the third and fourth floors rendered them virtually invisible to potential customers. The absence of an elevator made the placement of electrical appliances on the ground floor understandable. Yet those who could afford such items would naturally not venture out to shop personally. At the stairway leading to the fifth floor, a sign prohibited non-staff from ascending. Chen Fan glanced at it, then ascended the stairs without hindrance. Compared to the bustling lower floors, the fifth floor felt remarkably spacious. Many offices were devoid of personnel, and as Chen Fan walked through, he encountered only a few scattered employees. Upon reaching the door, marked with General Manager Lin Changjing's name, he peered through the small glass window and observed a middle-aged man, furrowed brow and exhaling smoke in contemplation. "Come in," Lin Changjing called out, initially expecting another individual seeking leave. To his surprise, he was met by a tall young man, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Who are you looking for?" Lin assumed the young man had taken a wrong turn. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Chen Fan. I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to discuss a business opportunity with you." Lin Changjing was one of the overseers of this commercial building. Since the supply and marketing cooperative had transitioned to a public-private partnership, a representative from the state-owned enterprise, Sun Daji, had been assigned, while the private sector appointed Lin Changjing to manage operations in Zheng City. However, the local power dynamics were not so easily navigated. The newly reformed system was still fraught with imperfections, and the commercial market was far from thriving. Sun Daji, secure in his state enterprise position, paid little heed to the struggling market, instead devising clever ways to shirk responsibilities, inadvertently fostering a culture of negligence. Conversely, Lin Changjing, as the private sector leader, did not enjoy a fixed salary. His income was contingent upon the performance of the market. Thus, the desolate state of the commercial center weighed heavily on him. Upon hearing Chen Fan's intentions, Lin Changjing's interest was piqued. "Oh, young man, what business do you wish to discuss?" Yet, Chen Fan refrained from divulging everything immediately, instead reflecting. "Mr. Lin, it must be quite difficult for you these days. I just roamed around downstairs, and it's astonishing how such a large commercial center has so few patrons." In response, Lin Changjing offered a wry smile. "Since you've noticed, I shan't hide the truth. Managing this mall is indeed a challenge." Extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, Lin adjusted his collar. "I won't engage in pleasantries with you. I might be reassigned next month. Any business you propose here may face significant hurdles." Chen Fan, appreciating Lin Changjing's candor, decided to forego any further circumlocution. "Mr. Lin, why must you be disheartened? I simply wish to ask if you desire to see this commercial center flourish." "Of course I do," Lin replied. "Success breeds performance, and performance brings wealth. Lin Changjing is no fool, who would willingly turn away from money. With this in mind, I propose a splendid idea for your consideration, General Lin. However, I must make it clear that if you find my suggestion agreeable, I shall require a favor in return." Lin Changjing couldn't help but chuckle. This young man was quite audacious to negotiate terms with him. Observing the youth before him, though not clad in luxury, he stood tall and exuded an air of confidence and grace that was truly remarkable. Intrigued by this encounter, Lin decided to indulge the young man's proposition, curious to see what innovative solution he might offer. If it proved fruitless, he could at least enjoy a moment of amusement. With a nod, he invited Chen Fan to sit and speak. Lin was acutely aware of the current state of the marketplace. "Firstly, we need to adjust the internal structure of the market. Then, we must attract a larger crowd." He articulated his thoughts clearly. Chen Fan laid out his ideas in their entirety, and Lin Changjing listened intently, nodding in agreement and even applauding at particularly brilliant points. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As Chen Fan spoke, his throat became parched, prompting Lin Changjing to pour him a cup of tea. The young man's ideas were astoundingly innovative, and Lin could already envision the potential outcomes. "You have alleviated a significant challenge for me, and I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. What is it that you desire? Chen Fan relished conversing with intelligent individuals, as they were both astute and agreeable. You are too kind, Lin. I do have a modest request. I hope you might facilitate my endeavor. He then expressed his desire to rent a space within their commercial complex to sell his clothing line. Renting a space posed no issue. While typically requiring approval from the business administration, given Chen Fan's recent assistance, Lin decided to extend a favor. As for the rent, rest assured, I will ensure it is settled within a week, Chen Fan assured him. He was confident that within 3 days, his jeans would sell remarkably well, allowing him to clear his debts with both the garment factory and the market. Anticipating that his recent idea would indeed succeed, he added, moreover, should I fail to profit from this venture, you may dispose of the merchandise as you see fit. I shall take nothing. Hearing this, Lin changing mulled over Chen Fan's suggestion, recognizing it as a valuable opportunity. To outright refuse would seem rather ungracious, so he nodded in agreement. However, I do hope you will exert some effort. I must justify this decision at the board meeting. Chen Fan readily agreed. They proceeded to sign a lease agreement for the space. With a sigh of relief, Chen Fan felt that everything was falling into place. Let us proceed as discussed. You prepare on your end, and I shall stir up some excitement. We shall reconvene in 3 days. Absolutely. See you in 3 days. Lin changing escorted Chen Fan out, watching him walk away before returning to the mall to convene a lengthy meeting with the others. Outside the trade city, a sign quietly appeared indicating a 3-day closure. Chapter 7. The ingenious use of unlikely friends unbeknownst to him. The afternoon had slipped away. Chen Fan rubbed his stomach, which protested with hunger, inhaling the enticing aromas wafting from a nearby restaurant. Feeling the emptiness of his pocket, he resignedly turned back home. He wondered if Lu Yu and Ying Ying had eaten. As he neared his doorstep, he instinctively quickened his pace. Unexpectedly, a few figures emerged from around the corner, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were his former dubious companions. Look who has learned to dodge, the leader, Xia Hu, said with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approaching Chen Fan with the intent to shove him. To his surprise, Chen Fan managed to evade the push. I heard you've struck it rich. Why haven't you treated your brothers to a meal? Xia Hu's eyes glimmered with avarice. News of Chen Fan borrowing 50 yuan from Lu Dahai had spread like wildfire. In these times, such an amount was substantial enough to indulge them for several days. I've got something going on today, Chen Fan replied, frowning. He had no desire to engage with these old acquaintances. In the past, he had spent his days immersed with these friends, gambling and drinking, often playing the fool by treating everyone. Little did he know, they had been mocking his naivety behind his back. Now, however, he wished to distance himself from them entirely, though severing ties would not be an easy task. What is so pressing that you'd leave your brothers behind? They insisted, evidently determined to extract a hefty sum from him. Chen Fan found himself momentarily trapped, facing this group of former friends, Xia Hu, Hu Tao, and Yu Chuan. Yet, a thought struck him. Perhaps these dubious friends were not entirely useless. Tiger, aren't we brothers? Xia Hu looked bewildered. I have a lucrative opportunity. Would you all like to earn some pocket money? The mention of potential earnings shifted their focus away from expecting a meal. What kind of job? How much can we make? Instead of answering directly, Chen Fan turned to Hu Tao. Taozi, don't you have a sister in art school? Hu Tao's family was not financially struggling. Both parents worked, and he had an older brother who was an officer, while his younger sister had successfully entered university. He often felt overshadowed by their achievements, leading him to abandon all ambition and embrace a life of petty crime. Why are you asking about my sister? Despite his delinquent ways, he held a certain pride in his sister, who was tall and beautiful, often enhancing his own reputation when out together. I've been asked to form a modeling team. They could earn 5 yuan a day for 3 days. Chen Fan considered that Hu Tao's sister, being in art school, likely knew many people. Students in such institutions were generally more open to novel ideas, and he planned to hire students from the school to promote the clothing. 5 yuan? Xia Hu and the others were taken aback. 3 days equated to 15, which was the salary of an ordinary worker for half a month. We are brothers, and if I give someone 5 yuan, I must give my brothers 6. Chen Fan enticed them, stating that if they successfully handled this matter for their brother, they would receive a tidy sum of 20 yuan after 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu and the others quickly agreed, not even pondering what this modeling team was about or how to organize it. The group promptly set out to find who were Tao's sister, Hu Xiaoman. Chen Fan hastily stopped them, urging them to listen to his words before departing. He cautioned them sternly that they must perform well. Otherwise, if the leadership was dissatisfied, they would earn not a single cent. Chen Fan gave them a precautionary warning, fearing that they might not take the task seriously. Xiaohu and his companions pounded their chests in assurance, declaring that 20 yuan was enough for a good amount of drinks, and they would certainly work diligently. Chen Fan then assigned them the task of locating 66 individuals, 33 males and 33 females, all of whom must possess tall and attractive physiques. Chuanzi, I recall you have a poster of Zhang Mongli. Could you lend it to me? That simply won't do. That poster is the lifeblood of my star-chasing existence. Chuanzi, are we not brothers? Brothers are brothers, but that is my goddess. What if it gets damaged? I will only use it for a day and return it to you tomorrow. Are we brothers, yet you still hesitate? Xiaohu and Hu Ertao, eager to complete the task, pressed Chuanzi to comply. With no other choice, Chuanzi reluctantly nodded in agreement, promising to deliver it to his home the next day. Let us confirm. Then, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will gather at my house. No, let us meet at Hu Ziye's house. Chen Fan suddenly realized he had yet to inform Lu Yu about his purpose for being out. If an unexpected crowd arrived at home, it might startle her and Ying. Considering that Lu Yu might take offense, he decided to change the meeting location to Xiaohu's residence, which had a spacious courtyard. After clarifying matters with Xiaohu and the others, Chen Fan returned home. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had been feeling anxious since Chen Fan left. She feared that his sudden change might harbor some ulterior motive, yet she also dreaded the prospect of him reverting to his former self. Unbeknownst to her, time had slipped away and a significant portion had passed. Mommy, I'm so hungry, Ying whined, noticing that her mother had been sitting quietly for quite a while, not engaging in play. Children tend to get hungry quickly, and the breakfast of noodle soup had long been digested. With a pitiful tug at her mother's pant leg, Ying pulled Lu Yu from her thoughts. Observing the 20 yuan resting on the dining table and realizing there was nothing to eat at home, Lu Yu ultimately decided to buy some food. Regardless of whether Chen Fan had changed for better or worse, what good was her internal conflict? It was more prudent to care for Ying first. In any situation, the mother and daughter could manage together. With that thought, Lu Yu picked up the 20, stashed 15 under the bed in the bedroom, and took 5 yuan with her as she stepped outside. Little piggy, I'm going out to buy food, she said, taking Ying by the hand as they exited the house. By the time Chen Fan returned home, it was nearly 6 o'clock. The kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Chen Fan inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of meat, his mouth watering involuntarily. How delightful it was! He couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the irony of his situation. Once a man of refined tastes, now he found himself drooling over a mere whiff of meat. Ying, upon seeing the person enter, widened her round eyes, resembling a startled little rabbit. Chen Fan smiled, intending to greet the young girl, but noticed she was tightly clutching the doll that Lu Yu had made for her and swiftly darted into the kitchen, with a resigned touch to his nose. Chen Fan acknowledged the girl's evident wariness towards him. It seemed that winning her affection would require considerable effort. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the kitchen to assist Lu Yu in bringing out the dishes. The three of them sat quietly at the dining table, and for a moment, the atmosphere felt surprisingly harmonious. Chapter 8. An unconventional approach to promotion. The following morning, Yu Chuan arrived at Chen Fan's residence with great enthusiasm, clutching his prized poster. At that moment, the Chen family was still at the breakfast table. Sister-in-law, we're eating, he called out, knowing that Lu Yu was not fond of them. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, he gestured for Chen Fan to step outside. I'm entrusting my treasure to you. Please, take care not to damage it, he implored, reluctantly handing the poster over to Chen Fan with a sense of reluctance. Rest assured, Chen Fan replied with a teasing reprimand, urging him to leave promptly. Yu Chuan turned back multiple times, clearly reluctant to part ways. Upon returning indoors, Chen Fan noticed Lu Yu's disinterest in the object he was holding. Nevertheless, a hint of disappointment lingered within her. She had hoped he would improve and was contemplating nudging him towards finding employment in a few days, only to discover he was once again associating with those dubious friends. Truly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Chen Fan, sensing Lu Yu's gaze, found himself at a loss for words. He realized that he could not change her perception of him in an instant. Perhaps achieving something substantial would be a more fitting means to alter her opinion. Deciding to act, he quickly finished the food in his bowl. I need to step out for a moment. Could you lend me 5 yuan? I have something important to attend to. Important? Lu Yu scoffed internally. Was drinking and gambling truly important? Nevertheless, she rationalized that the money was his to spend as he wished. Should he revert to his old ways today, she would certainly refuse to continue their relationship. With this in mind, Lu Yu retreated to the bedroom and handed him the remaining 15 yuan. To her surprise, Chen Fan only took 5, insisting she keep the other 10. Stunned, she looked up at him, unable to believe he had left the majority behind. In the past, Chen Fan would have never allowed her to retain any of her earnings. He would have exploited every last cent, seeing the bewildered expression on Lu Yu's face. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After days of her indifference, her momentary display of innocence was unexpectedly charming. He gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, I won't squander money. You can trust me. From now on, I will take care of our family. With that, he pocketed the money and stepped out of the house. The warmth of that person seemed to linger in her hair. Lowering her head, Lu Yu caught sight of her daughter's curious gaze, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Chen Fan hurriedly made his way to Lu Dehai's home, entrusting him with the task of procuring 66 items from the factory, requesting an equal distribution of both male and female sizes. After providing him with the address of Xia Hu's residence, he proceeded directly to the printing shop. At present, the printing services in Zheng City were not particularly widespread. After visiting several establishments, Chen Fan finally found one capable of enlarging posters, only to be taken aback by the unexpectedly high prices. Each enlarged poster cost 0.25 yuan, rendering the 5 yuan he had brought utterly insufficient. Chen Fan had envisioned each of Xia Hu's trio carrying a team of 22 individuals, all brandishing large posters to attract attention and effectively promote their cause. However, faced with financial constraints, he was compelled to alter his strategy, opting to order 4 large posters while designing smaller ones akin to flags. This way, one man and one woman could hold the large poster at the front, while those behind would each carry a small flag, thus maintaining an impressive presence and likely drawing in a crowd. After instructing the printing shop owner to inscribe June 27th, grand opening of Chengxi Business City, with numerous discounts in the first 3 days beneath each large poster, Chen Fan hastily made his way to Xia Hu's home. By 10 o'clock, the courtyard of Xia Hu's residence was abuzz with chatter. Brother, is that friend of yours reliable? Can he really pay 5 yuan a day? A tall and strikingly beautiful girl, sensing the delay, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, those who could gain admission to the art academy typically hailed from well-off families. The group gathered was a rare assembly, and had it not been for the promise of 5 yuan a day, she doubted they would have attracted such a crowd. Hu Tao also felt uncertain, but was reluctant to show weakness in front of his sister, resolutely deciding to maintain his composure. Fortunately, Chen Fan did not keep them waiting long. Just as impatience began to surface among the crowd, he arrived. Everyone, please quiet down. Chen Fan raised his hand to signal for silence. Observing the vibrant energy of the young individuals before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Xia Hu and the others' efficiency. However, the lack of formal training among them resulted in a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Given the urgency of the situation, he had little time to conduct thorough training, so he promptly initiated a brief special training session to communicate essential points. From today onward, I want you all to wear this outfit and carry banners through the center of Zheng City for 3 days, Chen Fan declared, retrieving a set of clothing from his bag. The onlookers regarded the attire with curiosity. Its unconventional design was unfamiliar yet appealing. Some felt a flicker of recognition, but could not quite place where they had seen it before. Chen Fan then unveiled a large poster. The woman depicted had flowing, seaweed-like hair styled in large waves, fiery red lips, and eyes that sparkled with life. Most strikingly, she was clad in the very outfit Chen Fan held, albeit altered slightly. Yet still unmistakably the same design. Is that Zhang Monli? Who is Zhang Monli? Zhang Monli, the queen of Gang City. Don't you know her? She's stunning. The attire is truly exquisite. Those who recognized Zhang Monli began to introduce her to their companions, gradually drawing everyone's gaze toward the garment in Chen Fan's hands. Can they wear the clothes worn by celebrities? They inquired. This outfit is known as a shirt and denim jeans. As you can see, even the stars delight in wearing them. Chen Fan gestured for everyone to take a closer look at the clothing. This particular piece has been imported from abroad. It is the fashion favored by foreigners. Our boss has painstakingly procured this shipment from the port city. These are imported goods. Currently, many in our country yearn for foreign products, believing that the moon shines brighter overseas. Upon hearing that the clothing originated from abroad, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the eager youth before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was all too easy to captivate them. Would you like this outfit? He inquired. Absolutely. They eagerly nodded in agreement. The cost of transporting this outfit from the port city was already 8 yuan, and it would fetch at least 10 yuan upon sale. If you all work diligently over the next 3 days, I shall make the decision to sell it to you at cost price. After 3 days, those wishing to receive their wages can do so, while those desiring the clothing will have the cost deducted from their salaries. A cheer erupted among the crowd. All right, handsome and beautiful folks, let us get moving. First, let us practice our formation, then we shall head out to work, Chen Fan encouraged. Our objective is to ensure that everyone in Zheng City knows that the West City Trade Center has reopened. We must make it known that shirt and denim jeans are the height of fashion. Anyone without such an outfit will be deemed out of touch. Chapter 9. The grand opening of the mall. Although time was tight, the youth adapted quickly to new things. In no time, the 3 teams were strutting with style. Noticing this, Chen Fan assigned Xia Hu and his companions to lead each team out. However, after a moment's reflection, he felt a twinge of concern and decided to follow discreetly. Xia Hu and his team ventured to the busiest streets of Zheng City, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. The sight of a young man and woman at the front, brandishing a large poster, caught everyone's attention. All were clad in identical outfits, radiating youthful exuberance. What is this all about? That clothing looks rather peculiar, murmured the crowd, their voices rising in curiosity. As the throng grew, Chen Fan interjected. I've heard this is a new attire imported from the port city. Even foreigners are wearing it. Is that true? Some expressed skepticism, while others remarked on the quality and attractiveness of the garments. I wonder where I can purchase one. I'd love to buy one for my daughter. The West City Trade Center, of course. ISNT, it advertised that there will be a grand opening in 3 days. I wonder what promotions will be offered. Perhaps we should visit that day. There's nothing else on my schedule. Let us go check it out. Do call me when you're heading there. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bright and early, Chen Fan arrived at the West City Trade Center. Although the mall had yet to officially open, a grand stage had already been erected outside, drawing a crowd of eager spectators. Lin Changjing led Chen Fan through the back entrance, where Chen Fan meticulously observed the alterations within the commercial center. The first floor had been redefined. The left side was adorned with electronic devices and other valuable items, while the right side transformed into a section for daily necessities. Ascending to the second floor, one was greeted by the space rented by Chen Fan, where a vibrant red banner proclaimed the grand opening of Fanran clothing store, further accentuated by a colossal poster of Zhang Monli nearby. The store was elegantly adorned with neatly arranged garments, and a few students, eager to earn some extra pocket money, donned the attire to serve as sales assistants. Previously, half of the clothing stores on the third floor had relocated to the second, emulating Chen Fan's approach by displaying banners of varying sizes. A sea of red unfolded before the eyes, creating an atmosphere of celebration. The third floor retained half of the original clothing market, while the other half had been converted into a resting area, providing weary shoppers a place to relax. The fourth floor, once the home goods market, had also been tidied up, resulting in a more inviting ambience. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings and, feeling satisfied, inquired, Brother Lin, what time is it now? Lin Changjing glanced at his watch, noting it was just a few minutes shy of 9 o'clock. It's nearly time. Let them begin preparations. As the clock struck 9, those who had been idly waiting at the West City Commercial Center contemplated departing. Suddenly, a vigorous drumbeat reverberated through the air, and 2 lion dancers ascended from either side of the peculiar stage. As recorded in Tang Duanan's Ufu Zaxi, it is said, there are 5 kinds of lions, each more than 10 feet high, adorned in 5 colors, with 12 performers per lion, wearing red headbands and colorful garments, wielding red fans, known as lion dancers, performing to the harmonious melodies of peace. The 2 lions, under the guidance of the lion dancers, showcased an array of acrobatic feats, leaps, tumbles, and elegant bows, executing complex maneuvers such as traversing on flower stakes and balancing on balls. Obri! Encore! The audience erupted in applause, and in this era of scant entertainment, the performance was indeed a visual feast. As the crowd swelled, so did the cheers. At last, with a resounding drumbeat, the agile lions paused, blinking gracefully as they took their final bow, leaving the audience longing for more. Then, a youthful lady gracefully ascended the stage. Clad in the peculiar attire that had been the talk of Zheng City over the past few days, her high ponytail radiating youthful energy. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Hu Xiaoman. Lin Changjing had struggled for 3 days to find a suitable host for the event, as most current presenters were affiliated with television stations and hesitant to lower themselves to host a modest opening ceremony. Serendipitously, Chen Fan deemed Hu Xiaoman to possess strong adaptability and a commendable work ethic, complemented by her appealing appearance, and thus decided to appoint her as the MC for the grand opening. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, good morning. After a 3-day hiatus, our West City Commercial Center is reopening today. In the lead-up to the opening, we have numerous enticing discounts. Without further ado, allow me to present the promotional activities of the mall. For the first 3 days of our reopening, we are implementing a discount initiative. Spend 30 and save 3. Spend 50 and save 6. Spend 100 and save 15. Buy more, save more. What are you all waiting for? As you pass by, do not miss this opportunity. To forfeit today is to forfeit wealth. There are numerous delightful gifts awaiting your arrival. For every $20 spent, you are entitled to a lottery draw, with the grand prize being a television, second prize 3 electric fans, and third prize 10 sets of home essentials, along with countless participation prizes for everyone. The sooner you purchase, the sooner you may draw prizes. More splendid gifts are here for you to claim. As I gazed upon the high platform adorned with a red lottery box, gifts were being placed upon it, and the onlookers could no longer resist, surging into the mall. Time passed inexorably, and those who had entered first were gradually emerging with their purchases. Initially, people hesitated to buy excessively, but the allure of the prizes displayed at the entrance ignited a fervor within them, and before they knew it, they had spent $20. Congratulations to this lady. You have won the third prize. Hu Xiaoman smiled as she unfolded the note. Here you go, a set of home essentials for the third prize. The ecstatic winner exclaimed. I won. Oh my, I actually won. Clutching her prize, she was overwhelmed with joy, regretting not spending $30 to save an additional 3. Outside the mall, those who had previously hesitated, upon witnessing a genuine winner, hurriedly made their way inside, fearing that the prizes would be claimed by others. Hu Xiaoman continued to promote the event loudly from the stage, accompanied by the sounds of the lottery draws, gradually attracting more customers. Chen Fan and Lin Changjing stood at the corner of the mall, observing the throngs of people coming and going, unable to suppress their smiles. This strategy is indeed brilliant, Lin Changjing remarked, turning to Chen Fan. Having been in Zheng City for over a year, this is the first time I have witnessed such a crowd. Not even the grand opening attracted this many. Chen Fan, with an enigmatic smile, replied, This is merely the beginning, my friend. Just wait and see. The next 2 days will surely bring even more people. Lin Changjing could not help but admire Chen Fan's composure, secretly thinking that although he was young, he possessed the demeanor of a great leader, destined for success in the future. Perhaps I should seek to cultivate a closer relationship with him. The first day of the mall's opening concluded splendidly. Chapter 10. Steady growth of revenue by evening. Lin Changjing finished tallying the day's accounts, and it was already past 9. However, upon seeing the day's revenue exceeding 200,000, he could hardly contain his joy. This amount represented nearly 3 months' worth of income. Even after deducting the principal and promotional expenses, the net profit was substantial. Chen Fan, too, was beaming with delight in the clothing store. Each outfit was priced at $10, with discount applied for purchasing multiple sets. Remarkably, the clothing store generated a profit of $60,000 today, indicating at least 6,000 outfits have been sold. It seemed that for every 2 customers entering the store, at least one was willing to purchase at least one outfit. At last, Chen Fan found himself in possession of wealth. With Hu Xiaoman present, he settled the payments promised to Xia Hu and the hired model team, instructing her to distribute the payments. Xiaoman, you have worked hard today. I will ensure you receive triple your usual wage for the next few days. Although the other part-time girls envied her, it was evident that their brothers were not close friends with Chen Fan. Thank you, Brother Chen, Hu Xiaoman said hoarsely, which attested to the young woman's diligent efforts today, justifying Chen Fan's decision to offer her triple wages. You need not envy. Everyone has worked hard today. If we persevere for 2 more days, our wages for these 3 days will be doubled. Chen Fan, now financially comfortable, was also in a position to indulge his part-time employees with enticing promises. Long live the boss. Cheer the part-time girls. The promotional efforts of the first 3 days bore fruit, and with the mall's unique lottery event, news of the grand opening of the Chengxi commercial city spread rapidly among the populace. On the second day of opening, the number of shoppers far exceeded that of the first day. Additionally, the morning revealed a second prize electric fan, and in the afternoon, someone remarkably claimed the grand prize of a television. Upon hearing the news, throngs of people surged into the mall. Televisions were still a rarity, and owning one was a significant achievement. The recipient of the grand prize was a middle-aged woman, known for her emotional nature. When Hu Xiaoman handed her the microphone to express her thoughts, the woman was overwhelmed with tears. I never imagined I would win. My husband's factory has been struggling for years, and he was laid off 2 months ago. Times have been tough, and he has been unable to uplift his spirits. If it weren't for our dire need for essentials, I wouldn't have ventured out to stock up. We live far in the east, and honestly, it doesn't matter where I buy these items. Had my niece not informed me of the reopening of Chengxi Commercial City with its discounts and lottery, I would have made the long journey here. I spent 30 yuan, saved 3, and unexpectedly won the grand prize. This is beyond my wildest dreams. As she spoke, her tears flowed, whether from overwhelming joy or sorrow, and she resolved to share the good news with her husband, hoping to bring him some cheer. There is always a way out. Being laid off is just a setback, not the end of living. Her heartfelt words resonated deeply with many onlookers in this era of widespread layoffs. Observing this, Chen Fan quickly signaled Lin Changjing to send a staff member to speak with Hu Xiaoman. Lin Changjing, taken aback, silently marveled at how adeptly he won people's hearts. Fortunate for him, he was a friend, not a foe. The messenger soon reached the stage. Hu Xiaoman took the microphone, opened a roll of tissue from the nearby table, handed a sheet to the woman, and comforted her. Auntie, don't be too distressed. Winning the grand prize today signifies that good fortune is on its way to your family. Perhaps a turn of events will lead your husband to a better job soon. Our boss has just mentioned that since you traveled from the east, carrying so many items home would be cumbersome. Our staff will deliver the television to your doorstep free of charge. The woman, with tears in her eyes, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, dear. The boss truly is a wonderful person. The onlookers below began to feel a sense of sentimentality. This proprietor is quite commendable. My home is not far from here. I shall henceforth procure my goods from this establishment. The owner is a decent person, quite honest. The recent scene garnered considerable favor from the audience. Although the grand prize television is no longer available, there remain 2 electric fans and 6 sets of 4-piece home textiles, not to mention an abundance of participation prizes. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Thus, word spread from one person to another, from one household to another. Those with close friends and family made phone calls or visited, discussing the marketplace and sharing their experiences. Through this word of mouth, the following day, the shopping center was met with an unprecedented influx of visitors. The Western commercial city was ablaze with activity. Without delving into the profits generated by the bustling crowds over these 3 days, let us consider Chen Fan's clothing store, which astonishingly profited over 300,000 yuan in a mere 3 days. In other words, Chen Fan sold more than 30,000 items. Even after settling the debts owed to the clothing factory, Chen Fan still had a surplus. However, he believed that money must continue to circulate to generate further wealth. Thus, in accordance with the terms of the contract, he would pay the clothing factory based on the quantity of goods sold. After discussing with Lu Dehai, they agreed upon a sum for daily deliveries of merchandise to the clothing store. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat bold, approached Lu with a request. Could you perhaps arrange for your wife to work at the clothing store? Lu Dehai had recently witnessed Chen Fan's remarkable business acumen. He marveled at how clothes costing 3 yuan could be packaged and presented as imported goods from foreign lands, subsequently selling for 10 yuan, with customers eagerly purchasing them. Lu Dehai was witnessing the lucrative nature of the clothing industry for the first time. At that moment, he felt a twinge of temptation. He was also apprehensive about relinquishing the security of his job at the factory. It was challenging enough to support his family, and the thought of a delayed salary was daunting. Perhaps it would be wise to find a job for his wife. Chen Fan indeed needed to hire staff, but had been too occupied in recent days. He contemplated asking Lin changing to send over a couple of waitstaff to manage temporarily while he recruited additional help. Lu Dehai's suggestion alleviated his immediate concern. Recognizing Lu Dehai's unwavering support and his wife Li Xiaohan's competence, Chen Fan agreed. However, a single staff member was certainly insufficient. He planned to have Li Xiaohan cover for the time, being while he sought 1 or 2 more employees. Just then, someone inquired, "Brother Chen, do you still need more hands in the store?" The speaker was a young lady named Lin Sulan. Although Lin Sulan was also a student at the art academy, her family was not particularly well off. It was she who had originally proposed the idea of taking a part-time job at the clothing store, prompting the agreement of several other girls. Lin Sulan had an older brother and a younger brother still in junior high school. Their father had previously worked at a machinery factory, but after transferring his job to his eldest son, the family had seen a significant decrease in income. 2 years ago, my elder brother suffered a leg injury due to an operational mishap at the machinery factory, resulting in his dismissal. Now, he languishes at home daily, feeling despondent and unfulfilled. My sister-in-law, burdened with the dual responsibilities of caring for my brother and their child, often wears a gloomy expression despite my mother's assistance. Occasionally, she insinuates that she and my younger brother are living off others. My younger brother, still in junior high, has contemplated dropping out to take on odd jobs. Yet, the thought of having finally gained admission to university, with graduation just a year away, weighs heavily on his heart. Recently, observing the flourishing business at the store, a sudden idea struck me. What if I could find a job for my sister-in-law? Coincidentally, I overheard Lu Dehai discussing employment matters with Chen Fan, and I mustered the courage to interject. Upon hearing Lin Sulan's proposal, Chen Fan reflected that he indeed needed to hire someone. It wouldn't be unreasonable to consider her sister-in-law for a position. "Xiaolin, I've noticed your diligent work these past few days. I'll extend an opportunity for your sister-in-law to join the store," he stated. "However, let me be clear. If she does not perform well or is unsuitable, do not expect leniency from me. Moreover, the salary will differ from what you've earned this week. In the future, it will be a fixed monthly wage of 25 yuan. Discuss this with your sister-in-law, and if she is willing, she can start tomorrow morning." Lin Sulan was immensely grateful, expressing her thanks profusely. As she gazed at the tall and handsome man before her, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Presently, as Chen Fan noted, denim shirts have become the epitome of contemporary fashion. Young people today who lack such attire risk being deemed out of touch with current trends. Moreover, denim shirts are not restrictive in terms of body type or style, making them universally appealing. However, if Chen Fan expected to sell 100,000 sets of clothing in merely 3 days, that would be an unrealistic ambition. The market near the shopping center has nearly reached saturation, and maintaining a single clothing store would likely prolong the cycle of capital recovery. Currently, Chen Fan aims to swiftly consolidate his funds, with no intention of prolonging the wait. Fortunately, the reputation of denim shirts has been established, and numerous small vendors are eager to wholesale Chen Fan's merchandise. Thus, he plans to sell the clothing to these vendors at a price of 7 yuan each. This way, the vendors can reap a profit, ensuring their commitment to selling the items. As these vendor stalls circulate throughout the area, they're likely to assist Chen Fan in clearing out his remaining stock swiftly, enabling him to recover his funds expeditiously. In summary, the initial success of a venture has been achieved, alleviating Chen Fan's concerns about meeting the financial obligations to the clothing factory and the rental costs of the shopping center. Everything appears to be progressing favorably. After 3 bustling days, the West City Commercial Center finally bid farewell to its last batch of customers. In the office, Lin Changjing wore a radiant smile. Lin, considering the situation over these 3 days, it seems the shopping center will not experience a shortage of foot traffic in the near future. One simply needs to manage the employees effectively, ensuring they provide dedicated service, while occasionally hosting promotional events to address any issues. Brother Chun, your assistance in recent days has been invaluable. Without further ado, should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to reach out. The two engaged in lively conversation, and after Chen Fan had conveyed his thoughts, he expressed his desire to take his leave. That night, Chen Fan had yet to return home. Lu Yu sat in the bedroom, contemplating his recent early departures and late arrivals, behaviors that were strikingly different from his usual demeanor, casting layers of doubt within her mind. What on earth was he up to? Upon Chen Fan's arrival, the house was enveloped in silence. The stillness was only broken by a small lamp left aglow in the living room for his return. After a day of relentless activity, Chen Fan found himself ravenous. However, it was too late and the restaurants had closed. Just as he was about to prepare a bowl of noodles for himself, the bedroom door unexpectedly swung open. Lu Yu stood there, clad in a simple cotton linen nightgown, watching him quietly. "You're still awake?" she inquired. The past few days had kept Chen Fan preoccupied, leaving little opportunity for moments with Lu Yu and Ying Ying. Their sudden encounter felt somewhat awkward. Why did the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Chen Fan rubbed his nose, attempting to dispel the tension. "Here, take this money for now. I will take you and Ying Ying out for a day of fun soon." Overwhelmed by the odd ambience, he handed the bag to Lu Yu. Despite the recent issuance of 50 and 100 yuan notes, their circulation remained limited, and most shoppers were still utilizing the 10 yuan denomination. Chen Fan had already deposited the earnings from a few days prior into the bank. However, with only 10 yuan left at home, he refrained from touching the profits from today. After ensuring sufficient cash flow for the shop, he had purchased a bag at the mall, stuffing the remaining cash inside. Consequently, the bag now appeared quite bulging. Initially, Lu Yu had no intention of accepting it, but seeing Chen Fan persistently offer the bag, she ultimately took it. Is this bag so large that it contains solely money? Perhaps it is merely a fade. To her surprise, the bag was unexpectedly heavy, causing her to stumble and fall into Chen Fan's embrace. The warmth of her body radiated through the cotton linen fabric, igniting a fire within his fingertips. "Count it first. I will prepare some food," he said, hastily steadying Lu Yu before releasing her and heading toward the kitchen. Lu Yu unzipped the bag, revealing neatly stacked money that momentarily left her in a daze. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. "Chen Fan, where did you acquire such a vast sum of money? Could it be that he had resorted to robbery? Or perhaps kidnapping and extortion?" The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Visions of a recent newspaper article about a man sentenced to life for kidnapping flashed through her mind. Although the household functioned the same with or without him, perhaps even better without him, his recent good behavior made today a sudden change all the more alarming. What if he had indeed committed a crime? Ying Ying could not have a father with a tarnished reputation. How would they navigate their lives moving forward? The mere thought of stepping outside only to be the subject of scornful glances, perhaps even subjected to verbal abuse, caused Lu Yu to collapse onto the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. "Have you broken the law? Please return the money. I beg you." Chapter 12. The melting of the ice within Lu Yu's sudden outburst genuinely took Chen Fan by surprise. Her bewildered inquiry elicited a mix of anger and amusement from him. Hadn't his recent actions been sufficient to alter her perception of him? Hadn't his efforts to earn money for the family, toiling tirelessly, merited her trust? Yet, despite his good deeds, she questioned the legitimacy of his earnings. Did she not consider that all his labor was for her and Ying? However, witnessing Lu Yu's tear-streaked face, Chen Fan found no outlet for his frustration. He resolved to dismiss his anger, understanding that the impression he had left on others was deeply ingrained and not easily changed. It was perhaps his sudden influx of money that had startled her. Having come to this realization, Chen Fan's irritation dissipated. He intended to help Lu Yu to her feet, but her shock rendered her legs weak, leaving her unable to stand. With no other option, he lifted her and carried her to the sofa. "Look at me," he urged, his tone patient. "Rest assured, this money was earned legitimately. Remember when you mentioned that Lu Dahai's factory had a surplus of goods? I know a prominent clothing vendor looking for new styles. I facilitated the sale of that inventory, and this is my rightful share. Is that true? You aren't deceiving me?" Lu Yu gazed at him through tear-filled eyes. His transformation over the past few days had indeed been remarkable. He no longer drank or gambled, and even brought home small gifts for Ying. The innocence of a child is pure. They recognize kindness. And Ying had even asked Lu Yu if her father had been enchanted to become a good dad. "Indeed, I have neither robbed nor kidnapped anyone. This money is clean and can be spent freely." In her moment of sheer terror, Lu Yu inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Now, as Chen Fan teased her, she hurriedly wiped her tears. That's good. Yet, despite her efforts, her tears flowed uncontrollably, resisting her attempts to dry them. "All right, no more tears," Chen Fan said gently, tenderly caressing Lu Yu's cheek and wiping away the incessant tears. "I promise, I will change and ensure that you and Ying live a good life." Having decided to remain in this family, Chen Fan was determined to treat them well, especially since this was the life he had longed for in his previous incarnation. Upon seeing the resolute expression on Chen Fan's face, Lu Yu's quiet sobs transformed into heartfelt wails. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her tears soaking his chest. Is this truly not a dream? Has Chen Fan genuinely changed for the better? In the early days of their marriage, Lu Yu and Chen Fan had enjoyed their share of sweetness. However, as time wore on, Chen Fan's true nature began to reveal itself. This gradually encased Lu Yu's heart in ice. However, deep within her, the impenetrable frost began to thaw, layer by layer. "All right, no more tears," she whispered. Though Chen Fan could not fully comprehend Lu Yu's emotions, he enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Ultimately, he did not partake in the evening meal. His initially ravenous appetite dissipated amidst the turmoil, leaving him feeling rather indifferent to hunger. After a good cry, Lu Yu finally composed herself, only to realize her tears had soaked Chen Fan's clothing, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "It's all right, I saw nothing," Chen Fan said with a smile, offering a light-hearted consolation. Lu Yu cast him a sidelong glance, lowering her head in shyness. The softness of her bowed head resembled a delicate water lily, shyly resisting the cool breeze. Chen Fan felt a stir in his heart, but restrained himself. "Feeling better now? Let's wash your face and get some rest." Once they had freshened up, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the bag filled with money. "How much did the boss give you?" "That bag is enormous," she inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Why don't you count it yourself?" Chen Fan replied, seizing the bag and pouring its contents onto the bed. "Wow," Lu Yu exclaimed. She began organizing the bills by denomination, counting them methodically. After a while, she turned to find Chen Fan smiling at her from the edge of the bed, and a hint of embarrassment washed over her. She realized how greedy she seemed. "You should help me count," she suggested, perhaps unaware that she was playfully appealing to him. With her eyes still slightly red from crying, her unintentional charm was utterly captivating, softening Chen Fan's heart. At that moment, the beauty's invitation felt irresistible, much like countless couples throughout the ages. Chen Fan and Lu Yu found themselves counting their red envelopes on their wedding night, despite having already exchanged vows. 100, 200, 3,000. Lu Yu's voice trailed off as she counted, her astonishment growing. 100,000. "Oh my goodness, 100,000. She exclaimed, utterly astounded by the sheer amount of money. having never encountered such a fortune before. Where should I put this money? In the kitchen? No, there are mice. In the cupboard? No, what if someone steals it? The enormity of the sum left Lu Yu in a state of panic, uncertain where to safely keep it. Chen Fan swiftly grabbed the bag and tucked it beneath the bed, pulling Lu Yu into his embrace and extinguishing the light. It's time for bed. We'll deposit it in the bank tomorrow, all right? In the darkness, Lu Yu took a moment before softly replying, "M.H. They spent a dreamless night." The next morning, Chen Fan was awakened by a small hand poking at his face. A soft little hand was playfully prodding him, and upon seeing his eyes open, the tiny girl buried her head in Lu Yu's embrace, stealing glances at him. "Ying, good morning," he greeted. The little girl was nestled between him and Lu Yu. Her clothes askew, clearly having climbed up without anyone noticing. Lu Yu was also jolted awake by the little girl's antics. Still a bit dazed as she looked at Ying. Typically, she would call for her, yet today she was surprised to see her awake so early. "Little lazy pig, why are you up so early today?" "Mommy, it's bright outside, and Ying is hungry." Ying pointed outside and remarked that usually it was her mother who called her to rise and partake in breakfast. Today, she had waited for quite a while, yet her mother had not come, and her little tummy was quite hungry, compelling her to seek her mother out. Lu Yu followed Ying's small finger to gaze outside, where the daylight was bright and the sun had already ascended high in the sky. It became clear that she had been counting money late into the night. Although Chen Fan had assisted her, it had still stretched into the early hours. Furthermore, her excitement had kept her awake for quite some time, and she had unknowingly slept until now. Lu Yu hurriedly sat up, realizing she had yet to prepare breakfast for Ying. "Mother isn't dressed. How embarrassing." Ying mimicked a shy expression, recalling how her mother used to tease her in such a manner. Lu Yu glanced down to discover that the straps of her nightgown had discreetly come undone, slipping off her shoulders and revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin. Noticing Chen Fan's unwavering gaze upon her, she hastily pulled her clothing back into place. "Close your eyes. Where are you looking?" Chapter 13. Underestimated by the waitstaff, time was slipping away. Perhaps it was best for them to dine out. In an effort to alleviate Lu Yu's embarrassment, Chen Fan thoughtfully introduced a different topic. "What would you like to eat, Ying?" He teased the little girl. After spending several days together, her demeanor toward him had gradually softened, and this morning she had even dared to playfully tease him. "Milk," Ying replied in her sweet, childish voice. Though she claimed to be 4 years old, she was merely 2 years and 8 months, still in an age where she required formula. Previously, Chen Fan had squandered money frivolously, leaving the household with insufficient funds to provide Ying with milk, forcing Lu Yu to make do with limited resources. However, after earning some money, Chen Fan had purchased milk for Ying, and now she had developed a bit of a penchant for it. "All right, Daddy will carry Ying to have some milk, and afterward, we shall venture out for a delightful meal. How does that sound?" Ying glanced at her mother, and seeing no objections, she hesitantly reached out her hand to Chen Fan, indicating her willingness to be held. Chen Fan carefully lifted the chubby little girl, feeling as though his heart was melting. Lu Yu watched the father and daughter depart, her eyes welling with emotion. She contemplated interjecting to prevent the family from dining out, feeling it was an extravagant expenditure. However, considering that Ying had not experienced much in the way of fine food at her tender age, she felt a pang of reluctance. Moreover, since Chen Fan had finally proposed such an idea and the family was now financially stable, perhaps it was best to indulge them. At that moment, listening to the sound of Chen Fan preparing milk for his daughter, Lu Yu's heart began to settle. In recent days, she felt as though she had been floating on clouds. On one hand, she was pleased with Chen Fan's transformation. On the other, she harbored fears of hidden troubles. If Chen Fan could maintain this positive change, she would gladly accompany him on this journey. Initially, Lu Yu had intended to select a modest eatery for a simple meal, as dining out as a family was already a considerable expense. Chen Fan, however, understood her reservations, having grown accustomed to frugality. The sudden influx of money still felt foreign to him. Yet, having the opportunity to treat them to a meal, he was determined not to settle for anything less than extraordinary. At this time, Zhang City had not yet reached full development, and transportation was somewhat inconvenient. Chen Fan had considered borrowing his father's motorcycle from Xiaohu, but Lu Yu had intervened. After much effort, Chen Fan had finally improved his circumstances, and he harbored no desire to let him associate with those dubious acquaintances again. Observing Lu Yu's resolute expression, Chen Fan acquiesced. However, lacking a motorcycle, walking to their destination was not feasible given the considerable distance. Thus, Chen Fan reluctantly borrowed a bicycle from Lu Dehai's home. Had the former Chen Fan requested a loan, Aunt Sun would have undoubtedly berated him. Yet now, having assisted the garment factory in securing the remaining wages for her son and arranging a job for his wife, the elderly lady felt immensely gratified. Upon learning of Chen Fan's intentions, she promptly instructed her husband to fetch the bicycle without hesitation. Although she harbored concerns about the bicycle getting scratched or damaged, she refrained from voicing her worries and instead smiled as she sent him off. Riding a single bicycle, Chen Fan's family made their way to the largest restaurant in Zheng City. Throughout the journey, Lu Yu fretted about whether anyone would be eyeing their money at home. Initially, her plan was to have a light meal and promptly deposit their funds once the bank opened. Yet, as Chen Fan and Ying gazed at her with eager eyes, brimming with a desire to dine out, she momentarily succumbed to temptation and consented. Now seated on the rear, the thought of such a substantial sum left at home gnawed at her increasingly. Suddenly elevated from poverty to affluence, it was natural to feel a twinge of paranoia, suspecting everyone around her of coveting their wealth. If you keep talking, someone might overhear and truly come to steal it, Chen Fan warned. Lu Yu immediately covered her mouth in response, with one hand gripping the handlebars and the other safeguarding the little girl in front of him. Chen Fan was cautious to prevent her from falling. Life was simpler in childhood, devoid of worries and filled with innocence. The little girl bobbed her head along the way, her large eyes darting curiously, enthralled by everything around her, her small bottom wiggling on the crossbar. Were it not for Chen Fan's vigilant protection, she might have tumbled off long ago. After a challenging ride, they finally arrived at the restaurant just in time for the meal. Chen Fan discreetly rubbed his sore backside, reflecting that although he could not yet afford a car, acquiring a motorcycle was imperative. This bicycle was hardly suited for human transportation. The finest establishment in Zheng City, the Golden Restaurant, boasted only 3 floors. The first floor featured a hall with scattered tables. The second housed private rooms, and the third was an opulent banquet hall, seldom opened. Chen Fan, unperturbed by the restaurant security, locked the bicycle and, accompanied by Lu Yu and Ying, entered the establishment. The hostess subtly scrutinized the family. While they were indeed striking in appearance, their attire was woefully shabby, in stark contrast to the array of cars and motorcycles parked nearby. The 280 bicycle seemed comically out of place. Instantly, she lost her enthusiasm to offer a warm welcome, presuming this family was merely there to experience the ambience, unlikely to afford anything substantial. She merely gestured for them to enter and then walked away, indifferent to their presence. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Chen Fan and his family were dressed in their usual attire today. In a more ordinary setting, they would not appear out of place. However, within the opulent confines of this hotel, Lu Yu felt awkward, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. In the restaurant, the waitstaff, elegantly attired, outshone even the diners themselves. The curious gazes of outsiders made Lu Yu feel as though she were an unwitting intruder in a royal palace. And Ying cowered in fear by her mother's side. Chen Fan, noticing the unease of the mother and daughter, felt a pang of compassion in his heart. He chided himself for not having thought to procure them some new garments over the past few days. In his previous life, regardless of his attire, he was always respectfully addressed as Mr. Chen. Yet, having only arrived here a few days prior and not having attended any significant occasions, he had forgotten that there are always eyes scrutinizing one's presence. Surprisingly, after some time in the restaurant, no staff had attended to them. Chen Fan, shall we leave? Lu Yu's voice was tinged with desperation. I do not wish to dine here. Chen Fan, suppressing his anger, lifted Ying and grasped Lu Yu's hand. Making his way to the front desk, please prepare a private room for us. The receptionist glanced up promptly standing to assess Chen Fan before lazily resuming her seat. "Sir, we do not allow just anyone to reserve a private room." Chen Fan, seething with indignation, responded with a sardonic smile. "Oh? What kind of person would warrant such privilege?" "I am well aware of the type you mean, but you certainly do not fit the bill," she retorted, casting another glance at Chen Fan and Lu Yu, her gaze momentarily betraying a flicker of jealousy at Lu Yu's exquisite beauty. Beauty was of little consequence, she mused, if it was paired with a penniless man. The woman idly fiddled with her nails. Chapter 14. The return of the slap is as swift as a tornado. I advise you to leave swiftly and find a street vendor for a meal. You're tarnishing our establishment's reputation. Don't blame me if I summon security to escort you out, she declared. Before her words could fully settle, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. Handing Ying to Lu Yu, he slammed his palm onto the countertop before the woman. "I shall ask you once more, what are the requirements for reserving a private room?" Startled, the woman jumped up, pointing her sharply manicured finger at Chen Fan. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you behaving so aggressively? The minimum expenditure is 100. Can you even afford that, you pauper?" She shouted, her voice rising. "Security! Security! We have a troublemaker." Lu Yu, frightened, clutched the hem of Chen Fan's clothing, pleading softly, "Shall we go, please?" Before security could arrive, the manager intervened. "Xiaofeng, what is happening here?" "Brother-in-law, this man is insisting on a private room despite having no money. He is banging on the table, and I'm terrified." Wu Fong whined, playing the victim. "Then kindly escort them out. Do not disturb the other patrons," the manager decreed with finality. Just as Chen Fan prepared to defend himself, a voice called out unexpectedly, "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Turning around, Chen Fan recognized Lin Changjing, who was accompanied by several well-dressed individuals, all exuding an air of affluence. Gome, let me introduce everyone. This is my brother Chen Fan, the mastermind behind our recent commercial success. Dear brother Chen, this is Mr. Wang Shi, the esteemed leader from our company who has come to inspect. This is Mr. Sun Daji, another responsible figure from our mall. And this is Deputy Director Li Tao from the Industry and Commerce Bureau." Chen Fan greeted each of them with a handshake and exchanged pleasantries, merely uttering trivial niceties such as "I've long admired you," and "not at all." Truly, a young talent has emerged. We owe much to your ingenious suggestions, little brother. We have learned a great deal, which will certainly enrich my report back at headquarters. Ha. Wang Shi laughed heartily, patting Chen Fan's shoulder. "Would you be interested in joining our headquarters? I could recommend you." "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Wang, but I have my wife and child here, so it would not be convenient for me at present." Chen Fan politely declined Wang Shi's invitation. "Ha, little brother, are you treating your wife and daughter to a meal? We just finished eating, otherwise we could have shared a table." It was only then that Wang Shi noticed Lu Yu and Ying. "What has transpired here?" The restaurant manager, sweating profusely, was flustered, having not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming young man was acquainted with such prominent figures. Chen Fan, however, paid him no heed and instead turned to Wu Fong. "Could we reserve a private room for us with this 100 yuan? Wu Fong turned pale with fright, her cheap makeup running as she stammered. "What is this guest saying? It is entirely my fault for not providing adequate service. I will ensure she is dismissed. Regardless of what you choose to eat, it will be on the house," the manager interjected. Upon hearing the mention of dismissal, Wu Fong, in a state of panic, implored the restaurant manager without regard for her surroundings. "Silence. Get back to your duties and pack your things." Wu Fong, furious, stomped her foot and fled without looking back. "Ha, merely a trifling matter indeed. As the meal hour is passing, Brother Chen, you should take your wife and child to eat," Lin Changjing suggested. Chen Fan was pleased to oblige Lin Changjing and requested the manager to assist in reserving a private room. The manager hurriedly attended to the matter. At this moment, Wang Shi glanced at his watch and remarked, "Time is slipping away. We should take our leave. Little brother, should you change your mind, do remember to call me. Here is my business card." As he spoke, he produced a card from his suit pocket. Chen Fan accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude, and the group parted amicably. Just then, a perceptive waiter dashed over to escort them to the private room. What would you like to eat, Ying? Daddy will order for you. Chen Fan, seemingly unaffected by the earlier commotion, smiled as he lifted Ying onto his lap to peruse the menu. Lu Yu, seated nearby, was consumed by a tumult of thoughts, stealing glances at Chen Fan, her eyes betraying her astonishment. When had he become acquainted with such influential individuals? What business had he proposed? Why had someone invited Chen Fan to work? Would he accept? Lu Yu, inherently sensitive, had been overwhelmed by Chen Fan's revelations in recent days. Now, witnessing him amusing their daughter and selecting dishes with an untroubled demeanor, as if the previous events were but commonplace, her heart gradually found solace. No matter how he changed, as long as he remained as he is now, all would be well. What are you dawdling for? What would you like to eat? Chen Fan observed Lu Yu, who was lost in thought and not even glancing at the menu, and gently prompted her. Lu Yu randomly scanned the options and hastily selected 2 dishes. While waiting for the waiter to bring the food, she contemplated and finally inquired, "Aren't you considering working with Mr. Wang?" Lu Yu hoped for Chen Fan to find employment. Although their family was now financially secure, idleness was not a sustainable path, as money would eventually dwindle. She herself planned to send Ying to kindergarten once she turned 5, allowing her to earn some income for daily expenses. Chen Fan explained, "The company where Mr. Wang works is quite far, in Shenzhen. If I were to go, I wouldn't be able to take care of you all. It would be exceedingly inconvenient." Moreover, he speculated whether Mr. Wang's earlier comments were merely polite exchanges. The company, established by Lin Changjing and others, thrived in Shenzhen, a renowned economic hub, rapidly developing as a special economic zone in Huagua. Presently, Chen Fan found himself devoid of funds and a support network, and moving there could potentially lead to failure. He would eventually make his way to Shenzhen, given the plethora of opportunities, but this was not the right moment. As dishes began to arrive, Chen Fan picked up his chopsticks, serving a portion to Ying and then to Lu Yu. "Let us eat first. Otherwise, it will get cold. We can discuss work matters later." The family dined together, with Ying's innocent voice chiming in, "Mommy, this is delicious. I want more." The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. Outside the Golden Ding restaurant, a figure lurked, eyeing the entrance. He leered at the hostess's long legs, salivating at the thought of whether that was indeed Chen Fan and Lu Yu. After waiting for a while with no one emerging, he was about to leave when a pale girl burst out in tears. Hesitating for a moment, he followed her and asked a few questions. Wu Fang, having finally found someone to confide in, despite the person's disheveled appearance being off-putting, embellished the story of the recent events. The man's eyes glinted with greed as he licked his lips. Ugh, how disgusting, Wu Fang cursed inwardly, hurrying away. Unbeknownst to her, the man fixated on the restaurant's entrance mumbled, "Chen Fan has struck it rich." Chapter 15. First respect the robe. Then respect the person. The meal left the family feeling pleasantly full. It must be said that although the manager and some staff had their flaws, the chef's culinary skills were impeccable. In future times, this restaurant would undoubtedly be a trendy hotspot. Reflecting on such establishments, Chen Fan was reminded of the delicious food that typically characterized these popular venues. He recalled his own vast home in his previous life, where he was left alone except for 2 cleaning ladies. In moments of solitude and loneliness, only delectable cuisine could soothe his spirit, leading him to learn a great deal from renowned chefs and food bloggers. Why did I not consider entering the food industry? He mused. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are the most vital concerns for people in any era. Given the current state of my finances, establishing a luxurious restaurant indeed presents a considerable challenge. However, opening a trendy culinary hotspot should be more than feasible, although there may not be any viral dining spots at this moment. The mere allure of delectable cuisine is bound to attract a multitude of patrons in this era of culinary scarcity. Chen Fan, reflecting on the fact that it is only the summer of 1987 and that nearly 6 months remain until the first Old Man Chicken outlet opens in the capital of Huagua, felt a surge of excitement. If he could manage to establish a fried chicken shop within this time frame and create a chain effect, without the ambition of dominating the entire Huagua market, but rather securing a foothold in the northern regions or neighboring cities, he was certain that substantial profits would follow. This thought ignited a fervor within Chen Fan, compelling him to rush home and put his plans into action. Nonetheless, recalling the disdainful service he had just encountered, he opted instead to take Lu Yu and Ying shopping for clothes, providing himself with a few outfits for future outings. After all, when venturing outside, one's attire often precedes personal introductions. With determination, they set off, having just finished their meal, and Chen Fan decided against riding his bicycle immediately. He lifted Ying onto the crossbar, steadying the bike with one hand while protecting her with the other. Lu Yu trailed closely beside them, the family of three meandering forward. The vicinity of Jinding Restaurant was bustling with some of Zheng City's most renowned shops, nestled in the affluent district where disparities between wealth and poverty have always existed. Presently, Zheng City lacked high-end fashion brands, and Chen Fan intended to take Lu Yu to a highly regarded custom tailoring shop. As they walked, Lu Yu gradually realized they were not heading home, and the streets were lined with understated yet luxurious boutiques. She inquired, "Where are we going?" "I'm taking you and Ying to buy a few outfits," Chen Fan replied. Lu Yu, expressing her reluctance, halted in her tracks. "Chen Fan, I believe our current wardrobe suffices. There is no need for more purchases." Having previously worked part-time at a fabric factory, she had heard the workers discuss how the finest textiles were either exported or sold to the clothing stores in affluent areas, where even the most basic garments ranged from several to hundreds of dollars. Despite their recent meal, where the manager refused to accept payment and save them over $100, she felt it imprudent to indulge in extravagant spending. "If we must buy, let us visit the market near our home. It's much more affordable there." Observing Chen Fan's disapproving expression, Lu Yu proposed a compromise. The market boasted vendors selling clothes for merely $2 or $3 apiece. With the price of a single garment, could afford several at the market. Lu Yu hesitated, reluctant to abandon the prospect of shopping in a more upscale environment. "I earn money precisely to spend on you both. Otherwise, what is the point of earning so much?" Chen Fan reassured her. "Have you forgotten how that server looked down on us, judging our attire? Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of Ying. We cannot allow others to look down upon her." Chen Fan understood that Ying was Lu Yu's lifeblood. Indeed, upon mentioning Ying, Lu Yu's resolve began to waver. Reflecting on the earlier embarrassment and Ying's fear, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. She was determined to spare both herself and her daughter from experiencing such awkwardness again. Consequently, she acquiesced to Chen Fan's suggestion of purchasing new clothes. Observing Lu Yu's resolute demeanor, Chen Fan contemplated that, in truth, as long as one does not shy away, one's appearance will command respect regardless of style. However, Lu Yu still found herself in a state of newfound wealth, often involuntarily revealing feelings of inferiority. It seemed prudent to first alter her exterior before gradually nurturing her inner self. Chen Fan mused that the journey of educating his wife would be long. Transforming Lu Yu could not be achieved overnight. The trio entered the store, perhaps due to the courteous nature of the staff at the bespoke shop. They did not cast judgment on their modest attire. Under the guidance of a store employee, Lu Yu ventured into the fitting rooms to try on several outfits. Naturally, her figure was exquisite, and each garment she donned exuded a distinct charm. After all, Chen Fan reflected, Lu Yu was only 24, the prime of her life. Even without adornment, her beauty was apparent, and now, with a touch of elegance, she was breathtakingly radiant. "Mommy, you're so beautiful," Ying exclaimed, rushing to her mother's side, wrapping her arms around Lu Yu's leg and gazing up with innocent admiration. Chen Fan, momentarily awestruck, found himself at a loss for words. Lu Yu's fair complexion was accentuated by a flowing turquoise gown, which complemented her skin flawlessly. The neckline was adorned with delicate embroidery, and the sleeves billowed gracefully, while the hem danced with her movements, making her appear ethereal. "What are you staring at?" Lu Yu playfully chided. The attention from others paled in comparison to the fervor of Chen Fan's gaze, causing her cheeks to flush and her ears to subtly redden. "How could I not admire my stunning wife?" he replied, his words dripping with charm. Lu Yu shot him a playful glare. Yet as she caught sight of herself in the mirror, she was momentarily entranced. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan purchased all the outfits Lu Yu had just tried on. By the time she attempted to object, it was already too late. The store offered an array of styles for both men and women, and Chen Fan swiftly selected a few suitable outfits for himself, though he chose not to don them immediately, as he intended to procure additional items soon. "Mommy looks beautiful. I want to wear a dress too," Ying chimed, enviously tugging at the fabric of Lu Yu's attire. Regardless of age, the desire for beauty is an intrinsic trait of womanhood. However, the store primarily featured adult clothing. After consulting with the staff, Chen Fan learned that custom children's clothing could be ordered, and he promptly arranged for several outfits for Ying, with delivery scheduled for the 15th. To satisfy Ying's immediate desires, Chen Fan soon exited to find a children's store, where he purchased a lovely little dress for her. They continued to browse, picking up accessories and shoes. And after coordinating a delightful ensemble, Chen Fan took his two ladies home, their arms laden with their purchases. After dropping Lu Yu and Ying off, he returned the bicycle to Aunt Sunday, declining her invitation for dinner. Chen Fan pocketed his spare change and headed to a nearby market. He procured 2 hens of equal size and some essential spices, and after acquiring a large jug of oil, he departed with satisfaction, greeted by the eager gazes of surrounding vendors. Chapter 16. Chen Fan's fried chicken. The chicken, having been properly prepared, is first boiled to remove any impurities. Once cooked, it is retrieved and marinated for 10 minutes with ginger, scallions, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings. Lacking cooking wine, Chen Fan substitutes it with white wine. During this time, starch is prepared, eggs are beaten and seasoned with salt, while steam buns are crushed to serve as a substitute for breadcrumbs. The oil is heated, and the chicken is fried until it achieves a golden, crisp exterior. In a matter of moments, Chen Fan's fried chicken emerges fresh from the pot. Ying, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, frequently glances towards the kitchen, her little nose twitching in anticipation. Lu Yu, seated nearby, shares her excitement. Having returned from shopping, it is now past 4 o'clock, and by the time Chen Fan returns with groceries, it will be nearly 5. The lunch they had is well digested, perfectly coinciding with Chen Fan's proposal to cook dinner and showcase his culinary skills. Lu Yu, having gradually lowered her defenses against him, sees no reason to object. After all, Chen Fan is eager to contribute to their household, and she welcomes his efforts. As the fragrant scent intensifies, Lu Yu's initial concern about Chen Fan wasting food has transformed into palpable anticipation for his cooking. True to expectations, Chen Fan emerges with the freshly cut fried chicken, accompanied by a platter of unfamiliar items. This dish is fried chicken, with one side spicy and the other mild. Ying cannot eat spicy food, he instructs, noticing the girl's eyes nearly glued to the plate. It appears she has a penchant for snacks. "This is called French fries, made from potatoes," Chen Fan explains, gesturing to the unfamiliar dish on Lu Yu's plate. "Oh, and there's something else I haven't brought out yet." He returns to the kitchen, retrieving a small dish of a basic version of ketchup. The family of 3 begins their meal. Ying eats with such fervor that she scarcely lifts her head, while Lu Yu, though more refined in her manners, cannot hide the sparkle of satisfaction in her eyes. Chen Fan, despite feeling a hint of discontent, recognizes that given the current state of available ingredients, this is the best he can do. However, a glass of cola would have completed the experience splendidly. Fried chicken and cola truly make the perfect pairing. After the meal, as Lu Yu prepares to clear the table, Chen Fan gently stops her. "There's something I would like to discuss with you. I know you wish for me to find a job, but as you have seen, the development of factories in recent years has not been promising, and layoffs occur frequently. It would be disheartening to secure a position only to face the risk of unpaid wages due to poor performance. Therefore, I am considering foregoing a traditional job and instead opening my own shop. In this day and age, it is clear that many still yearn for the security of a stable job, yet the waves of layoffs have impacted many. Lu Yu understands this deeply and is aware of individuals who have found considerable success in entrepreneurship. Thus, she does not oppose Chen Fan's idea, but instead inquires, "What kind of shop do you wish to open? We lack any particular skills. What do you think of the fried chicken and fries we just had? They were quite delicious. You cannot be suggesting." "Indeed, I plan to open a fried chicken shop." "Of course. It will not be limited to just those two items. I possess a wealth of recipes. Lu Yu feels that this is indeed feasible and refrains from questioning the origin of Chen Fan's recipes, acknowledging that everyone has their secrets. After the two reached a consensus, they decided to forego depositing money at the bank for the time being and opted instead to exchange it for convenient 100 yuan bills. The following day, Chen Fan planned to venture out in search of suitable locations and shops. Lu Yu, unwilling to remain idle at home, discussed with Chen Fan the possibility of accompanying him to scout for appropriate storefronts. Although Chen Fan was hesitant to see Lu Yu overexert herself, he acquiesced to her insistence, advising her to take Ying along for a leisurely stroll nearby and to return when fatigued. Thus, the trio split into two groups. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Chen Fan successfully identified a fitting shop. After deliberation with Lu Yu, they finalized 3 prime locations: the bustling train station, the affluent district known for its extravagant spending, and the vicinity of Zheng City University. Each of these areas was frequented by the public, and people were inclined to spend money, making them desirable locales. However, due to their prime nature, the rental costs were considerably high. The shops in the affluent district boasted excellent locations and ample space, which naturally came with exorbitant rents. Near the train station and university, Chen Fan focused on smaller establishments, ranging from 30 to 40 square meters, with rents that were also relatively steep for that era. Chen Fan initially intended to lease the shops to facilitate cash flow, but after weighing the rental costs and potential fluctuations in property prices over the coming years, he ultimately resolved to purchase the stores outright. After navigating through the complexities of acquiring the properties, renovating them, hiring staff, and establishing supply channels, a significant portion of Chen Fan's capital was consumed. Fortunately, the shops were poised for immediate operation, promising a steady return on investment. Ying's delicate stomach had proven to be quite sensitive. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had been refining his fried chicken recipe while persistently experimenting with new dishes. The little girl gazed longingly at him, and Chen Fan, unable to resist, continuously indulged her. It was perhaps due to Chen Fan's lack of experience in caring for children that he tended to spoil her. Ying had been consuming an excessive amount of greasy and heavily flavored food over the past few days. One morning, upon waking to find that Lu Yu had not yet prepared breakfast, Chen Fan heard Ying making faint noises. Upon entering the room, he discovered the little girl in distress. Her complexion was pale, and she was clutching her stomach, groaning softly, with some vomit on the bed. Lu Yu was immediately thrown into a state of panic. Ying had always been easy to care for, having never suffered from any serious illness since her birth, and she usually behaved very well, rarely crying or fussing. Lu Yu had checked on her in the middle of the night, and she had seemed perfectly fine. Perhaps she had accidentally kicked off her blanket in the latter part of the night, combined with indigestion, causing her to catch a cold. In a flurry, Lu Yu picked up Ying, wrapped her in a small blanket, and rushed outside. Chen Fan, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" Tears streamed down Lu Yu's face as she replied, "Ying is sick. I need to take her to the hospital." Chen Fan quickly intervened, hastily throwing on his clothes. "I'll borrow a motorcycle from Xiaohu. You quickly dress yourself and Ying and bring some money. Wait for me to return." Chen Fan dashed off towards Xiaohu's home. At that moment, Xiaohu was still asleep, and only his grandmother and he were at home. Xiaohu's mother had passed away early, while his father worked in the port city, leaving his grandmother to dote on him, raising him into a bit of a rascal. Every month, Xiaohu's father sent all his earnings back home to his mother and son. Unable to resist her eldest grandson's pleas, Xiaohu's grandmother spent several thousand yuan to buy him a motorcycle. When Chen Fan arrived at Xiaohu's home, he went straight to his room and shook him awake. Xiaohu had been elated these past few days, reveling in the joy of having earned his first 20 yuan. Unable to contain his excitement, he had indulged in excessive eating and drinking for several days. Last night, having drunk too much, he was still inebriated when Chen Fan asked to borrow the motorcycle, and in his dazed state, he handed over the keys without a second thought. Had he been fully awake, he would never have lent it out, for it was his prized possession for impressing girls. Chen Fan rode the motorcycle at breakneck speed to his home. where he found Lu Yu anxiously waiting with Ying Ying in her arms. "Get in the car. We're going to the hospital." After a tumultuous journey, Ying Ying was finally out of danger. The doctor sternly reprimanded Lu Yu and Chen Fan, and the two could only listen, their faces downcast, repeatedly assuring that they would take good care of the child in the future. With the prescribed medicine in hand and a visibly more comfortable Ying Ying, the family set off on their journey home. "You two, come out. Stop pretending to be dead inside," a voice shouted from outside. "If you don't come out, I'll break down the door. Is there any justice? That ungrateful girl has forgotten her mother now that she is prosperous." Two men were loudly banging on the door, while another, eager to join in, stood by. A middle-aged woman, disheveled, sat on the ground wailing. "Stop shouting. Can't you see the door is locked?" "They might have gone out," one neighbor remarked as breakfast was being prepared in homes nearby. "Where could they possibly go at this hour?" Lu Dagong spat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Lu Yu and her family must have struck it rich and are hiding from us." Aunt Sun, upon seeing the commotion outside Chen Fan's house, inquired, "Who are you? What is all this noise about so early in the morning?" "I am Lu Yu's mother. That heartless girl hasn't come home to see her mother in 4 years, and now that she is successful, she locks us out," Lu Mu lamented, not shedding a single tear despite her outcry. "Mother, it must be that brother-in-law is strict and won't let my sister come back. The door is locked. Perhaps we should just go home," Lu Daji suggested insincerely, noticing the growing crowd around them. Indeed, whispers and gossip spread among the onlookers. When Chen Fan and the others returned on the motorcycle, they were met with this scene. The crowd parted to make way for them. Lu Yu looked at the three individuals before her, memories flooding back, her face paling to a color even more ghostly than Ying Ying's. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, sifting through his memories to recall who these people were. It was no surprise he had forgotten them. During their wedding, he had never invited Lu Yu's family. Although they had visited a few times afterward, Chen Fan had either been inebriated or had been scolding Lu Yu, never once showing them a pleasant demeanor. After a few such encounters, they realized there was nothing to gain from their visits, and thus ceased coming altogether. A few days ago, Lu Daji accompanied the villagers to the city to sell goods, but he was hardly suited for such a task and secretly slipped away to indulge in leisure. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of Chen Fan and Lu Yu entering a grand restaurant, which stirred his envy. Alone and hesitant, he hurried home to seek assistance. Although Lu Yu and her mother had been in Zheng City for some time, since Chen Fan was laid off, the house that his parents had received from his former workplace was reclaimed, and they had relocated to an affordable urban village. For a while, the trio struggled to locate Chen Fan. After 2 days of inquiries, they gradually pieced together his whereabouts, with plans to extort him for some compensation for their recent hardships in the city. Recalling the struggles they had endured, their performances became increasingly sincere. Chen Fan observed the chaotic scene, his thoughts resting on Ying Ying, who had already suffered enough and needed rest. He resolved to approach them to clarify the situation. Upon unexpectedly seeing her mother and brother, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to escape the haunting memories of the past. When she finally regained her composure, her complexion was pale and her limbs cold. She grasped Chen Fan as arm tightly, pleading, "Don't go over there, please. Let's just go home." Lu Yu only yearned to flee. She wished to avoid facing these people, who were not her family but rather demons in her eyes. Observing Lu Yu's distress, Chen Fan recalled fragments of memories where her mother had spoken of Lu Yu's troubled past. It became apparent to him, combined with Lu Yu's sensitivity over the past few days, that she must have endured significant hardships in her youth to develop such a demeanor. His heart ached for her. "Do not fear, for I am here," he said, grasping her hand in an attempt to instill some courage within her. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd and feeling the strange gazes upon them, a chill began to settle in Chen Fan's eyes. Realizing that their family would be residing there for some time, he felt compelled to dispel any biases against them. While he was indifferent to the idle gossip, he recognized Lu Yu's heightened sensitivity. "Excuse me, ma'am, but please refrain from misidentifying relatives. Who exactly are you, Tieya?" Chen Fan preemptively addressed the situation, pretending not to recognize the woman. "After carrying her for 10 months, how did I end up with such an unfilial daughter? She has been married for years without ever returning home. Lu Yu's mother lamented, attempting to evoke sympathy from the onlookers. You speak nonsense. My mother said that Yi was my child bride, and her family is no more, Chen Fan retorted, countering the prevalent notion that only a girl without family would become a child bride. In truth, both Lu Yu and Chen Fan's mother hailed from Lu family village. Chen Fan had once visited Lu family village with his mother and had seen a young Lu Yu, but as time passed, those childhood memories faded. When Chen Fan was around 10, his father, who worked in the city, finally arranged for his mother to join the factory as a temporary worker, bringing the entire family to the city. Consequently, Chen Fan's mother began visiting her family less frequently, perhaps only returning every few years. You lie. It was your mother who bought Lu Yu from me, intending for her to be your child bride. Lu Yu's mother exclaimed, her words hastily spoken before she quickly covered her mouth. Oh, so it turns out you sold Yi. My mother was right all along. You, as a woman, have abused your daughter in her childhood and traded her as she grew up. You are truly unworthy of being a parent. At the age of 18, Chen Fan was particularly rebellious, neglecting his studies and causing chaos at school, which ultimately led to his expulsion, leaving him with only a junior high school education. Chen's mother was furious and, deciding to disregard him, took the opportunity to return to her family home for a while. Unexpectedly, on a snowy day, she slipped and fell into a small ditch just before reaching the village, injuring her foot. With no one around to help her in the snow, Chen's mother was in despair when Lu Yu happened to pass by with a load of firewood and rescued her. During the time Chen's mother was recuperating at her family home, she learned of Lu Yu's plight. Lu's mother had 3 children, the eldest Lu Dagong, the youngest Lu Daji, and Lu Yu, who was caught in between in a family that favored sons over daughters. Until she was 5 or 6 years old, Lu Yu did not even have a proper name, until the village chief took pity on her and named her. Lu Yu's parents were planning to marry her off to a widower in exchange for a high bride price, leaving her in a state of utter despair. Grateful for Lu Yu's life-saving assistance and recognizing her hard-working and pitiable nature, Chen's mother, moved by compassion due to Chen Fan's rebelliousness, wished to adopt this girl as her own child. However, to escape the greed of Lu's parents, Chen's mother merely stated her intention to purchase Lu Yu as a child bride. After paying a considerable sum, she took away the unfortunate girl, who possessed only a tattered bundle. In Chapter 18, Do You Still Want to Earn Some More Money? Chen Fan succinctly recounted the misdeeds of Lu's mother and her sons, immediately garnering sympathy for Lu Yu. How could such people exist? Lu Yu's plight was truly tragic. Most people today are simple-hearted and kind. Although there might be occasional friction among neighbors, they unite in condemnation against malefactors. The disdainful gazes directed at the trio of mother and sons made them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. This was not how it should be. Why did these people not adhere to the norms? Back in Lu's village, the trio thrived on their audacity, overpowering most with their relentless harassment. Whenever Lu's mother would throw a tantrum, Lu Dagong would adopt a fierce demeanor, while Lu Daji pretended to offer comfort, only to stoke the flames of conflict. Others were often left speechless and retreated in defeat. Now, however, they had become notorious rascals in the village, with people avoiding their home. Little did they expect that upon arriving here, their recently acquired sympathy would be swiftly undermined by Chen Fan's words. You lie. Who has abused her? Lu Dagong, having grown up hearing his mother berate Lu Yu as a burden, saw nothing wrong in their treatment of her. Lu's mother, whose attitude favored sons, was even worse. Lu Daji initially had a decent relationship with Lu Yu, as she had cared for him in his childhood. Yet, influenced by his family's disdain, he gradually began to physically abuse Lu Yu. Brother-in-law, we are left with no choice. Our family is impoverished, and we grew up enduring such hardships. Lu Daji, realizing that throwing a tantrum was futile, decided to feign misery and solicit sympathy. Chen Fan inwardly cursed, contemplating how to send the 3 of them away. Ever since my sister married you, our family has missed her dearly. Even my father has fallen ill while still thinking of her. They sent us to check on you. Chen Fan feigned a worried expression, asking, is it serious? The weather has been dreadful lately. The winds howl at night, and Ying has fallen ill as well. The doctor advised her to consume something nutritious. As he spoke, he glanced behind the three, recalling that Yi mentioned they had several hens at home. Isn't Ying in for a treat with our relatives visiting? He added. Bah, you miserable wretch still covet my hens? Dream on. Lu Daji, caught off guard, watched as Lu Mu sprang up from the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yu, berating her. How dare you think of feeding the little beggar with my chickens? Those are meant for my grandson. Chen Fan's expression hardened as he pushed Lu Mu's hand away, shielding Lu Yu behind him. He was no pushover like her, easily squished by anyone's whims. So, you came empty-handed, merely to see me? Lu Daji chuckled awkwardly and replied, Brother-in-law, you wouldn't know. We are utterly broke at home. With father ill, shouldn't you and your wife contribute a bit for medical expenses? Chen Fan sneered. Are you unaware of our family situation? You haven't visited Ye in 4 or 5 years, and now you dare to ask for money? Stop pretending, brother-in-law. I saw you dining at the Jinding restaurant the other day, riding that motorcycle. Now you're feigning poverty? Lu Daji said, casting an envious glance at the motorcycle, imagining how splendid it would be to take it home and sell it for a tidy sum. Motorcycle? Chen Fan, do you have a death wish? How dare you ride my bike? Summer Tiger stormed in, fuming. He had awoken that morning to find his motorcycle missing and, upon questioning his grandmother, learned that Chen Fan had taken it. Incensed, he skipped breakfast and rushed over, spotting a crowd gathered at Chen Fan's doorstep. He assumed something had happened to his motorcycle and pushed his way through. Upon seeing Summer Tiger arrive, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with a cunning idea. This motorcycle belongs to my elder brother. We would never go to that restaurant for a meal. It must have been a mistake on your part to send the rascals away. One must outwit them. After all, Chen Fan steadfastly denied any financial gains. The neighbors knew of his mischief. Any spare money he had was already squandered. Summer Tiger, flattered by the title of brother, felt a rush of pride. Recently, Chen Fan had stopped calling him Brother Tiger, and he had not seen him around for drinks. Today, the sudden acknowledgement brought a sense of respect that left him momentarily astonished. The Lu family stood in stunned silence, taken aback that anyone could so openly acknowledge their rogue status. Seizing their moment of bewilderment, Chen Fan pulled Summer Tiger aside. Tiger, I have a lucrative job offer. Are you interested in making some extra cash? Of course. Spending my own earnings feels much better. I won't have to endure Grandma's nagging. What's the job? Is it tiring? How much will I earn? Very well. First help me send these individuals away, and I shall share the information with you. Chen Fan contemplated. After all, they were Lu Yu's mother and brothers. Should he act too harshly, she might later regret it, leaving him caught between two opposing sides. It would be wiser to let Xiahu intervene and resolve the matter on his behalf. I have heard that you have been causing a ruckus at my brother's residence. Xiahu threatened, baring his teeth and brandishing fists the size of sandbags. Do you wish to court death? Lu Daji, upon witnessing this, felt his legs weaken. Before he could articulate his misunderstandings, Lu Dagong charged forward, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Xiahu, towering and muscular, instilled fear in all who beheld him, a fact that had previously established him as the leader among ruffians. In no time, he had knocked Lu Dagong to the ground, who writhed in pain, unable to rise. Son, Lu Mu shrieked, genuinely alarmed this time. They are killing him. Help! Will you leave or not? Xiahu threatened, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Do you still want me to escort you back? Lu Mu was too preoccupied with her wailing, while Lu Daji trembled under Xiahu's fierce gaze. You heartless scoundrel! Your brother has been killed, and you do not even attempt to stop it. This is utterly inhumane. Lu Mu lamented, her voice rising in desperation. Enough! Chen Fan bellowed. He noticed Lu Mu dragging Lu Yu's name into the lamentations, her cries loud enough to awaken Ying, who had been unwell that day and now began to weep in fright. If you continue this nonsense, I shall call the authorities. Go ahead. Let the police come and witness how this ungrateful daughter and son-in-law torment us. Lu Mu threw a fit. Very well. You are gathered here to create a disturbance and disrupt the peace. You have previously mistreated Lu Yu and engaged in the trafficking of your daughter. 3 charges combined. Let us see how long you remain in custody, Chen Fan declared, feigning intent to report them. The cacophony of wails ceased abruptly. Lu Mu, resembling a duck with its beak shut, her neck stretched and eyes wide. "No, please, do not call the police. We shall leave," Lu Daji hastily urged, pulling Lu Mu to her feet while Lu Dagong scrambled up from the ground. 2 years prior, a human trafficker had been executed for abducting women, and the village had sent officials to educate the populace. The Lu family had been confused by the events, yet had thought Lu Yu, who had been sold as a child bride, had behaved well for a time. Now, with Chen Fan exposing their past misdeeds, they were instantly struck with fear. The trio hastily attempted to flee. Chen Fan called after them, "Should you dare to disturb Lu Yu again, I will notify the authorities." Their pace quickened. In truth, Chen Fan had no genuine intention of contacting the police. Had he not overheard Lu Mu mention selling Lu Yu to Chen's mother, he would have been at a loss for a strategy. Yet, it was clear that the incident of child brides and human trafficking was distinct, easily categorized as a civil dispute. Even though he and Lu Yu had already obtained their marriage certificate, he saw no reason to invite unnecessary trouble. Chen Fan's intent was merely to intimidate them. He recalled that in his previous life, this was the period of strict crackdowns on human traffickers, relying on their ignorance of the law and fear of the police. After all, the present generation does not possess the innate trepidation towards the police that future generations might. "Everyone disperse, please," Chen Fan called out, urging the crowd that had gathered at his doorstep to leave as he noticed Lu Mu and her companions departing. Since earlier, Lu Yu had remained silent, cradling Ying in her arms, seemingly soothing both the child and herself. It was only upon entering the house that she gradually began to relax. "Chen Fan, can we speak now?" Summer Tiger, having parked his motorcycle outside, followed suit into the house. "Tiger, you saw what just happened, right?" "Indeed, I did. It's truly appalling. I never imagined parents could be so cruel." Summer Tiger, having been pampered by his family since childhood, could hardly fathom the suffering Lu Yu had endured. "I would like you to gather some information for me, to see if their family has offended anyone or if they are in fear of something. If you manage to do this well, I'll reward you with 100 yuan. Chen Fan's decision to enlist Summer Tiger was calculated. Despite his rough demeanor, Summer Tiger possessed a certain camaraderie typical of those in the underworld. He was gregarious and adept at gathering information. Moreover, his imposing stature commanded respect, ensuring that no one would dare provoke him. A mere intimidation would suffice to extract information from others. "Consider it done," Summer Tiger replied, his eyes sparkling at the mention of 100 yuan, thumping his chest in assurance. "However, you'll need to cover the fuel expenses for the round trip. By the way, how do you have so much money?" "It's merely a bit for fuel," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. "I can certainly afford it. Just focus on completing this task, and upon your return, I shall divulge my secret." With this arrangement made, Chen Fan felt a portion of his anxiety lift, though the remainder hinged on Lu Yu's disposition. Should Lu Yu harbor no fondness for her original family, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Conversely, if she still held some affection for her kin, he would need to reconsider his strategy. After all, this was a pivotal moment in his entrepreneurial journey, and he could not afford any setbacks. Chen Fan felt as if time had accelerated since his rebirth, perhaps due to the demands of startup life. He had become so engrossed in his endeavors that he scarcely perceived the passage of time. The last instance he felt time slipping by so swiftly was during his previous entrepreneurial phase. He chuckled softly, shaking his head to dismiss the memories of his former life. Regardless of his past successes, he understood that embarking on this new journey required a grounded approach. Contemplating his current situation, he noted that he had procured a storefront and that the renovation team had commenced their work. What remained was to contact the poultry farm for orders and recruit chefs. The latter was a straightforward task, as frying chicken was not particularly complex. A few days of training, coupled with signed confidentiality agreements, would suffice for the staff to commence their roles. However, negotiating with the poultry farm warranted careful deliberation. In recent days, Chen Fan had learned of a poultry farm located in the suburbs near Zheng City, which had previously supplied state-run restaurants and supply cooperatives. Following the privatization, the farm had been contracted by a private owner, now primarily catering to various restaurants and individual buyers. Chen Fan jotted down notes and sketched out a rough estimate of his anticipated pricing. Early the next morning, Chen Fan took a vehicle to the suburban poultry farm. Nowadays, the outskirts of Zheng City are indistinguishable from the countryside, with roads still paved in yellow mud. Fortunately, the place where Chen Fan disembarked was not too far from the farm, and he could see the sign from a distance, indicating that the scale of the farm was quite substantial. The owner of the farm, surnamed Huang, whose full name is Huang Deshang, is a middle-aged man of short stature with squinting eyes. His smile carries a hint of cunning. Upon learning of Chen Fan's intentions, Huang Deshang's warmth was palpable. "Mr. Chen, you must be weary from your journey," he exclaimed, ushering Chen Fan into his office. Though referred to as an office, it was merely a small room with a simple desk and 2 stools. "Please enjoy some tea," Huang urged, despite feeling somewhat parched. The pervasive odor of chicken droppings in the air made Chen Fan's stomach churn, and he could not muster the will to drink, instead lifting the cup to feign a sip. Huang, aware of Chen Fan's purpose, cut to the chase. "Let us not beat around the bush. Can I provide you with a steady supply?" Huang acknowledged that his farm was indeed the largest in the vicinity, with tens of thousands of chickens. Ensuring supply would not be an issue. "Let us first inspect the quality of the chickens, which will also facilitate our pricing discussion, shall we?" The 2 men strolled through the farm, where the majority of the chickens were hens for egg-laying, with a small number of roosters for breeding. Although the flavor of fried chicken made from these hens may not compare to that of specially raised broilers in later years, it was the best option available at this juncture. However, the scale of the chicken farm was not as extensive as Huang had claimed. A cursory glance revealed only around 20,000 chickens. Nonetheless, this quantity would suffice for Chen Fan's initial stock for his new restaurant. "Mr. Huang, I would like to place an order for a batch of young hens to be freshly slaughtered daily and delivered to these 3 locations." Huang Deshang's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Chen Fan's order. Could this be a windfall? If he could reliably supply such a quantity of chickens daily, he would be in for a significant profit. Huang envisioned opening 3 stores, and with his household seemingly well off, this was a substantial order he could not afford to overlook. Yet, observing the young man before him, dressed in a suit, handsome, and perhaps a scion of a wealthy family, Huang mused that he might be oblivious to the market price of chickens. A cunning plan began to form in his mind. "Mr. Chen, your order is indeed generous. You are truly a benefactor to our farm. However, this year, as unpredictable weather has made it challenging to raise chickens, and prices have risen significantly. If Chen Fan had not purchased chickens recently or conducted a thorough market investigation, he might have been easily misled by Huang's fabrications." Huang feigned sincerity, his demeanor overly cordial. "Currently, the market price for a 4-pound young hen is around 2 yuan. I imagine the traders purchasing from me wouldn't pay more than 1 yuan 50 each." "Mr. Huang, that's hardly feasible," Chen Fan replied, skepticism evident in his tone. "The prices in the market are merely remnants of a few days past. In these recent days, the price of chicken fluctuates daily." Huang Deshang unashamedly spins his tales without a hint of hesitation. "Currently, those who come a wholesale from me must pay 2 yuan per piece. I suspect Boss Chun, being a significant client, deserves a preferential rate of 1 yuan and 50 fun per chicken." Chen Fan chuckled softly, surprised to discover that the chickens here are so precious, wondering what exquisite fare he had been consuming regularly. Perhaps a word or 2 could broaden Chen's horizons. Huang Deshang recognized that Chen Fan was not merely an oblivious young master, yet retracting his words now would seem too awkward. With a forced laugh, Huang Deshang remarked, "Boss Chen, you jest. However, our chickens are indeed nourished on quality feed, all genuinely free-range, boasting delightful flavor, whether they are truly genuine or not." Chen Fan could not discern, having never raised chickens in his previous life. After a brief tour of the chicken farm, he noticed the feed contained wheat bran, leading him to believe it was not as extravagant as Huang Deshang claimed. It appeared that Huang was not sincerely interested in this business transaction. 1 yuan and 50 fen per piece was exorbitant. There were many chicken farmers around, and I am certain numerous others would be willing to provide chickens at a more reasonable price, considering this is a long-term business. Chen Fan, stretching his limbs, decided he had lingered long enough and would not impose further. With that, he turned to leave. However, he had no real intention of departing. After all, the supply of chickens from other farms was limited, and purchasing in bulk might not fulfill the needs of his 3 shops, which could become quite troublesome. Moreover, should Chen Fan wish to expand and open additional stores, negotiating contracts would be a cumbersome affair. If Huang Desheng could offer a more reasonable price, Chen Fan would be inclined to finalize a contract in one go, thus avoiding future complications. Boss Chen, what are you doing? We can negotiate. The price is certainly not set in stone. Upon seeing Chen Fan preparing to depart, Huang Desheng, alarmed, quickly sought to retain him. That depends on your sincerity, Boss Huang. I must return before the afternoon, so unless you present a genuine price, I would rather not waste my time. This time, it was Chen Fan who adopted a non-cooperative demeanor. Look, Boss Chen, I assure you of my sincerity. Huang Desheng took a step back. There aren't as many chickens outside as we have here, right? How about 1 yuan and 30 fen each? It seemed Huang was still not committed to a genuine deal. Chen Fan knew he could find sufficient chickens by visiting other suppliers, thus sparing Huang the worry. Please, Boss Chen, 1 yuan and 30 fen is already quite reasonable. Let's discuss further. After some back-and-forth negotiations, Chen Fan ultimately settled on a price of 1 yuan and 10 fen per piece, agreeing that Huang would supply the required chickens daily for the fried chicken shop upon notification, for a duration of 6 months. With the contract in hand, Chen Fan felt a sense of ease as he boarded the return vehicle, embarking on his journey home. Initially, Chen Fan had estimated the price at 1 yuan and 20 fen per chicken, but Huang Desheng's lack of sincerity and attempts at trickery prompted him to seize the opportunity to negotiate downwards. Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of this chance to lower the price? If Huang Desheng were to discover that Chen Fan originally intended to purchase a chicken for a mere 2 yuan, he would undoubtedly weep amidst the chicken droppings. Truly a case of insatiable greed leading to self-inflicted loss. With all preparations in place, only the favorable winds were lacking. On July 21st, 1987, which corresponded to the 26th day of the 6th lunar month, a propitious day for openings and an inauspicious one for weddings, Chen Fan's fried chicken establishment, having discarded various names, finally settled on the memorable and unpretentious title Delicious Chicken. Today marked the grand opening of Delicious Chicken. Although the 3 shops varied in size and interior decoration, Chen Fan employed the necessary staff to expedite their readiness, ultimately managing to launch them all on the same day. However, the simultaneous opening of the 3 locations left Chen Fan stretched thin, unable to attend to each one individually. Despite the fact that the fried chicken shop in the affluent district boasted the largest area and the most extravagant decor, Chen Fan decided to first check on the train station, considering the anticipated customer traffic. After a week of training, the kitchen staff operated smoothly, and by the time Chen Fan arrived, the aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air for miles. Naturally, the opening of a fried chicken shop could not be compared to that of a shopping mall. Chen Fan merely enlisted a few children to distribute printed flyers for a mere yuan a day. The flyers featured enticing images of golden, crispy chicken pieces and included the shop's address, along with a promotional slogan offering a complimentary taste for those presenting the flyer, effectively drawing in customers while allowing for the flyer's reuse. As the fragrance beckoned, a long line formed of individuals clutching the flyers. At the shop's window, a large platter of bite-sized fried chicken pieces awaited. Each person presenting a flyer could savor a complimentary piece. Golden and crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. A single bite of these succulent morsels instantly captivated the patrons' palates. The loudspeakers at the window repeatedly announced the grand opening, introducing our crispy chicken pieces exclusively here. For the first 3 days, the promotion offered £1 for the price of half, at 2 yuan per pound, a deal deemed too good to pass up. While 2 yuan per pound might seem a tad expensive, some hesitated. Yet, recalling the delightful taste lingering in their mouths, and thinking of their families eagerly awaiting their return, many yearned to share this exquisite flavor with loved ones. Moreover, considering the promotional offer, the price was not as steep as it initially appeared, prompting them to make the purchase. As the first customer bought £1, others quickly followed, and soon, the line for chicken grew ever longer. With the initial batches of fried chicken rapidly depleting, the chefs in the back were kept exceedingly busy. Fortunately, Chen Fan had secured a substantial supply agreement with the vendors in advance, ensuring that sufficient ingredients were available for the opening day. Otherwise, demand might have outstripped supply. The train's long whistle echoed as a group of people, clutching their fried chicken and nostalgia, embarked on their journey homeward. Meanwhile, another group, laden with bags and belongings, arrived at the train station, marking the beginning of their new lives. Chapter 21. The Joy of Profit Elsewhere, under Lu Yu's guidance. The fried chicken shop in the affluent district commenced its operations in an orderly fashion. Just 2 days prior, Chen Fan had conferred with Lu Yu, suggesting that she attend the grand opening ceremony of the fried chicken restaurant in the affluent district. After all, with a new establishment debuting, the proprietor ought to make an appearance. The decision against Lu Yu visiting the school district was twofold. Firstly, Chen Fan had already entrusted Aunt Sun with the task of overseeing matters there, and the demographic in that area predominantly comprised students and faculty, whose higher level of civility afforded Chen Fan a sense of security. Secondly, it would be inconvenient for Lu Yu to navigate the bustling environment with Ying in tow, as both the school and train station were teeming with people, making them rather chaotic and prone to mishaps. In contrast, the restaurant in the affluent area boasted ample space and staff, allowing for assistance. Initially, Lu Yu was reluctant to attend. She had never participated in such an event, let alone serve as the host for the opening ceremony, and she continuously declined the invitation. However, Chen Fan had long harbored the desire to encourage Lu Yu's transformation. To inspire change in someone, one must first coax them out of their comfort zone. Unable to compel Lu Yu directly, Chen Fan adopted a more gentle approach, explaining the exhaustion he would endure running back and forth on the day of the opening and expressing his wish for her to help alleviate some of that burden. He further tempted Lu Yu by highlighting the significance of their first store. Didn't she wish to witness the glorious moment of its inauguration firsthand? Gradually, Lu Yu found herself swayed. Deep down, she indeed yearned to see the event unfold. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan instructed Lu Yu on how to conduct the opening ceremony. Over the past few days, Lu Yu had been diligently practicing at home, anxious about any potential blunders during the event. Upon arriving at the fried chicken restaurant today, she conducted a thorough inspection and, satisfied with her findings, entrusted Ying to the care of a staff member. Following the training provided by Chen Fan, she nervously delivered her opening speech. It was her first experience participating in such a significant occasion in front of an audience. As she descended from the stage, she realized her palms were clammy with sweat, reflecting on her performance with a sense of regret, feeling that she had stumbled in her delivery. However, the onlookers held a different perspective. They beheld the woman on stage clad in a resplendent red dress, her beauty striking and her demeanor poised, reminiscent of a lady from a wealthy household. They quietly complied with the arrangements, purchasing fried chicken in an orderly fashion. Ordinarily, one would expect foot traffic in the affluent district to be relatively sparse. Yet, Chen Fan had anticipated this and devised a distinct strategy. His promotional efforts in the affluent district diverged significantly from those employed near the train station and school. Understanding that the wealthy clientele valued sophistication, Chen Fan had arranged for exquisite little notebooks to be crafted and distributed to the mailboxes of local residents. The covers were adorned with gold embossing, showcasing the restaurant's name, Delicious Chicken, with the address and contact information elegantly inscribed below. Indeed, Chen Fan had installed a telephone line for the fried chicken restaurant, as a residents in this area predominantly possessed telephones. The interior pages of the notebook were crafted from high-quality paper, embodying a low-key luxury. Each page featured enticing photographs of the restaurant's menu items, a significant investment on Chen Fan's part, utilizing vibrant color images that stirred appetites at a mere glance. Moreover, adjacent to the images were descriptions of each dish, allowing patrons to almost savor the flavors vicariously. On the final page, it was noted that telephone reservations and complimentary home delivery were available. Naturally, those captivated by the menu were eager to see if the establishment lived up to its promotional claims. With such thoughts in mind, quite a number of individuals ventured out to satisfy their curiosity. The decor of the fried chicken restaurant in the affluent district differed markedly from that of the other two establishments. The shops near the train station and the school were relatively compact, so Chen Fan designated the rear as the kitchen and the front as the serving area. In contrast, this restaurant was notably larger and more opulent. Thus, a designated area was allocated for patrons to enjoy their fried chicken. Adjacent to the relaxation zone were various newspapers, magazines, and snacks. Consequently, Chen Fan's substantial investment in this location indicated that the fried chicken offered was certainly not aimed at the budget-conscious. Here, fried chicken was not sold by weight, instead presented on luxurious plates and exquisite packaging. Each serving cost 5 yuan, which was less than half a kilogram. However, the affluent residents were willing to spend, unconcerned by the minor price, and relished the taste enough to order multiple servings. If they found it cumbersome to carry, they could conveniently opt for home delivery. When Chen Fan spotted Lu Yu, she was assisting the staff as the business was thriving with the relaxation area filled to capacity. Some patrons chose to dine in, while others opted for takeout, resulting in a bustling atmosphere that necessitated her involvement. Ying was stationed at the cash register, a spot easily visible to Lu Yu, which reassured her. Observing Lu Yu's busy demeanor, yet adorned with a smile, Chen Fan felt at ease and decided not to disturb her, entrusting the management of the shop entirely to her. After all, he still had to visit the last of his establishments near Zheng University. Lu Yu was too preoccupied to notice Chen Fan, but little Ying, with her keen eyes, caught sight of him. However, before she could inform her mother, he had vanished. The little one rubbed her eyes in confusion, doubting her own vision. On the inaugural day of business, the revenue was quite promising. Without elaboration, the fried chicken shops near the train station, the affluent district, and Zheng University all opened successfully. While the customer flow was not as robust as that of the train station, the wealth of the affluent and the students' eagerness to try something new made up for it. In the affluent area, customers often purchased 3 to 5 kilograms at a time, given their larger households. Although the students might not have had as much disposable income, they pooled their resources to sample the delicacies together, fostering camaraderie, albeit at the cost of some fatigue. Chen Fan reflected on this with a sense of appreciation. Having traversed between the 3 establishments throughout the day, Chen Fan, despite borrowing Lu Dehai's bicycle, felt utterly exhausted. Now, lying in bed and reviewing the financial statements, he contemplated the necessity of acquiring a reliable mode of transportation, as relying on borrowed means was not a sustainable solution. It seemed imperative to prioritize the purchase of a motorcycle. Though physically drained, the profits from the 3 establishments brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. With the current trajectory of growth, it appeared he would soon recoup his initial investment, allowing him to expedite the establishment of new franchise locations. By taking this proactive approach, he believed he could forge his own fried chicken brand. At that moment, Lu Yu returned, drying her hair, with Ying dutifully trailing behind her. Today, she spent an entire day at the fried chicken restaurant, and upon her return, she was overwhelmed by the scent of fried chicken clinging to her. Consequently, she hastily urged Chen Fan to freshen up, and afterward, both she and Ying indulged in a refreshing bath. Darling Ying, come and take a look at today, asked Bill. Nearly a month into her rebirth, despite not having made any significant progress, Chen Fan had gradually transitioned from initial awkwardness to a state of relaxation in his interactions with the mother and daughter duo. Initially, even uttering the name Yaya felt challenging. Now, he could call her wife without a hint of embarrassment. Lu Yu took the bill and was pleasantly surprised to see the profits from the day. She hadn't anticipated earning so much in just one day. When she initially invested the funds, she had harbored concerns about making a loss, but now, as the capital began to flow back, her worries were considerably alleviated. Although Ying could not comprehend the bill, she danced with joy at the sight of her parents' smiles. Chapter 22. Troublemakers arrive, as the saying goes. With fame comes controversy. With the restaurant thriving, those lurking in the shadows began to feel restless. Ever since this fried chicken establishment opened its doors, our business has suffered. Indeed, in recent days, there have been few patrons visiting my restaurant. Prolonged like this, it is certainly not a sustainable situation. Boss Lu, what do you suggest we do? In a dimly lit storeroom, a few individuals stood or sat. Some adorned in stained aprons, while others picked their teeth. Most wore frowns, clearly troubled by the current predicament. Seated on a stool was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, the glowing tip casting flickering shadows across his face. Who is the owner of the fried chicken shop? Have you managed to find out? Lu Luo operated a mutton soup restaurant at the train station, which was the largest eatery in the vicinity. Regularly, travelers and local residents alike flocked to him for a warm bowl of mutton soup. The train station occupied a considerable area, with a significant portion dedicated to food vendors. Since time immemorial, where there is commerce, there exists competition. In the past, patrons would frequent their own establishments, selecting based on taste with minimal rivalry. However, a sudden emergence of a fried chicken shop had unexpectedly siphoned off a substantial clientele. Day by day, the losses incurred were not merely financial, but also in popularity. We don't even know who he is. The owner hardly ever shows up. Sighing, another added, wasn't he this fried chicken shop previously owned by Old Who? He sold it to settle his wife's gambling debts. Perhaps we should inquire with Old Who about this person's background? Listening to this, Lu Luo felt a surge of irritation. Hadn't they considered gathering intelligence before merely envying the new establishment as success? As the group meandered through their discussions without reaching any conclusions, they eventually dispersed. Lu Luo remained seated, his gaze fierce, realizing that he must devise a strategy to deal with this fried chicken restaurant. After all, there was originally only one meat shop near the train station, and ever since the opening of the fried chicken establishment, his business has suffered. Nowadays, Chen Fan's life has become quite comfortable. At the clothing store, he has placed another order with the garment factory and purchased various styles of clothing. As summer has arrived, the fried chicken shop has also stabilized, and although the sales are not as boisterous as the first few days, it is still gratifying to witness the daily influx of funds. In the past couple of days, Chen Fan has found himself somewhat at leisure at home, amusing himself by playing with the little girl. She has grown quite familiar with him. Although she still prefers her mother, she occasionally enjoys spending time with her father. One day, when a young assistant from the train station suddenly rushed to Chen Fan's home, he was still engaged in a game of building houses with Ying Ying. "Boss, it's bad. The fried chicken shop has been vandalized." The assistant, panting heavily, clearly had rushed over in a state of urgency. "What happened?" Chen Fan, noticing the assistant's breathlessness, quickly poured him a glass of water, calmed down, and explained slowly. He then sent Ying Ying to find her mother. "How can I not be anxious?" The assistant gulped down the water and, catching his breath, insisted, "We need to go now, boss. Let us talk on the way." With that, he boldly grabbed Chen Fan's arm, eager to flee, for if the shop could not continue operating, he would be out of a job. "Let us ride the motorcycle. It will be quicker." Chen Fan had finally managed to buy a motorcycle over the past few days. Although it was a bit expensive, it made traveling significantly more convenient. When he first brought it home, it had attracted quite a bit of attention from the neighbors, as such vehicles were still a rarity. This was the assistant's first time riding a motorcycle, and he was cautious throughout the journey, fearful of falling off. Yet he raised his voice to recount the events to Chen Fan. Chen Fan learned that early that morning, the assistant and other staff members had arrived to open a shop. They had just finished handling the deliveries of chicken and had yet to fry the first batch when a group of 3 or 5 individuals barged in. They were supporting a man who was clutching his stomach, claiming that he had fallen ill after eating at their establishment the previous day and demanding compensation. The staff, of course, refused, as they took great care in the preparation and ingredients of their fried chicken, and it was implausible that someone would fall ill from their food. Moreover, with the boss absent, they dared not make unilateral decisions. However, reason fell on deaf ears. The group, seeing that they would not be compensated, wreaked havoc in the shop and threatened to return daily to vandalize if their demands were not met. Chen Fan raced to the shop on his motorcycle and arrived to find the place in disarray. He first checked on his staff. Fortunately, as the vandals had arrived before the oil in the fryer had heated up, no one was burned, though some had sustained minor injuries in the scuffle. Turning his gaze to the group of individuals lounging in the shop, Chen Fan noted that aside from one man groaning and clutching his stomach, the others exuded an air of arrogance. The leader of the group stepped forward and asked, "Are you the owner of this establishment? The items in your establishment are unsanitary. My brother suffered from food poisoning and spent the entire night in distress. How do you intend to compensate for this?" Chen Fan perceived that this individual had a compelling argument and seemed well prepared. Whether it was envy or manipulation by others, he could not discern. "Dear sir, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must refrain from making baseless accusations. Our fried chicken restaurant prides itself on the cleanliness and hygiene of its ingredients, which is evident to all. Indeed, although the preparation and sales areas were typically segregated to prevent others from clandestinely learning the craft, the ruckus caused by several individuals had rendered the modest establishment entirely visible. The sounds of the commotion had attracted a crowd of onlookers who, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, craned their necks to glimpse the kitchen. There they beheld plucked chickens lying starkly in view, while a pot filled halfway with oil gleamed a vibrant orange hue. A few chefs, donned in hats and aprons, appeared remarkably tidy. Our proprietor is correct. Throughout these days, no one has voiced dissatisfaction with our offerings. The staff, indignant, recognized that these individuals were clearly instigating trouble and seeking a pretext. You assert that my brother fell ill after dining here, yet you refuse to acknowledge your responsibility? Very well, comrades, let us continue our assault. As they spoke, the group prepared to resume their aggressive actions. Halt! Who permitted you to create such a disturbance? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out at the entrance of the fried chicken restaurant. Two police officers, clad in uniforms, pushed through the throng and entered. It turned out that Chen Fan had instructed Xiao Dong to disembark the vehicle earlier to seek assistance from the authorities. After all, in this era, the police still wield significant power, and in the absence of understanding the circumstances, calling for help was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 23. The hidden manipulator. Upon the arrival of the police, the ruffians subdued their rowdiness but continued to protest, "We are not the troublemakers. My brother fell ill after eating at their establishment. Shouldn't they offer compensation? Nonsense. You are merely envious of our thriving business and seeking to extort us." Xiao Dong retorted, his eyes ablaze with indignation. The shameless ruffians had vandalized the establishment, jeopardizing their revenue for the day. Each side stood firm in their beliefs. One party, the damaged restaurant; the other, the groaning man clutching his stomach. Take them all back for questioning, the officers decided, noticing that the crowd had swelled considerably, and wishing to maintain public order. "Wait, officer, allow me to pose a few questions to them first." Chen Fan could not permit the police to whisk them away without further inquiry. Given the uncertainty of the situation, he remained unaware whether these ruffians sought to extort money due to envy of the fried chicken restaurant's success, or if they were being manipulated by unseen forces aiming to tarnish its reputation. If he and his associates were taken away by the police, the consequences remained unpredictable. "Young man, you claim that your stomach pain stemmed from consuming our fried chicken yesterday. Might you recall the time you purchased it?" Chen Fan inquired gently of the man, cradling his abdomen. 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock? I can't quite remember. It was around that time, I suppose. "And which flavor of chicken did you select?" Chen Fan pressed further. The man, feigning discomfort, faltered. He had never tasted the offerings and was utterly unaware of the available flavors. Perhaps it was the pepper and salt flavor? Chen Fan suggested, offering assistance. Indeed, it was the flavor of salt and pepper, and after consuming it, I found myself afflicted with a stomachache that lingered for the entire day. "Alas, you speak nonsense. We did not sell salt and pepper chicken nuggets yesterday at all." Xiao Dong was understandably irate. It turned out that the shop, where salt and pepper items were regularly purchased, had suffered a fire just days prior, rendering such flavors temporarily unavailable. Thus, after consulting with Chen Fan, it was decided to cease the production of salt and pepper items for the time being. It was merely a case of mistaken memory. It was another flavor indeed, not salt and pepper. I shot the man a piercing glance and retorted defensively. Chen Fan, at a loss for words, regarded him incredulously. Did he truly take everyone for fools? "Officer, you must have noticed that they're clearly causing trouble and disrupting public peace. I kindly ask that you take them in for proper questioning to uncover their true intentions." The two police officers, discerning and astute, quickly grasped Chen Fan's previous inquiries and, without hesitation, proceeded to cuff the miscreants. "Thank you for your diligence, officers. Given the state of the shop today, it is rather inconvenient to host you. However, I shall make it a point to visit the police station to express my gratitude." Upon concluding his statement, Chen Fan continued, "From now on, all police and military personnel who purchase fried chicken shall receive a 50% discount. I urge the esteemed members of our community to bear witness to this." The two officers, initially with stern expressions, found themselves somewhat flustered at the unexpected turn of events. "Serving the people is our duty," one replied, "as our leaders have instructed. We should not burden the public." "How could this be a burden? I am merely offering a modest discount, not giving it away for free," Chen Fan countered. "Our police and military serve the people tirelessly. It is only fitting that we, as citizens, reciprocate. Wouldn't you agree?" he asked the onlookers. "Indeed, your efforts are commendable," they responded, expressing their appreciation. "The boss is generous. This is how it should be." Hearing the crowd's supportive words, the two officers felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly declined, hastily escorting the ruffians away, but resolved to thoroughly interrogate them later to discern their motives. Among the crowd, a man with a distinctive mustache quietly slipped away. "What shall we do now, boss?" Xiao Dong lamented, surveying the chaos around him, nearly in tears. It was clear that operations for the day would be impossible, and uncertainty loomed over whether wages would be dispersed. "Fear not, the situation has been resolved. I will arrange for someone to clean the shop, and we shall return to normal operations tomorrow. Today, we shall take a break, and wages will be paid, as usual." Xiao Dong's tears turned to joy, and the others shared in his elation. "No need for you to hire anyone. We can manage the cleanup ourselves," the employees eagerly offered. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chen Fan lavished them with praise and instructed each to take home chicken. Seizing the moment, he announced to the gathered crowd that fried chicken sales would be paused for the day, but any remaining stock would be sold at cost price, with normal operations resuming tomorrow. The onlookers, surprised by such fortunate news amidst the turmoil, rushed forward, eager to purchase a chicken. Though the shop had been vandalized and some chickens lay on the ground, they were merely dirted on the surface, with no significant detriment. They would require no additional cleaning upon purchase. In no time, the crowd surged forward, expressing their desire to buy. 2 days later, Chen Fan arrived at the police station bearing fried chicken, both to express his gratitude to the two officers present at the time and to discern the true intentions of the delinquents. Despite their initial refusals, the officers, swayed by Chen Fan's eloquence and his claim that the gift was for the entire police force, could not deny him and ultimately accepted the fried chicken. They informed him that these ruffians were hired by a man named Lu Luo, who had instigated them to vandalize the shop. This scheme would not only allow the delinquents to extort money, but also tarnish the reputation of the fried chicken establishment, potentially driving it out of business. However, due to the lack of substantial evidence, the officers were unable to detain Lu Luo. Chen Fan expressed his understanding. Having acquired the information he sought, and learning that the delinquents had been fined and detained for their public disturbance, he left the police station contented. Yet, he found himself pondering the identity of Lu Luo. Did he have any past grievances with him? After rummaging through his memories, Chen Fan could not recall who Lu Luo was. Ultimately, he decided to cease his speculation and went directly to the fried chicken shop to inform the staff of the delinquent's punishment. To his surprise, Xiao Dong recognized Lu Luo. Through Xiao Dong's introduction, Chen Fan discovered that the owner of the mutton soup restaurant was none other than Lu Luo. No wonder he had noticed the mutton soup restaurant owner lurking about during his visits to the fried chicken shop. Chen Fan felt a sense of disdain for Lu Luo's underhanded tactics, resorting to such despicable means to undermine the reputation of a fellow entrepreneur. While competition in business is inevitable, it was disheartening to see that merely operating a modest fried chicken shop had provoked someone into seeking attention through such disgraceful actions. Although he had managed to subdue the delinquents with the help of the police and had identified the puppet master behind it all, he realized that he could not retaliate openly just yet and needed to deliberate further. Nevertheless, this incident served as a timely reminder for Chen Fan to strategize for the future. He could no longer afford to be passive, waiting for others to bully him. Chapter 24. The return of Xiaohu after the recent incident involving malicious disturbances at the fried chicken shop. Chen Fan contemplated for a time and resolved to establish a security company. Currently, his enterprises, namely the clothing store and the fried chicken shop, were rather modest, providing temporary profits, yet confining him to a small circle, hindering his ability to expand into larger ventures. Establishing a security company would afford him greater opportunities. On one hand, as his business grew, he could venture out without worrying about the safety of himself and his family. On the other hand, the domestic security industry remained largely untapped, offering lucrative prospects. However, he recognized that undertaking any endeavor could not rely solely on himself. If he were to manage every detail personally, even with 9 lives, he would have long succumbed to exhaustion. As he considered the absence of Xiaohu, who had yet to return with information, a clever idea began to take shape in Chen Fan's mind. Xiaohu had truly exerted himself for that meager sum of 100 yuan. From the moment of his birth until now, he had never felt such exhaustion. Over the past few days, he had been running around, inquiring about news regarding Chen Fan, and as a result, he had lost quite a bit of weight, much to the dismay of his grandmother, who expressed her concern. After lying in bed and enjoying a much-needed rest, Xiaohu finally felt a semblance of recovery. After tidying himself up, he made his way to Chen Fan's residence. Upon seeing the new motorcycle parked in the yard, he couldn't help but ponder how Chen Fan had managed to earn such a sum recently. A sense of displeasure welled up within him. Hadn't they agreed to remain close-knit friends? Yet here was Chen Fan seemingly thriving on his own. When Xiaohu finally encountered Chen Fan, he was taken aback by the remarkable transformation in his appearance. Although Xiaohu was slightly younger than Chen Fan, he had always appeared older due to his tall and robust stature, which had allowed him to assume a leadership role within their small group. In the past, Chen Fan had been rather disheveled, spending his days idly with them. His behavior had worsened after being laid off, indulging in gambling and drinking, often returning home inebriated and downcast. However, the man before Xia, who now wore a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of determination and possessing an unexpectedly handsome visage, Xiaohu, who had not received much formal education, found himself at a loss for words to articulate Chen Fan's transformation. Yet deep inside, he was taken aback. Was this truly Chen Fan? Why had he changed so drastically? Upon reflection, it seemed that the shift began during the time they formed the modeling team. Afterward, Chen Fan had declined several invitations to join them for drinks. With Hu Tao preoccupied with family matters, he and Yuchuan had gradually ceased their gatherings. It had been quite some time since Xia, who had indulged in a hearty drink, or tried his luck at the gambling tables. Dismissing the peculiar feelings from their encounter, he earnestly conveyed to Chen Fan the information he had gathered. The Liu family was indeed a household notorious for being detested by both cats and dogs in Liu village. Liu father and Liu mother were idle, and after Liu Yu's departure, they could barely sustain themselves with the crops they managed to grow. Once they had exhausted the funds provided by Chen Fan's mother, they shamelessly resorted to conning others in the village. Liu Dagong, nearing 30 and still unmarried, roamed the village idly, leering at young women. Though the villagers were wary of the elderly Liu couple, they could not afford to confront them. However, Liu Dagong's brazen behavior eventually provoked the villagers, who retaliated by giving him a thorough beating. This chastisement seemed to temper his audacity, as he refrained from gazing at the village's young women with such lewdness. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot change their inherent nature. Before long, he became entangled with a widow at the edge of Liu village. The widow would demand this and that from Liu Dagong, but his impoverished household had little to offer. Coincidentally, Liu Daji encountered Liu Yu in the city and was reminded of their long-lost daughter. The family thus conspired to exploit Liu Yu for the sake of securing brides for Liu Dagong and Liu Daji. Otherwise, with their reputation in the village, Liu Dagong and Liu Daji would undoubtedly remain bachelors for life. However, to their utter surprise, Chen Fan sent them back empty-handed. After listening to Xiaohu's introduction and recalling Liu Yu's attitude towards her family after that incident, Chen Fan felt he had a clearer understanding. Since Liu Yu was indifferent to her so-called family, there was no need for Chen Fan to show any mercy. Given their family's lack of a daughter-in-law, why not present them with one? Chen Fan's mind was set. He decided to delegate this matter to Xiaohu. Conveniently, he had other arrangements for Xiaohu, so he shared everything at once. Huzi, weren't you curious about how I came into such wealth before you left? Chen Fan initiated the conversation, and indeed, Xiaohu was eager to learn about his earnings. Initially, when we dealt with those genes, I made a decent profit. Coincidentally, I have a fried chicken recipe. So I engaged in a small business venture. Chen Fan succinctly recounted his journey to wealth. Don't think that your brother's Haven Tea considered you. This business isn't easy to run. I've been pondering what kind of work to find for my brothers these past few days. After much reflection, I concluded that working for someone else pales in comparison to being one's own boss. Wouldn't you agree, Huzi? Of course, who wouldn't want to be a boss? Xiao responded in a deep voice. However, his father had worked in the port city for many years, and the money he earned barely sufficed to start business. It seemed overly simplistic for Chen Fan to think of becoming a boss just by exchanging a few words. Xiaohu, though large in stature, was not foolish. Huzi, listen to me, Chen Fan continued, meticulously outlining his plan. Currently, many factories are underperforming, but our government supports individual entrepreneurship. However, most people are venturing into selling clothes or food, and if we follow the trend, the market will be saturated, yielding little profit. After surveying the landscape these past few days, I believe we should establish a security company. What is a security company? Xiaohu asked, encountering this concept for the first time, as it was a novel term for him. Chen Fan patiently explained the meaning of security services. Huzi, consider this. As people's lives improve, aren't there more and more affluent individuals in our city? These wealthy clients are our target customers. Think back to ancient times. Didn't wealthy households always have guards? Now that these people have money, don't you think they would also want to hire bodyguards to ensure their safety? Upon reflection, Xiaohu recognized the validity of Chen Fan's assertion. Thus, a security company indeed seemed promising. Furthermore, Huzi, think about those shopping malls. Don't they require personnel to maintain order? In the past 2 years, numerous new buildings have emerged in the city. Don't they also need security? Chen Fan gradually instilled modern concepts into Xiaohu's mind, and Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. You've been a great help to us, Xiaohu, who was genuinely intrigued. Huzi, I have always known you to be an ambitious person, just lacking the right opportunities for growth. Now, this splendid chance lies before us. It would be a shame not to seize it. Chen Fan's words were not without merit. Xiaohu was once a well-behaved child. But after his mother passed away due to illness and his father resorted to smuggling for work in the bustling port city, he was left with only his grandmother. Initially, Xiaohu aspired to enlist in the military after graduating high school. Yet due to certain health issues, he was compelled to drop out, failing to obtain his diploma. Subsequently, he relinquished his dreams and fell in with some acquaintances, becoming a petty thug. This revelation emerged one night at a drinking table when Xiaohu, intoxicated, recounted his past. At that time, Chen Fan had taken it lightly, yet now, as Chen Fan articulated it, coupled with the stirring of emotions, Xiaohu found himself vulnerable once more. Indeed, what man could live without ambition? He had been squandering the hard-earned money his father sent from the port while enjoying the care of his aging grandmother, appearing to lead a carefree life. However, in the stillness of midnight, upon sobering up, he often pondered the meaning of his existence. Now, with Chen Fan's observations, he realized that his inner aspirations had not entirely extinguished. He yearned to carve out his own path in life. Chen Fan, from this day forth, you're my true brother. Your concern for me touches me deeply, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Xiaohu stated, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose. Although establishing a security company would undoubtedly be beneficial, it was indeed a lack of manpower that led him to consider Xiaohu. Had he just arrived, he would have certainly steered clear of this group of wayward friends. Nevertheless, as fate would have it, spending time together revealed that they were not as despicable as he had presumed. Yet, to him, they still felt like strangers, and he had not contemplated extending a helping hand. Had it not been for the necessity of Xiaohu's assistance, he might not have offered him this opportunity. However, touched by Xiaohu's sincere gratitude, Chen Fan felt a stir in his heart. Good brother, We need not exchange thanks between us, regardless of his internal thoughts. Chen Fan maintained a facade of concern for Xiaohu, which only served to deepen Xiaohu's appreciation. Chen Fan, I know little about starting a company, but it must require a considerable investment, right? In my reckless spending days, I never contemplated how I would fare in the future. Now, suddenly filled with ambition, I find myself financially constrained. Rest assured, I am well prepared. The initial costs of establishing the company will not be substantial. Chen Fan discerned Xiaohu's unspoken worries and proactively shared his plans. Huzi, as you know, I've been quite busy lately. Let us do this. I will provide the funds, and you will contribute your efforts. Chen Fan would handle the initial funding for the security company, while Xiaohu would manage operations, instill discipline among the staff, and coordinate tasks. Naturally, such a crucial endeavor could not rest solely on Xiaohu's shoulders, and Chen Fan was not entirely at ease in trusting everything to him. He had originally intended to hire a professional manager. However, considering the current landscape, not only was it challenging to find a professional manager, but even recruiting a university graduate seemed daunting. Reflecting on this, he realized that there were other potential candidates beyond Xiaohu. Previously, I heard Hu Ertao mention that after his elder brother was injured, he retired from the military and was assigned to the Veteran Affairs Bureau in Zheng City, where he became an esteemed public servant. Coincidentally, if a security company were to be established, finding personnel would pose a challenge. It would be ideal to employ veterans. Contemplating this, Chen Fan shared his plans with Xiaohu, who found the idea quite feasible. The two promptly decided to approach Hu Ertao and request an introduction to his elder brother. Upon hearing their intention, Hu Ertao was taken aback, momentarily a loss for words. He never expected that someone from their small group of four would embark on an entrepreneurial venture, particularly the usually brawn-driven Xiaohu and the notoriously reckless Chen Fan. Are you serious? Hu Ertao asked, incredulously gazing at them. Of course we are serious, Chen Fan affirmed with conviction. Taozi, you often mention how your parents lament your lack of achievement. Now, we have a chance to carve out a career and accomplish something noteworthy to show them. Hu Ertao felt a surge of inspiration. Indeed, he had often felt the most insignificant at home, overlooked by his family. If he could forge a successful path, perhaps he would earn their recognition. He promptly agreed to take them to meet his elder brother, Hu Dajun. After his injury and subsequent retirement, Hu Dajun had been assigned to the Veteran Affairs Bureau in Zheng City. In the past, such a position was considered quite favorable. Veterans were typically assigned roles upon their discharge, contingent upon their connections. Consequently, the allocation process was often rife with opportunities for corruption. However, recent policy changes had abolished the guaranteed placement for veterans. Though this policy was revoked, the number of veterans remained unchanged, with many still seeking assistance from the Bureau each year to resolve their employment challenges. Currently, a fresh batch of recently discharged soldiers, along with unresolved issues from previous veterans, piled up on Hu Dajun's desk, overwhelming him. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door, announcing that his younger brother was downstairs waiting for him. Hu Dajun, filled with curiosity, stepped out, pondering what Hu Ertao could want. The brothers, several years apart, had grown distant, especially after Hu Dajun enlisted, leading to their infrequent communication. Today, this unexpected visit from Hu Ertao left him somewhat puzzled. However, considering that despite Hu Ertao's lack of ambition, he generally did not cause trouble for the family, Hu Dajun decided to descend and see what was amiss. Upon reaching the ground floor, Hu Dajun discovered that Hu Ertao was not alone. He was accompanied by three young men of similar age. It turned out that after persuading Xiaohu and Hu Ertao, Chen Fan thought it prudent to gather a larger group. After all, it seemed somewhat unkind to have only Yuchuan remaining in their small assembly of four. Ertao, what brings you here? Hu Dajun inquired. Elder brother, it is not I who seeks you out, but my companions have come to request your assistance. Hu Ertao introduced Chen Fan to Hu Dajun, who frowned as he shook Chen Fan's hand, initially mistaking him for a veteran seeking assistance in securing employment through his brother. Although Chen Fan was unaware of Hu Dajun's thoughts, he swiftly articulated his plans in a few succinct sentences. Hu Dajun, upon hearing this, gradually relaxed his expression and invited Chen Fan to discuss the matter in detail upstairs, expressing that if this endeavor could indeed be realized, it would be a significant help to them. Chapter 26. Preparation for the security company. Chen Fan, you are Tao's brother, so naturally, you are my brother as well. Let me be bold and address you as Brother Chen, Hu Dajuan said, leading Chen Fan and his companions upstairs, where he arranged seats and refreshments. Recognizing the camaraderie, Chen Fan promptly reciprocated with a respectful acknowledgement. May I inquire how you intend to operate this security company? How do you plan to integrate the veterans? Hu Dajuan, accustomed to straightforwardness from his military days, directly addressed the matter concerning the veterans' welfare. How many veterans do you currently have here, Brother Hu? Chen Fan pondered briefly before responding. At present, there are approximately 23 veterans without proper arrangements, and come September, we anticipate receiving another batch of about 50, Hu Dajuan replied, displaying a hint of concern. Most soldiers, prior to their discharge, are isolated from society, focusing solely on training and mission completion. Many are compelled to retire due to injuries or age, and the inability to provide them with suitable accommodations weighs heavily on Hu Dajuan's conscience. 70 or more. Chen Fan mused, realizing that if the company flourished, accommodating all would not pose a problem. However, given that the company was still in its nascent stages, it could not absorb everyone at once. But the current 23 could certainly be managed. Brother Hu, with August nearly ending and September approaching, I must be candid. Our company is still in the establishment phase, and we cannot take in everyone just yet. Noticing Hu Dajuan's evident disappointment, Chen Fan added, however, integrating the current 23 is entirely feasible. As the conversation unfolded, Hu Dajuan's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, swayed by Chen Fan's words. 23 is acceptable. No problem at all, he conceded before inquiring further. But what exactly will this security company do? It was imperative to address the underlying issues rather than merely finding solutions for the sake of it. These veterans were Hu Dajuan's comrades. Despite not serving in the same battalion, the bond forged through shared experiences in the military made them lifelong allies. He felt a profound responsibility towards them, unwilling to make hasty decisions regarding their future. Listening to Hu Dajuan's inquiries, Chen Fan couldn't help but admire his character. It was a testament to the loyalty instilled in those who had served. Rest assured, Brother Hu, since I am willing to take in veterans, I would never allow them to engage in unlawful activities. My intention for the security company is primarily to provide private bodyguard services or security for commercial establishments. Chen Fan assured Hu Dajuan that he wished to accept the veterans, as they possess skills that would facilitate training and save initial training time. Brother Chen, I won't hide anything from you, Hu Dajuan replied after listening to Chen Fan. Some of these veterans have retired due to injuries or ailments, making them unsuitable for overly strenuous work. This complicates their arrangement. Rest assured, Brother Hu, they have dedicated their lives to our country, and I am willing to extend my humble assistance to them, Chen Fan remarked with a smile. As I establish a security company, I do not intend to deploy everyone. Those who are not in good health can help oversee the company and supervise the training. Although their physical condition may not be ideal, supervising employee training should pose no issue. That is indeed the case. Brother Chen, please do not mention it. I appreciate your contribution to the veterans, Hu Dajuan said, rising to salute Chen Fan with genuine respect. Chen Fan, taken aback, hurriedly stood up. No, Brother Hu, you are too kind. I still have matters that require your assistance. Whatever it is, Brother Chen, feel free to speak. I will not decline anything within my capacity. Well, Brother Hu, if we handle the paperwork ourselves, it may prove cumbersome and delay our progress. Thus, I would like to ask you to visit the Administration for Industry and Commerce on my behalf to lend a hand. This was, of course, a trivial matter for Hu Dajuan, who readily agreed, having had his own concerns regarding the veterans alleviated by Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan prepared all necessary documents, entrusting Hu Dajuan and Hu Tao with the task of registering the company at the Administration for Industry and Commerce. On the other hand, Chen Fan, accompanied by Xia Hu and Yu Chuan, set out to find a suitable office space. A security company differs from a conventional business. Not everyone needs to work within an office building, as security personnel require training. Therefore, Chen Fan aimed to locate a larger warehouse that could accommodate both training and small offices. Upon hearing Chen Fan's requirements, Xiaohu remained nonchalant, while Yuchuan remarked, "Brother Fan, my great-uncle seems to have such a place." "Really?" Chen Fan exclaimed joyfully. "It appears that my search has yielded results effortlessly." In fact, when the idea of establishing a security company first occurred to him, he had already begun searching for an appropriate venue. However, Zheng City, even in 1987, was a sizable urban area, making it challenging for Chen Fan to find a suitable location with ease. "Then let's go check it out," he urged. The trio hopped onto 2 motorcycles, excitedly heading toward their destination. They arrived at Yu Chuan's great-uncle's home, where they found an elderly man sitting at the doorstep. His head bowed as he puffed on a pipe, occasionally tapping the ashes at his feet. Great-uncle, great-uncle," Yu Chuan called out as he approached the old man. The elderly gentleman squinted, looked up, and after a moment of recognition, said, "Ah, it's you, Chuanzi. What brings you here?" "Uncle San, didn't you mention to my grandfather a while ago that you had a large warehouse? Has it been rented out yet?" "No, not yet," the old man replied, waving his hand dismissively. He took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled a few smoke rings. "Why are you asking about this?" "Uncle San, a friend of mine is looking to rent a warehouse, so I thought I would come and check with you," I explained. Upon hearing this, Uncle San frowned and shook his head, insisting, "Tell your friend to forget it. It's no longer available for rent." "What's going on?" Before I could finish my question, Chen Fan approached on his motorcycle. "Old man, what's the matter? Didn't you say the warehouse is still available? Why can't it be rented?" Chen Fan inquired. The old man looked up, observing the newcomer. He appeared well-groomed and quite handsome. "When I say it can't be rented, it simply can't." "Why are you asking so many questions, kid?" "Just leave," he replied, flicking ash from his pipe and standing to head home. I quickly intercepted him, determined not to let my first entrepreneurial venture fizzle out due to a lack of space. "Uncle San, please tell us why it can't be rented." My pleading made Chen Fan and Xiaohu shiver, yet their curiosity mirrored mine. Eventually, the old man relented under my coaxing and divulged the reason. Chapter 27. A disrupted opportunity. It turned out that the warehouse did not belong to Uncle San. He was merely overseeing it. Previously, it had served as a storage facility for a food factory, spanning approximately 200 to 300 square meters. When the factory shut down, the former deputy director took over the warehouse. Although he utilized it for a few years, it gradually fell into disuse. The deputy director's son intended to study abroad later this year, prompting the father to consider selling the warehouse at the beginning of the year. However, due to its substantial size, it proved challenging to sell, leading him to contemplate renting it instead. To his dismay, renting also became problematic. It was not due to a lack of interested parties. Rather, a group of individuals loitered at the warehouse entrance, preventing outsiders from renting it. After some inquiries, the deputy director discovered that the owner of a private processing plant desired the warehouse, but was unwilling to pay a fair price. This owner had hired people to guard the entrance and create disturbances. Although the owner initially seemed inconsequential, he had connections, someone named Long Ge, who had a reputation for employing various thugs. The deputy director pondered the situation, realizing that enduring this predicament might lead to broader opportunities, while taking a step back only fueled his frustration. However, with his son's future studies at stake, he felt powerless to act. To avoid jeopardizing his son's chance to study abroad, he chose to endure the situation, unwilling to let the warehouse slip into the hands of others without compensation. Thus, he sought assistance to resolve the issue and enlisted an elderly man to watch over the warehouse, fearing that the group might seize it. After hearing the entire story, Chen Fan expressed understanding. Were it not for the fact that they were brought over by Yu Chuan, the old man would hardly have shared so much with them. He could have simply rented out the warehouse. After all, it would be Chen Fan and his associates who would bear the brunt of any ensuing troubles. Although this is not the darkest hour for Huagua, it still lingers on the cusp of dawn. The society is still plagued by numerous parasites, with many taking advantage of the chaos to rise through theft and robbery. This is, in part, why Chen Fan is determined to establish a security company. The fear of darkness and violence breeds a need for protection and stability. "Old sir, would you kindly take us to see the warehouse?" Chen Fan requested. Despite having heard the old man's reasons for the warehouse not being available for rent, Chen Fan wished to witness its condition for himself. If it proved unsatisfactory, he would certainly refrain from pursuing it, for he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. However, after an extensive search, he had struggled to find a suitable location. Should this warehouse meet his expectations, he would certainly vie for it. Observing the indifference of the three young men, the old man shook his head, pondering how the youth of today are so resistant to advice, destined to face the consequences of their folly. Very well, since you wish to see it, I shall accompany you, he conceded. The warehouse was not far from Yu Chuan's great-uncle's home. Indeed, if it were any farther, how could they ensure it was properly monitored? The quartet arrived at the warehouse, which, at present, was devoid of any ruffians. The owner of the private processing plant had withdrawn his men upon learning that the deputy section chief had enlisted an old man to guard the premises, only sending someone occasionally to ensure that no one had surreptitiously rented the space. With time, this warehouse would inevitably become a wasted asset for him. Yu Chuan's great-uncle shakily dismounted from the motorcycle, having ridden one for the first time in his life, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady. Fumbling with the lock on the warehouse door, a cloud of dust enveloped them. Chen Fan coughed a few times, waving away the dust before surveying the surroundings. The warehouse, approximately 300 square meters, was quite empty, having previously served as a food factory, which left little in the way of partitions. It was a clear sight to behold. Chen Fan found himself somewhat pleased with the warehouse. He wandered about the interior, knocking on the walls, which felt solid to the touch. This was advantageous, as it meant no extensive repairs were necessary. A simple renovation to delineate training and office areas would suffice to make it operational. Old sir, could you kindly introduce me to the owner of the warehouse? I am quite interested in renting it, Chen Fan proposed after a brief contemplation. The old man, observing the stubbornness of the youth, sighed internally, thinking it best to refrain from further counsel, as long as Yu Chuan was not foolishly involved. Unbeknownst to him, his great-nephew Yu Chuan had already taken a step into this security company. Considering that he was not directly related, he felt it inappropriate to press further. Thus, Yu Chuan's great-uncle acquiesced, especially since the deputy section chief had promised that anyone who rented the warehouse would receive a token fee for their efforts. The deputy section chief warmly welcomed Chen Fan and his companions. His son had already gone abroad for studies, and the expenses were substantial, leaving the family with little after converting their assets into foreign currency. Although he was still employed, his monthly salary was merely a pittance compared to his son's expenditures overseas. He contemplated the possibility of leasing the warehouse at a low rate to the owner of a private processing factory, fearing that prolonged inaction would only result in a complete loss. Just then, Chen Fan unexpectedly approached him, expressing interest in renting the warehouse. The deputy section chief was naturally overjoyed. Young man, come, take a seat. The deep wrinkles on his forehead resembled a river character when he smiled, a testament to the worries he had been carrying lately. Have you made up your mind? You're truly interested in renting my warehouse? Over the past 6 months, although there have been inquiries, most potential tenants were either intimidated away by the owner of the private factory or had been dismissed for attempting to take advantage of the situation. The reputation of the warehouse had spread, and it had been a while since anyone had come to negotiate. Of course, could you enlighten me on the rental price you have in mind? Chen Fan discerned the deputy's interest and chose not to rush into a quotation. In negotiations, mutual concessions would yield the greatest benefits. The deputy section chief furrowed his brow in contemplation and finally spoke. This warehouse spans 280 square meters. If we calculate it at 2 yuan per square meter, the monthly rent would be 560 yuan. However, if you can pay for 6 months in advance, I might offer you a discount. Chen Fan recognized that the deputy's price was reasonable, as the current market rate for a similar warehouse was indeed around that figure. Yet, the deputy was under pressure from the private factory owner. While Chen Fan did not wish to take advantage of the situation, he was mindful that every penny must be wisely spent. You are aware of the current state of this warehouse. If I don't lease it, you may find it difficult to rent it out again. Thus, how about 400 yuan per month? I will commit to a year in one go. After a pause, Chen Fan added, if you agree, I will purchase the warehouse after a year, relieving you of any future concerns about disturbances. The deputy's section chief, hearing Chen Fan's words, felt a rush of intrigue. How much are you willing to offer? A flat price of 30,000 yuan, Chen Fan replied. The deputy's brow furrowed even deeper, clearly surprised by the offer. You must realize that the value of this warehouse, whether for rent or sale, cannot be high at present, and I will be assuming a risk. Moreover, my offer, even if low, should still be more than what others might propose, correct? After a moment of hesitation, the deputy chief recognized the validity of Chen Fan's reasoning. Thinking of his son studying abroad, he ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. Chapter 28. The unwelcome interloper. It is often said that the poor encounter fewer troubles, while the wealthy are mired in complexity. Recently, Chen Fan had been frequently seen darting about on his brand-new motorcycle, catching the eyes of many. Not to mention, Lu Yu and Ying Ying had also donned fresh attire, their overall demeanor markedly different from before. Consequently, whenever Chen Fan and Lu Yu ventured out, curious onlookers would approach, subtly inquiring about their newfound prosperity. Chen Fan attempted to deflect the situation with laughter, yet Lu Yu found herself increasingly exasperated, ultimately resorting to taking Ying Ying to the fried chicken shop daily to lend a hand. The establishment of the security company proceeded smoothly, with all administrative tasks entrusted to Hu Ertao, aided by his elder brother, Hu Dajuan. Meanwhile, Xiaohu was delighted to be assigned by Chen Fan to engage with veterans in advance, indirectly fulfilling his long-held aspirations. Yu Chuan took charge of overseeing the renovation progress of the warehouse, eagerly awaiting the company's inauguration. Everything was progressing favorably. As for Chen Fan, he certainly had his own plans. Since the fried chicken shop opened, all 3 locations had become immensely popular. Word of mouth spread rapidly, and everyone knew of a remarkable spot serving delectable fried chicken. Particularly at the train station, where foot traffic was abundant, many were drawn to a shop unfamiliar to them, eager to sample this unique fried chicken during brief train stops. Consequently, the once modest fried chicken shop could no longer meet Chen Fan's burgeoning demands. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan acquired a larger establishment, Lu Luo's mutton soup restaurant. It turned out that the small-time thugs, who had previously been incited by Lu Luo to disrupt the fried chicken shop, were released after a week of detention. However, the hardships endured in confinement and a hefty fine left them seething with resentment. They believed that the police protection surrounding Chen Fan's shop was the reason for their troubles. Moreover, whispers in their ears fueled their anger, placing the blame squarely on Lu Luo for their detainment and penalties. In a fit of rage, the group vandalized Lu Luo's mutton soup restaurant. With a guilty conscience, Lu Luo dared not report the incident to the authorities and instead offered apologies to the thugs. Yet, emboldened by their perceived righteousness and the spoils they had already tasted from Lu Luo, they returned periodically to extort money from him. This relentless pressure forced Lu Luo to sell his establishment, and providentially, Chen Fan swooped in to acquire it at a bargain. Naturally, Chen Fan kept the origins of the instigator of this conflict a secret from both Lu Luo and the thugs. After securing the new premises, Chen Fan seized the moment to open several more fried chicken shops across Zheng City, arranging for the staff from the train station outlet, especially Xiaodong, to conduct market research in distant locales, aspiring to establish a chain brand. Although Xiaodong was young, he was remarkably agile, enthusiastic, and dedicated to his tasks. Chen Fan, recognizing his hard work, not only raised his salary, but also promoted him to manager, entrusting him with vital responsibilities to explore potential markets in neighboring cities. In recent days, Chen Fan had been bustling about, focused on registering the fried chicken shop's trademark to solidify the chain brand. One day, just as he set out on his motorcycle, a figure suddenly leaped out to block his path. Had it not been for Chen Fan's quick reflexes, he might have collided with the individual. Internally cursing, he turned to face the intruder, rummaging through his memory until he recalled that this person was none other than the notorious Heir Lizzie, known far and wide in the vicinity. What an absurdity! Despite Chen Fan's admirable composure, he could not help but utter a curse. If he were to collide with someone, it could result in serious injury or even death, leading to a protracted argument. Heir Lizzie, however, seemed unfazed, grinning as he approached and touched Chen Fan's motorcycle. The sight of Air Lizy's grimy hands leaving smudges on the bike made Chen Fan's stomach churn, nearly provoking a wave of nausea. Air Lizy was a stark contrast to the former Chen Fan, who, though flawed, was merely a gambler and a drinker, occasionally pilfering eggs from Aunt Sun's henhouse. His misdeeds, while irritating, were relatively minor and merely fodder for gossip. In contrast, Air Lizy was a genuine rogue, notorious for petty theft and even burglary, having been apprehended by the police several times, yet remaining undeterred. He had even harbored sinister intentions towards the local women, once suffering a broken leg as a consequence. Yet he remained unrepentant. The mere mention of his name elicited disdain from the community. Of course, both Chen Fan and Air Lizy were rascals, and there was no need to compare their mischiefs. Faced with Air Lizy blocking his path, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Air Lizy's intentions were clear. He merely sought to extort some money from Chen Fan, who had recently come into wealth. However, to his surprise, Chen Fan exhibited remarkable riding skills, avoiding any contact, while the gathering crowd made it impractical for Air Lizy to feign injury. It was not that Air Lizy possessed any sense of shame. Rather, he feared being apprehended by the police again, which, while inconvenient, would disrupt his drinking and gambling. "What do you want, Air Lizy?" Chen Fan asked, irritation lacing his voice as he had pressing matters to attend to. "My brother, what can I say? I just want to borrow a bit of money," Air Lizy shamelessly replied. "Who considers you a brother? If you need money, seek someone else. I have none to spare," Chen Fan retorted firmly. He knew that acquiescing would only invite relentless pursuit, like an adhesive plaster that refused to peel away. "Come now, brother. Everyone knows you've struck it rich. Look at that gleaming motorcycle. It must have cost a fortune," Air Lizy continued, salivating at the thought. "I've already told you I have nothing. Will you let me pass or not?" Chen Fan asked, his face a mask of displeasure. "I refuse to move. What will you do about it?" "If you have the courage, ride over me and see how much you'll spend on medical bills," Air Lizy boasted, arms outstretched defiantly before Chen Fan. "Very well, you asked for it." Chen Fan revved his motorcycle, pulling back slightly before accelerating forward with full force. Air Lizy initially dismissed the threat, but as he observed Chen Fan's unyielding demeanor and speeding motorcycle, he panicked and rolled aside at the last moment. As the saying goes, those who are fierce fear the reckless, and Chen Fan was indeed the embodiment of recklessness in that moment. His motorcycle sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. "Just you wait, Chen Fan," Air Lizy shouted, scrambling to his feet, furious. Chen Fan had no intention of running over Air Lizy. He was fully confident in his ability to halt the vehicle at the last moment. However, he was gambling on Air Lizy's instinct for self-preservation, knowing he would not dare to obstruct the path. After all, had he yielded earlier, he would have indeed allowed Air Lizy to latch onto him, not to mention the crowd that had gathered around. If they were to emulate this behavior, what chaos might ensue? Chapter 29. In the dead of night, someone knocks at the door. The onlookers dispersed, casting sidelong glances at Air Lizy as they left. "Bah!" Air Lizy spat onto the ground, seething. "Damn you, Chen Fan, just wait." He glared at his hand, which had scraped against the ground when he had toppled to the side, his expression fierce as he cursed and walked away. Yet, unbeknownst to Air Lizy, a shadowy figure trailed him from behind. As they rounded a corner, the figure caught up with Air Lizy, and the two engaged in hushed conversation for some time before parting ways. Chen Fan, oblivious to the exchange between Air Lizy and the other individual, stood before the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau, holding a freshly minted trademark. He was in high spirits after toiling for days. The previous clothing store seemed trivial, and the several fried chicken shops were mere small ventures. However, with the registration of a chain trademark, he had undeniably opened a new commercial frontier, establishing a foothold in the fried chicken market of Huagua ahead of his competitors, creating a local chicken brand, and amassing his initial entrepreneurial capital. Since his rebirth, Chen Fan had finally achieved his aspirations. Humming an unknown tune, Chen Fan felt buoyant as he headed to the market to procure some fine ingredients, planning to celebrate with his family that evening. As dusk fell, the sunset painted the sky in resplendent hues. Liu returned from the fried chicken shop near Zheng University with Ying Ying in tow. Despite the fact that they now owned several fried chicken outlets, Lu Yu still favored the ones in the affluent district and near the university. She found it hard to articulate, but in those places, she sensed a subtle change within herself. Upon reaching their doorstep, she was surprised to find the door ajar. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to return so early today. Over the past few days, he had been out and about, often coming home late at night, sometimes after Ying Ying had already fallen asleep. The tantalizing aroma of the meal wafted through the air as Lu Yu stepped inside with Ying Ying. Spotting Chen Fan emerging from the kitchen with a dish, she couldn't help but smile, marveling at how much he had transformed, as if she were in a dream. "Daddy, it smells so good. What are we having today?" Ying Ying wriggled free from Lu Yu's grasp and dashed toward Chen Fan, wrapping her arms around his leg and inquiring sweetly. During this period, Ying Ying had been deeply touched by Chen Fan's actions. Gone was the resistance she had felt upon her arrival, replaced instead by a desire to play with him. In recent days, as Chen Fan had been preoccupied, Ying Ying often asked Lu Yu where her father had gone, with one hand holding the dish and the other lifting Ying Ying into his arms. Chen Fan startled the little girl, causing her to squeal with delight, followed by a fit of giggles. "Put me down. What if you spill the food?" Lu Yu chided, attempting to take Ying Ying from him. However, Ying Ying clung tightly to Chen Fan's neck, unwilling to let go. "It's just a few steps." Chen Fan reassured her, taking long strides and placing the dish on the dining table. "Let us go. Father will take Ying Ying to wash her hands, and, after washing, we shall have our meal." Lu Yu also accompanied them to the restroom, assisting Chen Fan in washing Ying Ying's hands. The little girl would occasionally glance at her father and then at her mother, radiating joy, her small hands clapping in excitement, sending droplets of water splattering onto Chen Fan and Lu Yu's faces. After washing their hands, the family gathered around the dining table, creating a warm atmosphere. "Why are there so many dishes today? Has something good happened?" Lu Yu inquired, as she picked up a piece of green vegetable for Ying Ying. Recently, Ying Ying had developed a fondness for meat, and upon seeing her mother's discontented face as she offered vegetables, her expression crinkled in protest. Chen Fan, with a knowing smile, discreetly placed a piece of crispy meat on Ying Ying's plate, which delighted her enough to eat the green vegetables. Lu Yu shot him a helpless glance, but refrained from saying anything further. "I have something wonderful to show you," Chen Fan said with a mysterious smile, retreating to the bedroom to fetch the newly obtained franchise trademark. Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise upon receiving the trademark from Chen Fan's hands. "You really did it?" A few days prior, Chen Fan had explained the advantages of a franchise brand to her, and she had harbored doubts about its feasibility. Now, holding the trademark, Lu Yu expressed her delight. "This is amazing. Our fried chicken store will flourish even more in the future." Under the soft glow of the lights, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile enchanting, leaving Chen Fan momentarily entranced. He never imagined that in this lifetime, after having faced solitude in the past, he would be blessed with such a beautiful wife. This rebirth was indeed worthwhile. Noticing Chen Fan's intense gaze, Lu Yu's cheeks flushed deeper, and she playfully shot him a glance, enhancing her charm. After dinner, Lu Yu briskly tidied up, while Chen Fan played with the little girl for a while, allowing their meal to settle. They truly were the epitome of a warm, loving family of three. In the dead of night, when slumber enveloped them, an abrupt and violent knocking at the door startled Lu Yu awake, causing her to sit up in bed. "Do not be afraid," Chen Fan reassured her, throwing on a garment and instructing Lu Yu, "Go check on Ying Ying, do not frighten her. I will see what is happening." Lu Yu looked at Chen Fan with concern, advising him, "We do not know who it is. Please be careful." With that, she also donned a coat. "Who is it, knocking at this hour? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Fan called out, grabbing a wooden stick from the yard. "Chen Fan, if you have the guts, come out. I swear I will not let you off easily tonight," came a voice of Lizzie from outside. Chen Fan recalled the events of the morning, realizing that Lizzie had indeed not changed his ways, unable to restrain himself even for a day before returning to cause trouble. "Chen Fan, come out." The drunken shouts grew louder, the commotion sounding like more than just a couple of people. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the stick and called out, "Lizzie, do not push your luck. Causing a ruckus at this hour. Do you wish to spend another few days in the police station?" If it had been just Chen Fan alone, he might have opened the door to assess the situation. However, with Lu Yu and Ying Ying at home, he dared not take such a risk, avoiding reckless bravado. After several more forceful knocks on the door, thankfully the sturdy door held firm against the assault. Seeing that Chen Fan did not respond, Lizi continued to curse and berate for a while before finally leaving. As Chen Fan listened to the fading footsteps, he finally felt a sense of relief and returned home. Ying Ying remained asleep, initially startled by the commotion outside. She was fortunate that Lu Yu had arrived in time to soothe her back to slumber. Lu Yu, having laid Ying Ying down, stood at the doorway of the small bedroom, watching Chen Fan's return, which brought her a sense of ease. What happened? Who is it? Lu Yu inquired with concern. It's nothing, just Lizi. Chen Fan reassured her as he recounted the events of the morning, concluding with, "Do not worry. I have a way to deal with Lizi. You need not be afraid." Although Lu Yu's heart still harbored unease, she gradually succumbed to sleep under Chen Fan's comforting words. Once she was asleep in the darkness, Chen Fan rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, and contemplated silently, fearing that the issue was not solely that of Lizi. What unforeseen events might transpire? The wind rustled outside, and Chen Fan felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Chapter 30. May safety prevail meanwhile. Let's not dwell on Chen Fan's thoughts. On the other side, Lizi, having frantically pounded on the door for an extended period without a response, was being dragged away by two companions. Along the way, Lizi could still be heard muttering obscenities about Chen Fan. The two accomplices brought Lizi to a certain location, where a man sat confidently. This man appeared to be in his mid-30s, not particularly old. Yet his rotund figure and jowls betrayed a life of opulence. At that moment, he lounged in a grand office chair, his ample form nearly overflowing it, while cradling a seductive woman in his arms, the two of them flirting with abandon. The two men unceremoniously tossed Lizi to the ground, where he groaned a couple of times, yet remained intoxicated. "Boss Wang, Lizi has botched the task you entrusted to him," one of them stated solemnly. Wang Jiong lifted his gaze from the woman's embrace, observing the pitiful form of Lizi sprawled on the floor, and lazily inquired, "What transpired?" It turned out that this Wang Jiong was the proprietor of the private processing factory. He had initially believed his victory was assured. The deputy section chief's warehouse was untouchable, destined to be his possession. However, he had not anticipated the unexpected emergence of Chun Yaojin, who had thwarted his plans. Anger surged within him, and he wreaked havoc in his office, venting his frustrations for a time. Gradually, he calmed down, realizing that someone dared to challenge him. Wang Jiong, truly an audacious act. Despite Wang Jiong's corpulent appearance, he was not devoid of intellect. Knowing that someone dared to encroach upon his territory meant they either possessed great courage or a formidable background. Thus, he dispatched his subordinates to investigate Chen Fan's connections. This led to the clandestine meeting between the shadowy figures and Lizi earlier that morning. With Lizi's loose tongue and the humiliation he suffered at Chen Fan's hands, he readily divulged all when questioned. Aware that they too bore a grudge against Chen Fan, he eagerly volunteered to take the lead. Wang Jiong had no objections. After all, someone was willing to work for him without charge, thus alleviating his burdens. He then gave Lizi further instructions and dispatched two more individuals to assist him. The original plan was to wait for Chen Fan to leave the following day, to ambush him in a secluded spot and give him a good beating as a means of intimidation. Wang Jiong had employed this tactic many times before, and many had complied out of fear. However, it was unexpected that Lizi would be inebriated that day, consumed by liquor and eager to confront Chen Fan. Unable to dissuade him, the two had no choice but to accompany him. To their surprise, Chen Fan was quite alert. Despite his earlier recklessness, he was now exceedingly cautious, refusing to open the door. Thus, the trio returned home defeated, dragging the inebriated Lizi with them. Wang Jiong, upon hearing their account, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Useless fools," he bellowed, realizing that their actions might have alerted Chen Fan, who would likely be on guard now. Consequently, they would have to target the warehouse instead. However, The thought of having to bribe Long Ge for assistance made Wang Zhiyong wince at the expense. "Break his hand," he commanded, furious that Heir Lizzie had thwarted his plans. He retrieved a hammer from the drawer and hurled it to the ground. The two men exchanged glances, taken aback by their boss's ruthlessness. Yet as subordinates, they felt compelled to obey. One of them picked up the hammer, aimed for Heir Lizzie's hand, and struck down hard. Heir Lizzie let out a cry, jolted awake from his drunken stupor, but the pain swiftly overwhelmed him, causing him to faint and collapse. "Throw him out. What a nuisance!" Wang Zhiyong spat, grabbing a stack of money from the drawer as he stood to leave. Chen Fan, meanwhile, pondered for a moment before sleepiness overtook him, and he gradually drifted off. When he awoke the next morning, dawn had already broken. As he dressed, a sudden realization struck him. He had neglected the warehouse affairs amidst the busyness of the past few days. If what Yuchuan's uncle had said were true, it was inevitable that someone would come to trouble him concerning the warehouse. Hastily donning his clothes, he noticed Lu Yu still in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "I won't be having breakfast. I need to step out," he declared. Lu Yu opened her mouth to protest, but seeing Chen Fan's determined demeanor, she held her tongue. Just then, a voice called out from outside. "Fan Ge, are you home? Is anyone in? It's an emergency." It was Yuchuan. Chen Fan's heart sank. Trouble had indeed arisen. He quickly opened the door, and Yuchuan, panting from riding his bicycle at breakneck speed, spilled out the news before Chen Fan could say a word. "Fan Ge, it's bad. Our warehouse has been vandalized, and people have started fighting." It turned out that early in the morning, renovations had commenced at the warehouse. However, shortly after the work began, a group had arrived, claiming to be from the streets, demanding protection money. Before Yuchuan could respond, they had rushed in, wielding clubs and wreaking havoc. Naturally, Yuchuan and the workers tried to intervene, but in the ensuing chaos, Yuchuan had taken several blows. As they departed, those thugs had warned, "Send your boss to deal with this." "Fan Ye, what are we going to do?" Yuchuan, on the verge of tears, expressed his frustration, yearning to embark on a venture with his brothers, lamenting the difficulty of the endeavor. "It's all right, I'll take a look," Chen Fan reassured him. However, unbeknownst to them, a sudden crash echoed from the kitchen. It was Lu Yu. In her flustered state upon overhearing their conversation, had accidentally shattered a bowl. "No, you mustn't go. What if you get hurt too?" Lu Yu hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, grasping Chen Fan's hand with deep concern in her eyes. Chen Fan comforted her. "It's fine. I'm merely going to check. I'm not going to engage in any altercation." "Didn't you hear Yuchuan say that the troublemakers have already left?" Despite his reassurances, Lu Yu remained deeply anxious. Yet, as Chen Fan insisted on going, she could only reiterate her warnings, urging him to exercise caution and stay safe. "Rest assured, I will take care of myself. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. Do not open the door for anyone but me." Chen Fan gently caressed Lu Yu's cheek, softly assuring her, "You should prepare a meal for Ying. Otherwise, when she wakes up, she will be hungry." With that, Chen Fan and Yuchuan mounted their motorcycles and sped away. As Lu Yu watched them disappear into the distance, she shut the courtyard gate and returned to the kitchen. Yet, she found herself devoid of the appetite to cook. Thoughts of the previous night's disturbance flooded her mind, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. She murmured to herself, her imagination spiraling. "What is happening? What has transpired? Chen Fan must return safely." With hands clasped together, Lu Yu fervently prayed for his safe return. Chapter 31. To combat evil with evil on the road, Yuchuan rambled incessantly. A mixture of anger and worry etched across his face. "What are we going to do, Brother Fan, if they keep causing trouble every day?" Chen Fan replied firmly, "It's all right, Yuchuan. Have you forgotten our objective? We are establishing a security company. Once it's operational, we will have the means to deter these thugs." Yuchuan pondered this and felt somewhat reassured, though a lingering concern remained. "But we haven't established it yet. What if they continue to stir up trouble?" "Don't worry. I'll assess the situation once I arrive," Chen Fan said, no longer elaborating as he accelerated the motorcycle, racing toward the warehouse. Upon arrival, chaos reigned inside the warehouse. The previously arranged partition boards and training equipment lay strewn about, vandalized and in disarray, with cement and lime scattered across the floor. A group of 7 or 8 workers sat huddled together, some bearing visible injuries. "We came here to work, not to fight," one lamented. "Indeed, it's utterly unreasonable to be assaulted without cause," another echoed. "Brotherly, what should we do?" Li Liang, the leader of the renovation crew, lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the injured workers. "Let us wait and see how their boss responds," he declared. Li Liang was skilled and held considerable respect among the group. Though they felt aggrieved, they restrained themselves and waited for their employer to arrive and provide an explanation. The rumble of approaching motorcycles broke the tension, and the workers looked up to see Yu Chuan stepping off a bike with another man, presumably the warehouse owner. Li Liang squinted, scrutinizing Chen Fan intently. The newcomer appeared quite youthful, perhaps only in his mid-20s, clad in a crisp white shirt with its sleeves casually rolled up, revealing well-defined and muscular forearms. He stood tall, his gaze sharp and spirited, and despite the chaos wrought upon the warehouse, a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "This boss possesses an extraordinary demeanor," Li Liang mused internally, prompting him to step forward to prevent others from acting impulsively. "Mr. Chen, is it? A pleasure to meet you," Li Liang greeted, wiping his hands on his trousers. "I sincerely apologize for the injuries caused to everyone." Chen Fan quickly grasped Li Liang's hand, preemptively expressing his regrets. During their journey, Yu Chuan had introduced him to Li Liang, the head of the renovation crew. It was utterly unexpected for a disturbance to arise. Today had indeed been a lapse in his judgment. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. With Chen Fan's apology, the tension among the group eased, especially since he had also offered to escort them to the hospital. "I feel responsible for this predicament. I trust everyone's injuries are not severe. Let us head to the hospital for a checkup shortly." The injuries were merely superficial, and seeing Chen Fan's prompt apology, the group was no longer irked, repeatedly insisting that it was unnecessary. "Well then, let us purchase some ointment for the bruises. We shall pause renovations for the day. Rest assured, salaries will be processed as usual," Chen Fan stated, producing 10 yuan to hand to Li Liang for the purchase of ointment. While 10 yuan was more than sufficient for such an expense, it served as a gesture of goodwill on Chen Fan's part, acknowledging the indirect burden placed upon them. The group expressed their gratitude, gathering their belongings in preparation to head home. As Li Liang reached the warehouse entrance, he hesitated before returning to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, I cannot ascertain whom you've offended, but those causing the disturbance were led by Li Ergu, a subordinate of Long Ge. Exercise caution." Li Liang's concern was not born from an uncharacteristic surge of kindness. Should this matter remain unresolved, their employment would be jeopardized. It was prudent to gauge how the boss intended to proceed, and if necessary, to settle the salaries. Upon hearing Li Liang, Chen Fan inquired, "Thank you for the heads up. Mr. Li, you seem quite familiar with the local scene." Li Liang nodded. His family resided in the area. Occasionally, he undertook renovation contracts, inevitably interacting with various local figures, thus becoming acquainted with a myriad of characters. "Could you inform me, apart from Long Ge, who is the most notorious figure in this vicinity?" Chen Fan asked. "Long Ge has a sworn rival named Cheng Hu, colloquially referred to as Hu Gu among those in the underworld," Li Liang divulged, feeling that this information was sufficient before expressing his gratitude to Chen Fan and departing. "Hu Ye." Chen Fan chuckled, surveying the severely damaged warehouse. It seemed that amicable resolutions would not suffice. Perhaps a more formidable approach was warranted. "Brother Fan, what do you intend to do?" Yu Chuan sensed an unsettling shift and inquired uneasily. "What do I intend to do?" Chen Fan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his once gentle smile replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. "In matters of reciprocity, it is only fitting that I respond in kind to the grand gesture they have bestowed upon me." As Yu Chuan listened to Chen Fan's words, although his tone was calm, a chilling aura emanated from him, causing a shiver to run down Yu Chuan's spine. "Brother Fan, you can't possibly be thinking. Chuanzi, you should return home and rest. Today has been taxing for you." "Brother Fan, do you still consider me a brother?" Yu Chuan vaguely sensed Chen Fan's intentions. Although apprehensive, he forced himself to maintain composure. He recalled how Xia Hu could assist Chen Fan in connecting with veterans, and how Hu Tao could help with business documents. Now, he was the only one responsible for the renovation, which had encountered problems. If this continued, he would surely be left behind. With determination, he declared, "Brother Fan, no matter what you plan to do, I will accompany you." Chen Fan patted Yu Chuan on the shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Had he been aware of Yu Chuan's inner thoughts, he might have mused about how even among friends, competition had become so intense. The two mounted their motorcycle once again, the engine roaring as they sped away. It was relatively easy to inquire about Hu Ji's whereabouts, as he was known for his infamous pastime, gambling. Chen Fan and Yu Chuan ventured into a narrow alley. Despite its unassuming exterior, the alley concealed a vibrant underworld, known colloquially as the Gilded Alley. It was a sanctuary for gamblers, a veritable paradise for those who sought fortune through chance. In the past, Chen Fan had mingled in questionable circles, yet he had never dared to cross the threshold of this sacred gambling ground. After winding through the twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard gate, only to be intercepted. "What business do you have here?" This place was not one that allowed just anyone to enter. Gamblers were wary of the police. Although daytime raids were infrequent, a lookout was always posted at the entrance. "I'm looking for someone. And who might that be?" "Chung Hu. Where can I find him?" Chen Fan remained composed under scrutiny. "Who are you to Hu go? What do you want with him?" The guard, though intimidated by Chung Hu's reputation, was cautious about granting entry. There had been instances where individuals had exploited Chung Hu's name only to be met with dire consequences upon discovery. "Just tell Chung Hu that I have a lucrative proposition for him. Ask him if he is interested." Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering demeanor and his audacity to mention Chung Hu directly, the guard felt conflicted, unsure of this man's true identity. After weighing his options, he noticed Chen Fan's growing impatience. Resolute, he gestured for someone to keep watch outside and proceeded to seek out Hugo himself. Inside the Gilded Alley, some entered with faces aglow, while others emerged despondent. The passers-by scrutinized Chen Fan with flickering glances. Yet, he faced their appraisal with unflinching calm. After all, he was no stranger to tumultuous experiences and was not easily daunted by mere gazes. In contrast, Yu Chuan trembled, his voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Fan, perhaps we should leave. I've heard these individuals can be quite ruthless." He glanced around nervously, wary of potential threats. "Chuanzi, if you're afraid, it's best you return home," Chen Fan advised sincerely. After all, bringing along someone gripped by fear would only serve as an encumbrance. At that moment, the doorman emerged, casting a glance at Chen Fan with a smirk of schadenfreude. "Come on, Tiger Brother wants me to take you inside," he said, turning to lead the way. Without hesitation, Chen Fan followed suit. Yu Chuan, stamping his foot, decided to plunge head first into the fray, thinking that since they were already here, he might as well embrace the chaos. The gambling tables varied in size, surrounded by numerous flushed faces. The gamblers, both big and small, shouted hoarsely, unaware of the countless families that would inevitably fracture because of the games played here. The doorman led Chen Fan and Yu Chuan up to the second floor without pausing. It turned out this place had a hidden depth. Compared to the first floor, the second was markedly quieter. A few scattered tables held an abundance of chips, and those gathered around them were notably subdued. Yet, with a mere push of the towering stacks, one individual would vanish from the scene. Upon opening the door to the innermost private room, Chen Fan beheld four individuals engaged in a game of mahjong. In stark contrast to the raucous play outside, this seemed almost childish play. The man sitting directly across from Chen Fan lifted his head. "I hear you're looking for me?" Chung Hu, a man approaching 40, had a muscular build that indeed resembled a tiger in its power. A scar marred his brow, crookedly stitched near the corner of his eye. His gaze, as it met Chen Fan's, flickered with a hint of menace. "Brother Hu, it is an honor," Chen Fan greeted, raising his hand in a gesture of courtesy. "You better have a good reason for being here," Chung Hu replied with a cold smile. "It's rare to see someone daring enough to seek fun with Tiger Brother today." Laughter erupted from the three other players, filled with mockery. Having heard tales of the infamous Shaojin Alley, Chen Fan found it rather underwhelming upon witnessing it firsthand. He smirked, which nearly caused Yu Chuan to kneel in fright. "You're quite bold, kid," one of the individuals thundered, rising from the table to glare at Chen Fan. "I may not be particularly brave, but today, I wish to gamble with Brother Hu," Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the man's outburst. "Ah, quite the audacious lad," Cheng Hu chuckled, a darker glint appearing in his eyes. Old Three, make room for him. The reluctant Old Three stepped aside, albeit begrudgingly. So, you wish to gamble with Brother Hu, huh? How many chips do you have? Chen Fan pulled out 500 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the table. Such arrogance. A mere 500 yuan? Is that what you used to beg? Old Three sneered, moving to grab Chen Fan by the collar. Is this enough now? Chen Fan retorted, producing another 500 yuan from his bag, halting Old Three's advance. Cheng Hu observed the 1,000 yuan on the table, and his expression shifted slightly. 1,000 yuan, 2 or 3 years' worth of an ordinary worker's salary. Even in Shaojin Alley, that would take a while to earn, he mused. Is this sufficient now? Chen Fan inquired again, placing yet another 500 yuan on the table. Old Three fell silent, and Cheng Hu straightened up. Ha ha, it seems I have underestimated you, young brother. Cheng Hu laughed heartily. Come, young brother, tell us what you wish to wager. Let us engage in a game of mahjong and observe the points. Chen Fan occupied the third position at the table, while Yu Chuan hastily positioned himself behind him. In that brief moment, Yu Chuan was already drenched in cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his back, damp and uncomfortable. Over 3 rounds of mahjong, Chen Fan appeared to enjoy an exceptional stroke of luck, effortlessly defeating Cheng Hu and the other 2 players. In truth, had it not been for Chen Fan's prior experiences in the gambling halls of Aoshi, he might have found himself at the mercy of the trio. Logically, having staked 1,500 yuan, Chen Fan should have at least doubled his investment. With this thought in mind, the expressions of the 3 players shifted, their eyes glinting with intrigue as they gazed at the solitary figures across from them. However, to their surprise, Chen Fan pushed the 1,500 yuan on the table towards Cheng Hu. What does this signify, young brother? Cheng Hu pondered, looking down at the money, unable to discern Chen Fan's intentions. Today, I dare to intrude upon Brother Hu, hoping to request a favor. Oh, so there are those who dare to bully the young brother. Cheng Hu chuckled in astonishment, wondering who possessed such audacity. Observing Chen Fan's lavish display, Cheng Hu realized he was not dealing with an ordinary individual. Someone had indeed provoked him. Today, someone vandalized my warehouse, and my men mentioned it was Li Ergu, one of Long Ji's subordinates. Cheng Hu regarded Chen Fan thoughtfully, contemplating whether the young brother wished him to confront old Long on his behalf. If Chen Fan were to make such a demand, Cheng Hu might very well take action against him. 1,500 yuan was hardly worth risking a confrontation with a sworn enemy. No, I do not wish to burden Brother Hu. Just deal with Li Ergu and his associates, and perhaps send a warning to their backers. This is a minor issue. You are too courteous, young brother. Cheng Hu laughed heartily, accepting the 1,500 yuan Chen Fan had pushed towards him, unaware of what the young brother had in mind for teaching them a lesson. Li Ergu and his cohorts were hardly a formidable challenge. Cheng Hu graciously accepted the money. Anyone who participated in the vandalism at my warehouse today shall lose a leg. Chen Fan spoke calmly. The others shivered in response. They had not anticipated this seemingly gentle man possessed such a ruthless heart. Naturally, Cheng Hu did not need to intervene personally. He dispatched Lao San and his men directly to Li Ergu's residence. Li Ergu and his companions, having ransacked Chen Fan's warehouse and reveling with peanuts and liquor on the spoils given by Wang Jiong, were caught off guard when their front door was kicked open, and a group of menacing figures stormed in. Lao San, the vanguard, greeted Li Ergu with a grin. Long time no see, Li Ergu. Brothers, attack. Lao San commanded mercilessly, swiftly bringing Li Ergu to the ground with a brutal blow that shattered his leg. Li Ergu screamed, writhing on the floor, clutching his injured leg. The confrontation rapidly turned one-sided. Within moments, Li Ergu and his companions lay sprawled across the courtyard, their pitiful cries echoing in the air. Chapter 33. The Fate of Wang Jiong. Brother Chen, are you satisfied now? Lao San inquired, stepping aside to reveal Chen Fan and Yu Chuan behind him. Brother Chen? Li Ergu listened to Lao San's words and raised his head to look at the newcomer, immediately suspecting that this might be Chen Fan, whom Wang Jiong had commissioned him to discipline. Are you Chen Fan? Li Ergu exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, his heart began to curse Wang Jiong incessantly. Damn Wang Jiong! Why didn't he tell me that Chen Fan had such a background? If I had known earlier, I would never have stirred up trouble. Liergo now understood why Lao San had broken his leg. It was because Chen Fan intended to deal with him. Realizing the cause and effect, Liergo hastily pleaded, "Boss Chen, spare me. I was deceived by others. It was Wang Zhiyong who instigated me. He paid me to create chaos." Tears mixed with snot streamed down his face as he clutched his injured leg, repeatedly begging for mercy, appearing quite ridiculous. Without hesitation, Liergo threw Wang Zhiyong under the bus. In truth, Wang Zhiyong had no real connections with Long Gu. He merely knew Liergo and occasionally flattered him, leveraging Long Ji's reputation to intimidate others. As no one bothered to verify the truth with Long Gu, over time, Wang Zhiyong's facade became accepted as reality. "I know you were also deceived," Chen Fan said, squatting before Liergo, a warm smile gracing his face. "Even without you, there would be Zhang Ergo or Wang Ergo, wouldn't there?" Yes. Liergo nodded vigorously, terrified that Chen Fan might harm him further. "I was deceived, Boss Chen. Please forgive me." I understand. "I forgive you," Chen Fan replied, still smiling, as he pressed down hard on Liergo's recently broken leg. Liergo screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness. "But why did you cause trouble in my territory? Since you did, you must pay some price." No one anticipated that the very same Chen Fan who had just claimed to forgive Liergo would act with such severity the next moment. "Where does Wang Zhiyong live? Would you care to lead me there?" Chen Fan maintained his gentle smile, yet to the nearly fainting Liergo, he appeared as a demon. "And no. Liergo hurriedly divulged Wang Zhiyong's address. "Boss Chen, please spare me." Chen Fan stood up with a smile. But those who witnessed his grin couldn't help but shudder, secretly thinking, he is truly ruthless. "Will you dare to cause trouble in my domain again?" No. Chen Fan stepped out first, with Yuchuan quickly following. Laosan glanced back at the sprawled figures on the ground and signaled to his brothers to catch up. Behind them, Liergo and his companions continued to wail, uncertain who would take them to the hospital. They traveled without rest until they arrived at Wang Zhiyong's residence. Wang Zhiyong operated a private processing factory, earning a considerable sum. His home appeared quite impressive, a standalone villa. As Chen Fan surveyed the house before him, he contemplated that it might be time for his own family to relocate. Although the city village offered affordable rent, it was crowded and chaotic. Given his newfound wealth, he had attracted envy from others, frequently absent from home. He felt a twinge of insecurity with only Lu Yu and Ying there. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Before the tightly shut door, the third brother exchanged a glance, prompting one of his subordinates to scamper forward and fumble with the lock until it yielded. The group stealthily entered, initially believing the house to be deserted, intending to ambush Wang Zhiyong and catch him off guard. However, upon traversing the courtyard and stepping into the living room, they were met with a chaotic scattering of garments, both men's and women's, littered haphazardly, leading a trail to the bedroom door. Chen Fan cast a glance at the wedding photo adorning the wall, featuring a corpulent man and a portly woman, undoubtedly Wang Zhiyong and his spouse. Noticing the woman's clothing strewn across the floor, the sizes clearly did not correspond to that of Wang Zhiyong's wife. Goodness, this glutton certainly knows how to indulge. The third brother muttered disdainfully before kicking open the bedroom door. A woman's piercing scream erupted, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my home?" Wang Zhiyong exclaimed, startled, as he glanced at the throng of figures at the doorway, frantically attempting to ensconce himself in the bed covers. Yet there was but a single blanket, fiercely clutched by the woman beside him. Chen Fan observed the scene, his brow furrowing in discomfort as Wang Zhiyong's flesh spilled over in rolls, his exposed belly a particularly unsightly sight due to the lack of adequate cover. The third brother, unwilling to linger on such a grotesque display, was nonetheless driven by the promise of 1,500 yuan, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Wang Zhiyong. "Do you not recognize us?" The third brother growled menacingly. However, his words were cut short by Wang Zhiyong's interruption. "Did that wretched woman send you? Tell her I will not part with a single cent. She should abandon any such hopes." It became clear that Wang Zhiyong, having amassed wealth through his wife, sought to rid himself of her. The third brother, initially motivated by Chen Fan's request to teach this insufferable glutton a lesson, now felt a surge of indignation at the thought of his brothers struggling to find wives while this corpulent man reveled in his excess. With renewed vigor, he delivered further kicks, prompting Wang Zhiyong to yelp in distress. "Stop, just. Your foot." Chen Fan finally managed to regain composure from the earlier appalling sight, urging the third brother to cease his assault. "Wang, you truly wield considerable power, sending men to smash my warehouse at the break of dawn." It was only then that Wang Zhiyong recognized Chen Fan among the intruders. "You dare to cut off my beard and expect to escape unscathed?" he blustered, though his bravado appeared hollow. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, alluding to the fact that Li Ergu and his companions were currently lamenting their misfortunes, while Wang Zhiyong had been riding on Long Ji's coattails for quite some time. I don't understand what you're saying," Wang Zhiyong stammered, cold sweat cascading down his brow. What if Long Ge discovers that someone has profited handsomely under his name these past years? The tremors of fear rippled through Wang Zhiyong's corpulent frame as he attempted to rise, pleading, "No, don't tell Long Ge. What do you intend to do?" He whimpered, only to be kicked back down by the third brother, landing unceremoniously on his back. "Wang, do not fret too much. I mean you no harm today. I simply wish for you to open your eyes and discern whom you can provoke and whom you cannot." Before Wang Zhiyong could utter a word, Chen Fan interjected. "Third brother, I appreciate your assistance. It's but a minor task." With a swift motion, the third brother struck, and two anguished cries echoed in the air. One was Wang Zhiyong's, a lament born from a broken leg. The other belonged to the woman on the bed, who had surreptitiously opened her eyes to witness the unfolding chaos, only to faint in terror upon witnessing Wang Zhiyong's injury. "Mr. Wang, do you remember this? In future endeavors, exercise caution, otherwise it won't merely be a broken leg." Wang Zhiyong, rendered speechless by pain, trembled and, in a moment of sheer fright, lost control of his bladder. Disgusted, Chen Fan turned and exited the room. The third brother, equally repulsed, vented his frustration by delivering several more kicks to Wang Zhiyong. The underlings behind them, emulating the scene, joined in, and soon Wang Zhiyong lay unconscious in a puddle of his own making. In the living room, Chen Fan located a phone number and dialed Wang Zhiyong's wife. One could only anticipate the dramatic scene that would unfold when she returned to discover the stark reality of the situation. With the matter concluded, he departed quietly, concealing his deeds and accolades. Chapter 34. Shall we move? The affairs concerning the warehouse had finally reached a resolution, leaving Chen Fan with a sense of relief. After negotiating with Cheng Hu, who had initially invited Chen Fan to wait for the outcome together in the Golden Street, Chen Fan declined. His decision to accompany the third brother and his crew was not solely to witness the downfall of the puppet master, but also to demonstrate his own capabilities. At this juncture, Chen Fan's entrepreneurial focus lay firmly on the warehouse, and he understood the necessity of asserting his presence to deter any potential troublemakers. His decisive actions and seasoned conduct would likely dissuade anyone from causing disturbances in the near future. Once his security company flourished, such concerns would become a thing of the past. Retrieving 500 yuan from his wallet, he handed it to the third brother. "Thank you for your hard work today. This is a small token for you and the brothers to enjoy a good meal." Although the third brother's expression remained composed, his heart swelled with joy. Typically, the brothers dispatched by Hugu earned a little extra on the side, but such arrangements were always unspoken. Chen Fan's generosity took him by surprise. "Very well. From this day forth, I consider you, Brother Chen, a friend. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me." After a hearty pat on Chen Fan's shoulder, the third brother departed with his entourage. "Chuanzi, you haven't eaten today, have you?" Chen Fan remarked, pulling out 50 yuan and extending it to Yu Chuan. "I must return home. Your sister-in-law is likely waiting anxiously. Find somewhere to grab a bite." Yu Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, reflecting on his lack of assistance throughout the day, and he hesitated to accept the money. "Chuanzi, what are you saying? Are we brothers?" Chen Fan feigned annoyance. "If we're brothers, there is no need for pleasantries. We are family." Unable to refuse any longer, Yu Chuan accepted the 50 yuan, deeply touched by Chen Fan's kindness. He resolved to diligently oversee the renovation progress, ensuring that such circumstances would not arise again. Chen Fan bid farewell to Lao San and Yu Chuan without lingering, and swiftly mounted his motorcycle to head home. On one hand, he had yet to eat and needed to return to satiate his hunger. On the other, he was concerned about how anxious Lu Yu might be after his prolonged absence. Ever since Chen Fan and Yu Chuan departed, Lu Yu had been restless, torn between the fear of Chen Fan being harmed by troublemakers and the concern that he might inadvertently hurt someone in a fit of anger. Before leaving, Chen Fan had instructed her to prepare a meal for Ying, but she lacked the motivation to cook. When Ying woke up, Lu Yu merely prepared a simple snack for her. As for herself, her worries rendered her unable to consume even a morsel of food. Throughout the morning, Lu Yu appeared to be playing with Ying, yet her heart was in turmoil, plagued by unsettling thoughts. Despite her efforts to quell such irrational fears, her mind was beyond her control. Suddenly, the distant rumble of a motorcycle pierced the air, growing louder as it approached. Lu Yu sprang to her feet in an instant. "Mama?" Ying looked up at her mother, puzzled by her sudden movement. "You play by yourself for a moment, dear. Mama will step outside," Lu Yu instructed, hastily exiting the room. Ying glanced at her mother's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment that Mama wasn't fully engaged in their playtime. I want to pay attention to Mama." She pouted, then turned her attention to the doll her mother had made for her. When Chen Fan arrived home, he found the door locked. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard Lu Yu's anxious voice from within. "Who is it? Don't be afraid." "It's me," he replied. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Lu Yu's anxiety dissipated. She discarded the wooden stick she had been gripping tightly and opened the door. Seeing Chen Fan standing unharmed outside, all her pent-up emotions overflowed, and she flung herself into his embrace. Chen Fan was taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden display of affection. Though their relationship had softened previously, she had never shown such intimacy. "What's the matter?" he asked gently, wrapping his arms around her. "You scare me to death. Why did you take so long?" Lu Yu exclaimed, her hand instinctively brushing against Chen Fan's back. "You aren't hurt, are you?" "I'm fine, don't worry. I just had a lengthy discussion with them," Chen Fan reassured her, choosing not to divulge the full extent of his actions that day, not from a desire to conceal the truth, but because Lu Yu was naturally timid. Knowing he had broken someone's leg would surely frighten her further. Before they could enjoy the embrace any longer, a small voice interrupted them. Shy face." It turned out that Ying, noticing her mother had not returned, had waddled out in search of her and had caught sight of her parents in an embrace, prompting her to cover her eyes in innocence. Lu Yu, startled by Ying's words, suddenly realized she was still tightly holding on to Chen Fan and quickly pushed him away, her cheeks flushing crimson. As Chen Fan looked up, he saw the little girl peeking through her fingers, pretending to shield her eyes, but unable to resist sneaking a glance. When their eyes met, she hurriedly retreated back into the room. The little one was quite the playful spirit. Chen Fan chuckled silently to himself, indifferent to Lu Yu's actions, as he pushed the motorcycle into the courtyard and closed the door. Seeing Chen Fan return unscathed, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. And only then did she have the leisure to inquire, "Are you hungry? You didn't eat breakfast this morning. What would you like to have?" Chen Fan, naturally, had no particular preferences, suggesting that Lu Yu could prepare whatever she wished. While Lu Yu busied herself with cooking, Chen Fan took the opportunity to wander around their modest home. Their residence was a small rental in an urban village, a mere dozen square meters. Yet Lu Yu had managed to keep the small courtyard neatly organized. Upon entering the house, one found the living room, which also served as the dining area, cramped and poorly lit. There were 2 bedrooms, one large and one small, accompanied by a tiny washroom. Despite Lu Yu's earnest attempts to decorate their home with warmth, the old house still exuded an air of dilapidation. In stark contrast to the independent villa of Wang Zhiyong's family, their dwelling felt exceedingly shabby. Chen Fan resolved to move, but he needed to discuss it with Lu Yu, fearing that this little woman might resist the idea in an effort to save money. At the dinner table, he deliberately asked, "Ying, do you like our home?" Ying nodded her little head, her mouth full of rice, and mumbled porridge. Chen Fan continued, Would you like to move to a beautiful house? One with big windows and bright rooms, filled with many dolls? He described it slowly, enticingly. Although Ying had no frame of reference for how beautiful the house might be, her eyes lit up at the mention of many dolls. The doll her mother had made for her was already worn out, and she yearned for a new one. She instantly replied, "Yes, yes. Let's move to a beautiful house and get dolls." "Why are you telling the child this?" Lu Yu questioned, puzzled. Chen Fan gazed at Lu Yu earnestly and declared, "Wife, let us move." Chapter 35. A new home. Lu Yu felt a shiver run through her at the term wife. But she had grown accustomed to Chen Fan's recent mannerisms. Thankfully, he hadn't referred to her as baby or darling, or she might have truly felt nauseated. During her time in the affluent district, she had witnessed countless young couples addressing each other with endearing terms while feeding each other fried chicken. In response to Chen Fan's suggestion, Lu Yu immediately countered, "No, why move? Isn't it fine here?" After a moment's thought, fearing that a direct refusal might embarrass Chen Fan, she added, "Aren't you currently expanding your fried chicken business to other cities? And isn't there a new security company you wish to establish? All of that requires funds, doesn't it?" This was indeed Lu Yu's genuine concern. Although they had some money now, it seemed to flow in and out like water. Deep down, she harbored worries that Chen Fan might mismanage things one day and face ruin. With a bit of savings, should anything go awry in the future, their family would still have a means to survive. Lu Yu may not have understood the concept of planning for the future, but she instinctively wanted to leave a fallback for their family. While their current home was far from ideal, its low rent and convenient access made it practical. "My dear, what is there to commend about this place?" Chen Fan had anticipated Lu Yu's refusal, so he was not surprised. He continued to elaborate. "Look at the peeling paint in the corner and the damp spots on the ceiling. The yard is so small that after I park the motorcycle, there is hardly any space left for you to plant vegetables." Lu Yu understood that Chen Fan spoke the truth and followed his gaze. Indeed, this home left much to be desired. However, the prospect of moving would undoubtedly entail significant expenses. Thus, she shook her head and replied, "These are merely minor issues. We can tidy up another day. It's not a major concern." Seeing that Lu Yu remained unconvinced, Chen Fan decided to employ his trump card. "If you won't consider our situation, at least think about Ying, won't you?" Ying? Lu Yu was perplexed. After all, Ying was still quite young, and whether they moved or not seemed irrelevant to her. Chen Fan looked at Ying and said, "She is at a crucial stage of growth. Just observe how small her room is and how poor the sunlight is throughout the day. Prolonged exposure to such conditions cannot be beneficial for her health." His words struck a chord with Lu Yu. Chen Fan pressed on, "You know that children need friends. Ying spends her days at home without any peers to play with. Look at the children in our neighborhood. Would you want Ying to associate with them?" Lu Yu recalled the rowdy children outside and immediately felt a sense of dread. She certainly did not wish for Ying to turn out like that, and she shook her head. "Precisely. If we were to move, we would provide a much better living environment for Ying, allowing her to meet more friends and interact with a broader community." Chen Fan spoke calmly. "I have only a junior high education, and you graduated from high school. Do you not want Ying to attend a good school in a few years and eventually go to university? If we don't relocate, when Ying grows up, she will only have access to the schools in this area. How can we cultivate her good study habits? In today's society, there's a blind reverence for university graduates. Having a child who attends university is indeed a remarkable achievement." Chen Fan's words struck deep within Lu Yu's heart. How wonderful it would be if Ying could attend university. She absolutely did not want her daughter to struggle in life due to a lack of qualifications. Ying, overhearing her parents' conversation, was puzzled as to why they kept mentioning her. Bewildered, she looked back and forth between her father and mother, unaware that they had set a lofty goal for her future. Lu Yu was now completely swayed. Indeed, even if it were not for herself and Chen Fan, for the sake of creating a better living environment for Ying, they should consider moving. Moreover, they had recently earned some money, and many in the vicinity were envious of their fortune. Chen Fan often found himself away from home. What if something were to happen to Lu Yu and Ying? His concerns were not unfounded. He had recently noticed some unsavory characters loitering around their home. Lu Yu recalled the incident with the intruder at night, coupled with the veiled remarks she had heard during her outings. The thought of envious individuals engaging in dubious acts frightened her, prompting her to exclaim, "Let us move. We will move immediately." Chen Fan's efficiency was commendable. After discussing the relocation with Lu Yu, it took merely 2 days for Chen Fan to discover a suitable residence. In recent years, a new development called Shiyuan has emerged in Zheng City, regarded as one of the more upscale neighborhoods in the area. Given Chen Fan's current liquidity, purchasing a villa remains beyond his means, yet acquiring an apartment is comfortably achievable. Nonetheless, Chen Fan has no immediate intention of buying a flat. Firstly, he plans to invest in a standalone villa once funds are replenished. Secondly, although property prices in Zheng City have escalated in the future, the increase is not exorbitant. Hence, he prefers to maintain his capital for circulation. After careful consideration, Chen Fan resolves to rent a property for the time being. Following a brief inquiry over the past few days, he indeed found a suitable family in Shiyuan. This family intends to relocate to the capital due to work commitments, but, adhering to the traditional sentiment of returning to one's roots, has opted not to sell their home, merely wishing to lease it out. Consequently, a mutual agreement was swiftly reached, and a rental contract was signed. Chen Fan hired someone to conduct a simple cleaning of the house, arranging it thoughtfully before informing Lu Yu and Ying of the news. Early the next morning, the family prepared to move. After living here for 3 or 4 years, the sudden prospect of moving left Lu Yu feeling a touch sentimental. Wanting to pack up everything from their current home, Chen Fan naturally dissuaded her, having already purchased new household items, rendering the effort to transport their old belongings unnecessary. Lu Yu shot him a playful glare, muttering about his tendency to frivolously spend money, yet her heart brimmed with joy at the thought of moving into a new home, which surely required a fresh ambience. There were few neighbors with whom Chen Fan shared a close rapport. Thus the family bid farewell only to Aunt Sunday. She grasped Lu Yu's hand, repeatedly expressing her well wishes. "My dear, your good days are just beginning. Make sure to live well with Chen Fan." Lu Dahai looked enviously at Chen Fan's motorcycle, continuously congratulating him. At that moment, a wave of emotions stirred within him. He recalled when Chen Fan had to borrow a bicycle from him, and now the entire family could reside in an apartment. Although he and his wife were both employed, their living standards had only slightly improved. The prospect of living in an apartment seemed a distant dream. Was entrepreneurship truly so lucrative? A seed of ambition quietly took root within Lu Dahai's heart. Chapter 36. The turmoil in the square, the greenery in Shiyuan is exceptionally well maintained, creating a charming environment. The developers of this era are not as ruthless as those in the future. Each building rises no more than 6 stories, with adequate spacing between them, ensuring ample natural light in every room. The apartment Chen Fan rented is conveniently located on the 3rd floor, an ideal position for traversing the building. Upon opening the door to their new home, they are greeted by a spacious living room. Chen Fan guided Lu Yu and Ying through the residence. With an area of approximately 100 square meters, it features 3 rooms, including a master bedroom with a small balcony. The 2 secondary bedrooms are also quite generous. Chen Fan transformed one into Ying's princess room and the other into a small study for future work purposes. Presently, Ying has already collapsed into a pile of dolls, rolling about in delight. Lu Yu gently caressed the white ceramic tiles on the wall, a smile gracing her face. Upon entering the kitchen and discovering the presence of a refrigerator, her expression blossomed into one of sheer delight. This house is truly exquisite. It boasts not only a television and heating, but also a refrigerator, alleviating any concerns of spoilage when preparing meals in abundance. Observing the contentment radiating from Lu Yu, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile in return. Is this all it takes to be satisfied? There are even better homes awaiting in the future. Lu Yu's smile widened at Chen Fan's words. She felt immense gratitude for her current life and could hardly fathom a reality that surpassed it. Thus, she remarked, "I believe this is already wonderful. This house must be quite expensive, right? You need not worry about such matters. Simply relax and enjoy. I will take care of everything." Chen Fan assured her earnestly. The atmosphere was just right, and the two drew closer, causing Lu Yu to nervously close her eyes. Chen Fan gazed upon Lu Yu's beautiful visage an individual usually composed and strategical, now feeling a twinge of nervousness. Mommy, mommy. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. Lu Yu's eyes flew open, and upon seeing Chen Fan so near, her cheeks flushed crimson. What is the matter? Mother is here, she stammered, avoiding Chen Fan's gaze as she hurriedly made her way to Ying Ying's bedroom. Observing Lu Yu's retreating figure, Chen Fan involuntarily licked his back teeth, realizing that his plans had been thwarted. However, despite his feigned reluctance, he followed Lu Yu to see Ying Ying. Mommy, look! The little girl exclaimed excitedly, showcasing her doll. It can sing. With a press of a button, the doll began to serenade a nursery rhyme. Is that so? Ying is amazing. How did you discover that? Lu Yu approached and sat on Ying Ying's bed, pinching her cheek in praise. Chen Fan arrived shortly thereafter, bemused at the sight of the singing doll in Ying Ying's hands. Was this the consequence of his own actions? As it turned out, while decorating Ying Ying's princess room, he had specifically visited a foreign trade store to purchase dolls for her. Lacking knowledge in this area, he had requested the sales clerk to wrap up the dolls that little girls adored most. The considerate clerk had informed him that this particular doll was a favorite among girls, prompting him to place it in a prominent position. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time they finished organizing the house, it was already afternoon. Chen Fan wished to take Lu Yu and Ying Ying out for a meal, but concerned about excessive spending after just moving in, Lu Yu ultimately decided to prepare a feast at home. Her culinary skills were commendable, and the three of them enjoyed the meal immensely. After dining, Ying Ying began to feel drowsy. Chen Fan sent Lu Yu to lull Ying Ying to sleep while he took the initiative to tidy up the dishes. Lu Yu watched Chen Fan's silhouette in the kitchen, feeling a wave of emotion swell within her. It was remarkable how the same person could exhibit such contrasting behaviors. If this were a dream, she fervently wished for it to never end. Having finished the dishes, Chen Fan found Ying Ying peacefully asleep. Lu Yu sat at the head of the bed, perusing the fairy tale book that Chen Fan had purchased for Ying Ying. Let's take a brief respite, and later we shall venture out together, Chen Fan suggested in a lowered voice. Not far from Shiyuan, there lay a vast plaza. The evening breeze gently caressed, alleviating the heat of the day, rendering the atmosphere quite pleasant. Lu Yu donned an elegant white dress, exuding grace and charm, a vision of beauty. Chen Fan, as ever, was clad in his perennial white shirt and black trousers, standing beside Lu Yu as if they were in matching attire. Ying Ying, too, was adorned in an adorable white princess gown, resembling a little angel. The trio, with the handsome man, the beautiful woman, and the charming child, attracted envious glances from passers-by. The plaza bustled with various vendors selling balloons, toys, and snacks, creating a lively scene reminiscent of modern life. It was Chen Fan's first encounter with such a vibrant atmosphere. He purchased a balloon for Ying Ying, who gleefully danced around him, and Lu Yu, clutching the balloon tightly. What would you like? Chen Fan inquired softly of Lu Yu. She shook her head, indicating she desired nothing. Yet, Chen Fan noticed the glimmer in her eyes and, without hesitation, approached a flower vendor-esque cart. How much for this bouquet, dear lady? He asked. Before the elderly flower seller could respond, a brash young man forcefully shoved her aside. Old hag, how many times must I tell you? You can't sell here. Can't you understand? The grandmother, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Seeing the commotion, she pleaded, please, let me sell here. If I can't sell flowers, where else can I go? My husband is waiting for me to earn money for his medicine. This was the only bustling spot nearby, and the income from flower sales was vital for her. Despite the young man's intimidation, she clung to the hope of selling her flowers. Hey, you old hag, can't you understand human language? The young man sneered as he seized a bouquet from a cart, intending to throw it at her. Unexpectedly, his hand was caught by someone. What do you think you're doing? Chen Fan inquired, frowning at the young man who had tried to strike the elderly vendor. Are you trying to play the hero? You took the flowers I intended to buy. Chen Fan stated calmly, yet he tightened his grip. Lu Yu rushed over with Ying Ying, helping the grandmother to her feet. Are you all right, dear lady? She asked. I'm fine, the grandmother replied, wiping her tears. Thank you, young lady. Ouch, let go of me. The young man winced, struggling against Chen Fan's grip. Release me, and I shall return the flowers, he conceded. Very well, return them, Chen Fan replied. However, once freed, the young man did not immediately comply, but instead glanced at Lu Yu, a cunning look in his eyes. You wish to buy flowers? This old woman's wares are inferior. You should purchase for me instead. Oh, is that so? Chen Fan responded, feigning interest. What is your price? Not expensive, $5 a bunch, the young man replied. Not interested. You may leave, Chen Fan said, furrowing his brow at the small sign on the cart that listed $1 per bouquet. You must buy if you inquire. Otherwise, you shan't leave, the young man retorted defiantly. Oh, so you intend to engage in coercive sales? Chen Fan queried. And what of it? So, will you buy or not? The young man pressed. The brash young man exuded an air of arrogance, embodying the essence of a rogue. I won't buy it. Chen Fan resolutely declined. You poor fool, unable to even spare $5, yet you dare to flirt, the young man crudely remarked, casting a lewd glance at Lu Yu and audaciously whistling at her. Mind your manners, Chen Fan admonished. While it was acceptable for the young man to look down on him, he could not show disrespect towards Lu Yu. In an instant, Chen Fan executed a swift shoulder throw, sending the impudent youth crashing to the ground. Ouch! The young man exclaimed as he struggled to rise, cursing under his breath. Damn you! You got guts to hit me. You should know who you're dealing with. Before he could finish his tirade, Chen Fan interrupted. I said I'm not buying. Are you leaving or not? Fine, fine. You think you're tough? Just wait right here. The young man spat, his bravado shaken. Yet contemplating the strength of Chen Fan's grip and the finesse of his throw, he dared not confront him alone. He tossed the flowers to the ground, muttering a threat as he retreated to summon backup. Young man, please take this bouquet. It's on the house. An elderly woman gently picked up the flowers from the ground, brushing them off before placing them back in her cart. She then offered another similar bouquet to Chen Fan, saying, You two should leave quickly. It might be too late if someone arrives. Others nearby chimed in, Yes, calling for help. You might not be able to escape soon. The young man had a small gang that extorted protection money in the square. This flower-selling grandmother had been driven away several times for failing to pay. As her husband was ill, calmly, Chen Fan accepted the bouquet from the elderly woman, handing her 5 yuan. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the money. He simply refused to buy flowers from the insolent youth. Wow, he's so handsome. I want flowers too, buy me some. At that moment, a couple nearby witnessed the unfolding drama, and the girl whimsically urged her boyfriend to purchase flowers for her. To be frank, Chen Fan's earlier display had been undeniably impressive, leaving her utterly captivated. Buy what? Do you want me to get killed? The girl's boyfriend, well aware of the local dangers, promptly denied her request. I don't care. I want them. Undeterred by her boyfriend's refusal, she moved toward the flower stand. Wait, don't go over there, look. The boy gestured for his girlfriend to observe. To their astonishment, the previously brazen young man had returned in less than 2 minutes, accompanied by 3 or 5 intimidating figures, all heading straight for Chen Fan. Quick, let's go. Don't get into trouble. Without waiting for his girlfriend to react, he grasped her hand and hastily led her away from the scene. Meanwhile, after handing the money to the grandmother, Chen Fan lifted Ying and took Lu Yu's hand, intending to depart. However, just a few steps away, they were met with the sound of hurried footsteps behind them. Big brother, it's him. The brash young man had returned, flanked by his men, advancing with an ominous demeanor. It's over. They can't escape now, gasped an onlooker in disbelief. As the young man spoke, his words were abruptly cut short upon seeing Chen Fan's face, leaving him momentarily breathless. Cough, cough, Chen boss. Chen Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Do you know me? How could I not know Chen boss? Replied the young man. A humble smile plastered across his face. He was originally one of Li Ergu's subordinates, having recently accompanied Li Ergu to vandalize Chen Fan's warehouse. However, to his astonishment, while everyone was merrily drinking, Chen Fan had stormed in with a group of his own. Fortunately, he was acquainted with one of the men under Old 3, who had gone easy on him and refrained from breaking his leg. At that moment, he had clutched his leg amidst the crowd, feigning pain, which allowed him to escape unscathed. With Li Ergu now injured, he seized the opportunity to take control of the square. Now, facing Chen Fan, the young man felt a twinge of pain in his leg and could still hear the echoes of his own cries. Startled, he instinctively turned back and slapped the insolent youth across the face. You don't even recognize Boss Chen? Are you tired of living? He then turned back to Chen Fan, bowing repeatedly in apology. Please forgive me, Boss Chen. This fool is blind to greatness. I shall discipline him when I return. Chen Fan, indifferent to how the young man knew him, was simply pleased that the matter was resolved. Will this lady be able to sell flowers here in the future? Chen Fan pondered, thinking that since this person was so intimidated by him, it would be advantageous to mention it, thus providing assistance. Of course, Boss Chen. How could it be otherwise? The young man eagerly agreed, then turned to instruct his fellows. Did everyone hear? From now on, treat this lady with respect. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude profusely. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers and the lady's repeated thanks, Chen Fan departed with Lu Yu and Ying Ying. Brother Daitu, why did you hit me? The disgruntled youth complained, covering his face. I struck you for your own good. I don't want to see you lose your life. Daitu admonished him sharply. Brother Daitu, who is that person? Why were you so courteous to him? Another subordinate quickly inquired. Do you want to know how Ergu and the others ended up with broken legs? Daitu grinned ominously. It was he who did it. Is it really him? The discontented youth jumped in fright, feeling a chill run down his spine as apprehension crept in. Even from a distance, Chen Fan could still hear the murmurings of the crowd. The onlookers were bewildered. They had anticipated a one-sided brawl when the young man arrived with his group, but were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Observing the once brazen ruffians now displaying humility, the crowd collectively pondered the same question. Who exactly was this man? Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he had inadvertently elevated his stature in the eyes of others, thanks to Daito's influence. Lu Yu discreetly observed Chen Fan's profile, her thoughts drifting. The individuals they had just encountered appeared quite formidable, yet it was astonishing to realize their fear of Chen Fan. What secrets does this man hold that she remains unaware of? If you wish to gaze, do so openly. You are my wife, and there is no need for embarrassment. To her astonishment, Chen Fan halted, turning to tease Lu Yu. Such a silver tongue. Lu Yu shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. If you think I have a silver tongue, why not try for yourself? Unexpectedly, Chen Fan leaned in and planted a kiss on Lu Yu's lips. She was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Why you?" Lu Yu hurriedly scanned her surroundings, relieved to find no one was paying attention. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. How could this man be so audacious? Ha! Chen Fan, observing Lu Yu's blushing countenance, chuckled with delight. Noticing her fierce gaze, he recognized her conservative nature and shyness. Thus he embraced Ying Ying and began to sprint away. Daddy, why did you kiss Mommy? Lu Yu stood frozen, hearing Ying Ying's innocent inquiry. I want to kiss Mommy too. As Ying Ying craned her neck to look at her from Chen Fan's arms, Lu Yu covered her flushed, burning cheeks, stamped her foot, and eventually followed after them. Chapter 38. Sunshine Security Liability Company. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the day. It was perfect for a grand opening and ill-suited for travel. Early in the morning, Chen Fan donned a brand new outfit. Has everyone else been contacted? Lu Yu clumsily tied Chen Fan's tie, a skill she had only recently acquired. Rest assured, Chen Fan replied with a helpless smile. You've asked that several times. There's no need to be so anxious. How can I not be anxious? Lu Yu shot him a look. Our liquid assets are all invested in the security company. If we cannot open smoothly, we will suffer a grave loss. Finally ready, Chen Fan, impeccably dressed, prepared to depart. Before leaving, he turned to ask, Are you truly not coming with me? No, you should go ahead. Be careful on the road. Lu Yu waved her hands repeatedly. She was still unaccustomed to being in the limelight. On such an important occasion, she preferred to avoid embarrassment. Chen Fan resigned, rode his motorcycle alone to the newly renovated warehouse. The Sunshine Security Liability Company was finally established. Standing at the entrance of the warehouse, now appropriately referred to as the Sunshine Security Liability Company, Chen Fan held a large pair of scissors, ready to cut the red ribbon held by Xia Hu and Yu Chuan. Hu Wer Tao, cradling the business license he had tirelessly obtained, beamed with joy. 23 retired soldiers stood solemnly behind them, exuding an air of righteousness. All right. With the click of the shutter, the scene was immortalized. No one could have foreseen that this modest warehouse would become the birthplace of the renowned Sunshine Group in the future. All right, Boss Chun, take a look. The cameraman cautiously held up his precious camera, indicating for Chen Fan to view the recently captured photos. No problem. Chen Fan scrutinized the images, finding no faults, and instructed the cameraman to continue shooting. In a moment, you'll join us inside to photograph the office and training areas. Remember to capture their expressions and postures during training. Chen Fan gestured toward the 23 veterans behind him and confidently assured, "No problem. Boss Chun, you can rest easy." The cameraman, fully aware of his craft, was certain of how to capture the best shots. The warehouse had been nearly renovated. Now, it resembled a legitimate workplace rather than the chaotic storage area it once was, filled with haphazardly piled items. The training grounds for the veterans had been fully set up, leaving only a few corners of the office area yet to be tidied. However, these minor details were inconsequential and could be addressed gradually. The security company had been in preparation for some time, so Chen Fan selected an auspicious day for its grand opening. Sitting in his office chair, he gazed at the trio of Xia Hu, Yu Chuan, and Hu Ertao. "You all have worked hard these days. Our efforts have finally borne fruit. Sunshine Security is officially established," Chen Fan declared with a smile. "Why are you all standing? Grab a chair and sit down." The three exchanged goofy smiles and obediently took their seats, beaming with delight at Chen Fan's praise. The establishment of Sunshine Security owes much to Brother Fan. Without him, the three of us would never have succeeded, Yu Chuan flattered. Having witnessed more of Chen Fan's capabilities than Xia Hu and Hu Ertao, he felt both awe and trepidation towards him. Xia Hu and Hu Ertao exchanged astonished glances at Yu Chuan. Since when did this guy learn to flatter? Indeed, the foundation of this company relies on Brother Fan, Hu Ertao chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. "I may not have much talent, but I've picked up a few tricks these days. As long as you give the word, Brother Fan, I promise to follow your lead," Xia Hu assured, thumping his chest. "Nonsense. I alone can accomplish nothing. It is thanks to your help," Chen Fan interrupted their flattery. He was well aware of his own contributions, and he recognized that the three had indeed invested considerable effort into Sunshine Security. "Brother Fan, you flatter us," they said sheepishly, scratching their heads. It was unclear when their address for Chen Fan had shifted to Brother Fan, as they had previously called him by his full name. "Together as brothers, we are unstoppable. As long as you work diligently, I will ensure you are well rewarded." Chen Fan felt a swell of gratitude within. In his past life, the business world was often cold and fraught with deceit, where every step felt perilous. He never anticipated that those he once looked down upon would provide him with such vital support on his entrepreneurial journey. Regardless of what lay ahead, Chen Fan felt deeply moved in that moment. After a lively conversation, they remembered to step outside to observe the training achievements of the veterans. Upon exiting, they found that, aside from 3 veterans who had been injured and could not train excessively, the remaining 20 had been training in an orderly manner for some time. Even those 3, while unable to overexert themselves, were diligently engaging in simpler exercises. The cameraman, captivated by the vibrant training scene, continuously adjusted his angles, capturing the fervor of the moment. Chen Fan gazed upon the scene with great satisfaction. Among the 23 individuals present, aside from the 3 who had withdrawn due to injuries, the remaining 20 had retired primarily due to age considerations. Although their departure from military service had occurred some time ago, the memories of their training remained vividly etched in their minds. As the training commenced, each individual demonstrated powerful punches and kicks, their movements slicing through the air with remarkable agility. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form, soaking through their olive-green short sleeves. The cameraman, having captured a series of photographs, presented them to Chen Fan for review. "Excellent. Expedite the processing. I require 1 enlargement and 1 for archival purposes. I am in urgent need," Chen Fan instructed. The cameraman readily complied, appreciating the generous nature of this entrepreneur, willing to work overtime to meet the request. The training venue and personnel were satisfactory, yet the critical element lacking was a source of clientele. Merely relying on the modest beginnings of the newly established company would not suffice to attract widespread attention. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to launch an advertising campaign. The photographs he had just requested to be expedited were not intended to serve merely as decoration. He had already preemptively contacted several newspapers, securing 3 days' worth of front-page space dedicated to promoting Sunshine Security Responsibility Company Limited, along with its promotional imagery and slogans. In addition to the print media, Chen Fan reached out to television stations, seeking to insert advertisements during the evening news segments. However, as the television station had not previously engaged in such endeavors, further discussions were necessary, and a response had yet to be provided. Chen Fan remained unfazed, confident that the station would recognize the advantages of airing his advertisements. This initiative would undoubtedly pave the way for his enterprise, albeit it might require some time. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry, as the initial impact of the advertisements in newspapers was anticipated to be sufficient. In this modern age, many affluent individuals still cherish the habit of perusing the newspaper before meals. Moreover, beyond these promotional strategies, Chen Fan had devised additional methods. Chapter 39. A visit from the television station Sunshine Security, safeguarding your peace of mind. A woman sat at the dining table, instinctively reaching for the newspaper delivered that morning. To her surprise, the usual front-page news was adorned with large, bold characters accompanied by several images. "Old Zheng, come quickly and take a look," she called out. In the bathroom stood a man of approximately 50 years, clad in casual attire and slippers, meticulously shaving before the mirror. Upon hearing the woman's voice, he leisurely finished shaving the last remnants of foam from his chin before making his way out. "Stop calling. I've already told you I don't drink soy milk," he replied nonchalantly. "You must drink it," the doctor insisted. The woman countered, but then abruptly changed the subject. "Who mentioned that? Just come over and look at the newspaper." She waved the paper in her hand. "What is so interesting? Isn't it just the usual corporate news?" The man retorted, feigning disinterest. Yet he accepted the newspaper from her grasp. Upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in astonishment. The advertisement boldly proclaimed, "Sunshine Security, safeguarding your peace of mind," occupying a substantial portion of the page. The regular army is composed entirely of veterans. Choosing what suits you best is paramount. Under the sun, let darkness be rendered powerless. Sunshine Security ensures your journey is untroubled and your future secure. A man perused the newspaper and remarked to the woman beside him, "Isn't this the advertisement I mentioned to you a couple of days ago?" "Indeed. Lao Zheng, what have you been contemplating these days?" the woman inquired. The man was Zheng Hongqi, the director of Zheng City Television Station. A few days prior, the minister of the propaganda department, Mr. Li, had approached him, stating that a security company wished to place an advertisement on their television station. This was unprecedented for the station, prompting Zheng Hongqi to decline without hesitation. However, Mr. Li believed that such a venture could be lucrative for the station and engaged in a lengthy discussion with him. Gradually, Zheng Hongqi found himself swayed by the idea. Despite being the director, he could not unilaterally make a decision, so he convened a meeting with the leaders of various departments within the station. The deliberation concerning the advertisement lasted for half the afternoon. Some argued that it was feasible and could foster innovation, potentially leading to unexpected success. Others deemed it too risky, suggesting that the station should prioritize a conservative approach at this stage. After realizing that no consensus could be reached in the immediate term, Zheng Hongqi decided to disperse the meeting, allowing everyone time to reflect. Over the next few days, he pondered the viability of airing the advertisement, only to unexpectedly encounter it in the newspaper. Holding the paper, he scrutinized it repeatedly, contemplating deeply before finally walking to the phone and dialing a number. Unbeknownst to him, his impromptu decision saved Zheng City Television Station from numerous missteps. Simultaneously, copies of the newspaper adorned the tables of most households in Zheng City. Although the newspapers came from different publishers, all featured the same headline, "Sunshine Security, Worry-Free Protection." Some readers glanced briefly and dismissed it, rolling up the paper for storage. Others examined it thoroughly, intrigued yet hesitant to commit. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted Chen Fan's reverie. He set down his pen and answered the call. "Hello. Who is this?" "Oh, Minister Li. Good morning." "Yes, I'm available. Feel free to come by any time. Rest assured, we are well prepared. Just bring your team and equipment, and we can shoot directly." "All right. Minister Li, I'll be waiting for you at the company." Chen Fan hung up, a smile gracing his lips as he opened the office door and stepped outside. 23 veterans now constituted Chen Fan's team, engaged in training, with Xia Hu and others practicing alongside. The company had recently launched and had yet to secure any business. Xia Hu was responsible for staff training, while Yu Chuan and Hu Tao were tasked with compiling client data. However, there were no clients yet, and the two, restless, followed Xia Hu to practice aimlessly outside. Boss! The synchronized shout of 23 individuals drowned out the voices of Xia Hu and his companions. Chen Fan surveyed the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. You may take a break for now. I will have some tasks to assign shortly. He addressed Du Jun, the leader of the 23. Understood, boss. Du Yun replied formally, saluting Chen Fan before turning to allow his comrades to rest. Chen Fan shook his head and smiled helplessly. It seemed challenging to let them set aside their soldierly identities for the time being. Nevertheless, this was beneficial, as the filming effect would be even more remarkable later. Who's he? Follow me. Chen Fan beckoned, and the three of them accompanied him to the office. A television station's crew will be here shortly for an interview, and they will also shoot a promotional video. You three should pay attention to your appearance. You might have to appear on camera. The individual who had just called Chen Fan was Minister Li from the television station's publicity department. He informed Chen Fan that the station had agreed to his request for an advertisement interlude, but they needed to handle the filming themselves. Chen Fan had no objections. Having the television station manage the filming saved him the trouble of hiring someone specifically for it. He promptly agreed to Minister Li's request, assuring him that everything was perfectly fine on his end. Brother Fan, the television station is really sending someone? No way. Am I really going to be on TV? Quick, how do I look? Should I change my clothes? The news of the television crew's arrival astonished the three, exchanging glances, apprehensive about any potential shortcomings. Rest assured, everything has been arranged, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Just be mindful of your conduct. The rest can proceed as usual. Observing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, their excitement gradually subsided. Brother Fan is truly impressive. He remains so composed in such a significant situation. They thought in unison, their admiration for him deepening. The television crew did not delay. Within an hour, they arrived with their equipment and personnel. Minister Li, a pleasure to meet you. Chen Fan stepped forward to shake hands with the minister. Hello, Chen boss. Truly remarkable for someone so young. They exchanged pleasantries, and the conversation flowed smoothly. The filming equipment was set up, the lighting adjusted, and everything was orderly. Chapter 40. A Dual Approach for Maximum Effect, Part 1. It must be said that every profession has its specialization. In later times, a casual advertisement shoot would take 10 to 15 days. In contrast, with the television station staff, a few quick adjustments and the sound of the film reels turning. The basic promotional video was already completed. The only remaining tasks were editing and post-production. After coordinating a time to view the final cut with Minister Li, Chen Fan courteously bid farewell to the television crew. Hu and the others let out a collective sigh of relief, silently reflecting, finally, it's done. We need not worry about any mistakes. Brother Fan, what shall we do next? Yu Chuan inquired. Next, Huzi, you will continue to oversee the training of these individuals. Chuanzi, please prepare in advance, as I anticipate we will be contacted by someone in the next couple of days. Chen Fan pondered briefly regarding Taozi. Maintain communication with your elder brother to monitor the movements of the next batch of retired soldiers. Should we require additional personnel in the near future, we must proactively bolster our human resources. The three nodded in agreement and set about their respective tasks. Chen Fan returned to his office, gazing at the plan on the paper, and picked up his pen to add a few notes. Raising his wrist to check his newly purchased watch, he noted that it was nearing noon. Grabbing the jacket resting on the back of his chair, Chen Fan exited his office. He found Du Jun and instructed him to ensure that a couple of individuals remained after work to await his return. Subsequently, Chen Fan mounted his motorcycle and headed straight for the police station at the train station. Time passed unnoticed, and soon it was mealtime. Dongzi, let's go. Didn't Chen Fan invite us for a meal? Zhao approached Zhou Dong's desk and tapped it lightly to remind him. All right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Zhou Dong scratched his head. overwhelmed by the multitude of daily tasks. Chen Fan was waiting at the entrance of the police station for Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong to emerge. Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong were the two officers who had intervened at the fried chicken shop at the train station, assisting Chen Fan in dealing with a group of rowdy troublemakers. Initially, when Chen Fan offered them fried chicken, they adamantly refused until he employed a bit of persuasion to ensure they accepted. Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong were responsible for maintaining order around the train station, where Chen Fan's fried chicken shop often had long queues, necessitating their occasional presence for enforcement. Zhao Nan, Zhou Dong. Chen Fan called out while standing in the shade of a tree across from the police station, waving as he spotted them. What brings the busy Chunda to invite us for a meal today? Zhao Nan teased. After becoming acquainted, Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong learned that in addition to his fried chicken shop at the train station, Chen Fan owned several others, which often left him too busy to be seen. The last few times we arranged to dine, it was on your days off. Today is quite unusual. What do you mean? Can I simply invite you both for a meal? Chen Fan replied with a smile. You must be swamped with work, barely finding time to eat. Indeed, it's exhausting. Chen Boss has it easy with so many establishments, Zhou Dong remarked enviously, noting that this meal was a rare break from his hectic schedule. Come on, let us eat and chat. Chen Fan urged them. Standing here idly serves no purpose. But let it be known, we cannot dine at a high-end establishment. Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong cautioned. The first time Chen Fan had invited them, they dined in a private room at a fancy restaurant, which had astonished them. Rest assured, I am well aware of your preferences. Now, let us go, Chen Fan assured as he led them to a quaint eatery not far from the train station. Although the restaurant was modest in size, the dishes were quite delectable, and it was nearly full at this hour. However, Chen Fan had informed the owner beforehand, ensuring that a cozy table was reserved for them. The three individuals ordered their dishes and reclined in their chairs, engaging in a lively conversation. The food was served gradually on the table. Zhou Dong, what troubles you? Why do you look so glum while dining? Chen Fan inquired, observing Zhou Dong's expression with curiosity. Don't mention it. I'm exhausted, Zhou Dong replied, sipping the plain water before him as if it were wine. The train station is bustling with tasks and scantily staffed. Day in and day out, Zhao Nan and I are overwhelmed. Has something occurred recently? Chen Fan asked, noticing Zhou Dong's furrowed brow. Zhou Dong hesitated before Zhao Nan disclosed to Chen Fan. It's not a secret, so I might as well share. Recently, a group of human traffickers has been roaming our area. The higher-ups have instructed us to remain vigilant, yet with our already limited personnel, we are now busier than ever. Zhou Dong and I have been on consecutive shifts for days. I see, Chen Fan mused aloud, though his eyes flickered with a different thought. A fortuitous opportunity had arisen for him to engage the security company he was seeking to promote. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, we appreciate your goodwill. But this is a matter beyond your reach, Zhou Dong chuckled, nearly spitting his mouthful of water onto the dishes before him, narrowly avoided by Zhao Nan's quick reflexes. Though you may have some means, maintaining public safety is not something you can tackle alone, Zhou Dong remarked with a smile. Are you unaware? Haven't you read today's newspaper? Chen Fan challenged. What newspaper? Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong replied, puzzled by Chen Fan's cryptic words. With our hectic schedules, who has time to read the news? Zhou Dong complained. Madam Boss, may I have a copy of today's newspaper? Chen Fan called out to the proprietress at the cash register. Certainly, she responded, handing him a copy. Chen Fan presented the newspaper to Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong. Take a good look. Confused, they glanced at the paper, only to discover Chen Fan's photograph gracing the front page. They read rapidly, and Zhou Dong was the first to finish. Look at you. You started a new company? Isn't running a fried chicken shop enough for you? Zhao Nan scrutinized the newspaper, then turned his gaze to Chen Fan, seemingly contemplating. Eventually, he directly asked, Are you implying that this security company could assist us? Seeing Zhao Nan grasp his intention, Chen Fan decided to be straightforward. Indeed, I have just established a security company and am currently seeking business opportunities. You coincidentally need more personnel? Why not collaborate? Listening to the exchange between Chen Fan and Zhao Nan, Zhou Dong, though typically slow to catch on, suddenly halted his chopsticks mid-air. No, Such a significant matter cannot be decided solely by Zhao Nan and me. Chen Fan did not intend to make things difficult for them. He simply stated, "Given the recent events at the train station, your director must be quite troubled. Please convey my thoughts to him, and I will discuss the specifics in detail." The two exchanged contemplative glances, but it was Zhao Nan who first reacted, chuckling, "It seems that you, Mr. Chen, have a purpose in seeking us out." Chen Fan laughed. "Purpose? I merely wish to foster collaboration between the police and the public." He raised his chopsticks first, smiling, "But let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our meal." After the three finished dining, the hour grew late, and Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong were nearly due for their shifts. "Do remember to discuss with your director on my behalf," Chen Fan reminded as they parted ways. After all, the police chief was not someone one could meet casually, and Chen Fan was counting on Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong to facilitate that connection. "Rest assured, we will inform the director. But whether it comes to fruition is beyond our control." "All right, my good friends, that is sufficient." Chen Fan expressed his gratitude with a pat on their shoulders. The three diverged at the entrance of the police station. "Are we really going to speak with the director? How should we approach it?" Zhou Dong scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was not particularly eloquent and felt a bit anxious about the sudden discussion with their superior. Zhao Nan pondered for a moment and concluded that this presented a valuable opportunity. If successful, they could resolve a significant issue for the department, paving the way for future promotions. Conversely, if it failed, they would incur no real loss and could leave a positive impression on the director, demonstrating their commitment to problem-solving. Having clarified his thoughts, Zhao Nan wasted no time. He clutched the newspaper he had been holding and said to Zhou Dong, "What is there to fear? We are addressing a problem for the department. You will accompany me, and I will speak with the director while you serve as a witness." With their plan in place, they approached the director's office. Knock, knock. The chief of the train station police, surnamed Wu, sat at his desk, furrowing his brow as he reviewed documents just dispatched from above. Hearing the knock, he called out without looking up, "Come in." Upon seeing the two enter, he raised an eyebrow. "Zhao Zhou, why are you not out on patrol?" The train station police department was short-staffed, typically splitting into two shifts, one for administrative duties in the morning and the other for patrol in the afternoon. Thus, Wu was quite puzzled to see the two, who should have been on duty, standing before him. "Director, we have something to report," Zhao Nan said with a serious expression. "Oh, what is it?" Wu's demeanor shifted as he assumed they had uncovered leads on human traffickers. Zhao Nan recounted their lunch conversation. As Wu listened, his interest waned, and he waved his hand, interrupting, "Is that all? You wish to report this to me?" Noticing the director's change in expression, Zhao Nan quickly added, "Director, please hold on. Look," as he extended the newspaper towards Wu. "This is the Sunshine Security Liability Company established by Chen Fan, where all security personnel are veterans, ensuring their credentials and skills are reliable." Chen Fan expressed the importance of fostering cooperation between the police and the community. Zhao Nan eloquently recounted their conversation to Director Wu. As Zhao Nan spoke, the furrowed brow of Director Wu gradually relaxed. "What a splendid initiative for police-community collaboration," he suddenly exclaimed with hearty laughter, startling both Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong. "Director, what do you mean?" Zhao Nan couldn't help but smile, sensing that this matter was likely to proceed favorably. "Very well. I shall ponder this matter tonight. Please reach out to Chen Fan and have him come to the police station tomorrow for a detailed discussion." Director Wu instructed with a smile. "You two have handled this matter commendably. Keep up the good work." "Rest assured, Director, we will devote ourselves to this task." Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong assured him loudly before exiting the office and thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Director Wu glanced at the newspaper once more, musing over Zhao Nan's words about police-community collaboration, while internally he pondered the true character of this Chen Fan. The photograph in the newspaper depicted a remarkably youthful individual. It was astonishing that he harbored such remarkable ideas. Unbeknownst to Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong, Director Wu was well aware of the situation. The area around the train station was chaotic, and the entire Zheng city was rife with unrest. If this endeavor proved successful, perhaps his position as director could be elevated. With this thought, Director Wu eagerly anticipated his meeting with Chen Fan the following day. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong, Chen Fan made his way to Zhang City's sole vehicle trading venue to rent a Santana. Currently, all of his liquid assets were devoted to expanding his fried chicken business and the security company. However, as a business owner, riding a motorcycle no longer suited his status. Thus, he opted to rent a Santana, a fashionable vehicle that symbolized a distinguished identity. After arranging for his motorcycle to be delivered to the Sunshine Security Company, Chen Fan drove the Santana back to Shiyuan. As the car came to a halt, he spotted Lu Yu playing with Ying and two other children downstairs. "Lu Yu, is it your husband?" inquired a woman in her 30s, standing beside Lu Yu, pointing towards Chen Fan. Lu Yu turned to look in the indicated direction just as Chen Fan stepped out of the car. "Has your family struck it rich? You can afford a car now," the woman remarked with a hint of envy. "Wow, a car!" exclaimed a little boy playing with Ying, his eyes wide with excitement. While the residents of Shiyuan were not impoverished, not everyone could afford a car, making the children particularly thrilled and eager to gather around. "Daddy, Daddy!" Ying joyfully called out, her little legs running towards Chen Fan. Lu Yu followed suit, leaving the two children's mothers to whisper among themselves. Chen Fan swiftly picked up the little girl running towards him and playfully inquired, "Ying, do you miss your daddy?" "I miss Daddy," Ying replied in a sweet, soft voice, stretching her neck to gaze at the small car, her first encounter with such a vehicle. "Would you like to ride in the car? Daddy will take you, all right?" "I would love to," Ying joyfully answered, her small body wriggling in Chen Fan's embrace. "Ying's daddy, we want to ride too," exclaimed the two children playing alongside her, looking up at Chen Fan with eager eyes. "All right, everyone can get in," Chen Fan said, bending down to ruffle their little heads. "Did you buy a car?" Lu Yu approached at that moment, her expression serious. "No, I rented it," Chen Fan replied quietly to Lu Yu. "Did you forget that Lin Changjing called last night, inviting us to a banquet? I must at least get an outfit. Otherwise, I might be looked down upon." Lu Yu felt relieved upon hearing this. She was worried that if Chen Fan had some money, he might indulge himself recklessly. "Don't worry, my dear. I would never spend without your permission," Chen Fan teased. "As if you ever discussed your spending with me," Lu Yu shot back with a roll of her eyes. Chen Fan laughed heartily and helped Lu Yu and the children into the back seat, taking them for a tour around Shiyuan. As they prepared to exit the car, the children lingered reluctantly. After bidding farewell to the two reluctant little friends and their mother, Chen Fan and his family returned home. First, letting Ying have a little something to eat to tide her over. "We might be at the banquet for a while," Chen Fan advised, to which Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "What about me? Should I change into something else?" Chen Fan glanced at Lu Yu's current outfit, a cream-colored knitted jacket paired with jeans, radiating youthfulness and vitality, entirely uncharacteristic of a mother of a toddler. However, since they were attending a banquet, it was only fitting that she dressed a bit more elegantly, not only out of respect for others, but also for herself. After all, when one is out in public, it is customary to present oneself well. Thus, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. "What should I wear?" Lu Yu asked, furrowing her brows in contemplation. In the past, when she had fewer clothes, she never faced such dilemmas. Now, she found herself amusedly troubled by having too many options. With that thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. She realized she was not destined for a life of luxury. Observing Lu Yu's alternating frowns and smiles, Chen Fan affectionately pinched her cheek. "My wife is naturally beautiful. You would look good in anything, so don't fret." Lu Yu shot him a playful glare, rolling her eyes at his flattery. Embarrassed, yet amused, she went off to select her outfit. Chen Fan sat on the sofa for a moment, reflecting on the phone call from Lin Changjing the previous night. It turned out that Lin Changjing had suddenly called to invite him and his family to a banquet, claiming it was a gathering initiated by the business elite of Zhang City. Although they had not interacted much since the opening of the West City Business Center, the invitation stirred a sense of anticipation. However, whenever Chen Fan occasionally inspected the Van Rand clothing store, he would engage in a few casual conversations with Lin Changjing. As time passed, they became somewhat acquainted. Thus, upon receiving a call from Lin Changjing, Chen Fan decided to attend the banquet. It was fortuitous, as he had yet to grasp the threshold of high society, and Lin Changjing's invitation arrived at a most opportune moment, proving to be immensely helpful. The invitation had been delivered to their home that very day. Initially, Lu Yu was reluctant to attend, still harboring an ostrich mentality, avoiding too much social interaction. However, when Chen Fan feigned vulnerability, lamenting that everyone else was accompanied by their spouses and children while he was alone, she felt a pang of sympathy and agreed to go, though she later became somewhat apprehensive. It took several encouraging words from Chen Fan to soothe her nerves. As time passed, Chen Fan donned a navy blue suit and observed Lu Yu dressing Ying. He had already tied his tie. "Are you ready?" he inquired, leaning against the doorframe. "Almost ready," Lu Yu replied, smoothing out the wrinkles in Ying's little dress as she led her out. "Wait a moment," Chen Fan said, scrutinizing Lu Yu's attire. She wore a fitted, dark green gown that accentuated her fair complexion and graceful figure. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved a white shawl from the wardrobe. "It might be a bit chilly tonight. You should wear this." Lu Yu felt touched by Chen Fan's thoughtfulness and obediently draped the shawl over her shoulders. The family finally set out. The car glided smoothly along the road. Rather than heading directly to the banquet venue, Chen Fan made a detour to Sunshine Security Responsibility Company. "What are we doing here?" Lu Yu asked, puzzled, glancing curiously outside. Although she was aware that Chen Fan had established a security company, she had never visited, having only seen reports in the newspaper. "You'll find out shortly," Chen Fan replied, asking Lu Yu and Ying to wait in the car while he entered the company. Most employees had already left for the day, leaving only Du Jun and another veteran, Zhang Wei. Chen Fan approached Du Jun and Zhang Wei, stating, "Change into the uniforms you were assigned. Tonight, you will accompany me as my bodyguards. Remember, actions speak louder than words, understood?" "Understood," they both replied in unison, turning to change into their uniforms. After they were ready, Chen Fan reminded them, "We are attending a banquet tonight. Just tell anyone who asks that you are from Sunshine Security. There is no need to elaborate. The spotlight is on me tonight, and I plan to use this opportunity to promote Sunshine Security within high society." They nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Du Jun had spent some time in a car repair class during his military service, so he was capable of driving. Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward for Chen Fan, the employer, to drive his own bodyguards. The Santana came to a smooth halt in front of the Golden Hotel, where the banquet was to be held in the third-floor banquet hall. Du Jun and Zhang Wei were quite attentive, promptly exiting the vehicle to open the doors for Chen Fan and Lu Yu. As people entered and exited the Golden Ding restaurant, they gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Who were these individuals to command such grandeur? Lu Yu felt the collective attention of the crowd converge upon her family of three, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety, her hands instinctively clenching. "Do not be nervous. It's all right," Chen Fan reassured her, gently taking her hand and encouraging her to link arms with him. With his soft words of comfort, Lu Yu exhaled, as if imbued with newfound strength. She clasped Chen Fan's arm, while Ying nestled beside her mother. Two men clad in black attire, their eyes shielded by sunglasses, followed closely behind, exuding an air of authority. "Ah, Brother Chen?" came the voice of Lin, changing from behind. Chen Fan turned to see him just alighting from a Volkswagen, a vehicle provided by their company for city managers. "I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you. You arrived quite early," Lin Changing said, hastening his steps to catch up. "And this must be your sister-in-law? Indeed, you and Brother Chen are a match made in heaven. A perfect couple." Lu Yu blushed at the compliment, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Brother Lin, you're not late yourself." Chen Fan replied with a smile. "How has business been these past few days?" Walking side by side, Lin Changing responded, "It's been fair, significantly better than before, though it cannot compare to the days when Brother Chen was with us. Do you have any brilliant strategies to share?" Chen Fan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Fortunately, Lin Changing did not press further and glanced at the imposing figures behind them, inquiring, "Brother Chen, your entourage is quite impressive. Are these your security personnel?" Naturally, Lin Changing had seen the news and was aware of Chen Fan's newly established security company. Upon first reading the article, he could scarcely believe it. While he knew Chen Fan owned a few fried chicken outlets, he had always perceived that as a minor venture. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, Chen Fan had ascended to the role of a security company owner. It is noteworthy that no such enterprise existed in the mainland at that time. Lin Changjing had only encountered such figures while accompanying the owners of their private enterprise on visits to the port city. He marveled at Chen Fan's visionary foresight, realizing he had not misjudged him. In the future, Chen Fan was destined for greatness, and it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship early on. As Chen Fan and his companions made their way to the banquet hall on the third floor, perhaps due to their opulent attire or Lin Changjing's presence, they encountered no obstacles along the way. The staff they passed greeted them with utmost courtesy. Observing the expressions of those around her, Lu Yu finally grasped the essence of Chen Fan's earlier words. The feelings of inferiority that had once clouded her dissipated gradually. Brother Lin, do you know who will be attending this banquet? Although Chen Fan had a strong inkling that the event would attract the business elite of Zheng City, he was uncertain of the specific individuals who would be present. The initiator of this banquet is Shen Xiangrong, the CEO of Xiangrong Food, accompanied by Mr. Li Maoda from Jiyuan Dairy, Director Su from the Garment Factory, and Director Zheng from the television station. Upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, Lin Changjing readily shared her knowledge, providing a brief introduction of those she remembered. As Chen Fan listened to the names mentioned, he recognized several from previous encounters, while many others were unfamiliar. However, having chosen the path of entrepreneurship, he had conducted thorough research on the market in Zheng City, so he was not entirely unacquainted with the individuals Lin Changjing referred to. Moreover, they were all prospective clients for Chen Fan this evening. Upon reaching the third floor, which required but a few steps, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. Please present your invitation. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The individual at the entrance diligently checked the invitations. Du Jun and Zhang Wei were halted. Wait for me here, Chen Fan instructed them. Yes, boss. Du Yun and Zhang Wei responded loudly, startling other guests who were in the process of presenting their invitations. Chen Fan offered a polite smile to those who looked their way before following Lu Yu and Ying inside with Lin Changjing. Remaining at the entrance, Du Jun and Zhang Wei stood tall and straight. Passers-by cast curious glances at the two, wondering about the unusual scene. After Chen Fan and his companions had entered for a while, the prominent business figures of Zheng City began to arrive leisurely. Impressive, Mr. Shun. I've heard Xiangrong Food has secured another production line, collaborating with those from the deep market. Mr. Li complimented. You flatter me. Who doesn't he know that Jiyuan Dairy is a trusted brand in Zheng City? Shen Xiangrong and Li Maoda exchanged pleasantries, while their wives and families followed closely, engaging in lively conversation interspersed with laughter. Ah, Xiaozhang, who are those two? Just as he was about to enter the banquet hall, Shen Xiangrong noticed the two imposing figures in black standing like sentinels at the door. Having hosted banquets at the Jinding Hotel before, he had never encountered such a display. Could it be a new service introduced by the hotel? Shen Xiangrong pondered, turning to Xiao Zhang, who was checking invitations at the entrance. Hello, Mr. Shun. Those two were brought by a young entrepreneur named Chen Fan. Xiao Zhang replied respectfully. Chen Fan? Shen Xiangrong mused, having never heard of such a person in Zheng City. Ah, Mr. Shun. He came with Manager Lin Changjing, Xiao Zhang added. Manager Lin Changjing? Shen Xiangrong nodded, realizing that the individuals were brought by the manager of Honglan Enterprises. This young boss seems quite capable. Those two appear quite formidable, Li Maoda remarked with a smile. Having such individuals accompany you surely enhances one's safety. Ha ha, mister. Li makes a valid point. Shen Xiangrong responded with a hearty laugh, acknowledging Li Maoda's words. With their entrance, the atmosphere of the banquet hall reached its zenith. As they walked through, guests addressed them as Mr. Shun and Mr. Li, to which both nodded in acknowledgement, their smiles broadening. Chen Fan noticed that as the crowd gathered around Shen Xiangrong and Li Maoda, he found no opportunity to squeeze his way in. After careful consideration, I have decided to abandon the idea of approaching directly. The banquet is set to last for quite some time, and I am certain that there will be ample opportunity to engage in conversation later. I advised Lu Yu to take Ying to the children's area to play. It seems that several merchant wives have gathered there, providing a perfect chance for her to socialize and alleviate her boredom. Lu Yu nodded obediently, feeling somewhat out of place at this event. Naturally, she would follow Chen Fan's arrangements. Moreover, compared to listening to discussions on incomprehensible business matters, Lu Yu would much prefer the company of those who are entertaining children. Once Lu Yu departed with Ying, Chen Fan turned his attention to the gathering. He spotted a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, wearing glasses. Chen Fan approached him with a friendly greeting. "Director Zheng, what a pleasure it is to meet you." It turned out that the man was indeed Zheng Hongqi, the director of the Zheng City television station. Hello. May I ask who you are?" Zheng Hongqi inquired, his gaze lingering on the young man, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place him. "I am Chen Fan, the one interested in advertising on your station." He began, but was quickly interrupted by Zheng Hongqi's jovial laughter. "Haha, so you are the esteemed Mr. Chen. It is a pleasure indeed. You are quite an accomplished young man. The suggestion you made regarding advertising is simply brilliant." Zheng Hongqi recalled having seen Chen Fan's name in the newspaper, which explained a recognition. "We have nearly finished editing your advertisement. Do come by to take a look when you have a moment." Since Minister Li from the publicity department showcased the original footage, many of the station's traditionalists have begun to change their minds. It is evident that if our station takes the lead in airing advertisements, we will have a significant advantage over others. Furthermore, considering the pricing you provided for your advertisement, developing this business will undoubtedly offer considerable benefits to our station. Thus, Zheng Hongqi treated Chen Fan with great courtesy. The other business owners who had been conversing with Zheng Hongqi noticed his favorable demeanor towards the young man and approached to introduce themselves. Chen Fan reciprocated each handshake, engaging in pleasantries while handing out his business cards. As the group examined the cards, they noted Sunshine Security Liability Company, Limited, General Manager, Chen Fan. "Ah, so it is Mr. Chen. My apologies for the oversight. May I inquire what specific services your security company offers? Your name has been frequently appearing in the newspapers these past few days." Their inquiries, while seemingly curious, were in essence an attempt to gauge the nature of his business and assess any potential competition. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan elaborated on the scope of Sunshine Security's operations. With each detail he shared, the audience listened with rapt attention. After all, such services had yet to emerge in the mainland, and their intrigue was palpable. Chapter 44. A Dual Approach, Maximizing Results, Part 5. Currently, our company primarily undertakes private bodyguard services and large-scale security operations. It is likely that all of you, esteemed business owners, frequently embark on business trips, often encountering various inconveniences along the way. Imagine having an individual to accompany you, one who not only alleviates your boredom, but also ensures your personal safety. Moreover, it is not just us who require protection when we venture out. Our family members also deserve vigilant care at home. Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, Chen Fan pressed on, sharing insights from a friend at the police station who mentioned that recent times have been rather unsafe. The assembled individuals, each possessing their own sources of information, echoed Chen's sentiments, acknowledging the increasing risks. Indeed, Mr. Chen is correct. Security has indeed diminished of late. There are reports of a group of traffickers, and those with children at home must exercise caution. It's not merely traffickers. We should all be vigilant when stepping outside. Who knows what those individuals might be capable of? The crowd murmured in agreement, their anxiety palpable. Life is singular and precious. It must be cherished. Notably, those with greater wealth tend to value their lives even more. Gao Jiwei, recalling the unfamiliar faces he had noticed in recent days, found himself unnerved by the ongoing conversation. A former supervisor at an electronics factory in Zheng City, he had seized an opportunity amidst the influx of electronic product from Hong Kong and Shenzhen, bravely resigning from his position to pursue entrepreneurship. In the course of trading electronic goods, he had amassed considerable wealth. Yet his family still resided in the factory's subsidized housing. This was partly due to the fact that they had purchased the property outright through employee benefits, and partly because his wife and children had developed an emotional attachment to their home. Considering his family's attachment, Gao Jiwei had refrained from relocating. Consequently, he had grown familiar with his neighbors. However, the recent influx of unfamiliar faces had initially led him to believe they were merely relatives visiting. Now, as he listened to the discussions around him and observed the glint in the strangers' eyes as they surveyed the surroundings, a sense of dread washed over him. Could it be mere coincidence that he had encountered those scouting for targets? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to inquire of Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, what exactly does your private bodyguard do? Gao's question struck a chord. Chen Fan had not anticipated such direct curiosity, which spared him the need for preliminary explanations. A private bodyguard, as the term suggests, is dedicated to the protection of an individual. For instance, should you, Mr. Gao, wish to employ a personal bodyguard, they would accompany you, safeguarding you from external threats. You may opt for around-the-clock protection or choose to have them ensure your safe return home before returning the next day. Surely, you have all seen the film The Bodyguard? A private bodyguard exists in a similar capacity to the protagonist, committed to ensuring the safety of their employer. Chen Fan elaborated eloquently on the benefits of hiring a private bodyguard. Currently, such services are unprecedented in our mainland. Yangguang Security is the first of its kind. In foreign markets and in Hong Kong, it is customary for business leaders to be accompanied by bodyguards, not only for safety, but also for prestige. A question arose from the audience. Mr. Chen, are the two individuals outside your private bodyguards? Indeed, recent times have felt rather perilous, and naturally, I must consider my own safety. Chen Fan remarked as he turned to the crowd. You have all seen my two bodyguards. What do you think of them? Quite impressive. Someone responded. They exude an aura of security. The onlookers reflected on the two imposing figures they had seen at the entrance. Their muscular arms evident even beneath their tailored black suits, instilling a sense of safety. Mr. Chen, I recall reading in the newspaper that your employees are all veterans. Indeed, all our staff are retired military personnel, and we possess a transfer contract with the Veterans Management Office to substantiate this. Chen Fan replied affirmatively, prompting some in the crowd to ponder deeply. If what Chen Fan claimed were true, alongside the fact that they were veterans, then the safety of oneself and one's family would indeed be assured. After all, affording a personal bodyguard was not beyond their means. Perhaps it was time to consider hiring one. Yet, they thought to themselves, being the first to step forward could invite unnecessary attention. So it might be prudent to observe for a while longer. Chen Fan had no intention of rushing them into making a decision. After all, new concepts often require a period of acceptance. Mr. Chen, I want a personal bodyguard. No, I need two. Gao Jiwei suddenly pushed his way to the forefront, exclaiming loudly. The surrounding crowd turned to look at Gao, astonished by his sudden outburst. Oh, Gao, are you really that timid? They laughed. Gao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, managing a strained smile, but remaining silent. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback by Gao's eagerness. Had he not known better, he might have thought this was a setup. There's no need to rush, Mr. Gao. Let us discuss this in detail. Despite his surprise, Chen Fan welcomed the business opportunity and exchanged contact information with Gao. Mr. Chen, I need a personal bodyguard tonight. Could you arrange for someone to come pick me up? It was no wonder people often succumb to their own fears. Gao's anxiety escalated as he imagined that those who had been following him for days might have sinister intentions. He felt an urgent need for protection for himself and his family on their way home. Mr. Gao, my staff have all gone home for the night. Chen Fan replied with some hesitation. However, seeing Gao's despondent expression, he realized that this was his first potential client, and he needed to make it work for a successful start. Well, I brought two bodyguards with me when I arrived. I can lend you one for tonight, and I will arrange for someone to come by tomorrow morning to escort you. Unexpectedly, Gao's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, Thank you. Mr. Chen, thank you. As the conversation flowed, someone interjected, Is this the esteemed Mr. Chen, founder of Sunshine Security? Unbeknownst to them, while Chen Fan had been engrossed in discussion, the crowd surrounding Shun Xiangrong and Li Maoda had dispersed. Lin Changjing happened to pass by and exchanged a few words with the two before they all made their way toward Chen Fan. This is Chen Fan, they announced. Lin Changjing introduced the three individuals. Chen Fan, allow me to present Mr. Shun Xiangrong from Xiangrong Foods and Mr. Li Maoda from Jieyuan Dairy. Chen Fan took the initiative to step forward and greeted them. Mr. Shun, Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your remarkable achievements. Yet until today, I had not had the fortune to meet you both. It is truly an honor. Haha, you flatter us. Mr. Chun is the one who is truly impressive, a young man of great promise. Shun Xiangrong replied with a warm smile. Chapter 45, Double Efforts. Maximum Effect, Part 6. Shun Xiangrong, a man in his 50s, bore the physique of a well-fed individual, likely a result of his involvement in the food industry, presenting a figure reminiscent of a jovial Mithriya Buddha. However, anyone who dared to underestimate him based on his appearance would surely find themselves ensnared in his cleverly laid traps. In his earlier years, he was a formidable figure in the Zheng City business scene. Li Maoda was somewhat younger, yet still in his late 40s. Although he originated from the dairy industry and now produced a variety of dairy products, he appeared rather gaunt, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. Adding to this impression was a small mustache he sported, which lent him an air of cunning. Nevertheless, one must not judge a book by its cover. In the business world, superficial judgments are perilous, and Chen Fan refrained from hastily forming conclusions about either gentleman. Lin, my brother, just informed me that the recent commercial success was indeed your brainchild, Mr. Chen. What a brilliant idea, Shun Xiangrong said, chuckling like the Mithriya Buddha, clearly intrigued by the ingenuity behind Chen Fan's concept. Chen Fan deflected the praise modestly, stating that during the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, he was financially destitute and had to rely on his wits. I owe much to Brother Lin's generosity, as he was willing to embrace my unconventional approach at that time. Chen Fan expressed with gratitude toward Lin Changjing. Lin Changjing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Helping was no burden, but the fear of aiding an ungrateful soul lingered. Chen Fan's public acknowledgement of his contributions brought him immense joy. Ha! You speak too humbly, Brother Chen. It was your brilliance that revived the venture. Since you were so generous with your gratitude, I shall gladly sing your praises as well. Brother Chen is remarkable, not only for his ingenious ideas, but also for building his empire from scratch. The Sunshine Security Company we just discussed is one of his ventures, Lin Changjing proclaimed. Ha! The youth of today are truly extraordinary. Seeing Shun Xiangrong and Li Maoda personally engaging with Chen Fan, offering compliments, a crowd began to gather. Echoing their admiration, a young man of great promise. Mr. Chen is impressive. Let's keep in touch. Mr. Chen, here is my business card, one of them chimed in. Chen Fan forced a smile, feeling somewhat strained, yet graciously accepted the outpouring of enthusiasm. Fortunately, the crowd, having had their moment of admiration, soon dispersed, leaving Shin Xiangrong to consider the fact that Lin Changjing had spoken highly of Chen Fan, especially since he was aware that Chen Fan was brought along by Lin. Given Shun's ongoing collaboration with Honglan Enterprises, he felt compelled to extend Chen Fan a measure of respect. Since Boss Chen is now engaged in the security business, why not arrange for a few personal bodyguards for me? I am scheduled to visit the port city for an inspection in the near future. Unlike other inexperienced business owners, Shin Xiangrong is well acquainted with private security. During the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, he frequently traveled between Zheng City and the port city, where local businessmen often conversed in Cantonese, accompanied by a few bodyguards clad in black. Initially, he could not afford to hire private security, but after acquiring wealth, he found himself no longer needing to travel personally. Coincidentally, there is an upcoming anniversary celebration for the 5th year of Xiangrong Foods branch in the port city, which he cannot miss. The port city is significantly more chaotic than the mainland. By bringing along a few bodyguards, he can maintain the dignity of Lin Changjing and Chen Fan while also ensuring his own safety, a perfect dual advantage. Chen Fan did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Although his primary purpose for attending tonight's banquet was to see clients, he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything unfolded. Since President Shun has made a request, I will surely arrange it meticulously. Given that this business opportunity has presented itself, it would be remiss not to seize it, so Chen Fan readily agreed. At that moment, the group engaged in cheerful conversation. Shen Xiangrong and Li Maoda were taken aback by Chen Fan's youthful insight into the business world. During their discussions, some of Chen Fan's casually mentioned ideas for commercial development left both men feeling invigorated. As their dialogue deepened, they gradually began to regard Chen Fan not merely as a junior in business, but as a reliable partner or a competent competitor. Madam Chen, that must be Boss Chen, right? While the men engaged in discussions, the women could not refrain from their own conversations. Chen Fan, having never established a family in his previous life, was unaware of the influence women wield. Lu Yu, lacking experience in such gatherings, thought she could find solace in a corner with Ying. Truly youthful and talented. A striking figure, several women began to gather around Lu Yu. Initially, when Lu Yu had taken Ying to the children's area, these ladies formed small groups, ignoring her presence. Relishing her solitude, Lu Yu smiled serenely as she watched Ying joyfully play in the children's zone. However, as Chen Fan exchanged pleasantries with Director Zhang, and Shun Xiangrong and Li Maoda approached to chat, the atmosphere became lively. Observing the men, the ladies reassessed Lu Yu and gradually moved closer to her. Boss Chen's security company has been making quite a splash lately. It appears in the newspapers daily. I wonder how Boss Chen conceived this idea. What exactly is he planning to do? Someone inquired with ulterior motives. Lu Yu, unable to decipher the hidden agendas in the lady's words, adhered to the principle of speaking less to err less, merely responding with a smile. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. He works hard to earn a living, telling me to simply take good care of myself and the child. Lu Yu's unintentional remark left the ladies momentarily speechless. Is she jesting? Which woman nowadays does not concern herself with the powerful men at home? If one were solely devoted to her children, she would have long since become a weary figure. Observing Lu Yu's fair and smooth complexion, with a rosy glow and nearly invisible pores, it is evident that she is well cared for at home. If a woman lacks her own means, her man would have been lured away by the allure of the outside world. Several ladies speculated that Lu Yu must have some hidden motives. They were surprised to discover that someone who appeared so naive could possess such cunning. Consequently, a few ladies rolled their eyes and departed. Yet, some remained, feeling envious or a touch sour. Such a young man, yet with such accomplishments. My sister must secure him tightly, remarked a lady in her 30s, her tone tinged with jealousy. Lu Yu, puzzled, did not grasp the meaning behind her words. Gazing at her, in confusion. Is my sister truly naive or merely pretending? Doesn't she know that a wealthy man can easily stray? That cannot be. He has promised to treat us well. The other woman, exasperated by Lu Yu's dense demeanor, pointed towards a nearby, enchanting woman and exclaimed, Can you not see? That woman is the mistress of General Shun from Xiangrong Foods. Even in this setting, General Shun brings this vixen along, while his legitimate wife must be weeping somewhere. Chapter 46, Two-Pronged Approach, Maximum Effect, Part 7. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes widened as she gazed at the alluring woman. She had only witnessed couples quarreling over divorce before. She had never seen someone brazenly maintain a mistress. Could it be true? Lu Yu stammered. As this truly opened her eyes, the woman, observing Lu Yu's astonished expression, finally believed that she was indeed a genuine innocent flower, not merely feigning ignorance. She then softened her tone, speaking earnestly to Lu Yu. Do not blame me for speaking out of turn, dear sister. It has always been the case that a man with wealth can become corrupt. Moreover, with Mr. Chun being so young and handsome, who knows how many sirens will be drawn to him? You must keep a vigilant watch. Although the sister is currently youthful and beautiful, her gaze lingering on Lu Yu's exquisite face and figure, revealing a twinge of envy, she sighed, unconsciously pinching the excess flesh at her waist. But the saying, a garden flower cannot compare to a wildflower's fragrance, is not without merit. We women only have these fleeting years of beauty. You must secure your Mr. Chun and prevent anyone from luring him away. The other ladies echoed her sentiments, discussing how to hold on to their men. As they delved into these matters, an endless array of topics unfolded. I tell you, had I not kept a close watch, my husband would have long been ensnared by those flirtatious foxes. We women must keep our finances tight, they chattered. However, Lu Yu's thoughts were elsewhere. She gazed at Chen Fan, who shone brightly even amidst the crowd, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Could it be true that wealth corrupts? Yet, he had vowed to care for both her and their daughter. Could things possibly deteriorate further than they already have? Is it truly the case that a woman's only weapon is to cling tightly to a man? Such questions linger in Lu Yu's mind, yet for now, no one offers her answers. For Chen Fan, this banquet served as a gateway into the upper echelons of society. Not only did he exchange business cards with several industry leaders, but he also forged connections with Shen Xiangrong and Li Maoda. and even succeeded in securing 2 contracts for Sunshine Security. Overall, the evening concluded splendidly. After politely bidding farewell to the assembled executives and arranging for Du Jun to escort Gao Jiwei's family home, Chen Fan drove Lu Yu and Ying back themselves. He noticed Lu Yu's pale complexion during the journey, but given the darkness of the night and the presence of Zhang Wei in the car, he refrained from probing further. After dropping Zhang Wei off near his home, Chen Fan inquired, "What's wrong? You don't seem well. Was it too noisy at the banquet?" The car's dim lighting allowed Chen Fan to discern the weariness etched on Lu Yu's face, hinting at some underlying worry. "I'm just a bit tired. Let us hurry home." Ying is about to fall asleep, Lu Yu replied, shaking her head wearily as she gently patted the drowsy child in her arms. Glancing at the mother and daughter through the rearview mirror, Chen Fan chose not to dwell on it further and accelerated, eager to reach Shi Yuan quickly. Once he turned off the engine, he opened the back door and carefully lifted Ying from Lu Yu's embrace. "I'll carry her. You must be fatigued too," he offered, noticing Lu Yu adjust the shawl draped over her shoulders. Although autumn had just begun, the evening breeze carried a chill, and the shawl provided her with a measure of warmth. Watching Chen Fan lead the way, Lu Yu momentarily lost herself in thought, but quickly regained her focus. Keeping pace with him, Ying had already fallen asleep in the car, and it would be impractical to wake her for washing up. So Chen Fan simply carried her to the bedroom for her to sleep peacefully. As the night deepened, Chen Fan and Lu Yu hastily washed up before returning to the bedroom. Since the establishment of Sunshine Security, they had been actively promoting their services, and tonight marked their inaugural deal. The evening's negotiations had left Chen Fan somewhat drained, and he soon succumbed to slumber. In the darkness, Lu Yu found it difficult to sleep, her mind racing with the words of the ladies. Men become bad when they have money. Turning to her side, she could make out no features of Chen Fan in the dark, and instinctively, she reached out to touch his cheek. Has he truly changed for the better? Or is he destined to revert to his former self? Lu Yu gasped softly, startled as Chen Fan suddenly pulled her into his embrace. "It's late. Let us get some rest," he murmured, his voice low and husky from just waking. Lu Yu nestled against Chen Fan, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, and gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. The following day, Chen Fan instructed Xiahu to arrange for 2 individuals to provide personal protection for Gao Jiwei's family. He then organized a separate training session for a 6-man security team, prepared for Shun Xiangrong's upcoming venture to Hong Kong. Just as he settled into his office, he received a call from Zhao Nan. "Hello, did Director Wu ask to see me?" After concluding the phone call, Chen Fan made his way to the police station at the train station. Zhao Nan guided him to Director Wu's office. "Come in." Upon hearing the knock, Director Wu rose to his feet, just in time to see Zhao Nan open the door and usher in Chen Fan. "Ah, you must be Mr. Chen," he remarked, observing the youthful yet distinguished demeanor of Chen Fan as he stepped away from his desk. "I believe you wish to discuss the auxiliary police matter that Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong mentioned. Would you be so kind as to elaborate?" "Of course, Director Wu. You are too polite," Chen Fan replied. Director Wu graciously led him into the office's reception area, where Zhao Nan poured tea for the 2 before discreetly excusing himself. "I am curious about how you conceive the idea of auxiliary police," Director Wu inquired. It turned out that during a recent meal with Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong, Chen Fan had briefly broached the subject of auxiliary police. After relaying their conversation to Director Wu, he expressed a keen interest in meeting Chen Fan for a more in-depth discussion. Unbeknownst to Director Wu, Chen Fan owned a fried chicken restaurant near the train station. He often visited and noticed the chaotic influx of people, making it challenging for the police to maintain order. "Oh, so that fried chicken restaurant belongs to you?" Director Wu remarked, somewhat surprised. "I've dined there a few times and even brought some home, but I had no idea it was yours. I've heard from Zhao Nan that the police station is understaffed, making it difficult to monitor the entire train station effectively. Given the recent security concerns, I thought it prudent to station some personnel here, especially since my restaurant is nearby and I recently started a security company." Chen Fan explained his rationale. As Chen Fan articulated his thoughts, Director Wu nodded occasionally in agreement. "Mr. Chen, your idea is indeed sound. But have you considered why our station has not expanded its police force despite the shortage? Director Wu acknowledged Chen Fan's suggestion, but hesitated to implement the auxiliary police concept immediately. It was not that Director Wu was unwilling to enhance the security at the train station. He faced his own challenges. It is well known that the train station, bustling with people, is difficult to manage. Yet this is a predicament that could be resolved with an expanded police presence. However, the pressing issue was the limited funding from higher authorities, leaving the police station financially constrained and unable to increase personnel. Although Chen Fan's approach was ingenious, the most daunting obstacle remained the issue of funding. After all, he could not expect his employees to work without compensation. Do not worry, Director Wu. I would not propose this without a viable solution. Chen Fan replied confidently to Wu's query. I wonder what strategy Mr. Chen has in mind that could alleviate our current financial predicament. Director Wu mused, intrigued by Chen Fan's self-assured demeanor. Although Chen Fan does not strike one as a person prone to grandiloquence, the issue of funding presents a formidable challenge, leaving one to ponder what ingenious solutions he might possess. Ordinarily, auxiliary police are tasked with assisting law enforcement in their ancillary duties, and in most circumstances, financial support should be dispensed through the police department. However, I am acutely aware of the current national predicament. A shortage of manpower and strained resources precludes comprehensive coverage and attention to every matter. Given that the police dispatch personnel to aid us, the ordinary citizens, in resolving various dilemmas, we must also contemplate reciprocation. The vicinity of the train station is rife with numerous shops, where theft and vandalism frequently occur. Yet, due to the scarcity of police resources, these incidents often go unaddressed in a timely manner. If I were to take the initiative in forming a security maintenance group for the train station, charged with patrolling and assisting the police in maintaining order, it would not only benefit the police department, but also the proprietors of the station's businesses. Each business owner could contribute a modest sum monthly to ensure a semblance of safety. And it stands to reason that the local entrepreneurs would be amenable to such an arrangement. Upon hearing Chen Fan's proposal, Director Wu pondered for a moment but ultimately declined. This is untenable. As public servants, we cannot extract any form of compensation from the community. While Chen Fan's argument possesses merit, Director Wu holds firm to his principles. If we were to proceed as you suggest, how would the actions of the police department differ from those of extortionist gangs? He retorted, furrowing his brow, having anticipated that Chen Fan might offer a viable solution. Director Wu, please do not take offense. Indeed, there is a distinction to be made, Chen Fan replied. First and foremost, auxiliary police do not fall under the regular police system. While they assist law enforcement, they do not require direct oversight from the police department. Furthermore, gangsters operate through intimidation, typically extorting businesses for exorbitant protection fees. They do not fulfill their promises of safeguarding the merchants, but instead periodically harass them, leaving the business owners in a state of despair. Conversely, if I were to lead the establishment of a security group, this would not be seen as the police department exploiting its authority for personal gain. It would contribute to the maintenance of order at the train station. Even if financial contributions are necessary, the merchants would feel assured, knowing we are genuinely providing them with assistance. This arrangement would indeed be mutually beneficial, satisfying both the police department and the business owners. Naturally, there would be no need for police personnel to be involved in this matter. I would take it upon myself to persuade the owners. I believe they would prefer to trust an organized and disciplined security group over the hollow promises of protection from gangsters. Listening to Chen Fan, Director Wu recognized that he appeared to be exploiting the nuances of his argument. Yet, he found himself at an impasse, for Chen Fan spoke a kernel of truth. The current police force was indeed insufficient, leaving some merchants vulnerable to the threats of extortionists, with reports of such incidents frequently reaching the police station in recent times. Since Chen Fan was willing to take the lead in negotiations with the merchants, it was unnecessary for the police to intervene, thereby allowing for a satisfactory resolution to the issue. Director Wu found it difficult to reject Chen Fan's proposal once again. He nodded in agreement. It was previously established that if certain merchants were unwilling to participate in the activities of the security group, Boss Chen could not compel them. Director Wu's consent was, of course, anticipated by Chen Fan. Director Wu, although it appears that the train station and even the entirety of Zheng City, as well as the nation, are experiencing varying degrees of chaos, I firmly believe that this situation will soon pass. At that time, the auxiliary police we are currently organizing may prove indispensable, or they may face elimination. I would like to seek a commitment from you, Director Wu. Regardless of how the nation evolves, should the police department require security personnel, please prioritize our Sunshine Security Liability Company. Chen Fan was well acquainted with future trends and understood that auxiliary police in later years would need to pass formal civil service examinations to be appointed. At present, he had cleverly navigated a loophole within the police department, allowing for such smooth proceedings. Contemplating the potential events of the future, Chen Fan sought a favor from Director Wu. After a moment's reflection, Wu realized that Chen Fan's request posed no detriment to him. Should circumstances change and security personnel be required, it would be far more reliable to engage Chen Fan Security Company than to work with a completely unfamiliar agency. Having previously established rapport would facilitate cooperation, and moreover, Chen Fan's employees were all veterans, ensuring a certain level of quality. Thus, Director Wu acquiesced to Chen Fan's request. After bidding farewell to Director Wu, Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong escorted Chen Fan to the entrance of the police station. Following their farewells, Chen Fan proceeded to his fried chicken shop. With numerous merchants surrounding the train station, persuading them one by one would be a daunting and time-consuming task. Hence, Chen Fan instructed his staff to notify all the merchants, inviting them to the fried chicken shop that evening to discuss the formation of the train station security maintenance group. Following the earlier incident where Lu Luo attempted to intimidate Chen Fan's fried chicken shop but ended up being outmaneuvered, the nearby merchants had come to understand Chen Fan's methods. Consequently, although they were uncertain about the specifics of this train station security maintenance group, they accepted Chen Fan's invitation and arrived at the agreed time with enthusiasm. As dusk approached, Chen Fan had the staff prepare numerous fried chicken gift boxes and then granted them the evening off. The spacious shop was more than capable of accommodating all the invited merchants. Under the auspices of the police department and bolstered by Chen Fan's persuasive eloquence, all the merchants were convinced of the necessity to ensure the safety of the fried chicken establishment. Even those who felt some discomfort in their hearts found themselves wandering out of the fried chicken shop, clutching their boxes of fried chicken, swept along by the crowd. Chapter 48. Watching a movie as time gradually passed, Sunshine Security Liability Company began to receive a steady stream of commissions from various individuals. Aside from Gao Jiwei employing 2 individuals as personal bodyguards and Shun Xiangrong hiring 6 to accompany him to the bustling port city, Chen Fan arranged for 8 others at the train station to assist the police department in maintaining public order. Moreover, with a few subsequent appointments and 3 employees who could only partake in basic training and were unfit for private security duties, Chen Fan had effectively deployed nearly all his personnel. Fortunately, the season for veteran discharges had arrived in September. According to inquiries made by Hu Tao and his elder brother, veterans could arrive at the Veteran Affairs Office in Zheng City for assignments within 1 to 2 days post-discharge. This time, a total of 50 veterans were set to be discharged. Following prior investigations, it was found that 5 had their own plans, 3 had secured alternative employment through family connections, leaving 42 individuals eager to work for Chen Fan. Thus, he need not worry about a lack of manpower. However, among these 42, 5 were unable to partake in strenuous training due to health concerns. Nonetheless, Chen Fan had already devised suitable placements for them, requiring only a brief training period before they could serve as security personnel at shopping malls or residential communities. Lin Changjing had prearranged 4 individuals for 2 shifts, and Chen Fan also established contact with the person in charge at Shiyuan, who expressed a need for 4 security staff as well. With this arrangement, Chen Fan could effectively allocate these individuals. After this temporary organization of work, Chen Fan could finally take a breather. The preceding period had been exhausting. He rested at home for a day, and only then did he feel somewhat rejuvenated. "Wife, I heard from Yuchuan that a new cinema has opened in the city center. Shall we go watch a movie?" After lunch, as Lu Yu tidied up the dishes. Chen Fan suddenly spoke from behind her. During their last outing to the square, Chen Fan had noticed Lu Yu glancing toward the cinema several times. However, due to certain incidents at the time and the lateness of the hour, he had decided against taking her to see a film, intending to do so later. Yet, since the establishment of Sunshine Security, he had been rather preoccupied and lacked the opportunity to take Lu Yu out. Just a couple of days prior in the office, Chen Fan had overheard Yu Chuan mention the newly opened cinema, and suddenly recalled that he had yet to take Lu Yu to see a movie. Given that he had a free day today, he thought it would be perfect to go. Really? Lu Yu turned around, her expression filled with delight. A wisp of hair slipping down to brush her face. Of course it's true. Why have I ever lied to you? Observing the way the stray strands framed her face while her hands were soapy and unable to tidy them, Chen Fan stepped forward to gently tuck the hair behind her ear. What genre of movie do you wish to see? I'll call Yu Chuan to see if he has any recommendations. Upon hearing Chen Fan mention Yu Chuan's name, Lu Yu's demeanor shifted slightly. Ever since learning that Chen Fan had partnered with his former companions to establish a security firm, she had felt a bit uneasy, worried that they might squander their finances together. She had even discreetly criticized Chen Fan's friends a few times. However, it soon became evident that her concerns were unwarranted. As Sunshine's security gradually found its footing, Lu Yu began to feel reassured. No longer concerned about Chen Fan working alongside Xia Hu and Chuan, Lu Yu hesitated and said, "You decide. I'm fine with anything. After all, I haven't watched it." Lu Yu had merely heard the title of the film, but it seemed she had never seen it in her lifetime. In her childhood, there had been occasions when outdoor movie screenings came to the village, but she was too young then, and her memories were hazy. As she grew older, she found herself either taking care of her family or preoccupied with making a living, leaving no extra money to indulge in a movie. It was only after moving here that she had her first encounter with a television. Thus, when Chen Fan asked her what film she wanted to see, she was at a loss for words. Recalling Lu Yu's previous life, Chen Fan replied, "I'm not sure what's good either. Perhaps we should choose when we get to the cinema." Lu Yu readily agreed, but after a moment's thought, she inquired, "Is it expensive to watch a movie?" Chen Fan chuckled at the little woman before him and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Not all. Although my earnings aren't substantial, treating my wife to a movie is certainly within my means." Having seen many women in his past life who indulged in lavish spending on bags and clothes, he found Lu Yu's frugality, her hesitance to spend even on a movie, somewhat endearing. As Lu Yu listened to Chen Fan's teasing, she shot him a playful glare and handed him the freshly cleaned dishes. After a brief afternoon rest, Chen Fan, Lu Yu, and Ying ventured out. The cinema was not crowded in the early afternoon, and Chen Fan selected a Hong Kong martial arts film. Currently, the most popular films were those from the Hong Kong cinema, while the fresh, artistic romance films favored by future generations garnered little attention. Given the prevailing conservatism of public sentiment, couples holding hands and kissing on screen would still elicit blushes. Considering Lu Yu's modesty, Chen Fan opted for a well-reviewed martial arts movie without pushing boundaries. As the film reached its climax, Lu Yu was captivated, her eyes glued to the screen, and she would instinctively clench her fists during tense moments. Ying, resembling a little hamster, buried her head in the snacks purchased upon entering the cinema, as she could hardly comprehend the spectacle unfolding on the big screen. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat bored, glanced at the screen and then at Lu Yu, letting out a sigh of ennui. Having watched countless movies and shows in his previous life, he found it challenging to muster interest in a martial arts film lacking special effects. However, Chen Fan considered the film industry to be an incredibly lucrative domain. Once he amassed wealth, he contemplated investing a portion into the film industry, recognizing that filmmaking could be exceptionally profitable. Finally, as the movie concluded, Lu Yu remained immersed in the adrenaline-fueled atmosphere, her cheeks flushed. Chen Fan lifted Ying with one arm and took Lu Yu's hand with the other. "Let's go. The movie is over. How about we come to see a film every month?" This time, although Lu Yu felt a pang of guilt over spending money, she did not refuse Chen Fan. After all, the movie was truly captivating. The family of three walked hand in hand out of the cinema. Before reaching the motorcycle, he spotted a van speeding past, not far away. showing no signs of slowing down even amidst the crowd. Behind the van, a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a flushed face was desperately chasing after it, shouting loudly, "They've taken my child! Help me! Is anyone there?" Hearing the woman's cries, Chen Fan recalled the tragic plight of abducted children he had witnessed in his previous life. The angel fund he had established was primarily dedicated to aiding those children who had been kidnapped. Furthermore, upon his rebirth, he believed that perhaps his virtuous deeds in his former life had granted him this second chance, and he resolved to do good in this life. Thus, he entrusted Ying to Lu Yu, urging her to take the child home while he leapt onto his motorcycle to pursue the van. Lu Yu remained in place, her mouth opening as if to say something, but Chen Fan was already riding away, gradually disappearing into the distance. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu decided to approach the distressed woman. Chapter 49. Rescuing the innocent boss. Someone has been tailing us, reported Asan, the driver, glancing at the rearview mirror to see Chen Fan following closely on his motorcycle. The person referred to as boss turned to look through the rear window and then instructed Asan, "Step on it and shake him off." "Understood, boss." Asan pressed the accelerator and the van's speed surged. Observing this, Chen Fan too increased his speed. He pondered whether the woman had called for help. Attempting to rescue the child alone seemed perilous. He was uncertain how many individuals were inside the van. Thus, he maintained a careful distance, neither too close nor too far. A chase ensued between the van and the motorcycle on the road. After a short while, Asan glanced back, surprised to find the motorcycle still in pursuit. "Boss, we can't shake him off. That guy's like a rabid dog, clinging tightly. Damn it, keep driving, and once we reach the outskirts, let us see if he dares to follow." Just as the boss finished his sentence, the little boy he had been holding tightly bit down hard on his hand. The person beside him exerted force, pinching the boy's chin to make him release his grip. "You little brat, seeking death," the boss exclaimed as he yanked his hand away, inspecting the deep bite marks. He then hurled the little boy aside, causing his head to collide with the side of the van, leaving him dazed and blood trickling from his forehead. Yet, the boy glared fiercely at him, resembling a small wolf cub. "Why are you staring? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out, you filthy little mongrel?" Although the boy bore a resemblance to a Chinese child, he possessed strikingly deep blue eyes and slightly curly brown hair. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, a tumultuous scene unfolded inside the van. He remained fixated on the accelerating vehicle ahead, glancing down at the motorcycle's fuel gauge. Having traveled too far, the fuel was nearly depleted. This predicament was untenable. If he continued like this, he would soon run out of gas and be left behind. As the two vehicles sped along, the center of Zheng City gradually faded into the distance, giving way to the sparsely populated outskirts. In the vicinity, there were no gas stations, and even if there was no time to stop. Just as Chen Fan was feeling despondent, the van ahead suddenly began to slow down. Could it be that they too had run out of fuel? Chen Fan's heart leapt at the thought, but upon observing the three individuals disembarking from the vehicle, his spirits sank once more. Assessing his own strength, he pondered whether he could contend against the trio. Though he had diligently trained since his rebirth and had learned a few techniques for veterans during this time, he had yet to engage in actual combat. He was uncertain whether he could rescue the child who had been abducted from them. Cautiously, Chen Fan scanned his surroundings and picked up a sturdy stick from the ground. The three men gradually approached, wielding iron rods and wrenches taken from the van. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Leave now, and you might still escape," the leader, brandishing an iron rod, said ominously. "In broad daylight, you dare to abduct a child without fear of the police?" Chen Fan retorted, carefully backing away as he sought a more advantageous position. The three men erupted into laughter, as if he had just told a joke. If they could catch us, they would have done so long ago. Chen Fan's heart sank at their words. It seemed that these three were indeed part of the recent influx of human traffickers into Zheng City. From what Zhao Nan and Zhou Dong had relayed, several had already been apprehended, yet a few remained hidden, elusive to capture. It was astonishing how brazen they were, openly abducting children and flouting the authority of law enforcement. "Brothers, stop wasting time. Let us take him down and get out of here," the leader commanded, as the three closed in around Chen Fan. Naturally, Chen Fan was not foolish enough to confront them head-on. He dodged their attacks to the left and right. However, outnumbered, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Surrounded from all sides, he was encircled by the trio. "Brothers, take him down. We need to leave quickly," the leader urged, swinging his iron rod toward Chen Fan. "This kid has wasted enough of our time. We can't linger any longer." Chen Fan narrowly evaded the blow, but the other two closed in. With his fists against four hands, he realized the dire situation. Despite his efforts to evade and counterattack, he endured several strikes. In a moment of grim humor, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that they wielded sticks and wrenches, for had they brandished knives, he might have met his end. He realized he had acted too hastily. Just as Chen Fan began to feel the strain, one of the assailants exclaimed, "Boss, that little brat has made a run for it." The trio immediately halted their assault, and Chen Fan peered between their bodies. To his astonishment, in the midst of the chaos, the little boy had managed to open the van door and had quietly ventured some distance away in the opposite direction. "Damn it, that little brat. Go after him." With a furious shout, the leader kicked Chen Fan while he was momentarily distracted, and the three of them dashed towards the direction of the little boy. Chen Fan, having been knocked to one knee by the leader's kick, steadied himself with his hands before rising. Spotting a motorcycle not far away, he sprinted over, started the engine, and swiftly sped past the three, scooping the little boy into his arms and making a quick turn to head back. The trio behind him shouted angrily, hastening towards the van in pursuit. The little boy struggled in Chen Fan's embrace, attempting to escape, likely perceiving Chen Fan as a threat. "Do not move. I am here to save you," Chen Fan implored. However, the boy continued to squirm, seemingly unable to comprehend Chen Fan's words. Glancing at the label peeking from beneath the boy's collar, Chen Fan noted the emblem of a renowned American brand, realizing that this child was not from Huagua. Nonetheless, having rescued him, Chen Fan could not abandon a child in need. He switched to English, saying, "Do not move. I am here to save you." This time, the boy understood and ceased his struggles, leaning against Chen Fan as he quietly asked, "Really? Did my dad send you to rescue me?" Chen Fan, unaware of the boy's father, could only respond, "Yes, hold on tightly to me. We need to accelerate." Upon hearing this, the boy grasped Chen Fan's shirt firmly. As they sped along, the motorcycle's fuel gauge dwindled, the warning light flickering incessantly. Behind them, the van was still in hot pursuit. Thoughts raced through Chen Fan's mind. Would they be captured? He pressed down harder on the accelerator, coaxing the last remnants of fuel to propel them forward, but eventually, the motorcycle began to slow. Looking back, Chen Fan noted the van was merely a couple of 100 meters away, and he could almost see the malicious grin on the driver's face. Feeling a wave of despair, he closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them. "Enough of this. I will confront them." Just then, a cacophony of sirens erupted ahead. Chen Fan focused intently, observing a cloud of dust as several police cars raced towards them. Energized by the sight, he dismounted the motorcycle, cradling the little boy as he ran towards the approaching vehicles. The trio in the van also heard the sirens and saw the swiftly approaching police cars. "Damn it, the police are closing in." The third member slammed on the brakes and swung the vehicle around in retreat. "It's all that wretched kid's fault. I want to let this go," the leader growled, pounding his fist on the seat in frustration. However, their opportunity had vanished. The police cars whizzed past Chen Fan, pursuing the van. The last police vehicle, a Cadillac, came to a halt before Chen Fan. A young couple emerged from the car. The man was a tall, striking Caucasian with lustrous golden curls, impeccably dressed in a suit and appearing to be in his 30s. The woman, also around 30, exuded elegance, clad in a sky-blue cheapao, her satin-like black hair cascading down her back. "Amy, are you all right?" The woman hurriedly took the little boy into her arms, gazing at him with concern as she asked tenderly. The blood on the boy's forehead had already congealed, yet the streaks of blood that had trickled down his cheek and been smeared away rendered his small face a dismal sight, marked by crimson stains. "Mom, I'm all right. It's thanks to this uncle who saved me." Although Amy was resilient, being just a child, her voice quivered with emotion upon seeing her parents. She did not forget to express her gratitude towards Chen Fan. for he was a polite child. The man appeared somewhat more composed than the woman. Despite his sorrow for the child, he first extended his hand to Chen Fan, awkwardly speaking in broken Mandarin, "Sir, thank you for saving my child." "Not at all. I believe every citizen of Hua Kingdom would lend a hand in such situations," Chen Fan replied with a smile as he watched the boy reunite with his parents. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you," the man insisted fervently. "I am Smith, and this is my wife, Su Qinghe. The child you just saved is our only daughter, Amy." Mr. Smith introduced himself to Chen Fan. "May I ask your name?" "I am Chen Fan." "Mr. Chen, I am truly grateful," Mr. Smith reiterated. Chen Fan met Mr. Smith's repeated expressions of gratitude with a gentle smile, which only deepened Mr. Smith's respect for him, perceiving him as an embodiment of Eastern mystique. Since arriving in Hua Kingdom, most individuals he encountered had been subservient and overly cordial, making Chen Fan's demeanor all the more intriguing. Noticing Mr. Smith seemed about to speak again, Chen Fan interjected, "Mr. Smith, perhaps we should converse later. Although Amy appears to be only slightly injured, it would be prudent to visit a hospital." Upon hearing this, Mr. Smith turned to look at his son, who was nestled in Su Qinghe's embrace, smiling up at his father despite the blood covering his face. While Mr. Smith typically harbored resentment towards this little boy for vying for his wife's affection, he felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing him in such a state. Mr. Smith instructed the driver to remain in place until the police returned and to also take care of Chen Fan's motorcycle. It was only then that the Smith family, along with Chen Fan, boarded a Cadillac to return to the city. After an exhausting afternoon of commotion, they arrived at the hospital just before closing time. Fortunately, Amy's injuries were not severe. The on-duty doctor treated her wounds and prescribed some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication. Mr. Smith's driver arrived at the hospital to inform him that the Hua Kingdom police had apprehended the 3 human traffickers and were currently interrogating them. They requested the Smith family to come to the police station to assist with their statements. The Smith couple, upon hearing this, expressed their gratitude to Chen Fan once more. Despite Chen Fan's repeated refusals, they insisted on visiting him. After leaving Chen Fan's address, the Smith family departed. Thankfully, Mr. Smith's driver had brought Chen Fan's motorcycle along and kindly filled it with fuel. It was then that Chen Fan rode his motorcycle back home. Time flowed backward slightly. Lu Yu watched as Chen Fan briefly instructed her before speeding away on his motorcycle in pursuit of the van. Although Chen Fan had urged her to take Ying home, she could not possibly feel at ease returning now. The woman who was running and shouting had accidentally fallen, drawing a crowd drawn by her cries. Lu Yu held Ying tightly, weaving through the throng to reach the woman. "Stop crying and call the police," Lu Yu said to the sobbing woman, whose voice was ragged with distress. Not only had a child been abducted, but Chen Fan had also gone after them. The sooner they reported it, the safer it would be for both of them. The woman, still haunted by the recent incident, was consumed by the fear of not being able to explain to the child's family. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a flicker of rationality returned. "Yes, I need to call Mr. and Mrs. Smith," she stammered, stumbling through the crowd toward the nearest police station. Lu Yu followed closely, concerned that the woman might not communicate clearly in her panic. Before they could reach the police station, officers emerged in response to the commotion. Lu Yu quickly took over the conversation, succinctly relaying the events to the police. Upon learning that someone had dared to abduct a child in broad daylight, the officers swiftly mobilized to respond. Watching the police pursue the culprit, the woman's emotions gradually calmed. She used the station's phone to call Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Lu Yu was left unaware of the ensuing events. After sitting in the police station for a while, they were asked to leave their contact information and home address, instructed to return home and await further news. With no other option, Lu Yu took Ying home. Time passed slowly, and the clock on the wall chimed 6 o'clock. Upon hearing the sound of the door lock turning, Lu Yu's spirits lifted as she turned to see who it was. Was it Chen Fan returning? The person who opened the door was indeed Chen Fan. Seeing him return safely, Lu Yu could no longer contain herself. She rushed over and threw herself into his embrace. "You scare me to death. Do you know that?" Her voice trembled with unshed tears. Chen Fan's impulsive actions had left her in a state of dread. While she had remained composed in the moment, directing the woman to call for help. Her fears had only intensified upon returning home, worrying that something might have happened to Chen Fan. There's nothing to worry about. See, I'm back safe and sound. Chen Fan gently patted Lu Yu's back, his voice soothing. Lu Yu struggled to regain her composure, tears of fear streaming down her face. In response, Chen Fan lifted her chin, tenderly wiping away her tears. It's fine now, truly. Where's Ying? With Chen Fan's comfort, Lu Yu finally managed to quell her anxiety. She's asleep in the bedroom. I think she was frightened this afternoon. She cried for a while before finally falling asleep. Chen Fan nodded and went to check on Ying in the bedroom. Indeed, the little girl's eyes were red, and traces of tears still lingered on her cheeks. Gently caressing the little girl's face, Chen Fan tucked her tiny hands, which had fallen asleep outside the blanket, back under the covers. Only then did he softly close the door and step outside. It was not appropriate to wake the slumbering child. Chen Fan and Lu Yu shared a simple dinner together as time gradually slipped away. As the night deepened, Chen Fan finally removed his outer garments, only to hear Lu Yu utter a startled exclamation. What happened? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. How did you get that? Lu Yu asked, her gaze fixated on the wounds adorning Chen Fan's arm, concern evident in her voice. It turned out that when Chen Fan had shed his clothes, Lu Yu had caught sight of the injury sustained during today's altercation. It's nothing, I just accidentally bumped into something while chasing a car today, Chen Fan replied, wishing to downplay the situation, fearing that Lu Yu would worry about his confrontation with 3 individuals. However, Lu Yu, usually easily deceived by Chen Fan, seemed unusually astute tonight. I don't believe you. Did you get into a scuffle with those human traffickers? Lu Yu approached him, attempting to pull back his clothing. Let me see if you have any other injuries. There are none. It was just a minor bump, Chen Fan retorted evasively. Let me see. Lu Yu's expression turned serious. It was quite intimidating to witness someone who rarely displayed anger finally lose their temper. With no other choice, Chen Fan relented and allowed Lu Yu to inspect his wounds. Upon seeing the mottled bruises on his body, tears immediately welled up in Lu Yu's eyes. You said it was nothing. This looks serious. Does it hurt? Lu Yu gently traced her fingers over the bruises, her heart aching for him. It doesn't hurt anymore. It looks worse than it actually is, Chen Fan insisted stubbornly. But before he could finish, Lu Yu pressed down on the largest bruise. You still claim it doesn't hurt, stubborn as ever. Lu Yu shot him a disapproving glance and rose to fetch some ointment. Don't move, I'll massage it for you. Or it won't heal properly and will worsen by tomorrow. Chen Fan felt helpless. In truth, it was merely a flesh wound that appeared more severe than it was painful. Lu Yu instructed him to lie on the bed, warmed her hands, poured some ointment into one palm, and vigorously began to massage the bruises. Initially, it didn't hurt much, but as Lu Yu continued, Chen Fan winced, baring his teeth in discomfort. Stop. Be gentle. You deserve this. Will you still act recklessly in the future? Lu Yu rebuked playfully, although she did ease her pressure somewhat. Do you know how scared I was at that moment? Chen Fan lay on the bed and murmured. I didn't think much of it. When I heard someone shout about a child being abducted, I impulsively rushed in. Deep down, Chen Fan acknowledged that he had acted rather impulsively today. Had the police not arrived in time, he might have truly found himself in grave danger. I was just thinking. In case anything were to happen to Ying in the future, I would want someone to protect her, as I did that child today. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yu replied, lightly patting Chen Fan's back in discontent. Ying will be just fine. Yet, she refrained from voicing her complaints, recognizing that Chen Fan's intentions were not misguided. Compared to the neglectful person he once was, Lu Yu preferred the warm-hearted Chen Fan of today. Just as she finished massaging one side, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open by Ying. A little girl peeked her head in, perplexed, and asked Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? Though they were engaged in nothing, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming embarrassment as he lay naked on the bed. It was Lu Yu and Ying who explained, Daddy went to rescue a little friend today and accidentally got hurt. Mommy is applying medicine to him. Ying rushed over, eager to help apply the ointment on Chen Fan. Being so young, she lacked the strength, but she promised that when she grew up, she would be able to assist her parents. Can you blow on Daddy's hurt, please? Lu Yu, her hands smeared with the ointment, feared that Ying would cause a mess, so she coaxed her into blowing on Chen Fan's injury. All right, I will blow it away. The pain will fly away. The little girl puffed her cheeks and blew forcefully at Chen Fan, even spitting a little in the process. Yet in that moment, Chen Fan felt an immense sense of contentment. Gazing at his beloved wife and their young daughter, he felt as if his life was complete. After Lu Yu had alleviated his bruises the previous evening, Chen Fan indeed felt much lighter upon waking that morning. The only downside was the lingering scent of the ointment on his skin, which caused Ying to shy away from him, declaring, "Daddy smells bad. I want to hug you." The little girl squealed, darting around the room, while Chen Fan playfully chased after her, pretending to catch her. The room was filled with their laughter and shrieks. In the kitchen, Lu Yu shook her head in resignation, feeling as though she was raising two children. Suddenly, she thought she heard someone knocking at the door. But with her hands soapy, she called out, "Chen Fan, is someone knocking? Please check." Upon hearing her, Chen Fan indeed heard the knocking and walked to the door. Noticing that her father had stopped chasing, Ying lost interest and trailed behind him like a little shadow. When Chen Fan opened the door, it was no surprise that it was Mr. and Mrs. Smith along with their son, Amy. They had agreed to visit the previous day, and true to their word, they arrived. Mr. Smith presented a gift to Chen Fan, greeting him in halting Mandarin, "Good morning, Mr. Chen." "Good morning, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, and Amy," Chen Fan replied, inviting them to step inside. The three guests entered politely and settled onto the sofa. Lu Yu emerged from the kitchen, eyeing the unfamiliar trio. "Chen Fan, who are they?" Chen Fan briefly introduced Amy and the Smiths to Lu Yu, and she understood. "This is my wife, Lu Yu, and our daughter, Ying." He also introduced his family to the Smiths. Ying observed the young boy with a bandaged head, noting his eyes are blue. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted the Smiths before retreating to the kitchen to prepare fruit for everyone. As the Smith family expressed their gratitude for Chen Fan as help in saving Amy, the three engaged in light conversation in the living room. Through their discussion, Chen Fan learned that Su Qing's ancestors were prominent officials in Zheng City. Later, to escape misfortune, they relocated to the beautiful country. After several generations of development, the family has become a renowned Chinese clan in the region. The Smith family is also recognized as a prominent lineage in the area. A commercial union was formed between the two families. Fortunately, Su Qinghe and Mr. Smith developed mutual affection, and after their marriage, they welcomed a son named Amy, leading a relatively contented life. However, the elderly members of Su Qinghe's family, feeling the weight of their years, suddenly expressed a desire to return to their homeland, China. Yet, the majority of the family's business operations were established in the United States, and the younger generation was reluctant to return to what they perceived as a backward China. Given her close relationship with the elderly, Su Qinghe volunteered to accompany them back home. Mr. Smith, unwilling to let his wife make the journey alone, and with Amy insisting on accompanying her mother, ultimately decided that the entire family would relocate to China for development. With the Smith family boasting numerous descendants, he was not a particularly prominent figure, and thus thought it prudent to venture into China, where he might carve out his own niche. After careful consideration, Mr. Smith brought his business interests and joined his wife in Zheng City, China. However, shortly after their arrival, before negotiations for investment with the local authorities had even begun, their child was unexpectedly abducted by traffickers. Upon hearing the sequence of events, Chen Fan realized that Amy's kidnapping was no mere accident, but rather a premeditated scheme by the three criminals. Upon their arrival in Zheng City, the traffickers found themselves in a tightening noose as the city initiated a lockdown, resulting in the capture of many of their associates. Fearing they would be next, the trio decided to take desperate measures by planning to abduct the children of local officials as leverage. Success would yield a handsome reward, but failure would still provide them with hostages to facilitate their escape. After monitoring their targets for several days, they noticed an increasing presence of bodyguards clad in dark clothing and sunglasses, dissuading them from acting recklessly. At that moment, they observed the Smith family receiving a warm welcome from the local dignitaries, and the idea to kidnap Amy took root in their minds. Unexpectedly, their plot was thwarted by Chen Fan, who intervened just in time. "Thank you, Uncle," Amy said gratefully. Su Qinghe patted her on the back, encouraging her to express her gratitude to Chen Fan. Thank you, uncle, Amy said, bowing slightly. Haha, Amy, you are too kind. I am truly delighted to have saved you. Chen Fan replied with a smile directed at the Smith family. Just then, Lu Yu returned with a fruit platter, and upon setting it down, she heard Su Qinghe say, Madam Chen, you look remarkably youthful. I wonder what your secret to maintaining such beauty is. In foreign countries, women often marry later. She had wed Mr. Smith at the age of 30 and was now 37. Hence, she appeared to be in her early 30s, leading Su Qinghe to mistakenly think Lu Yu was also around that age. As Su Qinghe spoke, she took Lu Yu's hand, eager to discuss matters pertinent to women. Mr. Smith then turned to Amy, saying, Amy, go and play with the little sister. Amy, noticing Ying's curious gaze, took her hand and followed Lu Yu and Su Qinghe. Soon, only Chen Fan and Mr. Smith remained in the living room. Observing this, Chen Fan smiled subtly, uncertain of Mr. Smith's intentions for our conversation. I found myself intrigued by his directness. Mr. Smith, bypassing any pleasantries, stated, Mr. Chen, I have conducted some inquiries about you and discovered that you currently own a security company. I wish to discuss a business opportunity with you. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, what sort of business does Mr. Smith wish to discuss with me? I was taken aback by his forthrightness, which ignited my interest. Having recently arrived in Huagua, I find myself somewhat out of my depth. My recent explorations of certain industries in Zheng City have left me dissatisfied. Thus, I am contemplating the establishment of my own company, primarily focused on the jewelry trade. Mr. Smith's articulation was somewhat halting, which caused me mild discomfort. To alleviate this, I suggested in English, Mr. Smith, you may converse with me in English. I am proficient in it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Smith sat up straight, surprised that I spoke English, as he had not overheard my previous conversation with Amy. It is noteworthy that fluency in English is rare in Huagua, often associated with the educated elite holding significant positions. Mr. Smith, initially intending merely to express gratitude, found his perspective shifting upon learning of my linguistic capability. Mr. Chen, your erudition is truly commendable. His demeanor relaxed considerably as he continued. I initially sought your assistance in hiring some of your employees for transporting jewelry. However, I have since reconsidered. My recent searches for suitable investment opportunities in Zheng City have proven fruitless, and now I wish to invest in your endeavors. I was taken aback by this unexpected boon, as foreign investments are highly coveted, often facilitated by government support. Oh, I wonder what Mr. Smith has in mind. Are you considering investing in my Sunshine Security Liability Company? I presumed Mr. Smith was interested in the potential of my security firm, aiming to secure early shares. To my astonishment, he revealed his interest lay in my fried chicken establishments. I am aware that you own several fried chicken outlets, and I wish to invest in them. Growing up in the United States, Mr. Smith had encountered numerous security firms, including one owned by his own family. Nevertheless, he believed that the prospects for security companies in Huagua were limited, rendering the investment in my fried chicken outlets more promising. In the United States, fried chicken establishments proliferate, with chains extending even into neighboring countries, yielding substantial annual profits. Furthermore, Mr. Smith had overheard discussions among his elders indicating that American fried chicken brands were planning an expansion into Huagua. Consequently, he envisioned investing in my outlets to establish a chain akin to those in the United States, thereby seizing a competitive edge in the Huagua market. He elaborated on his vision for the investment, painting an enticing picture of the potential future for my fried chicken business. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the potential of the fried chicken shop, yet at this moment, Mr. Smith had proactively expressed his desire to invest. To overlook such a favorable opportunity would be folly. Mr. Smith, I am indeed grateful for your interest in investing in my fried chicken shop, but you must understand that the current scale of my establishment is quite modest. To achieve the level of expansion you envision, a substantial financial commitment will be necessary. Unbeknownst to Mr. Smith, Chen Fan had already dispatched individuals to penetrate the market, with several outlets of his fried chicken shop having already established a presence in nearby cities. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Mr. Smith mistakenly assumed that Chen Fan was concerned about insufficient funds to sustain such a large venture. He burst into hearty laughter, reassuring. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our family's business possesses the capacity to invest in your enterprise. Chapter 53. The rapid expansion of the fried chicken shop after an engaging exchange. Chen Fan and Mr. Smith ultimately finalized the details regarding the expansion of the fried chicken shop. Given the vastness of the Chinese territory, it was impractical to cover all regions at once. Thus, they decided to initially focus on expanding into the central cities of various provinces, seizing market opportunities ahead of competitors. Chen Fan then presented the market research data that Xiaodong had gathered during his recent endeavors. Due to Chen Fan's limited financial resources, the expansion of the fried chicken shop had been gradual. However, Xiaodong had traveled extensively and returned with valuable market insights. As a result, with Chen Fan providing the labor and Mr. Smith supplying the capital, the two entered into a fruitful partnership. After a considerable discussion, Mr. Smith, needing to attend to his jewelry business, bid farewell to Chen Fan. They agreed that once Mr. Smith's jewelry enterprise was established, he would hire Chen Fan's Sunshine Security personnel to ensure the safety of their transportation. As Chen Fan courteously saw off the Smith family, he could hardly contain his excitement. No sooner had he closed the door than he swept Lu Yu into his arms, twirling her around. "What are you doing?" Lu Yu exclaimed, startled by Chen Fan's sudden action, and playfully punched him twice. With a beaming expression, Chen Fan revealed to Lu Yu, "Did you know that Mr. Smith wishes to invest in our fried chicken shop?" "What investment?" Lu Yu queried, perplexed, as she and Su Qinghe had been engrossed in a chaotic discussion about skincare products, clothing, and handbags, entirely unaware of the conversation Chen Fan had outside. Primarily, Su Qinghe had been speaking while Lu Yu listened, having little knowledge of the subject. Chen Fan then briefly outlined Mr. Smith's intentions regarding his venture in China. "So, we will soon have more fried chicken shops." Lu Yu's face illuminated with excitement upon hearing Chen Fan's words. "Not just more, but nationwide. We will soon expand our fried chicken shops across the entire country." Nationwide? Lu Yu, who had never ventured beyond Zheng City, found it hard to fathom the vastness of such an expansion, yet her heart raced with anticipation. Simultaneously, a hint of concern crept in. How much is Mr. Smith planning to invest? Can we truly expand to so many locations? Chen Fan gestured for her to guess the amount. 200,000? Lu Yu ventured, but upon seeing Chen Fan shake his head, she incredulously inquired, "Could it be 2 million? Upon receiving an affirmative response from Chen Fan, Lu Yu could not help but cover her mouth in disbelief, murmuring, "How astonishing! 2 million? Is this truly real?" Since Chen Fan had returned with 100,000 yuan from selling his denim jeans, Lu Yu had never encountered, nor heard of, a sum greater than that. Moreover, the 100,000 had already been invested in opening a fried chicken restaurant. Therefore, while Lu Yu was aware that Chen Fan was earning money, she remained oblivious to the extent of his profits. After all, the financial transactions within their household were exceedingly fluid. The mere notion of a 2 million yuan investment left Lu Yu feeling somewhat lightheaded. "Indeed, once our fried chicken restaurant expands nationwide, I shall take you and Yingying on a journey to explore our establishments across the country," Chen Fan declared, embracing Lu Yu. He earnestly inquired, "Where do you wish to go most?" "I wish to visit the capital. I have heard it is particularly splendid." "Very well, we shall travel to the capital, and we shall purchase a home there. Once we have accumulated wealth, I will acquire properties across the nation. Wherever you desire to go, I shall accompany you." As Lu Yu listened to Chen Fan's vivid depiction of their promising future, she found herself overwhelmed with excitement throughout the day. Smith, a man of his word, soon delivered the contract. Chen Fan reviewed the details, finding them entirely consistent with their discussions, and with a flourish, he signed his name. The 2 million yuan swiftly arrived, and the fried chicken restaurant began to expand vigorously. With foreign investment, the process of obtaining permits from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was remarkably efficient, prompting Chen Fan to establish a company named Delicious Chicken. He rented an entire floor of an office building to serve as the company headquarters and embarked on a bold recruitment campaign. However, as a private enterprise, attracting capable individuals proved somewhat challenging. Chen Fan offered lucrative salaries to poach several professional managers from other companies, yet the marketing department also required ample personnel. It was precisely these specialized talents that were difficult to recruit. reflecting on the annual campus recruitment drives from his later years. Chen Fan resolved to promote his company at various universities in Zheng City. Currently, Huawei had abolished the policy of guaranteed job placements for university graduates. Nonetheless, graduates remained highly sought-after talents, typically not struggling to find employment. Although Chen Fan's campus outreach yielded few applicants, when he offered salaries exceeding the market rate by 30%, he finally swayed some individuals. Thus, he successfully recruited a considerable number of candidates from the campuses. One day, after delivering a recruitment speech at Zheng City Art Academy, Chen Fan was approached by a tall female student as he descended the stage. "Brother Chen, do you remember me?" The girl, observing Chen Fan's unfamiliar gaze, bit her lip and continued, "I am Lin Suolon. I previously worked part-time at your clothing store, and you even arranged a job for my sister-in-law." Recognition dawned on Chen Fan as he recalled Lin Suolon, nearly forgotten in his memory. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" "Brother Chen, I have yet to properly thank you for your assistance. Are you free today? May I invite you to dinner?" Lin Suolon carefully observed Chen Fan's expression. Noticing his furrowed brow, she quickly said, "If you are very busy, Brother Chen, I understand. I apologize for the interruption." Chen Fan felt embarrassed to decline Lin Suolon, as he truly had no time today. "It's no trouble. That small matter is hardly worth mentioning," he replied. "Brother Chen, it may be a trivial matter to you, but it would be a tremendous help to me." Grateful for Chen Fan's assistance, Lin Suolon inquired, "Brother Chen, I see you are recruiting at the school. May I enter your company? It is my final year at university, and the school encourages us to seek internships." "Oh, so you're also studying marketing?" Chen Fan asked. "No, I'm majoring in the arts. I wonder if your company could benefit from a graphic designer?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment. If his fried chicken enterprise were to expand nationwide, the current layout and promotional strategies might soon prove inadequate. Having a talented graphic designer could significantly alleviate his workload. Thus, he agreed to Lin Suolon's request to join the company. As she watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, Lin Suolon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lan, do you know that boss?" her roommate inquired. "Yes," Lin Suolon replied, feigning familiarity. "He invited me to intern at his company." "Really? I'm so envious. I still don't know where to intern." With the recruitment of market development talents complete, Chen Fan instructed Xiao Dong to lead them on their journey. Xiao Dong was a gifted individual. Chen Fan had appointed him as the manager of the fried chicken shop to gather market intelligence some time ago, although the newly recruited individuals possessed only theoretical knowledge. With proper guidance, they would surely adapt quickly. Hearing Chen Fan's arrangements, Xiao Dong felt honored by the responsibility entrusted to him and assured Chen Fan that he would not disappoint him. He then set off with his team to various cities to scout locations, oversee renovations, and secure suppliers for the chicken. Chapter 54. Lin Suolon's thoughts the fried chicken shop was expanding fervently. With Mr. Smith's funding secured, Chen Fan was determined to finalize the expansion of the fried chicken chain all at once. To be candid, aside from the thoughtful design of the outlets in the affluent district of Zheng City, the other shops were rather hastily arranged. Now that the fried chicken business had been formalized, Chen Fan was resolute in his intention to elevate the brand stature. Although the current standards of his fried chicken shops surpassed many others, they would fall short in the future. Therefore, he planned to meticulously design the renovation and interior layout of the fried chicken shops all at once. Despite having numerous renowned design concepts from the future in mind, Chen Fan was not a professional and could only describe them verbally, unable to translate his visions on a paper. Unexpectedly, he encountered Lin Suolon at the Zheng City Art Academy, where she volunteered to intern at his company, fortuitously aligning with her field of study. Chen Fan, recognizing the opportunity, was keen to make the most of it. Lin Suolon is now in her 4th year of university. This year, she has very few classes as the school encourages students to seek internship opportunities on their own. However, the field of graphic design that Lin studies remains somewhat obscure, making it quite challenging to find internships. By chance, Chen Fan came to the school to promote recruitment, and after some contemplation, Lin decided to take a chance and approach him. To her surprise, Chen Fan was indeed willing to offer her an internship at his company. Lin Suolon has been at Chen Fan's company for 3 to 5 days now. Currently, The Good Chicken Company is in its nascent stages, with only a handful of employees in management and finance handling some business matters. The rest are primarily in the marketing department, dispatched by Chen Fan to expand the market. Lin is the sole member of the publicity department, and since no one has assigned her any tasks, she finds herself idly passing the time. Bored, Lin rests her head on the desk and spins a pen, her gaze drifting over the pristine and orderly workspace, the spacious office, causing her mind to wander. Before joining Chen Fan's company, she had interviewed at several other firms. Some did not require her specialization, while others had poor performance and attempted to deceive her into working for free. She had yet to encounter a company like Chen Fan's that offered an internship with a salary nearly equivalent to that of a full-time employee. She mused about how wonderful it would be to work at Chen Fan's company after graduation. As she pondered these thoughts, her mind began to drift further. Her sister-in-law works in a clothing store and once mentioned that the store's owner was Chen Fan. She recalled her initial impression of Chen Fan, although she found him handsome. His somewhat unfashionable attire led her to believe he was merely an employee. Little did she know that Chen Fan owned his own clothing store and had now established such a large-scale company. The name Good Chicken was familiar to her, but due to the modest living allowance from home, Lin, as an art student, had refrained from indulging in the fried chicken from Good Chicken. When she first saw Chen Fan promoting at the school, she doubted her own eyes. After all, the man on stage was impeccably dressed, exuding charm and grace, a stark contrast to her previous impression of him. Thus, when her roommate inquired about her relationship with Chen Fan, she found herself, almost instinctively, telling a lie, relishing the moment of envy from others. Lost in her thoughts, Lin felt her cheeks flush slightly. At that moment, someone suddenly entered the room. Lin quickly straightened up, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the receptionist. "So Elon, the boss is looking for you. He wants you to go to his office." Chen Fan? Is he in the office today? Despite being the only one in the publicity department, Chen Fan had provided her with a small office. Thus, sitting there, Lin was unaware of when Chen Fan had arrived. Although she felt a tinge of curiosity about what Chen Fan wanted, she remained uncertain. However, upon the chance to see Chen Fan once more, Lin Sulan could not help but smile, her steps light as she made her way to Chen Fan's office. After all, since their parting at the school promotional event, she had not encountered him again. Knocking on the door to Chen Fan's office, Lin Sulan inquired, "Brother Chen, did you call for me? Is there something you need?" Chen Fan, hearing her address, felt a slight discomfort and frowned. Yet, considering that she had just graduated and was unfamiliar with certain workplace conventions, he chose not to take offense. Nevertheless, he pondered that if Lin Sulan continued to refer to him as Brother Chen, it would be necessary to gently remind her of the appropriate decorum in a professional setting, as it was uncommon for others to address him in such a manner. Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, Chen Fan initiated the conversation. "Xiao Lin, you have been with the company for a few days now. Are you adjusting well?" "Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Brother Chen. The colleagues are all very amiable," she replied. In truth, Lin Sulan had been mostly seated in the office, knowing only a few individuals aside from the receptionist and Xiaolon. "That's good to hear. I've been rather busy these past few days and have not assigned you any tasks. I have some ideas now. Let us see if you can bring them to fruition." As he spoke, Chen Fan articulated some design concepts that had formed in his mind. "Our company intends to expand into 2 types of fried chicken establishments. One will be situated in high foot traffic areas, adopting a strategy of low prices and high volume. For this, the design can be relatively simple, primarily aimed at attracting customers. The other will likely be positioned in more affluent districts, where we will pursue a high-end approach, necessitating a more refined aesthetic in terms of decor and arrangement." Given Lin Sulan's lack of practical experience, Chen Fan patiently broke down the concepts for her. In essence, the first type of fried chicken shop should be visually striking, with bright color schemes for the decor. The interior need not be overly elaborate, as the primary goal in such establishments is to serve food quickly. Patrons typically do not dine in. Conversely, for the upscale option, we must ensure a sophisticated design, and I suggest employing warm tones for the decor. Additionally, we should separate the service area from the dining space, furnishing the latter with suitable tables and chairs, as well as incorporating a children's zone. This way, Adults can dine while children play, potentially attracting a considerable number of customers if executed well. Now, please return to your desk and draft a preliminary layout based on my ideas. Once you have completed it, bring it to me for review and adjustments. After hearing Chen Fan's instructions, although Lin Suolan wished to discuss further, he did not afford her the opportunity, leaving her no choice but to return to her office and commence her work. Chapter 55. Purchasing a car. As for Lin Suolan's progress at work, that remains to be seen. With the arrival of autumn rains comes a distinct chill. Today, as Chen Fan stepped outside, he was suddenly struck by a wave of coolness. Observing the ginkgo trees in the community shedding their leaves, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, deep autumn had arrived. It dawned on him that he had been in this world for nearly half a year. "Why are you walking so fast? Didn't you hear me calling for you?" Lu Yu's voice rang out as Chen Fan turned to see her hurriedly emerging from the building. "The weather forecast said it's going to get colder today. Why aren't you dressed warmer?" Lu Yu handed her coat to Chen Fan, mildly chiding. "I've called out to you several times. I can hardly keep up with your pace." "Thank you, my dear wife. You're always so considerate," Chen Fan replied as he donned the coat, immediately feeling a significant warmth. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had taken to calling Lu Yu wife, and with time, she had grown accustomed to it, no longer feeling shy about the term. "Isn't there a new bus route that connects your company to our neighborhood? Perhaps you should consider taking the bus home," Lu Yu suggested, checking the temperature with her hand. A chill breeze was already present in the autumn air. It's been getting colder lately, and riding a motorcycle in this weather isn't ideal. Chen Fan chuckled at her words. "Have you ever seen a boss taking the bus to work?" However, he conceded that riding a motorcycle in this weather was indeed somewhat impractical. As he pondered the situation, an idea struck him. Why not seize this opportunity to purchase a car? He had some savings, and acquiring a vehicle should not pose a problem. "Wife, how about we go buy a car?" With this thought, Chen Fan resolved to make the purchase today. He decided against heading to the office, recognizing that it had been running smoothly without his constant supervision. Lu Yu was taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden decision. She had merely come down to deliver a piece of clothing, and now he was intent on buying a car. Before she could voice her concerns about the expense, Chen Fan urged her back upstairs. "Let's go, my dear. Hurry and get ready. We need to find a good car." Understanding Chen Fan's determination, Lu Yu knew he would not easily change his mind. Moreover, it was indeed time for him to have a vehicle. As a businessman, it was somewhat inconvenient to be without one. Recently, Mrs. Smith had often brought Amy over to play with Lu Yu and Ying Ying. Each time, they arrived in a car. And though Lu Yu did not understand the brands, she recognized they were undoubtedly fine vehicles. Unlike Mr. Smith, who owned several cars as a fellow owner of a successful fried chicken company, Chen Fan did not possess even one. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for him, Lu Yu refrained from further protest and obediently accompanied him to select a car. As the weather grew colder, riding a motorcycle became less feasible. The family of three took the bus to the vehicle trading center in Zheng City. Meanwhile, a small sedan pulled up at the entrance of the trading center, and a portly middle-aged man stepped out. Chen Fan did not recognize him, and thus paid him no mind, leading Lu Yu and Ying Ying through the doors of the trading center. The rotund man glanced at the departing bus and scoffed. These days, anyone and everyone dares to come car shopping. They might as well be buying bicycles. Twirling the car keys in his hand, he strode through the entrance with an air of indifference. Although there are many affluent individuals in Zheng City, not every household requires a sedan, and certainly, not everyone is in the market for a car on a daily basis. Consequently, the vehicle trading venue appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few individuals being escorted by sales personnel as they perused the automobiles. Chen Fan arrived at an opportune moment, as the supervisor had taken a group of sales representatives for training out of town. Presently, only 5 or 6 car salespeople remained in the dealership. A woman, approximately in her late 20s, adorned herself flamboyantly, applying cosmetics with which Lu Yu was unfamiliar, her pale complexion rendering her somewhat ghostly. "Sir, are you looking to purchase a vehicle?" she inquired, fluttering her eyelashes at Chen Fan. He felt a slight queasiness at the sight of her lashes resembling flies' legs and quickly averted his gaze to Lu Yu, hoping to wash his eyes clean. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of other sales personnel and reluctantly replied to the woman, "Yes, I am looking for a. Before Chen Fan could finish a sentence, the woman beamed with a wide smile and flitted away like a butterfly. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Have you decided which car you wish to buy? It turned out that while Chen Fan was observing Lu Yu, the woman had also taken note of Lu Yu and Ying Ying beside him. In that instant, she comprehended that this was a family of three looking for a vehicle, and her interest waned significantly. With the wife and child present, there was little opportunity for her to secure a sale. Moreover, she found Lu Yu's unadorned yet beautiful visage to be a source of jealousy. I hope this man is not wealthy, merely a pauper, she mused. Glancing over, the woman noticed a rotund man who had just entered and promptly approached him. Lily, how come I take another look? The hefty man, Mr. Li, reciprocated her enthusiasm with a lewd grin, placing an arm around Lily's waist as they passed by Chen Fan and the others. Some people take the bus and still act like big shots, unaware of how much money they truly possess to even consider buying a car, Mr. Li remarked. Let us head this way to see that car you looked at a few days ago. Lily chimed in with a smile, leading Mr. Li in another direction toward the latest model of a luxury vehicle. Lu Yu, watching the pair depart, stamped her foot in frustration. What kind of people are they? Looking down on others? It had been a long time since she had felt such disdain, having grown accustomed to Chen Fan's tender care over the past few months, which had instilled a slight petulance in her. Why bother with them? It's unnecessary. Let us just browse on our own. It's more comfortable without anyone accompanying us. Chen Fan chuckled, attempting to console Lu Yu. Had he been the impulsive young man he once was, he might have engaged in a confrontation with such individuals. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had encountered all manner of people and deemed these petty clowns unworthy of his attention. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Yu felt somewhat abashed and chose to divert her focus from the duo. However, she could not shake off her disdain for the saleswoman named Lily. Over the past few months, Lu Yu had accompanied Chen Fan to numerous gatherings, both grand and modest. Having encountered numerous ladies, I gleaned some previously unknown, distasteful matters from their conversations. It became clear that individuals like Lily were nothing more than opportunistic seductresses. Let us proceed over there, Chen Fan suggested, taking the hands of Lu Yu and Ying Ying as they walked in the opposite direction, where several vehicles were also parked. At that moment, a gentle female voice emerged from behind them. Excuse me, sir and madam, may I introduce you to these vehicles? Chapter 56. I want that car. Chen Fan turned to see a petite girl with thick bangs nearly obscuring her eyes. She wore a somewhat ill-fitting uniform and, upon meeting Chen Fan's gaze, mustered her courage to maintain eye contact. Sir, madam, although I have only recently joined, I am quite familiar with these cars, she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Please grant me an opportunity. Lu Yu, observant as ever, noticed the girl's subtle shivers and recalled her own anxiousness when seeking employment in the past. Could you kindly explain them to us? We are not very knowledgeable about these vehicles, Lu Yu replied softly. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much, the girl exclaimed, her words tumbling out in excitement. When she saw Chen Fan's lack of objection, her gratitude was palpable. And thank you, sir. The girl guided the family as they surveyed the cars in the dealership. Currently, the variety of domestically produced vehicles in the country was still relatively limited, and their performance was far from optimal. Although Chen Fan wished to support local products, he was acutely aware that driving was a matter of safety. One could not gamble with their life. After inspecting several cars, he found himself increasingly dissatisfied. Lu Yu, wholly unfamiliar with the automotive performance, was lost in the girl's elaborate descriptions, feeling bewildered. Noticing Chen Fan's discontent, she chose to remain silent. The girl, disheartened by their apparent lack of interest, wondered if she would truly be unable to sell a single vehicle. What did I say? Some impoverished souls love to put on airs. What business do they have looking at cars without the means? Unbeknownst to them, under the girl's guidance, they had already perused nearly half of the dealership's offerings. Now, they had unwittingly wandered over to where Boss Li and Lily were situated. The two were cozily positioned beside a luxurious new Mercedes. Boss Li is right. It reeks of pretentiousness, Chen Fan thought. When does he plan to purchase this car? Lily teased, pointing at the latest model. You've looked at it several times. When will you make the payment? Just pay, and they'll agree to anything you want, she cooed, her tone exaggeratedly sweet. A chill ran down Chen Fan's spine at her words, yet Boss Lee seemed quite pleased. "Whenever my darling says to pay, that's when I will," he responded, attempting to find faults with the car. "I'm not entirely satisfied. Look at this. You're talking nonsense." To Chen Fan's surprise, it was not Lily who reacted first to Boss Lee's fabrications, but rather the girl beside him, who could no longer contain her exasperation. "The car is the latest import from the nation, boasting the finest engine and braking system currently available in the world." The girl, having shed her earlier demeanor of soft-spoken restraint, now spoke fervently about the car's features. "What do you know, little girl?" Mr. Lee, feeling insulted, retorted with a feigned calmness. "Do you believe that with a single phone call, I could have you dismissed?" Lily, ever the instigator, chimed in. "You've been here for over half a month without a single customer. What do you really know? Xiaohua, you should apologize to Mr. Lee." Chen Fan observed the haughty expressions of Mr. Lee and Lily. Truly, there are limits to one's patience. At times, one must not be overly accommodating. For some individuals disregard the courtesy extended to them. The young lady spoke the truth. It seemed Mr. Lee was rather uninformed about this vehicle. Perhaps his disparagement stemmed from an inability to afford it. Lily was equally perplexing. As a sales representative, how could she be unaware of the product's capabilities? Chen Fan's pointed remarks caused both Mr. Lee and Lily to flush with embarrassment, their gazes towards him igniting with disdain. Was he not tearing down their facade? "Who do you think you are, meddling here without knowing who I am?" Mr. Lee exclaimed, his face reddening as he thrust a finger at Chen Fan. "Who I am is inconsequential. Rather, it is Mr. Lee whose identity holds no interest for me," Chen Fan replied, gently pushing Mr. Lee's finger aside. A slight exertion caused Mr. Lee to wince, his complexion paling instantly. Chen Fan then casually retrieved a tissue from the nearby table, wiping his hands with an air of nonchalance before discarding it into the wastebasket. What truly mattered was that if Mr. Lee intended to withhold payment, he ought to step aside and not obstruct others. After all, a good dog does not block the path. Mr. Lee was visibly agitated by Chen Fan's mildly offensive yet profoundly insulting words. "Who are you calling a dog?" he sputtered, his finger once again directed at Chen Fan. Upon meeting Chen Fan's gaze, which reminded him of the sharp pain from earlier, he hastily withdrew his hand. "Whoever reacts is indeed the dog," Chen Fan remarked indifferently, sidestepping Mr. Lee as he circled the luxurious vehicle, inspecting it with growing satisfaction. This car appeared to be the finest in the entire dealership, meeting all of Chen Fan's current criteria in terms of aesthetics and performance. Turning to the girl who had accompanied them, he declared, "I will take this car." "Really?" she exclaimed, astonished. "Wait a moment, I was the one who had my eye on it first. How dare you steal it?" Mr. Lee, infuriated, pushed Lily aside to position himself between Chen Fan and the girl. "Has Mr. Lee made a payment?" "Without payment, this car is unclaimed. Whoever desires it may purchase it," Chen Fan replied, his tone dripping with mockery as he regarded Mr. Lee. "Moreover, does Mr. Lee possess such wealth? If you cannot afford it, do not pretend otherwise." "Who says I cannot afford it?" Mr. Lee's face flushed with indignation. "Whom do you look down upon? You ought to inquire about me." Before Boss Lee could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Chen Fan, who showed no interest in discovering his identity. "Well then, Boss Lee, why not settle the payment first? If you can purchase this vehicle outright, I shall relinquish it to you. After all, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish." Chen Fan smiled gently and remarked, "Boss Lee, please proceed with the payment." At that moment, Chen Fan was wagering that Boss Lee did not possess sufficient funds. Indeed, as he observed Lily approaching, seemingly intent on urging him to pay, Boss Lee stammered, "I just didn't bring that much cash today." As he noticed Lily's increasingly darkening expression, his voice dwindled to a whisper. "Oh, you haven't brought enough money, have you?" Chen Fan deliberately elongated his tone, stating, "Well, it appears I must indeed seize what others hold dear. My sincerest apologies, Boss Lee." He then turned to the girl and said, "Please take me to process the card payment." Upon seeing the bank card that Chen Fan produced, Boss Lee's expression soured. It was common knowledge that the number of bank cards issued in Hua country was quite limited, and it was unlikely for an ordinary person to possess one. Chen Fan's card had been specially issued by the bank due to the substantial financial transactions of the chicken dinner company, during this period. Bosley was taken aback to see someone who had arrived by public transport produce a bank card. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Consequently, under Lily's fierce glare, Bosley left in utter disgrace. Chapter 57. A discount of 20% as Bosley scurried away. Xiaohua led Chen Fan's family to process the card payment. Lily finally comprehended the truth. It was Bosley who had been putting on airs, while Chen Fan's family was genuinely affluent. Reflecting on how she had been taken advantage of by the gluttonous boss Lee several times over the past few days, Lily's frustration boiled over, and she stomped her foot in anger, silently vowing, "You fat pig, may I never cross paths with you again." She hurried to catch up with Chen Fan's family at the cash register. "Ha ha ha, dear sir, it was merely a misunderstanding. I failed to recognize your stature." Lily pushed past Xiaohua, who was about to process the order for Chen Fan, and dramatically tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I was misled by that insufferable glutton and inadvertently neglected you. I beg your forgiveness." Lowering her demeanor, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Fan. However, that flirtation was destined for a blind audience, as Chen Fan remained unmoved and slightly repulsed. In both his past and present lives, he held a particular disdain for women who would sacrifice anything for their own gain. Ignoring her, Chen Fan addressed Xiaohua, saying, "Please process the order. I am pressed for time to collect the vehicle." Seeing Chen Fan's indifference, Lily snatched the order form from Xiaohua's hands. "Allow me to handle this. Xiaohua is still a novice and may not be fully versed in these matters. Do not worry, I am quite adept." As she spoke, she attempted to fill in the details on the order form, but Chen Fan intercepted her. "I insist, let her handle it." Xiaohua stood aside, torn between feeling slighted by Lily's pushiness and elated by Chen Fan's affirmation. Chen Fan handed the order to Xiaohua, stating, "Since you guided us through the vehicle selection, it is only fitting that you process this order today. Indeed, you handle it for us. Do not be apprehensive." Lu Yu gently offered her words of comfort, providing support to Xiaohua. As she met the trusting gazes of the two, a warm surge of emotion enveloped Xiaohua, prompting her to nod earnestly. "I'm ready." Upon witnessing Xiaohua begin to write, Li, infuriated, turned on her heel and walked away. If this car could be sold, the commission would amount to several hundred yuan. Thus, Li was determined to secure this deal by any means necessary. When Xiaohua hesitated at the section for the transaction amount, Li seized the moment, bringing over a bald man in his 30s. "Group leader, it's them." Xiaohua is a newcomer. How could she handle such a significant deal? "You must take charge." The group leader, having been summoned by Li, was initially oblivious to the unfolding situation. He was only aware that Xiaohua had sold a luxury car and that Li aimed to snatch this commission. Though he did not wish to intervene, as both Li and Xiaohua were his employees and he would earn a commission regardless of who closed the deal, Li's promise of dinner that evening swayed him. Thus, they hurried over together. This customer is still in her probationary period and shouldn't handle such a large transaction. Perhaps it would be better to let Li take over. She's our top salesperson and can offer you some discounts. The bald group leader, still catching his breath, hurriedly spoke in favor of Li. Chen Fan frowned. Upon seeing the two, he sensed something amiss. "No need for discounts. I prefer to let her handle it." Chen Fan was not particularly concerned about a trifling discount and wished to avoid further entanglement with the pair. "Sir, allow me to finish. If Li processes the sale, you will receive a 5% discount, along with a complimentary bag of rice and cooking oil." Before the bald group leader could finish, Xiaohua, unable to contain herself any longer, interrupted. "Enough. I have tolerated you for far too long." Xiaohua, breaking from her usual demeanor, confronted the two. "All you do is covet other sales. Can't you sell anything yourself? How shameless. You think you're the only one who can offer discounts? Anyone can do that. Today, I will give this gentleman and lady a 20% discount." "A 20% discount?" Li, initially pale with anger, now wore a peculiar expression upon hearing Xiaohua's words. She burst into laughter. "You? Offering a 20% discount? That's hilarious." The bald group leader laughed along, but the others remained silent. Gradually, the laughter faded to an awkward halt. "Sir, don't listen to her nonsense. Here, the minimum discount we can offer is 10%. The bald group leader attempted to assert, only to be interrupted by Xiaohua once more. "Sir, madam, please wait here. I'll be right back. Xiao Hua bowed to Chen Fan and Lu Yu before abruptly turning and running off. Chen Fan and Lu Yu exchanged puzzled glances but decided to wait for the girl, dismissing the self-amusing chatter of the other two as mere entertainment. Moments later, Xiao Hua returned, dragging someone behind her. Manager Huang? The ball group leader, and Lili exclaimed in surprise. On ordinary days, Manager Huang was known for his formidable temper, so it came as a surprise when Xiao Hua boldly yanked him, causing him to stumble. An unsettling premonition enveloped the two of them, which soon materialized into reality. Uncle Huang, it is indeed these two who have repeatedly obstructed me from selling that vehicle to this gentleman and his wife. Uncle Huang? Both the ball team leader and Lily were rendered speechless by Xiao Hua's unexpected address. Who could have imagined that the usually timid Xiao Hua harbored such connections? Manager Huang shot a fierce glare at the duo, making them shudder, before turning politely to Chen Fan and Lu Yu, saying, "My esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by these two miscreants. Today, I shall take the liberty to offer you a discount of 10% on this vehicle." Uncle Huang, a 10% discount is unacceptable. I had insisted on an 8% discount, Xiao Hua insisted, tugging at Manager Huang's arm. Oh dear, my little princess. A 10% discount is already the lowest I can offer. How about an additional 5%? Observing Xiao Hua's tearful demeanor, Manager Huang finally capitulated. All right, my little princess. If you say 8%, then it shall be 8%. Ultimately, in a dramatic turn of events, Chen Fan acquired the latest model of the Mercedes at an 8% discount, saving a considerable sum. After agreeing with Manager Huang to register the vehicle and deliver it to Shiyuan, Chen Fan and his family intended to return home. To their astonishment, Xiao Hua discarded her ill-fitting work uniform and turned to the ball team leader and Lily, exclaiming, "Serves you right. Also, my name is not Xiao Hua. I am Huayan." Subsequently, Huayan addressed Manager Huang, saying, "Uncle Huang, I wish to have them dismissed. Please assist me in speaking with my father." After stating this, Huayan prepared to leave with Chen Fan's family. Upon hearing Huayan's real name, the ball team leader and Lily felt their resolve waver. Their boss bore the surname Hua, and hearing Huayan express her desire to dismiss them rendered their faces ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed to plead their case to Manager Huang. The ensuing developments remained unknown to Chen Fan. However, through Huayan's confiding, he finally understood why this young girl could afford to offer them an 8% discount. Chapter 58. The breach of contract at the poultry farm. Huayan was the cherished daughter of Hua Xiong, the director of the Hua Vehicle Trading Company. As such, she grew up immersed in the world of automobiles, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about vehicle manufacturing from her family. She harbored a keen interest in pursuing studies abroad to delve deeper into automotive engineering, with aspirations to contribute to her family's enterprise in the future. However, being the only daughter amidst two older brothers, her family treasured her dearly, making the prospect of her studying overseas a point of contention. Nevertheless, studying abroad remained Huayan's dream, leading to a familial tug-of-war. Ultimately, Hua Xiong devised a plan. He allowed Huayan to work at one of their Group S vehicle trading companies. If she could sell a car within a month, it would be deemed a success, and her family would not hinder her pursuit of studying abroad. Recognizing the challenges inherent in vehicle sales, Hua Xiong was particularly aware of his daughter Hua Yan's timid nature, despite her extensive theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, he had explicitly instructed his employees not to provide any assistance to Hua Yan, even in the face of bullying and exclusion. This past month had been a calculated scheme by the cunning old fox, designed to thwart his daughter's aspirations of studying abroad. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of the unconventional Chen Fan. Upon hearing Hua Yan's heartfelt confessions, Chen Fan was touched by her determination. If Chen Fan felt this way, it was even more so for Lu Yu, who had excelled academically in high school and had opportunities for university, yet had to abandon her studies due to the untimely deaths of her parents. Hearing Hua Yan's dreams resonated deeply with her. Lu Yu grasped Hua Yan's hand and declared, "I support you. You must study diligently." "Thank you, madam. No one in my family supports me." "You are the first," Hua Yan replied, blushing with a smile. "May I call you sister? Can I write to you in the future?" "Of course." Lu Yu promptly exchanged contact information with Hua Yan, agreeing to maintain correspondence. I will become the world's most exceptional vehicle designer, Huayan suddenly exclaimed before the gates of the vehicle trading company, as if proclaiming her ambitions to her family. In the sunlight, her previously unremarkable features emanated an inexplicable charm. Lu Yu, taken aback, earnestly replied, I believe in you. You can certainly achieve it. Meanwhile, the fried chicken establishments across various provinces continued their methodical expansion. Unexpectedly, the headquarters in Zheng City, overseen by Chen Fan, encountered a disruption. On this day, Mr. Smith's jewelry company was finally established. As per their agreement, he would employ a group of personnel from Chen Fan's Sunshine Security Company to escort the jewels. After attending to some minor matters at Sunshine Security, Chen Fan returned home, only to receive a call from the logistics department of the Good Chicken Company. Boss, I apologize for the interruption, but some issues arose this afternoon. The logistics team explained that they had followed their usual procedure of contacting the suburban chicken farm to place an order for the number of pullets needed for the following day. To their astonishment, the farm owner claimed they had no pullets available. Naturally, the logistics team was incredulous, as their partnership had been smooth and consistent. Just the day before, the farm had supplied the goods punctually. How could they suddenly be out of stock? The farm owner tried to obfuscate the situation with a series of lies, but all were swiftly unraveled. Eventually, after a heated exchange, the farm owner brazenly declared that due to the substantial daily supply required, he demanded a price increase. Otherwise, he would cease supplying good chicken. The logistics team refused to acquiesce, prompting the farm owner, in a fit of indignation, to hang up the phone. Despite the logistics department's persistent attempts to reconnect, no one answered. What should we do now, boss? If we don't receive the supply, we won't be able to open on time tomorrow, the anxious logistics personnel lamented. Thus, does this imply that the poultry farm owner intends to breach the contract? Chen Fan retrieved the agreement he had signed with the poultry farm owner. The contract was established in mid-July, with a duration of 6 months. Now, as we find ourselves in mid-December, the contract is nearing its conclusion. Throughout these past months, the quality of the pullets supplied by the farm has remained consistently reliable, prompting Chen Fan to consider renewing the contract and even increasing the price per pullet. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that the poultry farm owner could not even wait a month. It appears that the owner lacks a proper understanding of the legal ramifications of a contract. Chen Fan contemplated that he would need to impart a valuable lesson to the poultry farm owner. Nevertheless, the immediate concern was not the breach of contract, but rather the supply issue for the fried chicken shop the following day. Fortunately, Chen Fan recalled that his company had contacts with other poultry farms. He had always been prudent, never placing all his eggs in one basket. When he had initially signed the agreement with the poultry farm owner, he had prepared for contingencies. Please reach out to other poultry farms and secure the necessary supply for the upcoming week at 80% of the market price. I will handle the remaining matters. Simply await my instructions, he instructed. The logistics department, reassured by their boss's promise, set about contacting potential suppliers based on the communication records. After placing a call, Chen Fan contemplated his next move and decided to contact Mr. Smith. Chen, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Mr. Smith inquired. Having jointly established the company, Chen Fan had fostered a cordial relationship with Mr. Smith. Without further ado, he elaborated on the recent predicament. Smith, I would like to borrow your lawyer for a moment. Our company, Good Chicken, is still in its infancy and does not yet require a legal department. But I never anticipated someone would dare to breach a contract. Thus, I must seek your lawyer's assistance. Oh dear, the shameless poultry farm owner. Chen, rest assured, I will have my lawyer reach out to you tomorrow, Mr. Smith responded. After concluding the call, Chen Fan glanced at the time and proceeded to dial another number. The line rang for a while before being answered. Hello, who is this? An elderly voice responded. Grandpa Village Chief, it's Chen Fan, he replied. Oh, it's the boy from the Zhuang's family. What brings you to call so late? The village chief inquired, referring to Chen Fan's father by his childhood nickname. Grandpa Village Chief. I would like to locate my second uncle. Could you please call him for me? Oh, you're looking for Heir Zhuang? All right, hold on a moment, Dogsy. I'll go call your second uncle and let him know you're on the line, the village chief said before calling out to his grandson. After hanging up, Chen Fan sat in his chair, lost in the memories of his former self. Chapter 59. The prepared Chen Fan's family hails from Qinjia village, located near Zheng City. Chen Fu is the eldest child in the Chen family, with a younger sister and two younger brothers. From a young age, he bore the responsibility of caring for his siblings, receiving little attention from his parents. Through hard work, Chen Fu eventually secured a job in the city and brought his mother, Chen Fan, to live with him. Although he could not frequently return home due to work obligations, the family would reunite in their hometown every Lunar New Year. During summer and winter vacations, Chen Fu would send Chen Fan back to the village to spend time with their grandparents. As the saying goes, the youngest son is the apple of the elder's eye. Hence, despite Chen Fu's lack of attention growing up, Chen Fan, as the eldest grandson, was cherished by their grandparents. Having lived in the village for over a decade, Chen Fan held a deep affection for his hometown. However, during his rebellious teenage years, he grew disinclined to return. Following the death of his parents, with no one to guide him, he spiraled into a wayward lifestyle, scarcely visiting home for several years. After Chen Fan's rebirth, while sorting through his memories, he contemplated whether to reconnect with his hometown family. After all, to them, he was akin to a stranger. Yet, he realized that having embraced the entirety of his former self, he must also accept all of his emotions. Thus, he seized the opportunity to reach out to his relatives. Subsequently, Chen Fan resolved to open a fried chicken shop. While negotiating a contract with the chicken farm owner, the proprietor attempted to take advantage of Chen Fan, hoping to inflate the price. Although Chen Fan deftly thwarted his scheme, he remained wary of the owner's unscrupulous nature and began to consider establishing a chicken farm back in his hometown. This endeavor would not only provide financial support to his relatives, improving their quality of life as a filial gesture, but it would also create a safety net for his fried chicken shop. Little did he know that his foresight would prove invaluable in the present. Such is the unpredictability of life, Chen Fan mused. At that moment, the phone rang, revealing a call from his second uncle, Chen Zhuang. "Hello, Xiao Fan, what is up? Why are you calling so late?" boomed his uncle's hearty voice over the line. "Uncle, I just wanted to ask how the chicken farm is coming along," Chen Fan inquired. Chen Zhuang, a simple and honest man, beamed with joy upon hearing Chen Fan's question. "It's going splendidly. Following your advice, we used the money you sent back to build a large chicken farm. We immediately acquired chicks after completing the construction, and now we are raising numerous batches. Thanks to you, Xiao Fan. Your support has significantly improved our lives. Your grandparents are even talking about building a new house next year." Hearing his uncle's response eased Chen Fan's concerns. Although he had sent some money back with the intention of helping his family raise chickens, he had refrained from frequently checking in, as they were relatives. He hoped that they would genuinely cultivate the chickens and not merely regard his monetary contribution as a token of filial piety. "Uncle, there's no need for thanks. We are family, after all. What is there to be formal about? How many hens do we currently have at our poultry farm?" Recognizing the stakes involved with the fried chicken business, Chen Fan cut straight to the chase. "Uncle, I've contacted several fried chicken restaurants that require a poultry supplier. Could our farm accommodate their needs?" Upon hearing this, Chen Erzwang felt a surge of excitement. Typically, their farm's chickens were sold to individual vendors at nearby markets. Fortunately, the farm was still in its early stages, alleviating concerns about an excess of chicks. However, with hens continuously hatching chicks, which in turn grew into hens, the farm was beginning to face a surplus. Recently, the family had been pondering how to manage the growing number of chickens. Selling a low price was hard for them to accept, while keeping them raised too long posed the risk of overcrowding and disease. At that moment, Chen Fan's proposal felt like a timely blessing. "Xiao Fan, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. You've not only assisted financially in constructing the farm, but also facilitated connections with buyers. Rest assured, our farm has more than enough chickens. We can meet any demand." Chen Er assured him on the phone, thumping his chest in affirmation. "That's great, Uncle. Please prepare on your end. I'll reach out to some contacts here and arrange for a pickup in a few days." "Absolutely, anytime." They concluded their call. The reason Chen Fan had refrained from disclosing to Chen Er that the fried chicken restaurants he had contacted were his own was due to his past experiences witnessing the collapse of family-run businesses. In the realm of commerce, familial ties often complicate matters. While he wished to assist his hometown, He understood the delicate balance required. Seated in his study, Chen Fan contemplated deeply. As his fried chicken venture expanded, relying solely on one poultry farm for supply seemed impractical. It was evident that he needed to reach out to additional farms beyond his hometown. However, he intended to delegate these tasks to the logistics team at his company, Delicious Chicken, as he was not employing them merely for charitable purposes. The primary issue at hand was transportation. Although his hometown was near Zheng City, it lacked the convenience of the suburbs. This would inevitably consume significant time. Moreover, with multiple fried chicken outlets now operating in Zheng City, the previous supply method may no longer suffice. Thus, it became clear that Chen Fan needed to procure a refrigerated transport vehicle and establish a cold storage facility. This way, the refrigerated truck could first visit the poultry farm to collect the processed chickens, storing them in the cold storage for the next day when the fried chicken restaurants would require supplies. This arrangement would facilitate operations for both the farm and the restaurants, alleviating concerns of supply shortages due to sudden halts. Having clarified these thoughts, Chen Fan proceeded to make two more calls. One was to Smith, as he was a foreign businessman with connections that could yield assistance. Chen Fan instructed Smith to expedite the purchase of a refrigerated transport vehicle. Smith felt no hesitation and readily agreed to assist. Another call was made by Chen Fan to the deputy director of the warehouse he rented. The deputy director, having previously held a leadership position in a food factory, was likely to possess knowledge regarding the rental or purchase of a cold storage facility. As expected, the deputy director did not disappoint Chen Fan. Although the food factory had closed down, he informed Chen Fan that the previous locations were still available, and some basic facilities remained functional. The deputy director provided Chen Fan with a contact number. After several attempts, Chen Fan finally reached the individual and secured the rental of an abandoned cold storage unit. However, this facility required some modifications before it could be utilized. This was within Chen Fan's expectations, as he had allocated an extra week for contingencies. This week was ample time for Chen Fan to renovate the cold storage, for Smith to procure a cold chain transport vehicle, and for the logistics department to connect with new suppliers. Everything was proceeding according to Chen Fan's plan. Chapter 60. The scheming Lin Sulan Mr. Smith efficiency was commendable. The very next day, he sent his lawyer to the Delicious Chicken Company. To Chen Fan's surprise, Mr. Smith's lawyer was a Caucasian woman in her 50s. Despite her age, the elderly lady was impeccably dressed in a well-tailored suit, accentuated by modest heels. Her hair was neatly styled, as she carried a small brown leather briefcase. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Lillian, Mr. Smith's attorney." Ms. Lillian spoke Chinese quite well, reportedly being one of the lawyers responsible for handling the Smith family's business dealings in China. Although her tone was formal and somewhat impersonal, she was courteous and greeted Chen Fan first. "Hello, Ms. Lillian, I am Chen Fan." Naturally, Chen Fan reciprocated her politeness. The two exchanged friendly handshakes, and Chen Fan guided Ms. Lillian to the reception area of his office. He presented her with the contract involving the chicken farm owner and recounted the breach of contract. Ms. Lillian assured him that pursuing such a legal matter was a triviality and that he could rest assured by entrusting it to her. Chen Fan felt confident in her abilities. If she were not competent, she would not have been brought to China by Mr. Smith. However, due to other commitments on that day, Chen Fan could not accompany Ms. Lillian. Therefore, he assigned a staff member from the logistics department, who had been in communication with the chicken farm, to assist her in addressing the breach of contract issue with the owner. Chen Fan then turned to attend to various matters arising from the expansion of Delicious Chicken in other provinces and cities that required his approval. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted him. Without looking up, he called out, "Come in. Brother Chen, it's fortunate you're here today. Could you take a look at the current design plans?" Chen Fan initially presumed it was a finance department employee coming to report on the recent financial situation. To his surprise, it was Lin Sulan who entered. As autumn approached winter, even Chen Fan had donned a sweater knitted by Lu Yu. Yet Lin Sulan appeared in a form-fitting velvet dress, exposing her bare legs and accentuating her figure. Chen Fan cast a surprised glance at her, wondering how she could possibly withstand the cold dressed so lightly. Lu Yu, on the other hand, always bundled herself and inging tightly whenever she stepped outside. And he imagined that by winter, she might encase both of them like two penguins, one large and one small. The thought conjured an amusing image in his mind, and a faint smile crept across his lips. However, Lin Salon misinterpreted Chen Fan's smile as directed at her, causing her heart to flutter. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your concern. I have a coat, which I left in the office. I'm not cold," she replied. Chen Fan felt bewildered. Who was concerned about her? "Show me the design drawings," he said, extending his hand toward Lin Salon. As they exchanged the drawings, Chen Fan sensed that Lin Salon had deliberately brushed her hand against his. Yet, upon seeing her bashfully retract her hand, he dismissed the notion as his own overthinking. After all, girls in this era were not as bold as those in the future. It was likely an accident. He said nothing further and lowered his gaze to examine Lin Salon's designs, oblivious to her suddenly stiffened expression. Lin Salon had anticipated that Chen Fan would be so oblivious to her intentions. She had dressed so scantily on this cold day to showcase her figure to him. When she had dared to touch him, he remained indifferent. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, Lin Salon's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He noticed several aspects of the design that did not meet his approval and gestured for her to come closer. "Look here," he began. "I mentioned that this area should be a lounge, but this layout isn't quite suitable. While it accommodates people, we must also consider the logistics of transporting goods into the store." He meticulously outlined the areas he found unsatisfactory, requesting her to make several adjustments. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he was startled to find Lin Salon so close to him. He had no idea when she had moved in so near. Upon turning, he nearly bumped into her face. "Why are you so close to me?" Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. It was not that Chen Fan was oblivious to female attention. In his past life, many women had sought to entice him. Yet, those women possessed a level of sophistication that employed a subtle dance of proximity, creating an atmosphere of tension. Lin Salon's rather elementary approach went unnoticed by him. Lin Salon's face stiffened as she awkwardly explained, "I was so engrossed in your explanation that I lost track of my surroundings." She gently rubbed her eyes, possibly a result of the late nights spent working on the drawings. Her vision slightly blurred. She had merely leaned in to take a closer look. Lin Salon hoped her display of vulnerability would evoke Chen Fan's sympathy, considering she was working overtime for the company. To her dismay, Chen Fan remained an unyielding straight shooter. "Ah, I see," he responded, interpreting her words as a complaint about her workload and the strain on her eyes. "Well, your work efficiency could use some improvement. It has been 3 or 4 days, and you've only managed to produce 2 design drawings. You certainly ought to put in some extra hours. However, there's no need to work late into the night. The lighting is poor. Just come in a bit earlier in the morning." Lin Salon struggled to maintain her smile, irritation gnawing at her as she ground her back teeth together. "Very well, Brother Chen, it is indeed my fault." Yet Lin Salon still endeavored to smile, reassuring herself not to be upset as she accepted the blueprints handed to her by Chen Fan. "I will make the revisions right away. I wonder what time Chen Deji finishes work today." Lin Salon inquired tentatively. "I'm not quite sure. I'll leave once I complete my tasks," Chen Fan replied, burdened with a considerable workload that would delay his departure. However, upon hearing Lin Salon's question, he felt a twinge of discomfort. What employee shows such concern for a superior's schedule? She is not even his secretary. Then, Chen Deji, may I bring the documents over and make the revisions in your office? That way, it would be convenient for you to review my progress at any time. No need for that. You can return to your own office. Once you've completed the revisions, just bring them to me. If I'm not here, I will look at them the following day. As Chen Fan's refusal echoed in her mind, Lin Salon felt a surge of frustration, but could do nothing but turn and exit his office. Upon returning to her own workspace, she hastily donned her coat and sat behind her desk, sullenly revising the blueprints. Time slipped by slowly. The workload was substantial today. After tidying up, Chen Fan glanced out the window to find it had grown dark. Checking his watch, he noted it was already past 7. No wonder it was so dim outside. Lu Yu and Ying Ying must have already eaten, he mused, quickly clearing his desk and preparing to head home. As he exited the office, he noticed that most employees had already departed, leaving only one office still illuminated. Chen Fan paid little heed to who remained inside. Employees were entitled to their wages, and if they failed to finish their tasks within the stipulated time, working overtime was a reasonable expectation. He was neither a heartless capitalist exploiting his staff nor a philanthropist allowing them to linger at the company. Upon hearing the sound of Chen Fan's office door closing, Lin Sulan quickly stood up and hurried after him. Chapter 61. The sensitive thoughts of Lu Yu as Chen Fan stepped out of the office building. He was astonished to find it was snowing. The flakes were small, reminiscent of rain, with a touch of frost already coating the ground in a damp layer. He extended his hand, and a few delicate snowflakes landed on it, bringing a slight chill. "Chindaji, you're still here?" Lin Suilan's voice called from behind. Turning to look, he saw her clad in a somewhat outdated red coat that clashed with the velvet dress beneath. However, an idea struck him. Feeling the weight of Chen Fan's gaze, Lin Suilan grew somewhat self-conscious. This garment had been a gift, and while it was indeed ill-fitting, it was the most presentable outfit she owned for winter. The earnings from her part-time job had barely covered her usual academic expenses, leaving just enough for the velvet dress. Xing Dajie. I lost track of time while revising the blueprints and missed the last bus. Could you give me a ride? A gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Suilan to shiver and pull her coat tighter around her. Chen Fan was not entirely devoid of compassion. It was indeed unsafe for a young woman to travel alone at such an hour, especially given that Lin Suilan was, in some way, his employee. Get in the car. It's winter now. Remember to dress warmly in the future. Chen Fan was the first to open the car door and take a seat. Lin Suilan also opened the passenger door by herself and settled in. Lin Suilan's home was not far from the company. Taking the bus would take about 3 to 5 stops, but it was in the opposite direction of Chen Fan's residence. The journey was silent, as Chen Fan hurried to return home. After dropping off Lin Suilan, he swiftly turned the car around and accelerated away. Lin Suilan's mouth opened as if she wished to say something, but was met with a cloud of exhaust fumes. A cold breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, after making the turn, sped home. By the time he exited the vehicle, the snowflakes had begun to grow larger, taking 3 steps at once. He hurried up the stairs. Upon opening the door, Lu Yu greeted him with a towel in hand. He quickly wiped the melting snow from his head. As she took his coat, Lu Yu casually inquired, "Why are you so late today?" To her surprise, Chen Fan responded, "There was quite a bit to handle today. I just finished work and even dropped off an employee who missed the bus and was not on my way." "Oh, I see," Lu Yu replied, hanging up his coat. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I kept some warm for you in the pot." "Thank you, my dear wife. You are wonderful," Chen Fan said, realizing he was a bit hungry, smiling gratefully at Lu Yu. "Stop joking around and go eat," Lu Yu teased, casting a playful glance at him as she ushered him to the dining table and headed to the kitchen to serve the food. As she entered the kitchen, Lu Yu casually asked, "Was it a man or a woman? Working late together at this hour? Aren't their family members worried?" Chen Fan, busy with the side dishes on the table, mumbled, "A woman, and her home is not far." Lu Yu paused for a moment, her mind racing, yet she maintained her composure and brought out the dishes. "Eat up. It's at the perfect temperature, or it will get cold soon." After finishing his meal, Chen Fan went to wash up. Exhausted from the day, he soon fell asleep. However, Lu Yu lay in bed, unable to find rest. Quietly, she slipped out of bed and picked up the sweater Chen Fan had discarded, walking into the living room. Under the dim, yellow light, she plucked a long hair from Chen Fan's sweater, longer than her own. Was there another woman outside? The next morning, as Chen Fan stepped out of the bedroom, he was startled to see Lu Yu carrying food from the kitchen. "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" he asked, quickly taking the food to the table, his concern evident. Lu Yu appeared pale, dark circles under her eyes, her lips chapped, and her demeanor lifeless. "I'm fine," she coughed. "You call that fine? You're coughing. Did you catch a chill last night?" Chen Fan remarked, placing his palm on her forehead to check her temperature. "I'm really okay. It's just the recent drop in temperature making me a bit uncomfortable. I'll take some medicine." Lu Yu evaded his hand, urging him to sit down and eat while she went awake Ying. Chen Fan sensed something was off about Lu Yu today, but could not pinpoint the reason. Could it be due to her health? After the family of 3 finished breakfast, he suggested, "How about I skip work today and stay home to take care of you?" Observing Lu Yu's haggard appearance, he voiced his concern. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? It's truly nothing. You should head to work. Lu Yu said with a hint of irritation. You're just on the way at home. Chen Fan, bewildered, was pushed out the door by Lu Yu, holding his clothes and staring blankly at the closed door. Who could have upset her? Why was she so angry? Chen Fan murmured to himself, assuming Lu Yu's agitation stemmed from her discomfort, and chose not to dwell on it. He called through the door, Please take care of yourself. And remember to take your medicine. Lu Yu slid down against the door and sat on the floor, tears cascading down her cheeks. Mama, what's wrong? Ying rushed over, her face etched with concern. Meanwhile, Chen Fan found himself driving to Lu Dahai's house. The working hours at state-owned enterprises were not overly rigid, and since winter was a slow season, Lu Dahai was still at home. When Chen Fan arrived, Lu Dahai's family had just finished their meal. Surprised to see Chen Fan, Lu Dahai exclaimed, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Lu Ge, I have a business proposal I would like to discuss with you. Could you introduce me to your factory manager? Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai's eyes lit up with understanding. So, Chen Fan had come to bring them business. Ecstatic, he stood up and said, Let's go right now. He started to grab his bicycle, but Chen Fan quickly interjected, I drove here. Let's take the car together. It's freezing outside. Who needs to ride a bike? As Lu Dahai stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted the sleek black Benz parked at the entrance. He whistled in admiration, circling the car a couple of times. You're doing well for yourself. You can afford a sedan now, Lu Dahai remarked, his envy palpable. Once inside the vehicle, Lu Dahai couldn't help but touch everything. Suddenly, he picked up something and, upon closer inspection, realized it was an earring. Brother Chen, isn't this Lu Yu's earring? How did it end up in your car? Lu Dahai handed the earring to Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at it, unable to recall its origin. Lu Yu rarely wore jewelry, fearing that Ying would tug at it. Moreover, when he had taken the two of them out, they had been seated in the back. The memory of Lin Sulan sitting in the passenger seat last night flashed through his mind, and he shook his head. No, it must belong to one of our employees. Just leave it there. I'll return it to her later. Lu Dahai fell silent for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. Brother Chen, please don't take offense at my words, but Lu Yu is a wonderful woman. You should treat her well. Chapter 62. A return to the garment factory. Chen Fan was left perplexed by Lu Dahai's cryptic comment. How have I wronged Lu Yu? Lu Dahai pointed to the earring and asked, Then what is the story behind this? Can you honestly say it doesn't belong to a woman? Exasperated, Chen Fan replied, Oh, that. Yesterday, I was working late, and one of our female employees was also leaving late. There were no buses, and it was unsafe for a girl to be out alone in the dark, so I offered her a ride. She must have accidentally left it in the car. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Lu Dahai scratched his head in realization. So that is how it is. I thought Brother Chen wasn't that kind of person. Lu Ge, what are you pondering? In the past, I was the fool who failed to cherish Lu Yu. Henceforth, I desire her alone. Chen Fan chuckled, bemused by Lu Dahai's whimsical thoughts. Ha ha, my brother Chen is right. A true man ought to cherish his wife indeed. Amidst their laughter, the duo arrived at the entrance of the garment factory. With Lu Dahai's presence, Chen Fan effortlessly drove the car inside. The path was unobstructed, and they knocked on Director Su's office door. Director Su was engrossed in a newspaper. Upon glancing up, he set it aside and smiled, saying, What a rare visitor. What brings you here today, Boss Chen? Ha ha, one does not visit without purpose. I am here to discuss business with Director Su. Chen Fan responded with a smile. Oh, I wonder what business Boss Chen wishes to discuss. At this season, jeans are rather difficult to sell, aren't they? Not only did Chen Fan assist the factory in clearing the backlog of jeans, but he also ordered 2 additional batches, which brought the factory some profit. Thus, although private contracts with the factory were not permissible, Director Su was willing to extend a favor to Chen Fan. That is precisely why I came, to place an order for new stock. May I inquire what type of goods Boss Chen intends to order? Ha ha, Director Su, with winter upon us. What else could I possibly order but winter apparel? It hardly seems necessary for Boss Chen to make a personal trip for such trivial matters. A note would suffice, and we shall certainly provide the goods on time. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. I truly wish to discuss this with you, Director Su. I'm not interested in the existing winter garments, but rather in some new styles. New styles? Director Sue inquired, puzzled. What might they entail? Coats, padded jackets, and the like, featuring innovative designs. Director Sue furrowed his brow in concern. The factory could indeed produce coats and jackets, but he feared the new styles might not sell well. Having previously suffered losses from the jeans, he was particularly cautious and reluctant to embrace new ventures. Boss Chen, you might want to reconsider. This market is not like those abroad, where new items might struggle to sell and become burdensome. Chen Fan understood Director Sue's apprehensions, recognizing that the previous losses had instilled a sense of caution. Do not fret, Director Sue. I have brought sufficient funds this time. You can rest assured and proceed boldly. I will pay in full for whatever goods I order, settled on site, with no delays. Director Sue was inclined to trust Chen Fan, especially with the approaching new year, which presented an opportunity for additional profit to ensure a prosperous celebration for the employees. I must know what styles of coats and jackets you intend to create. I need to see them. If they are too avant-garde, our production line may struggle to accommodate them. Although Director Sue felt somewhat swayed, he remained prudent, wishing to first review Chen Fan's design plans. Regrettably, I did not bring the designs today. However, rest assured, I will have the drawings sent over in a couple of days. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed to sign the contract. For today, let us engage in casual conversation and discuss potential contract details. Given that Chen Fan had articulated his intentions so clearly and without any ambiguity, Director Sue was willing to engage in a thorough discussion with him. The two individuals finalized the potential contractual details and awaited Chen Fan's design sketches. Should everything be satisfactory, they could proceed to sign the contract and pay the deposit to commence the project. Having secured a prospective business deal, Chen Fan felt a flicker of joy. However, as Lu Dahai escorted Chen Fan out of the garment factory, he appeared rather pensive. Brother Chen, do not take offense at my cautionary words. Our factory's winter performance is typically mediocre, which indicates that winter garments do not sell well. Are you not concerned about producing overcoats and padded jackets that might end up as a financial burden? Upon hearing Lu Dahai's words, Chen Fan recognized his brother's concern for his well-being, yet he harbored his own plans. Lu Ge, fret not. I did not intend to sell this batch of clothing in Jing City. The market here is rather limited, and the purchasing power of the consumers is also constrained. My intention is to transport these garments to the south, Chen Fan confided in a lowered voice. Lu Dahai was taken aback, as the south was teeming with clothing manufacturers, consistently exporting garments to the north. Was Chen Fan not courting disaster? It seemed that any investment might simply vanish without a trace. Brother Chen, you must reconsider. This is an imprudent expenditure, Lu Dahai urged, eager to dissuade Chen Fan from such unrealistic aspirations. Do not worry, I will only take on what I can manage. If I dare to undertake this venture, it is because I am adequately prepared, Chen Fan replied with confidence. Seeing that Chen Fan was unyielding, Lu Dahai sighed in resignation. Initially inspired by Chen Fan's success in earning money and acquiring a new home and vehicle, he felt a flicker of ambition to join him in his endeavors. Yet that flame was now slowly extinguishing. Chen Fan was audacious, willing to dream and act, and capable of generating income. Yet he also embraced significant risks. Lu Dahai shook his head, realizing that he was better suited for a stable life and should refrain from becoming entangled in Chen Fan's ventures. Unbeknownst to him, this moment of hesitation would only serve to widen the chasm between himself and Chen Fan. Countless times in the future, he would lament this decision. After returning to work, Lu Dahai departed, while Chen Fan made his way to the Good Chicken Company. He instructed the receptionist to summon Lin Suilon before returning to his office. Shortly thereafter, Lin Suilon knocked and entered. Brother Lin, you called for me? Today, Lin Suilon was dressed more conservatively than the previous day. How is the design coming along? It is nearly complete. After you provided your feedback yesterday, I revised most of it. Only the conclusion remains to be done, she replied. Excellent. Once you finish, please bring it over for me to review, Chen Fan said, retrieving a pair of earrings from his pocket and placing them on the desk. Are these yours? They were left in the car. Lin Salon gazed at the earrings on the desk, her expression turning sheepish. Yes, they are mine. I thought I had lost them. It turns out they just fell in the car. Thank you, Brother Chun, for returning them to me. There is no need for gratitude. I cannot claim to have discovered them, he replied. Not you? Lin Suolan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion, only to be replaced by a look of inner conflict. Could it be your wife? Surely not. Your wife does not harbor any misunderstandings about us, does she? Chapter 63. A visit as Lin Suolan's light-hearted banter unfolded. A sudden realization struck Chen Fan. Did you intentionally leave this in the car? He demanded sharply. Brother Chun, what are you talking about? Lin Suolan resolutely denied any allegations. Is this a deliberate act on your part? You know the truth within yourself, but it would be wise to keep such thoughts to yourself moving forward. Be aware that I am already married, and our company is not entirely dependent on you. Focus on your responsibilities and avoid any ulterior motives, Chen Fan admonished sternly. Considering this was a first offense and it had not caused any substantial harm to him or Lu Yu, Chen Fan was willing to extend a chance to Lin Suolan, for she was but a young girl. It is not uncommon for young ladies to stray occasionally, and Chen Fan was reluctant to be overly harsh. Lin Suolan was taken aback by Chen Fan's stern tone. Just yesterday, he had appeared indifferent to her actions, leading her to believe he was merely straightforward and perhaps oblivious to a woman's feelings. Yet today, it seemed he had suddenly gained insight into her intentions. Lin Suolan could not fathom that her cleverness had backfired. Had she refrained from making that provocative remark, Chen Fan might not have recognized her ulterior motives. Her intention had been to entice him, but she found him too straightforward. Even when she provided an opportunity for intimacy, he was oblivious to it. Seated in Chen Fan's car on their way home, shielded from the elements, Lin Suolan felt an unparalleled comfort, for this was the life she envisioned. She had no desire to be a mere part-time sister or intern. Thus, as she was about to exit the vehicle, a sudden idea struck her. She removed one of her earrings and tucked it into the seam of the passenger seat. She thought that if Chen Fan's wife were to discover it, an argument might ensue, allowing her to exploit the situation. After all, despite knowing Chen Fan for quite some time, Lin Suolan had never heard him or any colleagues mention his wife. Perhaps she was plain and unremarkable, and Chen Fan held little affection for her. Regardless of Lin Suolan's inner thoughts, as Chen Fan's stern words resonated, she finally comprehended that he harbored no feelings for her. Yet, being a young girl, Chen Fan's words caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, rolling down her cheeks. She felt a mix of embarrassment from having her intentions exposed and frustration at Chen Fan's lack of romantic sensibility. In a moment of impulse, Lin Suolan turned and fled. Wait! Lin Suolan turned back hopefully, only to hear Chen Fan instruct, wipe your tears before you go out. We wouldn't want others to misinterpret the situation. With resentment, Lin Suolan hastily wiped her tears. Boss Chun, do you have any further instructions? Oh, by the way, do you have the contact information for your fashion design professor? If so, please share it with me. With tears still in her eyes, Lin Suolan scribbled down a professor's contact details. As she departed Chen Fan's office, she heard him say, focus on your work and complete your tasks swiftly. Taking the contact information left by Lin Suolan, Chen Fan sought out Professor Gao, a graceful woman in her 50s who taught fashion design at Zhengzhou University of Arts. Clad in a simple, elegant qipao at home, her slightly graying hair was elegantly pinned up with a bamboo hairpin. Upon Chen Fan's visit, she displayed a perfectly measured expression of surprise. Hello, may I inquire who you are? Greetings, Teacher Gao. I am Chen Fan. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive my audacity. Chen Fan extended the fruit basket he was holding towards Teacher Gao, inquiring if he might enter to discuss a matter of importance. Please come in, Teacher Gao replied, not accepting the fruit basket, but leading him into her modest yet elegantly adorned abode. The space, though not vast, consisted of 2 rooms and a living area, exuding a serene and refined ambience. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman, dignified despite being confined to a wheelchair, was in the living room engaged in the art of perfumery. Delicate droplets of fragrant liquid were being meticulously dripped into a small distillation bottle. Noticing Chen Fan's surprise, Teacher Gao graciously introduced, "This is my husband. I apologize for his inability to rise. I hope you can understand." Your politeness is unwarranted. It is I who intrudes upon your peace, Chen Fan replied, waving his hands in dismissal, still taken aback by the revelation of teacher Gao's husband's disability. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Mr. Chen? She asked. Indeed. Teacher Gao, I have heard that you specialize in fashion design, and I seek your assistance in creating a few design sketches. Chen Fan stated his intentions plainly. I have already conceptualized the design elements. I only require your expertise in rendering them in accordance with the principles of human aesthetics. Mr. Chen, I must apologize. While it is true that I teach fashion design, I have not engaged in sketching for quite some time. Teacher Gao unexpectedly declined his request outright. I suggest you seek someone more capable. Is there a particular concern that dissuades you? Teacher Gao, I assure you, I will not delay in remunerating you for your efforts. Chen Fan urged. Prior to his visit, he had gathered some information and learned that teacher Gao hailed from the south, born into a family renowned for Su embroidery, and later trained in fashion design. However, due to certain familial circumstances, it appeared that her path had diverged from its original course, leading her to meet her husband. After their marriage, she accompanied him to Zheng City to teach, where she has since become a prominent figure among the fashion design instructors. Thus, Chen Fan sought her expertise for these design sketches, believing her to be the best fit for his aspirations. There is no need for further discussion. There are reasons I cannot disclose, but I truly wish to refrain from sketching at this time. I hope you can understand, Teacher Gao responded gently. Yet her refusal was resolute. Feeling somewhat defeated, Chen Fan recognized that while he could enlist the help of others, he was determined to pursue excellence. And settling for less was not in his nature. However, with Teacher Gao unwilling to entertain his request, he felt compelled to devise an alternative plan and revisit another day. Forgive my intrusion. I shall take my leave now, he said. Mr. Chen, your fruit basket, Teacher Gao remarked, picking up the basket from the coffee table to return it to him. Yet, Chen Fan did not accept it. Teacher Gao, please consider this as a token of my sincere apology for my unannounced visit, he insisted. As the two exchanged polite refusals, a sudden crash interrupted their dialogue. Turning to investigate, they discovered that Teacher Gao's husband had inadvertently knocked over a small glass bottle from the edge of the table. Upon noticing their gaze, he offered a faint smile, seemingly apologetic for the disturbance. Please be careful. I hope you have not injured yourself. Teacher Gao approached him, her voice gentle as she examined him with concern. Ayin, I am quite well, merely distracted a moment ago. Teacher Gao's husband's voice, much like his appearance, possesses an elegance that is both refined and enduring. Observing the disability of Teacher Gao's husband's legs, Chen Fan was suddenly struck by an idea. He recalled that mechanical prosthetics had already been developed in the harbor city. Teacher Gao, if I could assist you in helping your husband stand once more, would you be willing to help me complete these costume design sketches? Upon hearing this, Teacher Gao and her husband turned their gaze towards Chen Fan. In their eyes, he perceived a glimmer of yearning. Is that truly possible? Teacher Gao asked, her voice trembling. If you can indeed achieve this, I shall assist you in every way. Overcome with excitement, Teacher Gao forgot her customary formalities. Chapter 64. The art of persuasion. The contrast between Teacher Gao's elation and her husband's calm demeanor was stark. Teacher Gao, whose full name is Gao Tsongyan, and her husband, Chu Chao, exchanged glances. Observing his wife's excitement, Chu Chao gently patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. Mr. Chen, I am Chu Chao. My legs have been damaged for many years, and it seems unlikely that I shall ever stand again. There is no need for you to use me as bait. My wife is of a simple nature and may take your words to heart. Gradually, Teacher Gao's fervor subsided under her husband's soothing presence. They had sought renowned physicians over the years, yet none could restore Chu Chao's legs. What could a young man like Chen Fan possibly do? Mr. Chen, you need not say more. Please take your leave, she replied, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness, as if caught between joy and despair. Teacher Gao, I am not jesting. If possible, may I take a look at your husband's legs? Upon hearing Chen Fan's earnest words and seeing the determination in his gaze, Teacher Gao found herself wavering. Perhaps this young man truly possessed a solution. If there existed even a glimmer of hope to heal Chu Chao's legs, she was willing to try anything. She glanced towards her husband, whose heart sank at the sight of her uncertainty. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to his disabled legs, while it was his wife who remained burdened by the hope of his recovery. However, could legs already shattered truly be mended? Noticing the plea in his wife's eyes, Chu Chao sighed. My legs are unsightly. I ask for your understanding, Mr. Chen. He voluntarily lifted the hem of his long robe and rolled up his trousers. His thin, twisted, and atrophied legs were laid bare before Chen Fan. When Chen Fan displayed no sign of discomfort, both husband and wife breathed a sigh of relief. They had endured enough pitying glances over the years. Mr. Chu, I apologize for the intrusion. Chen Fan stepped forward, crouching slightly before Chu Chao, and gently grasped his calf. Having studied medicine in a previous life, Chen Fan had encountered much. These were merely the legs of someone suffering from muscular atrophy, and he maintained a composed demeanor. After a thorough examination, though his medical knowledge had begun to fade, his foundational skills remained intact. It became evident that Chu Chao's legs had been broken in his youth, and due to a lack of timely treatment, he had been left disabled. Neglect and care had subsequently led to muscle atrophy. It is indeed impossible for him to stand up on his own now. Teacher Gao, it is quite challenging for Mr. Chu to rely solely on himself. Observing the hopeful expression on Teacher Gao's face gradually fade, Chen Fan hastily interjected. However, as far as I know, the latest mechanical prosthetics have emerged in Gang City, which cause no harm to the human body and can completely replace a person's legs, enabling normal ambulation. Is that true? Teacher Gao exclaimed with delight, then inquired. Could there be any adverse effects? Well, in order to wear the mechanical prosthetics, Mr. Chu might need to undergo amputation to remove the necrotic portions. Amputation? Teacher Gao hesitated. In the years following the injury to Chu Chao's leg, they had actively sought opportunities for him to stand again. After countless doctors had declared a grim prognosis, they turned their attention to domestic prosthetics. However, the prosthetics available at that time were largely wooden and cumbersome. Teacher Gao had seen several individuals using such prosthetics, and none had legs that were not left bloodied and raw from contact with them. Thus, they ultimately abandoned the idea of prosthetic limbs. Now, with Chen Fan proposing amputation and prosthetics once more, both were hesitant. Their uncertainty stemmed from their lack of knowledge about the situation in Gang City. Although that region has always developed faster than the mainland, whether the prosthetics Chen Fan mentioned could indeed allow for unimpeded movement remained uncertain to the couple. Seeing their hesitation, Chen Fan candidly stated, I believe that Teacher Gao and Mr. Chu have undergone numerous examinations over the years and should be aware that all tissue below Mr. Chu's knee is completely necrotic. Current medical treatments cannot restore the necrotic calf. Thus, Mr. Chu can only rely on the power of prosthetics to stand. However, if prosthetics are to be fitted, amputation is inevitably required. I understand this is a significant decision for both of you and will require time for consideration. I happen to have a friend working in Gang City. I can ask him to contact the medical company and have them fax the information about the mechanical prosthetics. After you both review it, if you find it feasible, I can arrange for Mr. Chu to travel to Gang City for the prosthetic fitting. Having said all he could, Chen Fan observed the couple's furrowed brows, clearly still deep in thought. Teacher Gao, I do not wish to pressure you, whether or not you create a design for me. I will ensure that the information is delivered to you once my friend sends it back. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Chen Fan's strategy of retreating to advance touched Gao Songyan. Even if you do not assist me, you are still willing to help? Indeed, Teacher Gao, as a university instructor, I hold your character in high regard. Even if you do not aid me, we can still become friends, can't we? Observing Teacher Gao's wavering demeanor, Chen Fan knew his psychological tactics were effective. Eventually, Gao Songyan pondered for a moment before saying, Follow me to the study and write down your requirements. Chen Fan was overjoyed and quickly followed Teacher Gao to discuss his design specifications. After Chen Fan departed, Teacher Gao emerged from the study. Ian, are you truly willing to take up the pen again? In his contemplative state, Chu Chao found himself reminiscing about the past when Gao Songyan approached him, gently inquiring, Are you willing to step away from the past? Kneeling before Chu Chao, Gao Songyan gazed intently at him and replied, Brother Chao, as long as you can rise. I am willing to do anything. Chu Chao remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he tenderly placed his hand atop Gao Songyan's head, caressing her gently. The couple exchanged affectionate glances, their intimacy undiminished despite having crossed the threshold of 50 years. The friend Chen Fan referred to regarding work in the port city was none other than Xiaohu. At that time, under the leadership of Du Jun, a team of 6 was dispatched to escort Shen Xiangrong to the port city. Following the successful completion of their mission, they essentially settled there, specializing in providing security services for mainland bosses traveling to and from the port city. With the subsequent deployment of over a dozen individuals led by Xiaohu, a small branch of the Sunshine Security Responsibility Company Limited was established in the port city. Upon arriving, Xiaohu thrived in the new environment, bolstered by his father's extensive experience in the area, which granted him profound insights into the port city. Thus, although the branch was modest in size, it faced no issues in terms of business operations. Xiaohu also mentioned to Chen Fan that once he earned enough, he would bring his grandmother over. And for the time being, he entrusted Chen Fan with the task of visiting her occasionally. After making a phone call to Xiaohu to request assistance in investigating mechanical prosthetics, Chen Fan felt reassured. Now, he awaited Gao Laosher to finalize the design drawings, after which he could place an order with the garment factory and commence production. Chapter 65. Commencement of production. Gao Songyan worked with remarkable speed. Even before the materials from Xiaohu had arrived, she had already completed the design drawings and called Chen Fan to pick them up. Arriving at Gao Songyan's residence at the agreed time, Chen Fan received several design drafts. The papers felt weightless, yet the designs inscribed upon them held immense value. Chen Fan was genuinely astonished by Gao Songyan's exceptional skill. These designs far exceeded his initial expectations. Thank you so much, Teacher Gao. Your work is truly magnificent. I have a strong premonition that these garments will sell exceptionally well. Having exerted herself over the past few days, Gao Songyan felt a touch of fatigue. And at her age of over 50, it was understandable. With a slightly weary smile, she responded, I am glad to be of assistance. After a brief pause, she inquired, what are the information regarding the mechanical prosthetics? Rest assured, Teacher Gao. My friend called me yesterday, and most of the information has been gathered. We just need a few photographs of the users, and I'll fax everything to you together. I can deliver it to you tomorrow, Chen Fan assured her, politely offering the remuneration he had brought. Gao Songyan declined, believing that since Chen Fan had assisted in gathering information, her design drawings were sufficient compensation, rendering their dealings even. However, Chen Fan insisted she accept it. Teacher Gao, if you and Mr. Chu plan to travel to the port city for the prosthetics installation, please accept my payment. After all, the round trip and installation costs are not insignificant. If you refuse, I shall withhold my assistance, Chen Fan jested, observing Chen Fan's unwavering stance. Gao Songyan hesitated multiple times before ultimately accepting the remuneration, acknowledging the validity of his argument. If one were truly to venture to the port city to provide Chu Zhao with a prosthetic limb, it would undoubtedly entail a considerable expenditure. Given her current salary, it may fall short. Although the family has accumulated some savings over the years, prudent preparation is never amiss. After Chen Fan's departure, Gao Songyan opened the envelope containing the remuneration. A full 1,000 yuan. It was far more than she had anticipated. Chao Gu, look at this, Chu Zhao remarked, astonished by the generous sum. However, since his wife had already accepted it, returning the money would be inappropriate. After some contemplation, Chu Zhao reassured Gao Songyan. Since Boss Chen is willing to offer you so much, it signifies that your work is indeed valuable. Rest assured. Moreover, your willingness to create design drawings again indicates that you have moved beyond the past. There is ample time ahead, should Chen require additional assistance in the future. You can offer your help free of charge. With Chu Zhao's comforting words, Gao Songyan gradually eased her worries. Now, they awaited the arrival of Chen Fan's materials. The reason Chen Fan offered 1,000 yuan was not out of pity. Firstly, not to mention that Teacher Gao's designs were exceptional and would undoubtedly be renowned in the future, commanding high value. But given Teacher Gao's character, having accepted Chen Fan's payment, she would naturally reciprocate. Chen Fan was not a cold-hearted businessman solely focused on profit. However, after years of navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, he possessed certain attributes of a businessman, such as the adage that one does not rise early for no profit. Recognizing teacher Gao's worth, he aimed to incorporate her into his endeavors for mutual benefit. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had contemplated this matter thoroughly. Although his initial foray into the clothing trade was born of necessity, he had little concern for the operation of Fanran clothing store thereafter. Now, however, with aspirations to expand this line of clothing and sell in the South, he realized the necessity of establishing his own brand. After all, with numerous competitors in the South, lacking a brand would render him incapable of gaining a foothold. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to create a clothing brand. Naturally, this required assembling a capable team, and Gao Tsongyan was his first target. He brought several design drafts to the clothing factory. "Wonderful, simply marvelous," exclaimed Director Su, praising the designs in hand. "Whoever crafted these is exceptionally talented. They're sure to sell like hotcakes." With the sight of these designs, Director Su was no longer concerned about the issue of unsold inventory. "When does Boss Chen intend to start production? I can reserve a production line for you and expedite the creation of your garments." With Director Su's eagerness, Chen Fan wasted no time. There are 5 design drafts in total, 3 overcoats and 2 padded jackets, each requiring 30,000 pieces. Of these, 20,000 pieces of each style should be produced in standard thickness, while the remaining 10,000 should be made in a thicker variant. "Director Su, I trust your factory. Please expedite the production. I will return in a week to collect the first batch." Chen Fan and Director Su finalized the production prices for each clothing item and paid a portion as a deposit, agreeing to settle the remaining balance in a week. Thus, the production of this batch of winter apparel officially commenced. During the manufacturing process, Chen Fan took the opportunity to visit the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register his clothing brand, Farron Apparel. A week swiftly passed. Throughout this time, the factory worked overtime, producing 5,000 pieces of each clothing style, with 4,000 being standard versions and 1,000 being thicker variants. Chen Fan intended to sell the thicker versions in Zheng City first, as a test of the northern market, while the standard versions would be the primary focus for his southern distribution. Understanding that practicality is key, Chen Fan once again enlisted Hu Xiaomin to gather her classmates for promotional efforts, reminiscent of their previous campaign for the denim jeans. As he observed Hu Xiaomin leading the charge, an idea struck him. Why not establish a brand ambassador for Farron Apparel? Hu Xiaomin seemed to be the perfect candidate. However, time was of the essence, and Chen Fan could not devise a concrete plan for this endeavor at the moment, so he set the idea aside for now. He placed the thicker garments for sale in the Fanran store and prepared to head south with the remaining clothing. This production run had demanded considerable investment of both time and resources from Chen Fan, and he resolved to be hands-on to ensure everything proceeded flawlessly. After arranging the subsequent tasks for Yangwan Security and the Good Chicken Company, he returned home. A journey south would undoubtedly require some time, but Chen Fan was determined to return before the new year. As he prepared to leave, he felt the need to adequately explain his plans to Lu Yu. Recently, the atmosphere at home had felt somewhat peculiar. Ever since Lu Yu had fallen ill, Chen Fan sensed a subtle shift in their relationship, reminiscent of the early days of his rebirth. Although the situation was not as severe as before, the intimacy they once shared seemed diminished. What was happening with Lu Yu? Upon his return home, Chen Fan found Lu Yu playing with Ying. The dolls he had bought for Ying were her favorites, and she played with them daily. Over time, the dolls' clothing had inevitably worn out. With so many dolls already, Lu Yu hesitated to buy new ones and instead made some small outfits for them. The mother and daughter were currently engaged in a game of dressing the dolls. When Chen Fan entered, Lu Yu glanced at him and, in a somewhat perfunctory manner, asked, "You're back." Unconsciously furrowing his brow, Chen Fan was perplexed by Lu Yu's drastic change in demeanor. He wondered if he had inadvertently neglected his family due to his recent busyness. However, that seemed unlikely. His confusion remained unanswered. Despite Lu Yu's indifferent reaction, Ying was overjoyed to see her father and rushed towards him like a little cannonball. "Daddy, you're back. I miss you so much. Chen Fan hurriedly embraced the little girl rushing towards him, playfully pinching her tiny nose as he asked with a smile, "Do you miss Daddy? Or do you long for the delightful treasures I brought back?" "I want both." The little girl attempted to feign innocence, glancing over Chen Fan's shoulder. "What delightful treasures did Daddy bring today?" With a flourish reminiscent of a magician, Chen Fan produced 2 skewers of candied hawthorn from behind his back. "Wow, candy hawthorn!" the little girl exclaimed, bubbling with excitement as she bounced around in Chen Fan's arms. Amused, he handed her a skewer, allowing her to enjoy it on her own. Approaching Lu Yu with the other skewer, he declared, "This one is for you." Lu Yu, preoccupied with tidying up the dolls that Ying had scattered, replied without looking up, "I don't want it. You should eat it yourself." Chen Fan crouched down, gazing at Lu Yu with confusion. "What is bothering you these past few days? Is there something troubling your mind?" "No." "Then why do I sense that you seem rather unhappy lately? Since there's nothing troubling you, why remain so downcast?" Chen Fan pondered, utterly perplexed. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in a vast ocean. He decided to relinquish his attempts at guessing. If Lu Yu wished to share, she would eventually do so. "I'm leaving for a business trip tomorrow. You and Ying must ensure your safety at home. Perhaps I should send a couple of people to look after you." Chen Fan contemplated, feeling a twinge of concern about leaving Lu Yu and Ying at home while he was away. Before he could finish his warnings, Lu Yu interrupted, "You're going on a business trip? Leaving tomorrow?" Upon noticing the redness around Lu Yu's eyes, he mistakenly assumed she was reluctant to see him go. "Don't worry, I'll be with others. It will be quite safe. I'll return swiftly, well before the new year." "What are you going for? What if you can't come back before the new year?" At that moment, Lu Yu's worries overshadowed her suspicions about Chen Fan, fearing he might be away too long to celebrate the holiday. "Wasn't I just dealing with winter clothing? I mentioned I would be heading south afterward to assess the market there." Chen Fan recalled that when he had previously mentioned this, Lu Yu had been preoccupied with her own thoughts and hadn't paid close attention. "Can you not go?" Lu Yu's sudden inquiry caught Chen Fan off guard. "Why? What's wrong?" Lu Yu, usually supportive of his endeavors, seemed oddly resistant today. "I believe our life is quite satisfactory as it is. We do not need to earn excessive wealth, do we?" Chen Fan chuckled lightly. "Who would ever say they have too much money? That's not acceptable. I want to provide you with a better life. We are far from enough." "Enough? I think we have enough." Lu Yu looked at Chen Fan, suddenly overwhelmed with tears. "Right now, we are content. We do not need vast riches." Seeing Lu Yu in tears left Chen Fan at a loss. He wondered how things had escalated to this point. He fumbled to wipe her tears, only to find that his efforts seemed to exacerbate her distress. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Is something bothering you?" Chen Fan asked, his voice laced with concern. Lu Yu's behavior today seemed rather unusual. Perhaps she was unwell. It is said that when one is physically ailing, they often become particularly dependent on others. Lu Yu hastily wiped her tears and vaguely inquired, "Must you go? Can't someone else handle it?" Chen Fan fell silent. The batch of winter garments represented all his liquid assets, and he felt uneasy entrusting them to anyone else. His silence served as an answer. Lu Yu, disheartened, pressed further, "Are you going out with that woman?" The hair on Chen Fan's sweater from that day and his incessant busyness had fueled her suspicions, especially now that he was preparing to travel south again. Chen Fan's mention of another person. Could it be that woman? Was he to embark on a business trip with her? What woman? Chen Fan was taken aback by Lu Yu's sudden questioning. "Chen Fan, if you no longer wish to continue with us, you need only say so. Yining and I are not bound to cling to you. Let us divorce." The conversations of the ladies at recent gatherings echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Men become corrupt when wealth is at their disposal, and the modern day temptresses abound, eager to ensnare men's fortunes. Lu Yu had no desire for Chen Fan's money, as it was earned through his own labor. She merely wished to take Yining with her. After all, with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and Lu Yu feared that Chen Fan might treat Yining poorly. Chen Fan, oblivious to Lu Yu's outrageous thoughts, was utterly perplexed by her words. "Hold on, Lu Yu, do you realize what you're saying?" Chen Fan reached out to touch her forehead, finding no fever. "Why will we divorce?" "Chen Fan, even now, do you still intend to deceive me?" "I'm already aware." Chen Fan was both amused and bewildered. "What do you know? I am at a loss regarding what you were saying. Chen Fan felt like a monk unable to grasp the situation, utterly confounded by Lu Yu's unexpected behavior. Must I express it explicitly? Lu Yu clenched her teeth. Dare you deny the existence of another woman? Chen Fan's mind raced with confusion. Absurdity reigned. What woman? Where is this woman? As he observed Lu Yu, who feigned innocence. The pent-up frustration within her could no longer be contained. Then tell me, where did the long hair on your sweater come from? Why have you been leaving early and returning late? Who do you intend to take on this business trip? Lu Yu's barrage of questions gradually cooled Chen Fan's demeanor. Is this how you choose to doubt me? Have you not noticed how I have dedicated myself to this family? Lu Yu, is your heart made of stone? Even stone should have warmed under my care. Chapter 67. On the road south, Chen Fan had not anticipated that the challenges of the marketplace would not defeat him. Yet, Lu Yu's skepticism had left him disheartened. Since his rebirth, every endeavor he undertook, each sacrifice he made, was for the sake of this family. Why then did Lu Yu harbor such doubts? At this moment, Chen Fan felt somewhat lost. He had believed that his second chance at life was a reward for his past virtuous deeds, a divine recompense from the heavens. He bestowed upon her a cherished wife and young child, and he had indeed been treasuring them. Yet now doubt clouded his mind. He pondered what course of action he should take. Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness as he earnestly gazed at Lu Yu. I do not comprehend what I have done wrong that has left you feeling so insecure. However, I believe I have devoted all my energy to this family, to you, and to Ying. I will state this once. I have no other woman. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's serious demeanor, Lu Yu found herself in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that she had misinterpreted the situation? Yet, how could she explain the unmistakably feminine hair? I am unaware of the hair you speak of, but I assure you that I, Chen Fan, have always been true to you and to this family. Hearing his words, Lu Yu realized that she had inadvertently voiced her inner doubts. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he rose and handed the candied hawthorn skewers to Lu Yu. I am weary. I shall return to my room to rest. You may decide what to do with this candied hawthorn. With that, he turned and departed without glancing back. Lu Yu stood there, staring blankly at his retreating figure, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Had she truly misunderstood and wronged him? Gazing at the candied hawthorn in her hand, she took a gentle bite. The sweetness of the sugar contrasted with the slight tartness of the hawthorn. The following day, Chen Fan left early in the morning. When Lu Yu awoke, the room was enveloped in a profound silence. Chen Fan had first sought out Lu Dehai, instructing him to pack the clothes as agreed and send them via train to Shenzhen. He then proceeded to Yangwan Security, where he enlisted 4 individuals to accompany him southward. Since the expansion of the delicious chicken venture, Chen Fan had been primarily involved in significant decisions at Yangwan Security, visiting less frequently. As Yangwan Security grew, Xiaohu had moved to the port city, leaving only Yu Chuan and Hu Tao in charge here. Chen Fan entrusted Yu Chuan with the task of arranging for 2 guards to be stationed near Shiyuan, ensuring the safety of Lu Yu and her companions if they ventured out. With that, Chen Fan set off southward. The train, swaying and rattling, was filled with those eager to seek their fortunes by the sea. Many envied the newly affluent who had thrived amidst the waves of opportunity, unaware of the countless souls who had been swept away by the golden tide. Passengers with purchased tickets crowded into their small seats, while the aisles overflowed with people. The air was thick with shouts, cries, and curses, creating a cacophony within the fragrant yet chaotic carriage. In stark contrast, the sleeper carriage, separated by a mere wall, exuded an atmosphere of tranquility, preferring the peace of the sleeper compartment over the bustling and noisy seating area. Chen Fan willingly spent a bit more to secure a sleeper for himself and his 4 bodyguards. Consequently, only 1 bunk remained unoccupied in the entire compartment. As the train continued its journey, a middle-aged man boarded while passing through Shangzhou that afternoon, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit. With a somewhat worn fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket, he wore black-rimmed glasses and carried a small leather suitcase, emanating an air of refinement. Noticing that the compartment was nearly full, the man appeared somewhat surprised. When Chen Fan caught his gaze, he offered him a warm smile. After all, the train journey from Zheng City to Shun City would take 2 days, and with several individuals sharing a compartment, it was prudent to exchange greetings. Observing this, the man responded with a warm smile. Once everything was settled, Chen Fan noticed the middle-aged man taking out a small notebook, scribbling notes and sketches. His intentions remained unclear. Bored, Chen Fan reclined on the bunk, resting his hands behind his head, contemplating his course of action upon arrival in Shin City. Unbeknownst to him, the light in the compartment gradually dimmed. It was time for dinner. Chen Fan called his 2 bodyguards to join him for a meal, leaving the other 2 to keep watch over their belongings, taking turns to eat. The train compartment was somewhat chaotic, making it easy for someone to stealthily abscond with their luggage. Noticing Chen Fan and his companions in conversation, the man cast a glance in their direction. Throughout the journey, he had barely heard them exchange words, so it surprised him to discover they were acquaintances. However, this was of no concern to him, and he returned to his previous task. Upon Chen Fan's return, the man had ceased his scribbling and was engrossed in a different book, a small water bottle beside him. "Here's your meal," Chen Fan announced, handing the takeout to the remaining 2. As the food was unveiled, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. At that moment, Chen Fan heard the middle-aged man's stomach rumble. He glanced at him in surprise, noticing the man was discreetly sipping water to mask his hunger. "The dining car is about to close. Aren't you going to eat?" Chen Fan inquired. The dining car had limited service hours, and one must act promptly. Judging by the man's attire and demeanor, Chen Fan suspected he was not an ordinary individual, prompting him to initiate a conversation. The man politely smiled at Chen Fan's remark, replying, "I'm feeling a bit unwell and will pass." Chen Fan assumed the man was perhaps anxious about his belongings, given the presence of strangers in the compartment, and chose not to press further. The 2 bodyguards returned after their meal. Night gradually deepened, and the group succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Han Roof, the middle-aged man, pressed his hands against his aching stomach, pouring another glass of water. Under the dim yellow light, he lay on the bunk, a bitter smile crossing his face. Han Roof never anticipated that a business trip to Shangzhou would nearly prevent him from returning to Shin City. Upon boarding, he had felt the fare securely in his pocket, only to discover it had vanished amidst the crowd. It must have been deftly pilfered during the commotion. Fortunately, he had clutched his train ticket tightly. Otherwise, he would have been unable to board at all. Alas, for the next 2 days, he would likely have to rely on water to stave off hunger. Han Roof pressed his hands against his stomach, hoping to alleviate the discomfort, and eventually drifted into a restless slumber. The following morning, Chen Fan noticed that Han Roof continued to drink only water and abstain from food, leading him to suspect that the man had indeed fallen victim to theft. With a desire to foster a connection, Chen Fan brought him a meal at noon. Han Roof gazed at the food Chen Fan placed before him, puzzled by his intentions. "Go ahead, eat. It's my treat. When traveling, one must take care of their health. Otherwise, it would worry those back home, wouldn't it?" Chen Fan smiled kindly, signaling friendliness to Han Roof. Although Han Roof initially intended to decline, given their mere chance encounter and the principle of not accepting favors without merit, his stomach, having gone a day and a night without sustenance, seemed to rebel, drawn irresistibly by the aroma of the food. "Thank you, young brother. If it's not too much trouble, could you leave your contact information? Once I disembark, I'll send someone to repay you," he said. At that moment, he realized it was not the time to uphold pride. He felt he might perish from hunger if he did not eat soon. "I am Han Roof from Deep City. I am Chen Fan." They refrained from disclosing further personal details. After expressing his gratitude to Chen Fan multiple times, Han Roof finally began to eat. Following their meal, the 2 engaged in conversation. Chen Fan learned that Han Roof was employed in Deep City and was on a business trip to Shangzhou, only to find himself robbed on the way home. Han Roof, in turn, understood that Chen Fan was a private entrepreneur venturing into Deep City. The train rattled onward, and after a bumpy journey, they finally arrived in Deep City at 3 in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, Chen Fan immediately sensed the stark contrast in climate compared to Zheng City. Situated in southern Huagua by the sea, Deep City was marked by its humid weather. Recent rain had left the air laden with tiny moisture particles. The most noticeable difference was in temperature. In December, the residents of Zheng City were bundled in long robes, whereas those in Deep City often donned light jackets, with some fashionable ladies even sporting long dresses. Fortunately, having visited Deep City in a past life, Chen Fan was prepared for the climatic differences and had removed his heavy overcoat, revealing attire similar to that of the locals, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the crowd. Han Rufei wished to express his gratitude to Chen Fan for his kindness over the past couple of days, but to his surprise, Chen Fan and his companions disappeared into the throng of people. Directoran called out a young man holding a flag at the station's exit. Han Rufei approached him and followed him to a nearby car. Once inside, Han Rufei pondered and instructed Xiao Wang. Please help me find a few people who are on the train with us. He recalled how Chen Fan had covered his meals for 2 days, but regretted not obtaining his contact information, leaving him uncertain if he could repay the favor. It was not Han Rufei's nature to accept kindness without reciprocation. However, he did not anticipate that within just 2 days, Xiao Wang would fail to locate Chen Fan and his companions, only for Han Rufei to read about him in the newspaper. Chen Fan had refrained from sharing his contact information with Han Rufei for 2 reasons. First, he had yet to secure accommodation, and second, he had other plans that needed to remain undisclosed. After leaving the train station, the 5 of them sought out a hotel to settle in. Chen Fan booked a single room for himself, while the 4 bodyguards shared 2 standard rooms. After resting and regrouping at the hotel, Chen Fan gathered the 4 and outlined his plans, announcing that they would take the night off to rest. Starting tomorrow, the 4 individuals will embark on separate journeys, each traversing the 4 cardinal directions. They will explore the surrounding shops and markets, observing the most thriving industries and the best-selling products along the way. Once their tasks were arranged, Chen Fan allowed them the freedom to roam. As dusk fell, Chen Fan ventured out of the hotel alone. While he had witnessed the bustling markets of the 21st century, he had yet to experience the vibrancy of this era's Shenzhen. Compared to what was to come, the Shenzhen of now may seem modest, yet it stands as a premier metropolis in the inland regions. The hotel Chen Fan had chosen was situated in the heart of the city. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a dazzling display of lights and towering skyscrapers. Wandering aimlessly, Chen Fan soon stumbled upon a barbecue stall, a rather intriguing find. In his previous life, he seldom indulged in such street food, and he had yet to encounter it in Zheng City. It must be said, Shenzhen's rapid development is a testament to the intellect of its inhabitants. Sitting beside the stall, Chen Fan, unfamiliar with the offerings, requested the proprietor to serve him their signature skewers, along with a bottle of beer. One must admit, the combination of barbecue and beer is indeed delightful. As Chen Fan finished his meal, the owner approached to tidy up the table. "You're not from around here, are you?" The owner inquired with a smile, having discerned Chen Fan's unfamiliarity when he requested recommendations. "Is the food to your liking?" Hearing the owner's accented Shenzhen dialect, Chen Fan grinned and raised his beer in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "It's splendid, truly splendid." These phrases were ones he had acquired during his last visit to Shenzhen, signifying extreme satisfaction. The owner chuckled, "That's great. If you enjoyed it, do come back. Here in Shenzhen, we may not boast much, but our street food is exceptional." The pride the owner felt as a Shenzhen local was palpable. Indeed, since Shenzhen was designated as a priority development zone in Huagua, its industrious citizens have flourished. Not only in the present, but for the next 2 to 3 decades, Shenzhen is destined to remain one of Huagua's most renowned cities. Thus, it is no surprise that the owner takes pride in his identity as a Shenzhen resident. With the owner's jovial banter filling the air, Chen Fan departed from the barbecue stall. As twilight deepened, he felt a tinge of boredom despite the bustling crowd around him. Alone in a foreign land, he found himself devoid of conversation. Passing by a nightclub pulsating with vibrant music, he noticed a group of young men and women dressed lightly, laughing as they made their way inside. A fleeting glance was all it took. Chen Fan lacked interest, having frequented high-end venues countless times in his previous life. This trivial affair failed to entice him. Feeling somewhat listless, Chen Fan decided to wander a bit more before returning to the hotel. As he traversed a narrow alley, he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. A girl clad in a black leather jacket, her hair styled in a wild ponytail, dashed towards him. "Quick, move aside, don't block the way," she shouted as she ran past him. Chen Fan heard the footsteps of several individuals approaching from around the corner, along with a man's voice calling out, "Hurry, don't let her escape." In the dim light of the evening, Chen Fan noticed the girl's desperate eyes as he swiftly grasped her hand, urging her to run a few paces. A group of burly men clad in black followed closely behind, yet, in the blink of an eye, the girl vanished from sight. Emerging from the alley, they spotted a pair of entwined wild mandarin ducks beneath a nearby tree. "Hey kid, have you seen anyone pass by?" the man among the ducks asked, startled by the sudden appearance of so many imposing figures. "Who are you?" "I'm not obliged to answer," he stammered defiantly. The black-clad men erupted in laughter, commanding him to respond. In the shadows, the man's companion wore only a provocative black tank top, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin. One of the burly figures approached with a predatory glint in his eyes. "Turn her around. Let us have a look." Frightened by the menacing stares, the man tightened his embrace around the woman, who trembled in fear. "I'll tell you." A woman in a leather jacket was taken away by a man on a motorcycle. Heading in that direction, he pointed, trembling. Chapter 69. A man and a woman in solitude. The burly man attempted to move closer, but was halted by the leader's command. "Blackie, let us go. Once we catch that girl, the profits will be substantial, and there will be no shortage of women." Reluctantly, Blackie turned away, though discontent lingered in his demeanor as they departed, their figures fading into the distance. Once the coast was clear, the man exhaled deeply and gently pushed the woman away from his embrace. To his surprise, the wild ducks were none other than Chen Fan and the girl who had just been pursued. After grabbing her hand and fleeing for a few steps, Chen Fan had yanked off her black leather jacket and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. He then loosened her explosive ponytail, holding her beneath the shelter of the tree to create the illusion of a clandestine rendezvous. Subsequently, he feigned timidity in front of the black-clad men, ensuring they would believe he posed no threat. "It's all right now," Chen Fan reassured her, taking a deep breath. The girl continued to shiver, seemingly on the verge of tears. "What happened? Why were they chasing you?" Though Chen Fan was aware of the chaos that often engulfed the city, he anticipated encountering such peril on his very first day. Initially, he had simply acted out of concern for the girl's safety, but now he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why would so many pursue a single girl? She must be extraordinary. Noticing her silence, Chen Fan decided to speak again. "Forget it if you don't want to share. It's late. You should head home. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and it might even serve you well." Considering the group that had chased her, it was likely far from a trivial matter. Chen Fan wished to extricate himself from the strange whirlpool of a foreign place as swiftly as possible. To his surprise, after only a few steps, he discovered that the hem of his clothing was clutched in the hand of a girl. "I have no home," she exclaimed, her voice hoarse and tinged with tears. When she noticed Chen Fan's gaze upon her, she fixed her pleading eyes on his. Turning to face her, he saw her looking up, her features marred by a mixture of sweat and tears, resembling a small, forlorn kitten. Crystal-clear tears cascaded from her eyes, each drop hitting the ground with a soft thud. The girl, with tear-filled eyes, searched for solace in Chen Fan's stark gaze. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "I will provide you shelter for one night. Tomorrow, you must leave." Upon hearing his words, the girl gradually eased her anxious heart and followed him closely. Reflecting on the day's events, she found it hard to believe anyone could have come to her aid except for Chen Fan, who offered her a flicker of safety. The night was deepening. Even in the bustling city, the chill of December was palpable. Clad in a thin black tank top, the girl hugged herself tightly, unable to suppress a sneeze. Chen Fan turned to look at her. Under the dim yellow light of the night, her exposed skin appeared almost luminescent. He paused, shedding his jacket and offering it to her. "Put this on. Be careful not to catch a chill." The girl grasped the jacket with gratitude, glancing up at Chen Fan, who turned away and continued walking. The fabric bore the scent of grilled food, far from pleasant, but at that moment, it was the most comforting aroma for her. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Fan intended to secure a separate room for the girl, only to be informed by the front desk that no vacancies remained. Reluctantly, he brought her to his own room. In the brightly lit space, he could better discern her appearance. She was petite, around 1.6 meters tall, yet possessed a captivating figure. Even swathed in his oversized jacket, her curves were evident. However, her makeup was a smeared mess, obscuring her true beauty. "Why don't you take a shower first?" Chen Fan suggested, feeling awkward in the presence of a young woman in such close quarters. Noticing her guarded demeanor, he pointed to his own face, indicating, "Your makeup is ruined." Upon catching a glimpse of her reflection in the hallway mirror, she gasped. Her face transformed into a chaotic canvas. "Ah!" she cried, rushing into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of water echoed from within. Chen Fan sank into the sofa, running his fingers through his hair in exasperation. What on earth was happening? He had no clear reason for bringing her to the hotel. Perhaps it was the sheer desperation reflected in her eyes that had stirred his compassion. Yet, sharing a room with a stranger complicated matters further. Lu Yu, who already harbored suspicions about him, would certainly misinterpret the situation if she were to see them together. The thought of Lu Yu caused Chen Fan to irritably tug at his hair. Chen Fan was lost in thoughts of Lu Yu, unaware that 1,000 miles away in Zheng City, Lu Yu was also restless in bed, pondering over Chen Fan. It had been 3 days since he departed. Following their unfortunate parting, Lu Yu had not seen him in the morning. During her recent outings to procure groceries, she noticed someone shadowing her for protection. Lu Yu understood that these individuals were arranged by Chen Fan. Upon inquiring, she learned that he had traveled to the deep city. However, apart from knowing that he went south to sell clothes, she was left in ignorance. Where was the deep city? Where did Chen Fan reside? What was his contact information? When would he return? It was only after Chen Fan's departure that Lu Yu realized the gravity of her situation. Should he truly abandon her, she would remain oblivious to his whereabouts. In the past, no matter how late it was, Chen Fan always returned home. Had she truly misunderstood him? Yet, what could explain the presence of that long hair? Lu Yu found herself entangled in a web of confusion. The sound of water gradually ceased. After a while, a girl emerged, wrapped in a towel. Fortunately, her petite frame allowed the towel to cover her adequately, though her slender shoulders and long, delicate legs remained exposed. With bare feet, her toes gleamed a pearly white. When she noticed Chen Fan's gaze, her toes instinctively fidgeted against the floor. Chen Fan glanced at her briefly before turning away awkwardly. "You sleep in the bed tonight. I will take the sofa. You should leave tomorrow morning." The girl remained silent, quietly cocooning herself in the blanket. Chen Fan retrieved a spare blanket from the cupboard and switched off the light. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. The sofa was undeniably uncomfortable, and it took some time before Chen Fan began to drift into slumber. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, he heard the girl softly ask him, "What is your name?" Chen Fan shook off his drowsiness and replied in a low voice, "I am Chen Fan. And you?" The girl did not respond. Just as he assumed she would remain silent and was preparing to fall asleep, he heard her gentle voice, "I am Yuan Yetong." In the darkness, Yuan Yetong seemed to have found someone to confide in. "I am Yuan Yetong. My father is Yuan Guitao of Yuan Yi Apparel. My mother is Yi Meixin, and my stepmother is El Rue. My mother passed away in a car accident when I was 12. My father, busy with work, remarried El Rue to take care of me. El Rue indeed cared for me, often more than my biological mother did, granting me everything I desired. However, it is only now that I realize that such kindness can be suffocating. She indulged me to the point of recklessness, causing friends to shun me and relatives to disdain me. Just a few days ago, I overheard their conversation and uncovered the truth. They are despicable. Yuan Guitao and El Rue conspired to orchestrate my mother's accident, leading to her demise. They kept me around solely for my grandfather's financial support. Now that my grandfather is ill, their true intentions have surfaced. With the company struggling, they intend to marry me off to a man nearly 50 years old for money. At merely 19 years of age, I find myself unwillingly confined." Chen Fan was compelled to listen to an overwhelming piece of gossip that left him utterly perplexed. Unexpectedly, the girl he had instinctively rescued possessed a significant background. Yet, what purpose would it serve to share this information with him? These matters were solely the concern of Yuan Yetong. Even if he were informed, Chen Fan would be of no assistance to her. "Wait a moment," Yuan Yi Apparel? Chen Fan queried with a hint of confusion. Is your family also in the clothing business? Upon hearing his question, Yuan Yedong wiped her tears away. Yes, our family primarily deals with the latest fashion in the port city, she replied. I heard you mention that your company is struggling. What seems to be the issue? Chen Fan cautiously probed. Indeed, she was but a young girl, and given that Chen Fan had saved her that evening, Yuan Yedong unguardedly divulged her family's circumstances to him. It turned out that Yuan Yedong's mother, Yi Mei-shin, had studied fashion design abroad before returning to the port city, where she met the impoverished Yuan Guotao. Handsome in appearance and eloquent in speech, Yuan Guotao charmed Yi Mei-shin into marrying him. With the support of Yuan Yedong's grandfather, they established Yuan Yi Apparel. In the early days, with Yi Mei-shin's designs, the garments from Yuan Yi Apparel were highly sought after. However, after Yi Mei-shin's untimely passing, Yuan Guotao, seeking to ingratiate himself with his father-in-law, brought Yuan Yetong back to Shenzhen. True to form, her grandfather continued to support Yuan Guotao for the sake of his granddaughter. With supplies from the port city, Yuan Yi Apparel managed to gain a foothold in Shenzhen. Yet, over the past year, Yuan Yedong's grandfather had been severely ill, frequently admitted to the intensive care unit. The suppliers who had been providing Yuan Guotao with goods had long been offended by his relentless price-cutting and nitpicking. Were it not for the respect they held for the elder Yi, they would have ceased their collaboration with Yuan Guotao long ago. As soon as the elder Yi fell ill, the suppliers, who had grown increasingly discontent with Yuan Guotao's shameless and miserly demeanor, began to withdraw their support. Consequently, Yuan Yi Apparel's situation had deteriorated considerably over the past year. Thus, the couple had turned their sights on Yuan Yetong, intending to leverage her to secure resources and salvage the company. Are you implying that your grandfather could exert influence over them? Why not send a message? Chen Fan inquired. I attempted to call, but no one answered. My grandfather is unwell, and in my ignorance, I offended many people. Other relatives surely wish to avoid me. She lamented. What do you plan to do? Chen Fan pressed. I want that deceitful couple to pay for their actions. Hearing Yuan Yedong's fierce determination, Chen Fan understood her deep-seated resentment towards her father, Yuan Guotao, and her stepmother, El Rue. But I have nothing. What can I do? After sharing her burdens for a considerable time, Yuan Yedong's pent-up emotions burst forth as she wept. I possess no skills, having squandered these years on frivolities. And now I am powerless to avenge my mother. A sudden inspiration struck Chen Fan. He yearned to discover how to penetrate the southern market. Truly, one might traverse the toughest of paths only to find their desires fulfilled effortlessly. I believe I may have a solution to assist you. Upon hearing Chen Fan's assertion, Yuan Yedong abruptly sat up, her blanket slipping away unnoticed. Fortuitously, the night was dark enough that Chen Fan discerned nothing. What is your plan? Can you truly aid me? Yuan Yedong adjusted the quilt around her, hugging her knees as she inquired of Chen Fan. Their encounter was serendipitous. It was already a stroke of fortune that he had taken her in. Could there truly be a way to assist her? I can help you, but you must be entirely honest with me. What you just said must be the truth, and you must hold nothing back. I swear, every word I spoke was devoid of deceit. Let me marry that old wretch if it were otherwise, and may I find no resting place. As for holding nothing back, Yuan Yedong pondered that she was currently devoid of possessions. Thus, what could she possibly withhold from Chen Fan? If he could indeed aid her in avenging her grievances, she would willingly sacrifice everything, even herself. In the darkness, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I assure you, as long as you are willing to help me, I will be completely open with you. Naturally, Chen Fan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Yuan Yedong's mind as he listened to her fervent oath. While oaths could be fabricated, the night's events led Chen Fan to believe her sincerity. Why not take a gamble? If he succeeded, he could establish a foothold in the southern market. All right, then tell me, what percentage of shares do you hold in Yuan Yi fashion? 30%, why? With a sigh, Chen Fan buried his head in the quilt. He had surmised that Yuan Yetong might possess a minor stake, but he never anticipated it to be as low as 30%. After all, this company was funded by her grandfather and developed by her mother. Had her mother left her no shares upon her passing? As if sensing Chen Fan's thoughts, Yuan Yetong spoke, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Initially, when my mother passed, she bequeathed all her shares to me. I held 80%. However, I was too young at that time, and Yuan Guitao and El Rue deceived me. I believed they were family and transferred a portion of my shares to them. Now, Yuan Guitao holds 50%, El Rue 20%, and I only 30%. Chen Fan contemplated the idea of securing absolute control for Yuan Yetong, which would place Yuan Yi Fashion firmly within his grasp. The success of his venture in the south hinged on whether Yuan Yetong could attain majority ownership. After a moment of reflection, just as Yuan Yetong thought he was at a loss, he suddenly asked, "If your father wishes to resurrect Yuan Yi Fashion, what does he desire most at this moment?" "He is not my father. He is a beast," Yuan Yetong retorted with disdain. "Very well, then, if Yuan Guitao, no, that beast, wants to revive Yuan Yi Fashion, what does he most desire?" "Certainly, he seeks inexpensive, marketable clothing. That is the only way to penetrate the market and recoup funds." "What of it?" Although these past few years Yuan Yetong had been stifled by El Rue's machinations, as the daughter of a businessman, she still understood the fundamental circumstances of her family. Chen Fan realized that if he approached Yuan Guitao as an ordinary person to negotiate, even with excellent merchandise, he would still be subjected to price reductions. Moreover, he sought to assist Yuan Yetong in securing absolute control. "You mean you overheard, ahem, those two beasts conversing? Do they know you are aware of the truth?" Chen Fan, still unaccustomed to coarse language, coughed to mask his discomfort. "They should be unaware, I suppose. Upon realizing the situation, I have been concealing my true intentions, leading them to believe that I simply refused to marry that decrepit old man. My original plan was to stealthily escape and seek refuge with my grandfather in the port city. Even if my relatives harbor disdain for me, they would not let me perish without attempting to save me. Moreover, those two beasts are responsible for my mother's demise, if not for me. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her. However, to my dismay, I was discovered shortly after my escape. They dispatched members of the Black Tiger Gang to capture me, and I nearly succumbed to the fear of being returned. Fortunately, you came to my rescue." Listening to Yuan Yetong, Chen Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "Since Yuan Guitao seeks assistance from your grandfather, I shall masquerade as a representative sent by him to aid you, orchestrating a performance together. At present, your shareholding is insufficient to contend with Yuan Guitao. We must first reclaim your equity to strategize effectively." In the shadows, although Yuan Yetong could not perceive Chen Fan's unwavering confidence, his words conveyed a sense of assurance. "Chen Fan, you saved me. I shall heed your guidance." This evening, Chen Fan appeared as a celestial savior, rescuing Yuan Yetong from peril, which inadvertently instilled in her a sense of trust in him. "Let us rest for the night. It is late. I will elaborate on our plans tomorrow." Chen Fan needed to carefully devise their strategy, so he encouraged Yuan Yetong to rest. Upon awakening the following morning, seizing the early hours, Chen Fan hurried to the front desk to secure a room for Yuan Yetong. He wished to avoid any awkward encounters with the 4 bodyguards who, while not necessarily voicing their concerns, would still make him feel uncomfortable. Once Yuan Yetong awoke, he directed her to a different room. After organizing the tasks for the day, Chen Fan shared his plans with Yuan Yetong. "That sounds perfect, Chen Fan." As she absorbed his arrangements, Yuan Yetong nodded enthusiastically. "I will contact my classmate. Her family runs a newspaper." With that, she sprang into action, neglecting breakfast. Chen Fan watched her retreating figure, hoping for a smooth journey ahead. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen Fan remained at the hotel, having high-end clothing delivered. He secretly coordinated with local counterfeiters to procure false information and documents. Thus, he assumed the identity of Yichun, the general manager sent by the Yi Group, associated with Yuan Yetong's grandfather, to seek business partners in the deep market. The Yi Group is a prominent entity in the port city, and once rumors began circulating over the past 2 days, many were intrigued. Although some remained skeptical, given that impersonators from the port city had scammed individuals in the mainland over the past 2 years, most were actively preparing, especially since the newspapers had published photographs of Yuan Yetong, the daughter of the esteemed Yuan Yi Fashion, alongside Yichun. Who could forget that Yuan Yetong's mother, Yi Meixin, is the daughter of the chairman of the Yi Group? Therefore, Yichun's identity appeared credible. In the dimly lit ambience of a bar, a group of portly men lounged in a private booth, each accompanied by a voluptuous young woman. Mr. Yuan is rather unscrupulous, lamenting his financial woes in front of us daily, yet unbeknownst to us, he has quietly established ties with the Yi group. Just look at what you're saying, Mr. Yuan's daughter is the beloved granddaughter of the old Master Yi. How could he possibly disregard her? Mr. Yuan is on a rise. But let us not forget our brothers. A few of them chattered away, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within Yuan Guotao. Had he known that the old Master Yi would send someone over, he would never have hastily arranged for Yuan Yetong's marriage. Now, that wretched girl has vanished, and he fears she might speak ill of him. It's all that old fool's fault. Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma for half a year? How could he awaken? And then there's Lu Rue, in a flurry, desperate to ensure everyone knows her disdain for that wretched girl, Yuan Yetong. Yuan Guotao seethed inwardly, casting blame on others and extricating himself from the situation entirely. Listening to the flattery of the surrounding business leaders, he forced a proud smile. It's all thanks to my father-in-law's support. I can't compare to all of you who have built your fortunes from scratch. Ha ha ha. My family matters are pressing, so I shall take my leave for now. We shall gather again another day. With thoughts of the newspaper articles swirling in his mind, Yuan Guotao felt little inclination to linger further. He needed to find a way to locate that wretched girl, Yuan Yetong, to forge connections for himself and Yichun. Once Yuan Guotao's figure vanished from the private room, the remaining few waved their hands, signaling the women around them to leave. How shameless of Yuan Guotao, still flaunting himself before us. Who doesn't he see through his little tricks? His wife has been dead for many years. Even if the granddaughter is dear to him, she carries the blood of another family. Why don't we compete for a piece of the pie? If we could latch onto the Yi group, we would never have to worry for the rest of our lives. Indeed, little does Yuan Guotao know what is being said behind his back. In a hurried rush back home, he found that Yuan Yetong was surprisingly there. Over the years, Yuan Guotao had profited handsomely through the connections made with the Yi group, purchasing a small villa. At that moment, Yuan Yetong sat on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, idly grooming her nails. Lu Rue stood timidly by, feigning a meek demeanor, as though she had been severely bullied by Yuan Yetong. Unfilial daughter, how dare you return? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Yuan Guotao shouted, his voice laced with suppressed fury, though he dared not truly harm Yuan Yetong, as he still needed her. He merely sought to intimidate her. Gulme, strike me, go ahead, hit me in the face. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yetong stood up defiantly, her expression fierce. Yuan Guotao's hand froze in midair, his complexion shifting from green to pale. Oh dear, what are you doing, old Yuan? Lu Rue hurriedly approached to lower Yuan Guotao's hand. Tong Tong has only just returned. You mustn't blame her, old Yuan. Although she ran away from home, which caused us great concern, even Yang Yang was worried about his sister. Lu Rue appeared to be soothing Yuan Guotao's anger towards Yuan Yetong, while subtly administering a layer of poison to her. Chapter 72. Yuan Yetong's performance, but for your mother's counsel, I would surely have dealt with you, my ungrateful daughter. Sensing the opportunity presented by Lu Rue, Yuan Guotao hastily backtracked, feigning bravado as he directed an empty threat towards Yuan Yetong. What do you mean by mother? My mother passed away long ago, resting beneath the earth. Have you gone down to see her? Yuan Yetong retorted bluntly, leaving Yuan Guotao fuming in indignation. Fine, fine. You rebellious girl, have you grown wings now? Am I not allowed to speak to you? Yuan Guotao blustered, though he refrained from any actions that might compromise his dignity. Following Chen Fan's instructions, Yuan Yetong presented an image of a wronged individual forced to resist. You all want to marry me off to some decrepit old man and expect me to comply? Oh, Tong Tong, it's all a misunderstanding. How could your father and mother ever bear to do that? Lu Rue feigned sympathy, yet dared not approach Yuan Yetong. Earlier, upon Yuan Yetong's return, Lu Rue attempted to assert her authority, but was swiftly put in her place by Yuan Yetong's unyielding demeanor. Lu Rue had considered retaliating, but was intimidated by the 4 bodyguards standing behind Yuan Yetong, whom she presumed were sent by old Master Yi for her protection. Unbeknownst to her, They were merely 4 bodyguards temporarily assigned to support Yuan Yetong by Chen Fan. Step aside. Who do you think you are, pretending to be my mother? Chen Fan instructed Yuan Yetong to display her contempt towards Lu Rue, believing that such behavior would lower Yuan Guotao's guard. After all, Yuan Yetong was his biological daughter, and he would likely interpret her anger as mere dissatisfaction with Lu Rue. As anticipated, upon hearing Yuan Yetong's words, Yuan Guotao intervened to silence Lu Rue, who was about to speak again. All right, apologize to Tong Tong. With that, Yuan Guotao forced a benevolent smile towards Yuan Yetong. It was all your aunt's fault. Your father didn't hear clearly. Please, don't be angry with me, all right? Do you know how worried I was while you were out these past few days? Witnessing Yuan Guotao's insincere demeanor made Yuan Yetong feel nauseous, yet she feigned an expression of heartfelt emotion. Really? She replied, portraying surprise. I knew it was this woman who sowed discord, attempting to undermine our father-daughter bond. Yes, your aunt was in the wrong. Your father insists she apologize to you. Yuan Guotao, intending only to maintain appearances, was taken aback when Yuan Yetong prompted Lu Rue to apologize. Ultimately, Lu Rue could only begrudgingly say to Yuan Yetong, I'm sorry, dear. Annie was wrong. Can you forgive me? Seeing Yuan Yetong appear somewhat mollified, Yuan Guotao seized the moment to inquire, Tong Tong, who is Yi Chun? Oh, you mean brother Yi Chun? He is the grandson of old master Yi from grandfather's company. When mother took me to the port city as a child, I played with him. Yuan Yetong conveyed this information as instructed by Chen Fan, indirectly revealing Yi Chun's identity. Indeed, upon hearing Yuan Yetong's words, Yuan Guotao's expression brightened. As he calculated in his mind, Yi Chun must be the grandson of some director within the Yi group, sent out for some practical experience. Mia Yong Lo. Yuan Guotao felt relieved. Yuan Yetong's statement not only affirmed Yi Chun's status, but also gave him the impression that Chen Fan was a young man easily misled. Moreover, Yi Chun and Yuan Yetong share past. At that moment, Yuan Guotao inquired of Yuan Yetong, Tong Tong, is Yi Chun contemplating investing in our family business? As you are aware, our company has encountered some difficulties recently and requires your grandfather's assistance. Yuan Yetong feigned a look of distress. Brother Yi Chun did not mention such matters to me, but from his demeanor, it seems that grandfather is rather displeased and is reluctant to invest in our company. Yuan Guotao felt a pang of alarm. This was unacceptable. Your grandfather must have misunderstood. Does Tong Tong not know how well your father treats you? Observing the two-faced Yuan Guotao, Yuan Yetong suppressed the urge to retch. How had she never realized he was such a hypocrite? Indeed, stepping outside her previous circle allowed her to discern who truly cared for her and who feigned affection. I am aware that my father treats me well. Otherwise, I would not have transferred my mother's shares to him. However, it is precisely because I entrusted my shares to my father and this woman that grandfather instructed brother Yi Chun to inform me of his anger. Yuan Yetong maintained her guise of difficulty. Brother Yi Chun told me that grandfather wants my father and this woman to return my shares. Upon hearing this, Yuan Guotao's expression shifted dramatically. That is out of the question. Even now, recalling how Yi Mei Xin held the majority of the company's shares leaves a bitter taste in my throat. Thus, after Yi Mei Xin's passing, I hastily persuaded the Navi Yuan Yetong to transfer a portion of her shares to me and Lu Rue. Now I possess 50% of the shares, holding absolute authority over the company. It is utterly impossible for him to return those shares. Tong Tong, your grandfather has misunderstood. The decision to take your shares was made because your father thought you were too young to manage them, and he wanted to relieve you of that burden. Do you not remember that your father provides you with an annual income of 200,000? That is the profit from those shares. Yuan Guotao lied without hesitation, prompting Yuan Yetong to roll her eyes internally. Had it not been for Chen Fan's analysis, she might have genuinely believed that owning 80% of the shares could yield 200,000 in a year. I don't care. Brother Yi Chun said that if you do not return the shares, he will not invest. Yuan Yetong pouted and stamped her foot, embodying the image of a petulant girl. Yuan Guotao's face darkened as he glared at Yuan Yetong. She pretended to be frightened and meekly replied, if you refuse to return my shares, then that woman must relinquish her shares as well. She intends to marry me off to that old man, and I am furious. Her shares must be returned to me. With that, Yuan Yitong feigned indignation, straightened her back, and declared with conviction, otherwise, I will not allow brother Yi Chun to invest. Lu Rui was caught off guard, realizing that the quarrel between father and daughter had unexpectedly drawn her into the fray. Hearing Yuan Yitong demand the return of the 20% shares, she stood frozen in disbelief. Staring at the seemingly swayed Yuan Guotao, she hastily interjected, Old Yuan. Noting Yuan Guotao's unyielding demeanor, Lu Rui quickly pulled him aside to whisper furtively. Yuan Yitong observed the two conversing, their words obscure to her. Yuan Guotao's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, culminating in a fierce glare directed at Lu Rui. After a prolonged silence, the couple finally relented. Tong Tong, you are aware that our company is currently struggling. Your Aunt Lu has sold her shares, Yuan Guotao said softly, his gaze fixed on Yuan Yitong. Lu Rui mirrored his expression, displaying a countenance fraught with distress. Tong Tong, Andy is also doing this for our family. If the shares aren't sold, the company will collapse. Yuan Yitong remained unconvinced by Yuan Guotao and Lu Rui's disingenuous words. After all, her brother Yi Chun had already insisted that they return the shares. I have already made a concession. You may handle this as you see fit. Chapter 73. Investigate this matter, seeing Yuan Yitong's obstinate demeanor. Yuan Guotao's frustration simmered within. Yet he could not afford to confront her openly. He still relied on her to persuade Yi Chun to invest in them. As Yuan Guotao prepared to speak, Yuan Yitong hastily interrupted. As Yi Chun has stated, you decide what to do. Whether it is to return your shares or for that woman to hand them back to me, it is for you to negotiate. I am leaving, and I expect an answer by tomorrow at the latest. Rising from her seat, she made to exit. Wait, where are you going? Yuan Guotao was reluctant to let her leave at such a critical juncture. He hoped to extract further benefits from her. What kind of behavior is this? This is your home. You should return to live here, he asserted, adopting a patriarchal stance. However, Yuan Yitong disregarded him entirely, striding towards the door. Yuan Guotao reached out to detain this unfilial daughter, only to feel a firm grip on his wrist. It was then he noticed the presence of 4 bodyguards clad in black, their sunglasses obscuring their eyes. These 4 had remained inconspicuous until now, but their imposing aura was palpable as they stood before him. Young miss, we shall take our leave, one of the bodyguards stated, escorting Yuan Yitong away. Consumed by resentment, Yuan Guotao assumed they were sent by old Master Yi to protect her and dared not intervene. As he watched Yuan Yitong exit his home, his anger swelled, and in a fit of rage, he struck Lu Rui across the face, sending her sprawling onto the carpet. Wretched woman, who authorized you to distribute shares to the Black Tiger Gang? Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Yitong was entirely unaware of the turmoil behind her. Safely escorted by the 4 bodyguards, she returned to the hotel. Upon entering, she eagerly recounted her performance of the day to Chen Fan. He listened with a smile, ultimately praising her for an outstanding display. Excellent. Yuan Guotao should respond by tomorrow, and then you will possess shares equivalent to his. However, since you both hold 50% of the shares, it seems I must devise a more effective strategy, Chen Fan mused, resting his chin on his hand. The following morning, in an office within the municipal building of Shenzhen, a man wearing black-framed glasses perused the newspapers from recent days, muttering to himself, Yi Chun, Chen Fan, the general manager dispatched by the Yi Group to Shenzhen? Intriguing, very intriguing. Uncertain of his intentions, the man twirled a pen thoughtfully before dialing a number. Xiao Zhang, please come in. Within 2 minutes of hanging up, a young man clad in a white shirt knocked on the office door. Section Chief Han, you called for me? Indeed. The bespectacled man was Han Rufei, who had shared a train compartment with Chen Fan. As Xiao Zhang entered, Han Rufei gestured toward the newspaper on the desk, indicating for him to take a look. Investigate this individual. Ascertain his recent activities. Naturally, Xiao Zhang had seen the recent newspapers and, upon hearing Han Rufei's request, queried with some confusion, Yi Chun? Section Chief Han, what connection do we have with him? Yi Chun is likely an alias. I encountered him on the train during my return. I wonder what his true intentions are in Shenzhen. Please investigate. Should we consider repatriating him? Not for now. Just arrange for someone to keep watch on him. Though Xiao Zhang did not fully grasp Han Rufei's intentions, he complied and proceeded to investigate Chen Fan. Whether his actions were genuine or deceitful, it all hinged on what he planned to do in Shenzhen. Hopefully, he would not engage in any nefarious activities. Han Rufei sighed deeply, still feeling indebted for the assistance he received from the man on the train. At that moment, Chen Fan was blissfully unaware that he was being observed. He was discussing plans with Yuan Yedong. Yuan Guithao should respond to you today. Don't rush to agree. Make him wait a bit. This way, he'll become anxious, and we can proceed more smoothly. All right, I will follow your lead. Over the past few days, Yuan Yedong had been profoundly impressed by Chen Fan's strategies. Although she was still a young girl, previously indulged and unrestrained, she had never encountered the treachery of human nature. Initially, her desire for revenge against Yuan Guotao and Lu Rue was fueled purely by her anger, lacking any real strategy. However, under Chen Fan's guidance, she learned of the art of subduing opponents without direct conflict. Eager to exact revenge on the duplicitous couple, she was more than willing to heed Chen Fan's counsel. At this juncture, neither Chen Fan nor Yuan Yedong anticipated the surprise Yuan Guotao had in store for them. In the afternoon, Yuan Guotao contacted Yuan Yedong regarding a change in company shares. Following the agreement and Chen Fan's instructions, she proceeded to the office building of Yuan Yi Apparel accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Upon entering Yuan Guotao's office, she was taken aback to find not only him and Lu Rue, but also an unexpected third person. The additional individual bore a tattoo of a massive tiger on his arm, smoking nonchalantly as he exhaled clouds of smoke in the office. Yuan Yetong furrowed her brow in discomfort, but chose to remain silent to avoid unnecessary complications. Even more surprising was Lu Rue's loose hair today, a departure from her usual neatly styled appearance that projected an air of virtue. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Yedong noticed a thick layer of makeup on Lu Rue's face. It failed to conceal the bruises on her cheeks. Although Yuan Yetong remained oblivious to the circumstances, she harbored no sympathy for Lu Rue, merely reviewing the share transfer contract as per procedure. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Rue had only allocated 15% of the shares to him, while the remaining 5% was unexpectedly supplemented by Yuan Guotao. Consequently, he held 50% of the shares. Yuan Guotao possessed 45%, and the whereabouts of the remaining 5% remained uncertain, possibly belonging to the unfamiliar man in the office. According to Chen Fan, during the equity transfer, all shareholders will be present. As Yuan Yetong cast her gaze in their direction, the man offered her a predatory smile, sending a shiver down her spine. Clutching the equity transfer document, she hurriedly exited. The 3 remaining individuals in the office were enveloped in a heavy silence. With a crackle, the man adorned with tiger tattoos lit a cigarette. Although he remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere permeated the office. Rest assured, my dear wife, that wretched girl will eventually return the shares. I am her father. How could I not have her under control? Brother Hu, you need not worry. I would never mistreat you. Under Brother Hu's scrutinizing gaze, beads of cold sweat trickled down Yuan Guotao's forehead. He feigned confidence, fervently assuring, my dear wife, please entertain Brother Hu while I step out to arrange some matters. Unable to withstand Brother Hu's stare, Yuan Guotao fled. Brother Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, was the most formidable underground force in the deep market. The group of burly men in black who had pursued Yuan Yedong a few days prior were dispatched by him. Yuan Guotao's connection with him was largely due to Lu Rue, who claimed Brother Hu was her distant cousin. Thus, Yuan Guotao slipped away, hoping Lu Rue could appease Brother Hu's temper. Chapter 74. Discovery. Yuan Guotao could not have foreseen what would transpire between his so-called cousin and Brother Hu after his departure. Brother Hu, with a swift motion, drew Lu Rue into his embrace. Grasping her face and examining it, he growled menacingly, that coward Yuan Guotao actually dared to strike you? Lu Rue feigned a frown, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself in Brother Hu's embrace, sobbing and recounting her grievances. Brother Hu listened nonchalantly. Had this been a young maiden, he might have felt compelled to offer comfort. However, The woman in his arms, though possessing some allure, had long since lost his interest. Accustomed to tender young sprouts, who would still fancy withered old grass, were it not for Lu Rui's continued utility to him. Brother who would have kicked her aside long ago. My dear brother who, last night that wretched Yuan Guodao struck me hard for transferring the shares to you. You must help me avenge this wrong. Fear not. In the future, you may do as you please with that coward. Noticing brother who's indifferent demeanor, Lu Rui seized the opportunity to speak up. Brother who, why have you not come to see me lately? Yang Yang has been yearning for his father. Meanwhile, information regarding Chen Fan's itinerary and contacts in the deep market lay on Han Ruf's desk. As he perused the stack of documents, Han Ruf pondered thoughtfully. Yuan Yedong and Yuan Yi clothing. It appears he has come to the deep market with a purpose. Han Rufei had heard of Yuan Ye's fashion brand. Backed by his father-in-law's clothing company, he noted the disdain with which others regarded Yuan Guotao's actions. The Black Tiger Gang? Han Rufei felt a surge of energy upon seeing the connection between the Black Tiger Gang and Yuan Ye's fashion. Xiao Zhang. Conduct a thorough investigation into the ties between the Black Tiger Gang and Yuan Ye's fashion. Moreover, keep a close watch on Chen Fan. If he intends to engage with anyone from Yuan Ye's fashion, bring him to me first. Understood, responded Xiao Zhang, promptly departing to fulfill the orders. Alone in the office, Han Rufei pondered deeply. The Black Tiger Gang was a notorious underground organization in the deep city, constantly at odds with the government. Their interference had thwarted the full implementation of numerous policies. If Chen Fan were linked to the Black Tiger Gang, the government would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them. However, if not, Chen Fan's arrival could represent a chance to infiltrate the Black Tiger Gang. Yuan Guotao slammed the phone down on the table with frustration. Since signing the equity transfer contract, Yuan Yedong had seemingly vanished, and after several attempts to reach her went unanswered, he seethed inwardly. That girl wouldn't dare play tricks on me, would she? Despite his anger, he understood Yuan Yedong well enough to doubt her audacity. Therefore, it must be Yi Chun who was hindering her. A wave of panic washed over Yuan Guotao. What if Yi Chun or old Master Yi were displeased with his actions? What if they no longer intended to invest? This could not stand. Having already transferred his equity, a lack of investment would mean losing both the woman and the war. In a frenzy, Yuan Guotao picked up the phone again, relentlessly attempting to contact Yuan Yedong. Meanwhile, she had followed Chen Fan's advice and disconnected the telephone line in her hotel room, thus missing Yuan Guotao's calls. Chen Fan had arranged several evening gowns for Yuan Yedong. In the days that followed, as news spread through the newspapers, many extended invitations to Chen Fan. After careful consideration, he decided to attend a few gatherings that would be advantageous for him. For the next 3 days, Chen Fan accompanied Yuan Yedong to various grand banquets. Business owners from diverse industries encountered the distinguished general manager from the Yi family group in Hong Kong, noting his handsome demeanor and charming presence. His camaraderie with Yuan Yedong, marked by laughter and familiarity, led everyone to believe he was indeed an investor from the Yi family group in Hong Kong. With Chen Fan yet to finalize any partnerships, many entrepreneurs felt hopeful about their prospects. Consequently, numerous individuals crowded around Chen Fan, eager to recommend themselves. While he politely declined some, he accepted business cards from others, all of whom were managers or owners of prominent fashion companies. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Guotao could no longer remain passive and frantically dialed Yuan Yedong again. Fortunately, this time a call went through. Just as he managed to utter a word, he abruptly changed his tone. Tong Tong, how is Mystery considering things? Why hasn't he come to our company yet? Yuan Guotao's voice was urgent on the other end of the line. Father, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. You have merely allocated to me a mere 20% of the shares, which has incensed Yi Chun. Yi Chun has contacted Grandpa, and he too is furious, declaring that he will no longer invest in our company. Upon hearing this, Yuan Guotao became distressed, his lips blistering with anxiety. Please, Tong Tong, persuade Yi Chun, implore your grandfather. We can negotiate our circumstances. Should Yi Chun withdraw his investment, Yuan Yi Apparel will inevitably succumb to bankruptcy. In such a scenario, what use is Yuan Guotao's 45% stake? Moreover, given Yuan Yi Tong's disposition, I firmly believe I still have a chance to reclaim my shares. At that moment, Yuan Guotao softened his tone, pleading, Tong Tong, have you forgotten the kindness I bestowed upon you in your childhood? Surely, you do not wish to witness your father's downfall, do you? Furthermore, you possess 50% of his shares. If the company collapses, it would yield no benefit for you either, would it? Tong Tong, you are now a young woman. It is time to contribute to the family. While feigning vulnerability, Yuan Guotao gently urged, Tong Tong, I beseech you to assist your father. You would not wish to lose both your mother and father, would you? A note of desperation tinged his voice as he endeavored to sway Yuan Yitong. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yitong spoke softly, I cannot make this decision alone. Please wait while I appeal to Yichen. Yuan Guodao heard the phone being placed down, followed by her footsteps departing, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the sound of shattering porcelain pierced the silence, causing his heart to leap. Was it possible that Yichen would disregard Yuan Yitong's entreaty and refuse to invest? With this troubling thought, Yuan Guotao's defenses crumbled. He would acquiesce to any demands, as long as Yichen consented to assist him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard someone answer the phone. Is this Boss Yuan? Listening to the young man's voice, tinged with a hint of a Hong Kong accent, he realized it was Yichen on the line. Haha, Yi Xiaozi, why have you not come to visit your uncle since arriving in the deep market? What kind of behavior is this? Yuan Guotao attempted to forge a connection, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Fan. Boss Yuan, if you have business, please state it, otherwise I shall hang up. Perceiving Yichen's inclination to terminate the call, Yuan Guotao hastily interjected. No, I have matters to discuss, Manager I have a request. After a prolonged session of earnest pleading, Chen Fan reluctantly acquiesced, agreeing to meet the following day to deliberate further. Yuan Guotao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of what demands Yichen might present, he would likely have to swallow his pride to preserve Yuan Yi apparel. Such a course would grant the company a chance at revival. Since the illness of old Master Yi, Yuan Yi apparel had seen its investors withdraw, leading to a deteriorating state of affairs. During this period, those once considered friends in the business world had turned their backs, offering nothing but scorn or indifference. Reflecting on this, Yuan Guotao recognized it as an opportune moment for a counterattack. Since Yicheng has agreed to sit down and have a serious discussion, I am prepared to make considerable sacrifices to reach an agreement. It will be wise to orchestrate this properly, thereby demonstrating my prowess to those disdainful sycophants who look down upon others. At that moment, Yuan Guotao spoke into the phone. Manager I, rest assured, my intentions are sincere. Please take your time to relax at the hotel. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. By the way, which hotel are you currently staying at? I will have my staff make the necessary arrangements. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan provided Yuan Guotao with the address of a hotel, the largest five-star establishment in the city. Of course, Chen Fan was not staying there at the moment. He mentioned it merely to intimidate Yuan Guotao, indicating that he indeed has powerful backing and is financially secure. That evening, the news of Chen Fan's relocation to the five-star hotel had already reached Han Ruf's desk. Director Han, Chen Fan has changed hotels tonight. Moreover, I have learned that Yuan Guotao plans to meet with Chen Fan tomorrow. Yuan Guotao has contacted several newspapers today. It's unclear what his intentions are, reported Xiao Zhang. Chattering about the information he had gathered, Han Ruf glanced at the documents laid out on his desk, which contained details about Chen Fan compiled by his subordinates over the past few days. A fleeting insight crossed his mind, but he failed to grasp it in time. Xiao Zhang, you should also take some people with you tomorrow. Regardless of the circumstances, bring Chen Fan back. Remember, he must not have any prior contact with Yuan Guotao. Bring him here first. We shall discuss the rest later. Complying with his superior's instructions, Xiao Zhang turned and left to carry out the task. The following morning, a throng of reporters and newspaper staff were stationed outside the entrance of the five-star hotel. Some were hired by Yuan Guotao for this purpose, while others had come from various sources upon hearing rumors. A few brand-new cars, rented by Yuan Guotao to create an impressive facade, were parked nearby. Passers-by, observing the spectacle, were astonished. Who could they be welcoming with such fanfare? Could it be a popular celebrity? Who could it be? Perhaps the most famous star for Hong Kong? No one could ascertain the truth, but it was evident that this affair was significant. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Their curiosity piqued. Before long, word spread, and the area around the hotel entrance became congested. Yuan Guotao, noticing the increasing number of onlookers, suddenly realized he might have been too ostentatious, potentially committing an error. He wondered how the crowd had learned about the event. Was there an informant among them? Yuan boss, this doesn't seem very fair. Just because you're connected to manager, it doesn't mean you should deny others an opportunity, remarked several businessmen who had arrived in luxury vehicles, pushing through the throng to address Yuan Guotao with feigned smiles. Indeed, Yuan boss may not be the most admirable individual, but he certainly knows how to leverage connections. They continued. His wife has been deceased for many years, yet he still enjoys the benefits of his father-in-law's support. What does he have to fear? After all, even with his wife gone, he still has a daughter. As a grandfather, one cannot neglect the well-being of his granddaughter, can he? Surrounded by a crowd, Yuan Guotao's expression shifted from pale to flushed. He had long grown weary of their incessant remarks. Yes, he had ascended through the support of his father-in-law. But had he not exerted his own efforts over the years? Were these individuals blind, fixated solely on Yumei? It had been many years since her demise. Must her spirit continue to haunt him? This sentiment encapsulated Yuan Guotao's deepest frustrations over the years. The prowess of his father-in-law and wife loomed over him as insurmountable mountains, a relentless burden upon his shoulders. Thus, after meeting El Rue, under her persuasion, they conspired together to orchestrate an accident for Yumei. For years, Yuan Guotao had lived in constant trepidation, fearing discovery. Listening to the disparaging remarks of those around him, he felt as though he had returned to the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, struggling against all odds, while everyone else only acknowledged his wife, disregarding his efforts entirely. Enough. Are you all merely envious of my marriage? Yuan Guotao's furious outburst interrupted their mockery. You boast of your prowess, unassisted by a spouse. Yet, I wonder what unscrupulous tactics you employ to establish your companies? His words irrevocably offended the group, their glares intensifying, the tension palpable. Onlookers observed with keen interest, intrigued to witness such titans of industry, usually elusive. Today, they appeared no different from ordinary folks, their anger manifesting in flushed faces and raised voices. Chen Fan, unaware of the unfolding drama outside, signaled to Yuan Yitong that it was time to depart. As they emerged, Yuan Guotao and his companions continued their heated exchange when a voice suddenly called out. Turning to look, they saw Chen Fan leading the way, followed closely by Yuan Yitong. For bodyguards, impeccably attired in suits and sunglasses, accompanied them, exuding an air of authority. At the sound of the call, a throng surged towards Chen Fan. He had not anticipated such a spectacle awaiting him outside, but he maintained a fait of calm. After concluding his call with Yuan Guotao the previous day, he had reached out to several tabloid newspapers, aiming to create a stir and apply pressure on Yuan Guotao. However, he was unaware of the scale of the gathering, nor had he contacted so many. It did not occur to Chen Fan that Yuan Guotao had also reached out to several publications, inadvertently spreading the word to other clothing company owners. Each had contacted different outlets, resulting in this considerable assembly. Upon Chen Fan's emergence, Yuan Guotao quickly reacted, maneuvering through the crowd to approach him. Manager, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Yuan Guotao, he exclaimed. Chen Fan regarded the man before him, likely around 40 years of age. Though slightly portly, it was evident that he had once possessed a striking appearance in his youth. Indeed, were it not for Yuan Guotao's handsome appearance in his youth, how could he have possibly won the heart of the esteemed Yumei from Ye Group? Chapter 76, A Major Escapade. The onlookers quickly discerned that this was not a major celebrity. Although the young gentleman possessed commendable looks, it bore no relevance to them. Consequently, their curiosity waned, and many began to disperse. However, a handful remained, eager to witness the unfolding events. The other business owners, momentarily taken aback by Yuan Guotao's actions, soon realized it was Yi Chan who had emerged, prompting them to hasten forward. Yet, it was slightly too late. Chen Fan had already been encircled by a throng of reporters armed with cameras and microphones. Mr. E, it is said that you are representing the Ye Group in search of business partners in the Shenzhen market. Mr. E, may I inquire about your current plans? Mr. E, would you be so kind as to disclose which industry you intend to invest in? The reporters' microphones were almost thrust beneath Chen Fan's eyelids. And as their questions grew increasingly probing, Yuan Guitao could no longer remain composed, fearing that Chen Fan's responses might pique others' interest and allow them to steal his thunder. He quickly tugged at Yuan Yadong's sleeve, signaling her to intervene. Yuan Yadong was aware of Chen Fan's intentions, but was taken aback by the sheer number of people present. Upon receiving Yuan Guitao's urgent signal, she felt a pang of anxiety. What if this grand spectacle led to exposure? In her haste, she stepped forward and exclaimed, "Brother Yi Chun, my father has come to fetch you. Let us depart." Chen Fan, observing Yuan Yadong's approach, felt a sense of resignation. With so many attendees present, slipping away now could arouse suspicion. A performance must be executed in its entirety. Thus, he gently patted Yuan Yadong's hand, reassuring her. "With so many journalist friends waiting for me, I must say a few words. There is no need to rush." Chen Fan deftly navigated the reporter's inquiries with vague yet satisfactory answers. Yuan Guitao, watching as other business owners attempted to encroach, felt a wave of perspiration at the thought of Chen Fan being whisked away by someone else. Thankfully, Chen Fan concluded his remarks just in time. Yuan Guitao hastily stepped forward. "Manager E, the vehicle is ready. Let's make haste." Without awaiting Chen Fan's confirmation, he attempted to usher him toward the car. Seeing the other business owners inching closer, Yuan Guitao exchanged anxious glances with his hidden allies, who promptly obstructed their advance. At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. The crowd turned to see an older model Audi halting before them. Two sharply dressed young men emerged from the vehicle. "Who are you? Do you not see that you are blocking the way?" Yuan Guitao's anger flared as he confronted the pair. "Do you understand where you are? This is not a place for indiscriminate parking." The two men disregarded Yuan Guitao entirely, circumventing him and advancing directly toward Chen Fan. "Mr. E, I presume? Please accompany us." The speaker was none other than Xiao Zhang, following Han Ruf's instructions to refer to Chen Fan as Yi Chun while ensuring his false identity remained intact. "Who are you? Do you not understand the concept of order?" Yuan Guitao, filled with exasperation, approached the two individuals and exclaimed, "Do you have no shame? Is this a robbery?" Xiao Zhang, undeterred by Yuan Guitao's outburst, smiled amiably at Chen Fan and said, "Good day, Mr. E. We are from the municipal authorities. We have heard of your intention to invest in Shenzhen, and our leadership is quite interested. We hope to discuss matters with you in detail. We kindly request that you accompany us." Observing the cheerful demeanor of the young man before him, Chen Fan thought to himself, this could turn out to be a significant predicament. Before he could utter a word, Yuan Guitao, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted, "Just because you claim to be from a municipal office, does that make it so? I could just as easily proclaim myself the mayor. Step aside and do not obstruct us." Xiao Zhang remained unfazed and presented his identification badge. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Guitao realized that he was indeed from municipal office, and he begrudgingly retreated, mumbling under his breath. Even if they are from municipal office, one must respect the order of arrival. No one paid heed to Yuan Guitao's grumbling. Yuan Yetong, witnessing the municipal representatives intervening, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the authenticity of Chen Fan's identity was uncertain. What would happen if it were discovered? The thought sent her into a flurry, akin to an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. "No, you cannot." As Yuan Yetong seemed poised to speak, Chen Fan swiftly interjected, "Xiao Tong, you should return to the hotel to rest. I will accompany this gentleman for a brief discussion. I will return shortly, so do not worry." Fearing that Yuan Yetong might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, he was particularly concerned for her, given her youth and the potential for her to lose her composure. "You must wait for me at the hotel until I come and fetch you." Chen Fan's subtle hint finally registered with Yuan Yetong. Although she was uncertain whether the municipal representatives intended to apprehend Chen Fan due to his false identity or had other motives, she realized that, at this juncture, all she could do was observe and refrain from unnecessary actions. Especially, she must not allow Yuan Guotao to uncover their intentions. Seeing Yuan Yetong regain her composure, Chen Fan felt reassured as he followed Xiao Zhang into the vehicle. Why are you so anxious? Initially, Yuan Guotao had felt a twinge of apprehension, but observing Yuan Yetong's demeanor bred a kernel of doubt within him. Yuan Yetong, sensing his unease, quickly improvised. Aren't you nervous as well? Who knows if someone else has forged connections with the municipal office? If brother Yi-chan were to be taken away by someone else, where would you go to weep? With a huff of indignation, Yuan Yetong turned on her heel, intending to return to the hotel. Yuan Guotao, unwilling to let her go, seized her arm, insisting, Where are you going? You're coming home with me. That's none of your concern. Yuan Yetong struggled to break free, retorting sardonically with this time, You might as well worry about yourself. Before Yuan Guotao could respond further, he noticed 4 bodyguards clad in black escorting Yuan Yetong back to the hotel lobby, compelling him to leave in a huff. The whispers of the businessmen lingered in his ears. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat in the back seat, restless with uncertainty, pondering the reason behind the municipal representative's visit. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Chen Fan recalled the identification badge he had glimpsed, noting that the lead individual bore the surname Zhang. Mr. Yi, there is no need for concern. You will discover the reason upon arrival, Xiao Zhang replied. Xiao Zhang revealed nothing extraneous, merely advising Chen Fan to relax. But how could Chen Fan find any semblance of ease? Although he had encountered such governmental leaders numerous times in his past life, by then his company had flourished, and he was required to pay substantial taxes each year, leading to polite interactions with such officials. Now, however, he found himself a mere inconspicuous figure, perplexed as to why these leaders still took an interest in him. Moreover, being in a city unfamiliar to him, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that the impersonation of the Yi group had caused a significant issue? Chen Fan pondered this internally, yet no one offered him an explanation. The car traveled smoothly, soon arriving at the municipal building. Chapter 77. A reunion with Han Rufei. The municipal building appeared quite modest compared to the towering skyscrapers of the city. Nonetheless, it stood 6 stories tall, adorned with pristine white porcelain tiles, and was guarded by 2 security personnel at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Zhang and his companions return, they greeted them courteously and opened the door to allow entry. Chen Fan followed Xiao Zhang to the 5th floor of the office building. Once Xiao Zhang knocked and entered, Chen Fan was met with a somewhat familiar face. Chen Fan? He exclaimed, surprised. Isn't this the person from the train? Chen Fan had been preoccupied with his plans over the past few days, allowing the events on the train to slip from his memory, viewing it merely as a chance encounter meant to assist a stranger. Han Rufei regarded Chen Fan with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, and signaled for Xiao Zhang to step outside. Once Xiao Zhang obediently closed the door behind him, Han Rufei invited Chen Fan to take a seat. Mr. Yi, or should I address you as Boss Chen? Han Rufei's straightforwardness made it clear to Chen Fan that this individual had likely conducted a thorough investigation into him, rendering any denial futile at this point. Mr. Han, it is a pleasure to see you again. What a coincidence. Chen Fan managed a wry smile. You must have known I was masquerading as Yi-chan for quite some time. Why wait until today to expose me? Boss Chen, you yist. I have not exposed you. My people have consistently referred to you as Mr. Yi, haven't they? Han Rufei responded with an elegant smile upon witnessing Chen Fan's candid admission. It then dawned on Chen Fan that from the moment Xiao Zhang and his team had picked him up, they had consistently addressed him as Mr. Yi. Initially, he had felt relieved that the municipal officials had not discovered his false identity, unaware that they had already been aware of it, choosing to remain silent. Given this revelation, it seemed likely that Han Rufei had an ulterior motive, and the matter at hand was not simple. It appeared he had become enmeshed in a significant predicament. Would he still have time to extricate himself from his situation? Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's unspoken concerns, Han Rufei spoke first. Boss Chun is no ordinary individual. At such a young age, you oversee 3 companies. Your visit to this city has certainly stirred the waters. Would it not be rather ungracious to leave so abruptly? Everyone knows you are a prominent figure sent by the Yi Group to conduct an assessment in this city. The investment opportunities in the port city are quite enticing. As Han Rufei meandered through his words, Chen Fan realized the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into, understanding that a full retreat was likely not an option. He was left wondering what precisely Han Rufei desired from him. For the motives of these politicians often twisted and turned far more than those of mere businessmen. Mr. Han, you yist. I am merely an ordinary individual, visiting Shenzhen solely to sell a batch of clothing. By chance, I became entangled in the affairs of Yuan Yi apparel, succumbing momentarily to sentimentality and a fleeting greed, thus orchestrating this predicament. Ha! I have faith in Mr. Chen's character. I have not forgotten the kindness he extended to me on the train. Listening to Chen Fan's defense, Han Rufei subtly expressed his stance. As long as Mr. Chen does not intend to disrupt the entire Shenzhen market, there are generally those willing to extend a modicum of courtesy to me. Observing the olive branch offered by Han Rufei, Chen Fan comprehended his intentions. Mr. Han, I presume your invitation was not merely to express verbal gratitude towards me. I wonder what task you wish for me to undertake? Chen Fan mused, suspecting that Han Rufei had matters he preferred not to address directly and required his assistance. Although Chen Fan felt some reluctance, he recognized that he had no choice but to assist Han Rufei. After all, one must bow their head when under a roof. However, if he could aid Han Rufei in accomplishing a good deed, it might lay a foundation for his future endeavors in the Shenzhen market. Thus, Chen Fan regarded Han Rufei with a serious countenance. Since Mr. Han has not exposed my true identity, it seems that Chen still holds some value for you. Please, speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly. Han Rufei nodded instinctively, finding Chen Fan to possess a keen intellect, capable of discerning meaning with precision. Yet, it is a relief to converse with an astute individual. It simplifies matters. It is not a significant affair. I merely wish for Mr. Chen to assist us in toppling the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang? Chen Fan exclaimed. Mr. Han, you overestimate my capabilities. I need not elaborate on the nature of the Black Tiger Gang, do I? In recent days, Chen Fan has not been idle. Upon entering another's territory, one must at least clarify the prevailing powers, lest one fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake, and moreover, Chen Fan, masquerading as Yi Chen, is not the legitimate representative of the Yi group. Naturally, he did not wish to confront such a formidable entity as the Black Tiger Gang. Han Rufei has presented him with a conundrum. Mr. Chen, do not be anxious. I am not suggesting that you single-handedly confront the Black Tiger Gang. Rest assured, we have our people within the gang who will provide assistance when necessary. I suspect you are unaware of a particular matter. What matter? Chen Fan inquired, feeling a tinge of confusion. He believed he had anticipated most events occurring in recent days, unaware of what Han Rufei was alluding to. Are you curious about the remaining 5% of shares in Yuan Yi Apparel? They are held by the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Black Tiger. Upon hearing Han Rufei's words, Chen Fan's spirits lifted. When Yuan Yedong returned to inform him of the share distribution, he had indeed been puzzled. Unable to fathom why Yuan Guodao would willingly relinquish 5% of the shares. Could it be that he truly harbored such affection for Lu Rui, wishing to retain a portion of shares for her benefit? Yet, Yuan Yedong had also mentioned the presence of another individual in the office at that time, suggesting that the remaining 5% of shares likely resided with that person. Although Chen Fan had his suspicions, he never anticipated that the person in question was none other than the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Hey who? It remained a mystery how he had acquired that 5% stake. Observing Chen Fan lost in thought, Han Ruf calmly remarked, not only does the Black Tiger Gang hold considerable shares in Yuan Yi Apparel, but they also possess stakes in numerous companies throughout the deep city. Do you really believe our inaction stems from an inability to act? It is merely a matter of not wanting to disturb the surface tranquility, which would inevitably hinder our efforts. The presence of the Black Tiger Gang was not only a malignant tumor obstructing the development of Deep City, but also a formidable obstacle for Boss Chun in establishing a foothold there. Mr. Han, you overestimate my capabilities. If the government struggles to uproot the Black Tiger Gang, how can a mere outsider like myself hope to shake this behemoth? Chen Fan was not being modest. His primary purpose for visiting Deep City was to procure a batch of clothing and perhaps gain some advantages, thereby paving the way for his foray into the local apparel market. However, he found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a tumultuous situation. I am but a small figure. I doubt I could even create a ripple in these murky waters. Chen Fan contemplated returning home safely. Any confrontation with the Black Tiger Gang could jeopardize the prospect. Chapter 78, Yuan Guotao's Betrayal. Boss Chen. Do not be overly anxious. The Black Tiger Gang is not a monolithic entity. According to our contacts within, there is currently fierce infighting taking place. Otherwise, how could He Hu, as the leader, involve himself in these commercial matters? He is merely seeking to amass more wealth to curry favor with his subordinates. As a shrewd politician, Han Roof understood how to penetrate the defenses of the human psyche. Let me share another piece of information that may prove useful to you. He Hu is having an affair with Yuan Guotao's wife, Lu Rue, and they even have a child together. Upon hearing such explosive news, Chen Fan was taken aback, though he gradually began to connect the dots. Indeed, without such a scandal, how could the waning Yuan Yi apparel establish ties with the Black Tiger? How else could Lu Rue have entrusted 5% of the shares to He Hu? Recognizing that Chen Fan was absorbing his words, Han Roof continued, "Furthermore, now that you are involved with Yuan Yi apparel, the Black Tiger has set its sights on you. You have disrupted his plans, and it is unlikely he will simply let you off the hook. If you collaborate with us, we can at least ensure your safety during this trip to Deep City." Listening to Han Roof, Chen Fan felt a wry smile tug at his lips. Safety? If chaos truly erupted, who would be concerned for his welfare? Fortunately, he had brought a few companions along on this journey, providing him with some measure of security. Reflecting on Han Roof's words, Chen Fan recognized the validity in his assessment. He now found himself positioned in opposition to the Black Tiger. If he wished to gain absolute control over Yuan Yi apparel, a confrontation with the Black Tiger Gang was inevitable. It seemed he had no choice but to seek assistance. "Mr. Han, there is no need for further preamble. Please be direct. What do you require of me?" "Very well, Boss Chen." "No, Mr. Yi Chen, your forthrightness is refreshing." Han Rufei clapped his hands with a smile, seemingly pleased with Chen Fan's performance, and promptly addressed him as Yi Chen, indicating the necessity for him to continue operating under this identity. Mr. Yi Chen has now stirred the tranquil surface of the Shenzhen market. Regardless of whether they belong to the fashion industry, all are eager for your investment, as long as you maintain a delicate balance. Gradually disrupting the plans of the Black Tiger Gang, our people will seize the opportunity to act. Time is of the essence. Mr. Yi Chen, why not join me for lunch? During the meal, Chen Fan found the food tasteless, yet Han Rufei appeared quite exhilarated. He introduced himself to everyone as an investor from the Yi Group in Hong Kong. Gradually, Chen Fan began to grasp the underlying motive. The meal was merely a facade, the true intent being the dissemination of information. If Han Rufei could place an undercover agent within the Black Tiger Gang, it was evident that the gang had also infiltrated the municipal sector. Thus, Han Rufei's intentions extended beyond mere dining. After the meal, Chen Fan expressed his desire to take his leave. Han Rufei personally escorted him to the entrance of the municipal building and arranged for a car to return him to the hotel. Chen Fan was taken away by the municipal personnel, while Yuan Yedong confronted Yuan Guotao, unreservedly expressing her dissatisfaction before retreating to her room. However, once inside her chamber, the calm demeanor she had displayed earlier dissipated, and she anxiously paced back and forth. She could not fathom why Chen Fan had been taken away by the municipal authorities. Had they uncovered their plans? Yet, what connection did that have with the municipal officials? Just as matters seemed to be progressing, an unexpected complication had arisen. As the minutes passed with no sign of Chen Fan's return, Yuan Yedong's anxiety intensified, prompting her to consider leaving her room several times. Fortunately, Chen Fan's associates restrained her, managing to keep her grounded until Chen Fan's return. Nevertheless, her mind remained in turmoil, her restlessness prevented by the spaciousness of the five-star hotel room, which spared her from any mishaps. It was not until after lunchtime that Chen Fan finally returned. Upon his entrance, Yuan Yedong hurried to greet him. "What happened? Why did the municipal officials need you?" It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. Allow me a moment to gather myself, Chen Fan replied, collapsing onto the sofa. Yuan Yetong quickly poured him a glass of water. After taking a brief respite, Chen Fan regained his composure. Anticipating a potential confrontation with the Black Tiger Gang, he refrained from sending his bodyguards out, feeling it was essential for them to be informed. Otherwise, how could they effectively cooperate later on? Chen Fan succinctly shared the information that Han Rufei had divulged. Thus, every step we take from now on may be fraught with peril. You must all be prepared. The Black Tiger Gang is likely formidable, so we must remain vigilant during this period. He addressed his team of bodyguards. Rest assured, boss, you've provided us with a livelihood, and we will ensure your protection. The lead bodyguard affirmed, with the others nodding in agreement. This assurance alleviated Chen Fan's concerns. As long as his men remained steadfast, he could feel more at ease. Turning his gaze towards Yuan Yetong, he noticed her still in a daze, lost in thought. What's wrong? Come back to reality, he prompted, waving a hand in front of her. Huh? Yuan Yetong, still enveloped in the revelations Chen Fan had just shared, struggled to regain her focus. Awakened by Chen Fan, Yuan Yetong asked, her face a mask of disbelief. Are you saying that Yang Yang is not Yuan Guitao's child? It is not my assertion. It is what Han Ruf told me. I believe you would not jest about such matters, so it is likely true. Ha ha ha. Yuan Yetong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Who would have thought that Yuan Guitao would be cuckolded by a woman? Ha ha ha. Did he not proclaim how wonderful El Rue was? I am eager to see his reaction upon receiving this news. Her expression was laced with sarcasm. Not long after her mother's tragic accident, Yuan Guitao had married El Rue, who brought along a 5-year-old boy, Yang Yang. Initially, Yuan Guitao had informed Yuan Yetong that he wed El Rue to ensure better care for her. In her youthful ignorance, she believed Yuan Guitao had sacrificed much for her, acting as a stepfather, and was deeply touched by his dedication. Although she was not particularly fond of having two strangers in her home, El Rue treated her well, and Yang Yang timidly calling her sister softened her heart, leading her to gradually accept them. However, as time passed, she began to notice that Yuan Guitao's treatment of Yang Yang was not typical of a stepfather. After overhearing the household staff gossiping about the matter multiple times, she finally grasped the unsettling truth. Yuan Guitao had long been unfaithful, and Yang Yang was the illegitimate child of him and El Rue. Upon this revelation, Yuan Yetong created a scene, prompting Yuan Guitao to impatiently admit to his infidelity. She had contemplated seeking her grandfather's support in Hong City, but Yuan Guitao had barred her from doing so. Soon after, her grandfather fell ill and slipped into a coma, leaving the matter unresolved. Now, Chen Fan informed her that Yuan Guitao had, unbeknownst to him, already been cuckolded by El Rue. How ironic. These two conspirators had conspired in the murder of her mother, only to reveal that they were not even on the same path. Chapter 79. The misunderstanding unraveled, seeing Yuan Yetong laugh until tears streamed down her face. Chen Fan understood her emotional response to this newfound information. Nevertheless, Yuan Yetong must not jeopardize his plans. He spoke to her earnestly. I comprehend your feelings at this moment, but if you wish to seek revenge, it is best to keep this information to yourself. This revelation could serve as a trump card, catching them off guard. Do not, in a fit of excitement, rush to disclose it to Yuan Guitao. Yuan Yetong wiped her tears and revealed a fierce smile. Rest assured, I wish to witness Yuan Guitao's humiliation. Since he betrayed my mother, he should be prepared to face the consequences. I am simply eager to see his reaction upon discovering this. It should be quite entertaining. Upon observing Yuan Yetong's fierce demeanor, the 4 bodyguards felt a tremor of unease. It is not the fierce women they fear, but those who are both merciless and twisted. Could she truly be so delighted at her father's disgrace? The bodyguards were unaware of Yuan Yetong's past experiences, but Chen Fan was well informed. Observing the expression on Yuan Yetong's face, Chen Fan understood that despite her outward demeanor, she was likely experiencing profound sorrow within. Recalling the fragile look on Lu Yu's face when her family had caused an uproar, Chen Fan's heart softened, and he instinctively reached out to pat Yuan Yetong's head. Yuan Yetong looked up at Chen Fan, her tear-filled eyes revealing a glimmer of something different. Chen Fan was taken aback and quickly withdrew his hand. What was happening to him? Yuan Yetong was not Lu Yu. He needed to be more mindful in the future. Speaking of which, after being away for so many days, what were Lu Yu and Ying Ying doing? What was Lu Yu up to? Since Chen Fan's departure, even with Ying Ying's company, Lu Yu felt as though their home had suddenly become much quieter. Initially, Ying Ying would ask daily where her father had gone, but as time passed, she ceased to inquire, merely murmuring about going downstairs to play with other children. Lu Yu had always found Chen Fan's smooth talking quite off-putting, yet now that he was suddenly absent, she wondered why their home felt so hollow and why her heart felt so vacant. Embracing herself with both arms while seated on the bed, Lu Yu silently yearned for Chen Fan. Over the past couple of days, she finally realized that she had wronged him. A few days prior, a heavy snowfall had blanketed Zheng City, causing a sharp drop in temperature. Lu Dahai had unexpectedly called her, saying that Chen Fan had entrusted him to deliver some clothes to Lu Yu. However, he was too busy and had asked his wife, Li Xiaohong, to bring them instead. When Li Xiaohong arrived at the agreed time, Lu Yu opened the door and welcomed her inside. Upon entering Lu Yu's home, Li Xiaohong expressed her admiration, exclaiming how lovely and bright the apartment was, a true delight. She remarked on the heating, noting how fortunate Lu Yu was, as winter would no longer be a torment. Li Xiaohong mentioned that once her husband, Lu, earned more, they too would consider moving into an apartment to experience that lifestyle. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered and hurriedly opened her bag, revealing several thick winter garments. Lu Yu, these are all gifts from Brother Chen, who asked me to deliver them when he left, saying that you would need them with the cold weather, she explained. Their factory had just produced these items when the snowstorm hit, so before they could deliver them to your store, he had me bring them to you first. You are truly fortunate. Brother Chen always thinks of you no matter where he goes. Knowing that Li Xiaohong worked at the Fanren clothing store, Lu Yu felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that even while embroiled in silent conflict with Chen Fan, he would remember to send her winter clothing. However, thinking of the reason behind their estrangement felt like a hair caught in her throat, stuck and unmovable. In response, she could only manage an awkward smile. Her gaze fell upon the new earrings adorning Li Xiaohong's ears. Sister-in-law, where did you get those beautiful earrings? She inquired. Li Xiaohong's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, These are for my husband, Lu. He said he hadn't given me much in bride price when we married, so now that he has earned a bit, he wanted to make it up to me. While working at the clothing store, I felt compelled to present myself well. Otherwise, customers would be disinclined to purchase garment from someone appearing disheveled. It's amusing. ISNT it. Even after all these years, we still engage in such trivialities. Truly, dear sister-in-law, you have endured much only to arrive at a place of comfort. Listening to Li Xiaohong as seemingly complaining yet subtly boastful remarks, Lu Yu chimed in supportively. Oh, what is the big deal? I heard from old Lu that Brother Chen has gifted you quite a few items. He bought me these earrings after spotting a lovely pair in his car, which inspired his sudden purchase. What earrings? Upon noticing Lu Yu's sudden change in demeanor, Li Xiaohong quickly reassured her. What's wrong? Didn't Brother Chen mention it to you? Don't let your imagination run wild. It's not what you think. Seeing Lu Yu's troubled expression, Li Xiaohong hurriedly recounted what Lu Dahai had told her. The truth is, Brother Chen is a considerate boss. He simply didn't want a young woman heading home alone after dark, which is why he offered her a ride. He probably just inadvertently left them behind. Brother Chen is certainly not that kind of person. Lu Yu recollected the time Chen Fan had mentioned driving female employees home. It was precisely this incident that had led her to discover strands of hair on his sweater, triggering a cold war between them. Now, after hearing Li Xiaohong's explanation, she could no longer contain herself. For days, she had harbored her feelings in silence, but upon seeing Li Xiaohong, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister-in-law, it's not just that. There's more. Lu Yu recounted her discovery of the hair on Chen Fan's sweater, along with the gossip from the other ladies, revealing everything to Li Xiaohong. As Li Xiaohong listened, her brow furrowed deeper. After hearing Lu Yu's suspicions about Chen Fan's fidelity, she scolded her gently, "Sister, you are being foolish. This is clearly not Brother Chen's fault. If he was forthright about driving a female employee home, it indicates he has no romantic interest in her. If there were any, he would have hidden it from you. Who knows how that hair ended up there? Perhaps the employee had a bit of a crush and did it on purpose. Imagine if you had discovered those earrings in Brother Chen's car. Who knows how that would have turned out? I suspect she might be scheming to take advantage of the situation. You must not fall into this woman's trap." As Li Xiaohong spoke, Lu Yu began to waver in her convictions. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Indeed, you should call Brother Chen and apologize. Men can be quite soft-hearted. Once you express regret, he is bound to forgive you. Although Brother Chen had his faults in the past, he is truly a good man now. You both must cherish your time together. After imparting her words of wisdom, Li Xiaohong hurried off to work, leaving Lu Yu holding the clothes she had brought. A sense of relief washed over her. Chen Fan remained the same as ever, which was reassuring. Apologize? However, she lacked his contact information in Shenzhen. What was she to do? Chapter 80. The appointment. While unaware of the truth behind the situation, Lu Yu harbored a sense of frustration, intentionally choosing not to think of Chen Fan. After a heartfelt conversation with Li Xiaohong today, Lu Yu realized that her previous sensitivity had inadvertently harmed the bond between her and Chen Fan. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, she found herself longing for Chen Fan. What could his circumstances be in the deep city? Was he faring well? Did he find his meals to his liking? When would he return? Lu Yu recalled the Cold War they had before his departure, momentarily consumed by worry. Although she now comprehended her misinterpretation of Chen Fan's feelings, he remained oblivious to the fact that their misunderstanding had been cleared. What if he still believed she was upset and had no intention of returning? What would she do then? With a heavy heart, Lu Yu began to unconsciously tidy up the garments that Li Xiaohong had left behind. Initially, she intended to fold them neatly and hang them, for who would wear such exquisite attire at home? However, as she laid the clothes out on the sofa, she was instantly captivated. Each piece was designed with remarkable uniqueness, styles not found in the current market. Even through the eyes of an amateur, Lu Yu recognized the potential these garments possessed. They were bound to be a sensation. Each meticulously tailored outfit spread across the sofa was undeniably beautiful. Lu Yu usually favored understated hues, yet one striking red coat particularly caught her eye, compelling her to try it on. The ancients were indeed not mistaken in life. 3 parts rely on appearance, while 7 parts depend on adornment. Regardless of gender, a well-crafted appearance can elevate one's allure from 7 to 10-fold. Not to mention Lu Yu's already exceptional beauty. Once she donned the red coat, it accentuated her features, rendering her radiant. As she felt the exquisite fabric and craftsmanship of the coat against her skin, joy welled within her. The style of the clothing mattered little. What truly mattered was that the sizes were a perfect match for her usual wear. It was evident that Chen Fan had paid careful attention to these details. Remembering his gentle reminders regarding these trivial matters, Lu Yu resolved to cherish her life with Chen Fan, vowing to banish any doubts of his intentions. In the days that followed, Lu Yu proudly wore the outfits that Chen Fan had meticulously selected for her while accompanying Ying on outings. Each time, numerous onlookers would inquire about the origin of her attire. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu enthusiastically promoted the Fanran clothing store at the Chengxi Trade City. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained unaware that the misunderstanding between him and Lu Yu had been resolved. Nor did he realize that she had inadvertently sparked a surge of interest in winter apparel from the Chengxi Trade City. He was currently troubled, pondering the next steps. After a discussion with Han Roof, Chen Fan found himself engulfed in deep contemplation. Han Roof aimed to represent the municipal government of the deep city in dismantling the Black Tiger Gang, a formidable obstacle to the city's development. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, He Hu, had entangled interests with numerous companies across various sectors in the deep city, and he harbored ambitions to absorb Yuan Yi apparel, signaling a potential shift from illicit dealings to legitimate enterprise. Chen Fan, a businessman from Zheng City, sought to take advantage of the turmoil surrounding Yuan Yi apparel, aiming to assist Yuan Yetong in her ascent to power while simultaneously acquiring shares and penetrating the deep market. The seemingly unrelated forces of the 3 parties unexpectedly intertwined in a complex web. At this juncture, Chen Fan, considering both his future development and the prospects of the deep market, found himself compelled to confront the Black Tiger gang. Fortunately, the gang mistakenly believed Chen Fan to be manager Yi Chun from the Yi Group in Hong City, which deterred them from taking immediate action against him. Had they uncovered the truth, that Yi Chun was a mere facade and that he was merely an inconspicuous pawn from the north, Chen Fan would surely have vanished from the streets of Hong City within days. Consequently, it was imperative for Chen Fan to maintain the guise of Yi Chun. The most effective means of preserving this false identity was to continue collaborating with Yuan Yi Apparel. Despite the passing of the elder Ye's daughter, his granddaughter remained. Neglecting the company in which his granddaughter held shares to support another would cast the elder Yi in a light contrary to his known nature of familial loyalty. After all, who was unaware of the elder Ye's reputation for protectiveness? When Yi Meixin tragically died in a car accident, even though the investigation deemed it an accident, the elder Yi nearly dismantled Yuan Guitao in his grief. Had it not been for Yuan Yedong, the very existence of Yuan Yi Apparel would have been in jeopardy. Thus, Chen Fan merely had to feign support for Yuan Yi Apparel, ostensibly in recognition of Yuan Guitao's sincere remorse, to avoid raising suspicions about his identity, as others would perceive his actions as following the elder Ye's directives. That afternoon, at Yuan Guitao's persistent invitation, Chen Fan finally shared a taxi with Yuan Yedong to the office building of Yuan Yi Apparel. Yuan Guitao had been waiting inside for quite some time. The spacious office was devoid of anyone but Yuan Guitao. With Lu Rui no longer holding shares, there was no reason for her presence. Moreover, Yuan Guitao was keen to project a humble demeanor while soliciting investment, thus reluctant to allow anyone to witness his vulnerability. In fact, not only Lu Rui, but even the staff in the vicinity had been discreetly dismissed by Yuan Guitao. As for the absence of Black Tiger, it was twofold. First, Black Tiger held only 5% of the shares, and Yuan Guitao deemed him unlikely to influence the larger scheme. Second, Yuan Guitao perceived Black Tiger as a menacing figure, instilling a sense of fear, which led him to withhold the news of his meeting with Yi Chun from Black Tiger. Little did he realize that this move would completely disrupt Black Tiger's plans. In earlier years, Black Tiger had been a destitute vagabond, wandering the streets of the deep market. Initially, he lacked the audacity to establish a gang, as the nation was under stringent governance. Any hint of impropriety could lead to arrest. Black Tiger was not reckless enough to oppose the government, thus he only engaged occasionally in petty crimes. However, as the deep market emerged as China's first designated area for prioritized development, the transformation began to take shape in the years following the policy's introduction. Many risked their lives to smuggle into Hong City, driven by the desire to profit handsomely in the black market. Black Tiger watched enviously, and one day, he clandestinely crossed the border into the bustling port city. However, lacking capital, he could not acquire any goods. As an undocumented immigrant, Black Tiger evaded capture and eventually joined a local gang, becoming a mere errand boy. During his time mingling with the gang in the port city, Black Tiger witnessed the true nature of organized crime. The city was a chaotic mix of individuals and factions, with gangs of all sizes constantly clashing over territory and business. This ignited a fervent ambition within Black Tiger, who yearned to become a formidable gang leader himself. In the modern era, such dreams of a Na'vi youth would likely remain unfulfilled. Yet, against the backdrop of the unique circumstances of his time, Black Tiger surprisingly achieved his aspirations. Following the designation of the Shenzhen area as a prime development zone by the Chinese government, trade routes between the port city and Shenzhen opened up. Individuals like Black Tiger, without official status, could finally return to familiar territory aboard cruise ships. Logically, if Black Tiger wished to become a gang leader, the port city would have been the most suitable environment for his ambitions. However, despite being a mere dreamer, he possessed a certain cleverness. Observing the multitude of gangs that had already established themselves in the port city, Black Tiger calculated that, no matter how diligently he endeavored, he could at best become a minor leader in one of those gangs. Adhering to the principle of preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, Black Tiger opted to return to Shenzhen. At that time, Shenzhen was flourishing due to its trade developments with the port city. Consequently, The municipal government's primary focus was on Shenzhen's economic growth, leading to a laxity in law enforcement. This created a perfect opportunity for Black Tiger. As a seasoned veteran of the port city's underworld, he was wise enough not to engage in reckless activities upon his return to Shenzhen. Utilizing the skills he had acquired and the experiences he had garnered from his time in the port city, he gradually formed a small organization, the Black Tiger Gang, which specialized in collecting protection fees. Given that Shenzhen was one of China's prioritized development regions, the government actively encouraged entrepreneurship, resulting in a vibrant street vendor economy. A small gang collecting protection fees could operate discreetly while rapidly amassing funds. After all, China has always maintained a policy of the people do not report, and the officials do not investigate. Thus, in an atmosphere where vendors feared retaliation and hesitated to report crimes, the police remained oblivious to the existence of the Black Tiger Gang. In this manner, the Black Tiger Gang expanded rapidly, akin to a snowball effect, eventually becoming a force to be reckoned with. Logically, one would expect the official departments to take notice of such a malignant presence in Shenzhen and intervene. However, the municipal government was embroiled in intense factional disputes and was unable to address the situation. Consequently, with both timing and circumstances favoring the Black Tiger Gang, they continued to grow. After several years of navigating the underworld, Black Tiger transformed from a reckless youth into a cunning strategist, full of guile. Especially after ascending to the position of leader, with so many subordinates at his disposal, it was no longer necessary for Black Tiger to charge headlong into every situation. Assistance was readily available for strategizing and planning. Over the past few years, under the counsel of the Black Tiger Gang's think tank, Black Tiger employed various means of coercion and inducement to acquire stakes in numerous companies across various industries. Consequently, as the Shenzhen market flourished, the Black Tiger Gang gradually transformed. Evolving from a mere underground faction that extorted protection fees, it morphed into a colossal entity straddling the line between legality and illegality, rendering the municipal authorities incapable of dismantling it overnight. As the Black Tiger Gang appeared to be gradually cleansing its image, the municipal department found itself unable to intervene effectively. Unexpectedly, a schism emerged within the gang, hindering the process of legitimization and inadvertently providing the municipal authorities a sliver of opportunity to dismantle the Black Tiger Gang. Within the gang, Black Tiger and his supporting think tank formed one faction, keenly observing the developments in Shenzhen and resolved to seize the moment for complete legitimization. The opposing faction comprised the deputy leader, Wan Yong, and his supporters. In Black Tiger's eyes, Wan Yong and his cohort were nothing but muscle-bound simpletons, relying on brute strength and seeking shortcuts to swiftly amass wealth amidst the chaotic underground world. Despite Black Tiger's daily tirades against Wan Yong's lack of intellect and his numerous curses wishing for Wan Yong's untimely demise, Wan Yong indeed posed a considerable obstacle to Black Tiger's efforts at legitimization. Consequently, Black Tiger was compelled to abandon his original plan of utilizing the stakes in various companies to cleanse the entire Black Tiger Gang. Instead, he set his sights on a single company as a springboard for his own ascension to legitimacy. After several explorations, Black Tiger identified the booming apparel industry in Shenzhen as the ideal platform. The choice of Yuan Yi apparel was influenced by two factors. Yuan Guitao, a man of superficiality, appeared easily manipulable, and Lu Rue, who was actually his partner, bore their child, Yang Yang. Under Lu Rue's subtle influence, Yuan Guitao successfully acquired shares belonging to Yuan Yetong, allocating 20% to Lu Rue. To avoid arousing Yuan Guitao's suspicion, Lu Rue gradually transferred 5% of her shares to Black Tiger. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when Chen Fan intervened, inadvertently exposing the situation. Fortunately, Lu Rue, being astute, concocted a fictitious narrative regarding their relationship, allowing the matter to be smoothed over. Especially since Yuan Guitao was both cowardly and ineffectual, leading to the issue fading away. According to the original plan devised by Black Tiger and Lu Rue, marrying Yuan Yetong off to an older man would enable Yuan Guitao to reclaim the shares held by Yuan Yetong seamlessly. At that point, with a little charm and subtle persuasion from Lu Rui, they would effortlessly gain control over half of Yuan Yi Apparel shares. Moreover, by preemptively securing the shares Yuan Guodao intended to bequeath to Yan Yang, they could eliminate Yuan Guodao entirely and monopolize Yuan Yi Apparel. However, due to Chen Fan's unexpected interference, Black Tiger currently held a mere 5% stake in Yuan Yi Apparel, which seemed insufficient in impact. Faced with this predicament, Black Tiger had no choice but to arrange a clandestine meeting with Lu Rui to devise a new plan. As long as Yuan Guotao meets his demise, the 45% shares he holds will seamlessly transfer to his first heir, his wife, LV Rui. This would enable them to possess 50% of his shares, allowing them to rival Yuan Yetong. Regarding Yuan Yetong, had it not been for her backing from the Yi Group, the Black Tiger would hardly regard her with any esteem. However, the individuals from the Yi Group are bound to depart. Once they vacate, the Black Tiger believes that even if he were to obliterate Yuan Yetong, it would be of little consequence. Therefore, he has not hindered Yuan Yetong from maintaining her 50% stake. Yuan Guotao is blissfully unaware that the person closest to him is not only cultivating a verdant pasture over his head, but is also collaborating with others to conspire against him to inherit his shares. At present, he is preoccupied with entertaining Chen Fan, who is disguised as Chen, along with his daughter, Yuan Yetong. Manager, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat, Yuan Guotao cordially urged Chen Fan, pulling out a chair for him and thoughtfully pouring tea. Noticing that Yuan Yetong was still standing aside, he hastily gestured for her to sit next to Chen Fan. To this day, Yuan Guotao naively believes that his daughter is aligned with him. He hopes that Yuan Yetong can charm Yi Chen, thereby securing the investments from the Yi Group for Yuan Yetong's fashion line. Chapter 82. The clash of two. Yuan Yetong harbored no desire to engage with the fool who had caused her mother's demise and allowed LV Rui to manipulate her. However, she recognized that to exact complete vengeance on Yuan Guotao, she must render him utterly destitute and incapable of recovery. Thus, she suppressed her impulse to roll her eyes at Yuan Guotao and mock the verdant pasture atop his head, positioning herself beside Chen Fan. She deliberately sat close to him, creating an illusion of intimacy between them. Indeed, upon observing Yuan Yetong and Chen Fan in such close proximity, Yuan Guotao beamed with delight, casting suggestive glances their way. Even a fool could discern the sordid thoughts swirling in his mind. Ha! Young Master Yi, you must have been in the deep market for several days now. How do you find it? Yuan Guotao seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself, seeing that Chen Fan did not seem to mind Yuan Yetong's closeness. He assumed their relationship had become quite intimate over the past few days. He promptly shifted his intention to solicit a substantial investment from Yi Chen to instead consider exchanging Yuan Yetong for that investment. He even changed his address for Chen Fan from Manager Yi to Young Master Yi, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Uncle has visited the port city before, but you were quite young then, so you may not recall me. However, even back then, I could see you were a clever child, and now it is evident that you are indeed a remarkable individual. Yuan Guotao's flattery nearly caused Yuan Yetong to sputter the sip of water she had just taken. Ha! How amusing! Yuan Guotao is blissfully unaware that she knows there is no such person as Yi Chen. Yet, witnessing Chen Fan's composed demeanor as he gracefully accepted the compliments, Yuan Yetong began to question her own memory. Yuan Guotao cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Yetong, silently warning her against making a spectacle in front of Yi Chen. He then proceeded to shower Yi Chen with a barrage of effusive praise. Listening to Yuan Guotao's flattery, Chen Fan maintained a neutral expression, though he found the situation somewhat amusing. While Yuan Guotao's character left much to be desired, it was surprising to witness his eloquence. Were there a group dedicated to adulation, Yuan Guotao would surely excel as its leader. As Yuan Guotao's words flowed forth, nearly exhausting him, Chen Fan remained composed. Yixianzi, our family share a bond of kinship, and we can rightfully consider ourselves old friends. During your visit to Shenzhen, I regret that I have not had the opportunity to extend my hospitality, but fortunately, my daughter Tong Tong is here to accompany you. I trust she has been a gracious host these past few days, Yuan Guotao remarked. exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Fan that hinted at an unspoken understanding between men. And do not be in haste to return to Hong Kong. Shenzhen has much to offer, and I encourage Tong Tong to show you around. Seeing that Yuan Guotao had nearly exhausted his compliments, Chen Fan finally set down the teacup he had been idly toying with and spoke with a calm demeanor. What you say, Mr. Yuan, is most kind. You are indeed a good son-in-law to Grandpa Yi and a wonderful father to Tong Tong. How could the Yi family dare to refer to you as an old friend? Chen Fan continued. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me young master. I am not worthy of such a title. Noticing Chen Fan's serious expression, which emphasized his words, Yuan Guotao felt an unsettling pang in his heart, suspecting that Chen Fan was aware of their plans to marry Yuan Yetong off to an older man. He quickly began to clarify, there has been a misunderstanding. I could never bear to marry Tong Tong off to such a person. It was all instigated by L.V. Rue, and I have dealt with her most sternly. Tong Tong is my cherished daughter, and I would never select a suitor without the utmost care, seeking only the finest match for her. Someone like Yi Xinzi, with such grace and poise, would be deserving of her. Chen Fan chose to remain silent on that topic and instead inquired, Mr. Yuan, given your fondness for Tong Tong, why did you take the majority of Aunt Ye's shares from her? As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, fixing Yuan Guotao with a penetrating stare. Had it not been for Grandpa Yi sending me to check on Tong Tong, when do you intend to return the shares to her? Yuan Guotao was taken aback by Chen Fan's youthful yet formidable presence, especially as Chen Fan invoked the name of Old Master Yi, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. This is all a misunderstanding, Yi Xinzi. I was merely concerned for Tong Tong's youth and vulnerability, fearing she might be easily swayed by flattery, and thus I took it upon myself to safeguard her interests. Flattery? Perhaps you are the one most skilled in sweet talk. Chen Fan mused within, choosing not to interrupt Yuan Guotao's defense, eager to hear what further justifications he might offer. You see, I have already returned 20% of the shares to Tong Tong, and over the years, I have provided her with a substantial allowance. The profits from those shares have been untouched, diligently saved for her. Is that so? I wonder how much you have set aside for Tong Tong now. Perhaps you could show us, so both she and I might find some reassurance, Chen Fan suggested, observing Yuan Guotao's expression stiffen at his words. These are merely the ramblings of a man who could never truly save money for Yuan Yetong. Over the years, he and El Rue have squandered their earnings from these shares in a life of excess and indulgence, never once considering that the company might face such dire circumstances. Consequently, he has not saved a single penny and is utterly incapable of meeting their demands now. You see, ever since your grandfather Yi fell ill, the suppliers have turned their backs, severing the company's supply lines. Uncle has had to use Tong Tong's money for emergencies. Otherwise, the company would have long since gone bankrupt. This company is the culmination of Tong Tong's mother's efforts, and I have no desire to see it perish. It was out of necessity that I diverted the funds meant for Tong Tong. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but surely you can understand, Tong Tong? After all, you would not wish for your mother's hard work to go to waste, would you? As Yuan Guotao spoke, his eyes grew misty, portraying a heartbroken widower longing for his deceased wife. Even Chen Fan felt inclined to award him an Oscar for his performance. Yuan's reasoning was sound. Both Tong Tong and Grandpa Yi would not wish for Yuan Yi fashion to simply vanish. Thus it was not unreasonable for him to spend this money. Just as Yuan Guotao's expression brightened, believing he had evaded blame, Chen Fan inquired further. When does Yuan intend to return the remaining shares to Tong Tong? As anticipated, Yuan Guotao feared that Yi Chen would bring up the shares. If he were to transfer back the 30% of shares that rightfully belonged to Yuan Yetong, he would be left with merely 15%. Even if he managed to revive Yuan Yi fashion, how could he bear to see others reap the rewards? Wouldn't that render his efforts futile, akin to sewing garments for another's benefit? Rest assured, my dear nephew, I will certainly return Tong Tong's shares. When she marries, I shall present them as her dowry. This was nothing more than idle chatter, for future matters could hardly be taken seriously in the present. While Yuan Guotao was deep in thought, Chen Fan remained undeterred. Chapter 83. Do Naiwan Clothing Trade Company. After a prolonged pause, without Yuan Guotao addressing the crux of the matter, Chen Fan grew somewhat impatient. In business, It is most unwise to broach such topics oneself, for the one who does so invariably finds themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, Chen Fan feigned a weary demeanor. Mr. Yuan, is this the reason you invited me today? If there are no significant matters, I shall take my leave. I need to prepare for a discussion with the municipal officials this morning. As Chen Fan stood, preparing to depart, Yuan Yetong followed suit. Nephew, please wait. Do not rush off, Yuan Guotao exclaimed, quickly rising to block Chen Fan's path. He could not allow Yi Chun to leave just yet. He had yet to mention the prospect of investment in Yuan Yi fashion, appealing to Yi Chun on behalf of Yuan Yetong. Consider how much Tong Tong has devoted herself to your side. It would not reflect well if word got out. Our Tong Tong is not lacking in beauty. And standing alongside Yi Chun, they appear a perfect match, a harmonious pair. Yuan Guotao was brazenly laying bare his intentions to barter his daughter for financial support. In light of Tong Tong's presence, dear nephew, shouldn't you show a gesture of goodwill? Yuan Guotao spoke, rubbing his hands together, casting a furtive glance at Yi Chun, hoping he would grasp the underlying meaning. Whatever words President Yuan spoke, both Xiao Tong and I were innocent. Who would dare to gossip? Unless, of course, some individuals were so consumed by their own baseness that they perceived filth in everything. Chen Fan understood Yuan Guotao's insinuations. Yet he harbored doubts about the lack of connection between Yi Chun and Yuan Yetong, dismissing it as mere obstinacy on Yi Chen's part. My dear nephew, such reticence is rather unmanly. If one has acted, one should own it. After all, our Tong Tong is the granddaughter of the esteemed Master Yi. Being associated with her hardly tarnishes your reputation. If this matter were to reach Hong Kong, I would be most curious to see how you would explain it to Master Yi. Yuan Guotao audaciously sought to leverage Master Yi against Chen Fan, who found such remarks laughable, setting aside the fact that there was nothing between Chen Fan and Yuan Yetong. Even if there were, who would believe Yuan Guotao? Given his dubious credibility? Since you are so certain, why not inform Master Yi directly? Let us see whether he believes you or me, Chen Fan suggested. Yuan Guotao's face stiffened. He was not in Master Yi's good graces, especially since the passing of Yi Meixin, which led Master Yi to forbid him from returning to Hong Kong. How could he possibly lodge a complaint? Thus, Yuan Guotao's previously assertive demeanor quickly softened. Look at what my dear nephew is saying. I was merely jesting. Young people ought to be more vivacious and not so serious. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan allowed Yuan Guotao to bask in his awkward laughter for a moment. If President Yuan has nothing of substance to discuss with me, I must excuse myself. No. Yi Chun, I truly find myself at my wit's end. Please, save Yuan Yi apparel. Your investment in Shenzhen would surely benefit you. Why not invest in your uncle? I assure you, I will manage Yuan Yi apparel diligently and ensure that neither you nor the Yi group suffers losses. Yuan Guotao's audacity was remarkable to make such a proposal. Seeing that Yuan Guotao was finally being forthright, Chen Fan decided to cut through the pretense. Investment is not an issue, but I have yet to perceive President Yuan's sincerity. I wish to reclaim Xiao Tong's rightful shares, yet you have been evasive. I seek to review the returns on Xiao Tong's shares over the past few years, and you claim they have all been reinvested in the company, given the substantial investment. Yet the company shows no signs of progress. I truly see no rationale for further investment. There is no need for familial ties in business, strictly speaking. Considering the current state of Yuan Yi apparel, any investment would surely result in a loss. In my view, President Yuan need not engage in idle chatter. It would be wiser to contemplate how much longer you can enjoy your affluent days. Realizing Chen Fan's words were brutally candid and that emotional appeals would not garner investment, Yuan Guotao finally relented, lowering his tone. Yi Chun, please, I cannot bear to hear you call me nephew. Simply refer to me as Manager Yi. Observing Chen Fan's unyielding demeanor, Yuan Guotao gritted his teeth and inquired, Manager Yi, what would it take for you to consider investing in Yuan Yi apparel? Chen Fan then sat back down, gazing at Yuan Guotao with a serious demeanor. Investing with you, General Yuan, is certainly feasible. It merely depends on whether you are willing to part with the stakes I desire. What stakes? Yuan Guotao eagerly inquired. 30% of Yuan Yi apparel shares. That is out of the question. Yuan Guotao immediately shook his head in refusal, perceiving the request as tantamount to a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan stood up, ready to leave. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Tong Tong, do persuade manager Yuan on my behalf. To Yuan Guotao, it seemed that Yi Chan was acting on behalf of Yuan Yi Tong. Otherwise, why demand precisely 30% of his shares? Yuan Yi Tong, recalling Chen Fan's earlier instructions for them to play contrasting roles, realized it was now her turn to adopt the more conciliatory stance. If she did not intervene, Yuan Guotao might truly reach a breaking point. Thus, upon hearing Yuan Guotao's response, Yuan Yi Tong quickly grasped Chen Fan's hand and implored, Brother Yi Chun, please assist Yuan Yi Apparel. Do it for my sake, I beg you. Chen Fan paused, feigning contemplation. General Yuan, for the sake of Little Tong, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Rather than directly demanding 30% of your shares, I propose an alternative. I will not directly invest in Yuan Yi Apparel. Today, I conferred with Director Han from the municipal government, and we have decided to establish a public-private partnership clothing trade company named Do and I Wan, spearheaded by the municipal government and the Yi Group. Yuan Guotao, puzzled, asked, when did this news come about? Did General Yuan believe the municipal representatives came to meet me this morning for no reason? Not only you, but also our commercial associates are aware of my intention to represent the Yi Group's investment in the deep market. The Municipal Business Bureau has also shown great interest in this news and is willing to facilitate my endeavors. Hence, I finalized the plans for Do and I Wan with Director Han. We have already outlined the preliminary framework. Only financing and finer details remain to be settled. For Little Tong's sake, I am offering you a chance. Exchange 30% of Yuan Yi Apparel for 10% of Do and I Wan. This arrangement is undoubtedly advantageous for you. Chapter 84. Yuan Guotao enters the fray. However, Yuan Guotao felt conflicted. Was it truly worthwhile to trade 30 for 10? Chen Fan interrupted his thoughts, stating, if General Yuan continues to hesitate, there is no need for further discussion. Do and I Wan does not require your investment. The prospects of this public-private partnership are evident to all. Once the word is out, many will seek me out. At that point, it might be too late for you, even if you arrive with all your shares in hand. Were it not for Little Tong, I would not even consider granting you this lucrative opportunity. Chen Fan's rapid-fire rhetoric left Yuan Guotao in a daze, struggling to process whether this exchange of shares was indeed as beneficial as Chen Fan claimed. It is well known that Do and I Wan is a public-private partnership company orchestrated by the municipal government and the Yi Group, undoubtedly promising a prosperous future. In that moment, Yuan Guotao envisioned a heap of cash laid before him, causing his eyes to shimmer with anticipation. This golden opportunity falling from the heavens seemed too good to pass up. Anyone who did would be a fool. Manager E, I wish to exchange. Is it 30% for 10%? Could I possibly receive a little more? I am willing to trade my entire 45% stake in Yuan Yi Apparel for shares in Do and I Wan. Can we negotiate for a bit more? Chen Fan was taken aback by Yuan Guotao's words and couldn't help but glance at him. Despite his handsome appearance, it was astonishing to realize how dim-witted he truly was. One could only wonder how he had managed to deceive Yi Meixin back in the day. Was it merely based on his looks? Black Tiger's assessment of Yuan Guotao as a superficial fool was indeed accurate. If Chen Fan had known Black Tiger's inner thoughts regarding Yuan Guotao, he would have fervently nodded in agreement. However, Yuan Guotao's lack of intellect only served to benefit them. With a smile, Chen Fan remarked, Mr. Yuan possesses remarkable insight. In light of this, I shall grant you 15% of Do and I Wan. A chill ran down Yuan Guotao's spine as he observed Chen Fan's cheerful demeanor. Perhaps I should retain some? He hesitated, but his thoughts were swiftly silenced by Chen Fan's words. Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, investing in Do and I Wan is a surefire profit. This morning, after discussing with Section Chief Han, I contacted the port city, and in a few days, the latest clothing styles will arrive in Shenzhen. At that time, you will be the first to acquire them at a low price, providing you with an excellent opportunity for profit. By the way, what were you about to say, Mr. Yuan? Yuan Guotao swallowed hard. Oh, it's nothing, manager. When shall we sign the contract? The contract is already prepared. We merely require your signature. Chen Fan indicated to Yuan Yi Tong. who retrieved a pre-drafted agreement from a briefcase. Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, these terms were devised during my lunch with Section Chief Han today. As long as both parties are noted, it will take effect immediately upon signing. In a daze, Yuan Guotao unwittingly signed his name without even consulting a lawyer about the terms. Once the matter was settled, Chen Fan privately exhaled in relief, and a different spark illuminated Yuan Yitong's expression. Thankfully, both were skilled actors, managing to contain their excitement. All right, Mr. Yuan will be the earliest shareholder in Do and I Wan, ensuring that the latest clothing from the port city will be prioritized for you. The first batch will arrive no later than the day after tomorrow, and we will need your assistance in arranging for pickup. In truth, Chen Fan's shipment of winter clothing had already arrived in Shenzhen. Although the freight train moved slowly, it had reached its destination some time ago and was currently stored in a warehouse temporarily rented by Chen Fan. The mention of the day after tomorrow was merely to allow Yuan Guotao time to spread the news and give Black Tiger and his associates an opportunity to take the bait. As they exited the offices of Yuan Yi Apparel, Yuan Yitong couldn't help but dance with excitement. Are you this elated? Chen Fan gazed at Yuan Yitong with a smile, recognizing that she was still a young girl, and it was commendable that she could contain her excitement until now. Of course, Yuan Guotao was currently a mere figurehead, devoid of any power. I could easily cast him aside at any moment. Yuan Yitong's enthusiasm was palpable. She could hardly contain her desire to return and oust Yuan Guotao from Yuan Yi Apparel. However, patience was required. Yuan Guotao still served a purpose for me, and I could not dispose of him just yet. Why? Yuan Yitong was perplexed. Wasn't their plan simply to acquire the shares held by Yuan Guotao? What more did Chen Fan intend to do? In the days that had passed, lost in the machinations Chen Fan employed to assist her, Yuan Yitong suddenly felt a chill as she regained her composure. Chen Fan was an enigma. He seemed to know everything about her. While she knew only his name, a name that might even be a F.A.Ade, much like his impersonation of Yi-Chun. Is your name truly Chen Fan? She inquired, her eyes reflecting skepticism. Chen Fan chuckled softly, gently nudging her forehead. It seemed rather late for such questions. I assure you, I am indeed Chen Fan, without a doubt. As for why you cannot deal with Yuan Guotao immediately, that is still due to you. My impersonation of Yi-Chun was to draw Yuan Guotao's ire, which proved effective. Not only did it capture his attention, but it also attracted the notice of the Black Tiger gang and the municipal authorities. This morning, I was summoned by the municipal officials. Did you truly think they invited me for tea? They had leverage over me, compelling me to assist them with a task. As Chen Fan walked, he meticulously elucidated the situation to Yuan Yitong. It was not merely idle chatter. He might require her assistance in the future, and clarity was essential to prevent any potential hindrance from her side. Listening to Chen Fan explain that he might have to confront the Black Tiger gang because of her, Yuan Yitong felt a wave of concern wash over her. What should we do? Chen Fan, you won't get hurt, will you? The municipal officials cannot possibly coerce you against the Black Tiger gang. That would be outrageous. Yuan Yitong's earlier excitement dissipated, replaced by worry for Chen Fan and indignation towards the municipal authorities. Let us go to Gang City. Yuan Guotao has nothing left, and I shall not seek revenge on him. I will take you to find my grandfather. He will surely have a way to protect you. Observing Yuan Yitong's anxious demeanor, Chen Fan smiled. Do not fret too much. If the situation turns dire, I know how to escape. After all, I have 4 individuals safeguarding me. If it becomes unbearable, I will simply flee. After all, having reclaimed the equity, would you truly wish to leave without showcasing it? You mentioned avenging your mother. Dealing with Yuan Guotao alone is insufficient. What about Lu Rue? Hearing Yuan Yitong express a willingness to abandon her quest for vengeance for the sake of her safety touched Chen Fan. Ultimately, he persuaded her. Instead of returning by taxi to the Yuan Yi Apparel office, they continued onward. In his heart, Chen Fan contemplated the current landscape. Yuan Guotao had now entered the fray. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is lacking. Chapter 85. A great success. The authenticity of the Do and I Evening Wear Trading Company has gone unverified by anyone. After all, the image of Chen Fan as the manager of the Yesh Group in the harbor city established by him previously, has deeply ingrained itself in public perception. Therefore, it is entirely normal for him to announce his intention to spearhead the establishment of a public-private partnership with the municipal authorities. Moreover, even if someone were to inquire, Chen Fan remains unperturbed. Since Han Rufei wishes for his assistance in toppling the Black Tiger Gang, he must pave the way for Chen Fan's endeavors. Additionally, after signing the contract with Yuan Guotao, Chen Fan made a phone call to Han Rufei to exchange insights. During the call, Han Rufei assured him that the municipal side would support him, encouraging him to boldly stir the waters of this murky situation. With such backing, Chen Fan's actions are naturally devoid of hesitation. The following day, he contacted various media outlets in the deep city to disseminate news of this public-private partnership. Upon the announcement of Do Ni Evening, were trading company by the press, even those who harbored doubts were completely convinced. However, a portion of the populace remained observant, opting to wait a few more days. Although it is a public-private partnership, the clothing market in Deep City is nearing saturation, prompting many to speculate whether Do Ni Evening could indeed make a splash. Thus, they chose to wait for further developments before considering investment. Unexpectedly, before the initial group could finalize their decisions to court Chen Fan, Do Ni Evening suddenly gained immense popularity. It would be an exaggeration to say it happened entirely unnoticed. The situation unfolded as follows. One afternoon, the clothing store under Yuan Yi Fashion, which had been dormant for over half a year, suddenly saw a flurry of activity, with numerous individuals entering and exiting, laden with bags. This sparked speculation that Yuan Guotao, the owner of Yuan Yi Fashion, had found a new source for fresh merchandise. Some astute individuals even pondered whether Yuan Guotao had once again aligned himself with the Yesh group. Yet, after the delivery was completed, those individuals promptly departed. Meanwhile, all the stores under Yuan Yi Fashion remained tightly shut, leaving curious onlookers in the dark regarding the developments within. It is often the case that the more one seeks to conceal, the more curiosity is ignited. Consequently, many arrange for their subordinates to stand guard at the doors, waiting for an opportunity to glean information as soon as they opened. Additionally, residents living near the clothing stores were equally intrigued. Yuan Yi Fashion has established itself as a venerable brand in Deep City, with many having purchased clothing there over the years. In an era devoid of the Taobao internet, shopping was among the primary forms of entertainment, and it was inevitable that one would indulge in buying a piece or two of clothing while out. Thus, the sudden silence and absence of new arrivals from Yuan Yi Fashion left many feeling quite unsettled. As a well-established clothing brand in Deep City, Chen Fan harbored no concerns regarding their marketing strategies. After entrusting the goods to Yuan Guotao's associates, Chen Fan refrained from further involvement. After all, as the manager of Yicheng, he was a figure of importance to Yuan Guotao. Excessive enthusiasm can often diminish one's value. Thus, I remain quietly observant of the developments at hand. Following the recent arrivals in the various stores of Yuan Yi Apparel, the staff employed multiple marketing strategies, successfully drawing in a considerable number of both new and returning customers. Furthermore, Chen Fan's latest winter collection, marked by its innovative designs and assured quality, though slightly pricey, made every patron who donned the garments feel radiant and resplendent. Consequently, it was rare for anyone to leave the store empty-handed. In the span of a single day, the 20,000 pieces of clothing transported from Zheng City had dwindled to nearly half. This was achieved without excessive promotion, underscoring the formidable purchasing power of the consumers in Shen City. Indeed, as one of the earliest developed regions in Huagua, it is no surprise that individuals in Shun City have accrued considerable wealth in recent years. Thus, when they encounter something appealing, they do not hesitate to make a purchase. Upon learning of this sales situation, Chen Fan promptly contacted the garment factory in Zheng City, urging them to expedite production and hasten the delivery of their ready stock to Shen City. Although Yuan Guotao had yet to place a larger order, it seemed he believed that Chen possessed a sufficient inventory, hence his lack of urgency. However, Chen Fan was not Chen. If Chen Fan were truly from Gang City, there would be no need for such haste, given the proximity of Shen City to Gang City, where goods could swiftly be transported by cargo ship. But the distance between Zheng City and Shen City is considerable, and with freight trains inherently slower, even with expedited requests. The fastest delivery could take 2 to 3 days. During this interval, the remaining stock would barely suffice to meet the demands of Yuan Yi Apparel. Therefore, Chen Fan's financing plan could not be executed hastily. While Chen Fan preferred to delay his financing, the overwhelming success of Yuan Yi Apparel was not shared by others. The once ailing brand, rejuvenated by its association with Yi Chen, was rapidly revitalizing. Given that Yi Chen was willing to supply such quality garments to Yuan Yi Apparel, one could surmise that the products provided by his Dunilon Evening Apparel Trading Company would be of equally high caliber. This realization made it evident, even to the dimmest of minds, that Yi Chen's Dunilon Evening represented a substantial business opportunity. Consequently, that evening, Chen Fan received a deluge of calls from individuals eager to discuss investing in Dunilon Evening. Overwhelmed, he ultimately resorted to disconnecting the phone line for a moment of peace. Do you think Black Tiger will fall for it? In a 5-star hotel room, Yuan Yitong remarked to Chen Fan, who had just severed the phone line. With all those calls, not a single one was from Black Tiger. Why the urgency? Whether Black Tiger will be deceived hinges on Yuan Guotao's performance, Chen Fan replied calmly, peeling an orange from the coffee table nearby. No calls from Black Tiger? That may not necessarily be the case. Although no one has explicitly stated he is Black Tiger, we cannot be certain there are no subordinates of his among those who called. He could very well be listening in. All we can do now is await further news. Indeed, Chen Fan's intuition proved accurate. Although the Black Tiger did not personally call Chen Fan, he listened attentively as his subordinates made the calls. The first 2 individuals took a considerable amount of time to connect, yet Chen Fan managed to respond to several of their inquiries. However, when the third caller attempted to reach him, they were met with a prolonged, busy signal. Black Master, no one is answering, reported one of Black Tiger's men, who addressed him with utmost respect. With an impassive expression that always radiated an air of menace, Black Tiger remained silent. Beside him sat a tall, slender, middle-aged man with spectacles and a distinctive mustache, who commented, "It seems Yi Ching has grown weary of the interruptions and disconnected the phone line. This young man may lack years, but he navigates his affairs with remarkable shrewdness, a testament to his upbringing in a prominent corporation. Despite our preparation of numerous questions, he deftly evaded them. Clearly, we must meet him in person and engage him in a thorough discussion." This man, known as Ho Wun, was recognized for his cunning and treachery, garnering little respect within Black Tiger's organization. Yet, he was a key member of Black Tiger's advisory team, holding a position of considerable importance. It was Ho Wun who initially proposed the idea of Black Tiger seeking redemption. His strategic counsel had been instrumental in securing substantial shares in various companies for Black Tiger. Thus, upon hearing Ho Wun's perspective, Black Tiger pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "In that case, we must indeed arrange a proper meeting with this Yi Ching. I shall host a banquet tomorrow evening and invite him to attend." The calls that Black Tiger made to Chen Fan that night were not mere whims. A few days prior, LV Rue had discreetly informed him that Yuan Guotao returned home beaming with joy, resembling someone who had struck a $1 million jackpot. When LV Rue inquired about the cause of his elation, he remained reticent. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Guotao was embarrassed to admit that he had exchanged 45 of Yuan Yi Apparel shares for a 15 stake in a yet-to-be-established public-private partnership. He feared ridicule if he divulged this information. However, eventually succumbing to LV Rue's persistent inquiries, he revealed some details about Yi Ching's agreement to invest in their venture, not in cash, but in goods, specifically those that Do and I Evening Apparel Trading Company intended to manage. Upon receiving this news, Black Tiger dispatched agents to investigate further and indeed glean some insights from the municipal authorities. According to the intelligence gathered by his informants, Yi Ching was poised to represent the Yi Group in spearheading the establishment of a public-private partnership, currently awaiting financing. Compared to the declining Yuan Yi Apparel, it was evident that this forthcoming Do and I Evening public-private partnership was far more advantageous for Black Tiger's aspirations of rapid redemption. Consequently, Black Tiger found himself intrigued by Do and I Evening Apparel Trading Company. However, his cautious advisor, Ho Wun, urged restraint, wary of the possibility that the information regarding Do and I Evening might merely be a bait thrown by the municipal authorities to ensnare them. to avoid being deceived. Ho Wen thwarted He Hu's plan to confront Yi-chan directly and instead offered several suggestions. Thus, during the day, He Hu, acting on Ho Wen's advice, stationed personnel outside the Yuan Yi apparel store to keep watch. According to the incomplete statistics gathered by his subordinates, nearly every individual entering or exiting the Yuan Yi store today was seen with a garment in hand. They informed He Hu that the price of the new clothing items in the store ranged from 4,050 yuan. The revelation was startling. Upon calculation, it was evident that with an average price of 45 yuan per item and a foot traffic of no less than 500 visitors in a single day at each store, Yuan Yi Apparel, which operates 7 outlets in the deep city, stood to earn a staggering profit. Multiplying 45 yuan by 500 and then by 7 yields a total of 157,500 yuan. If we consider the cost price to be at most 1/3 of the retail price, Yuan Yi Apparel likely netted over 100,000 yuan in a single day. Damn! He Hu cursed inwardly. This was more lucrative than his own perilous endeavors of robbery. The fashion industry, indeed, was rife with exorbitant profits. Upon witnessing such alarming figures, Ho Wen felt a measure of relief. This level of profitability indicated that the Do and I One Apparel Trade Company was thriving right from its inception. Clearly, Yi-chan possessed a sharp intellect. Their current challenge lay in securing a stake in Do and I One, aiming to acquire as many shares as possible, thereby expediting their attempts to cleanse their reputation. They were acutely aware that individuals like themselves were most sensitive to the shifting tides of circumstance. When the atmosphere was tense, they would retreat quietly. When it relaxed, they would act with reckless abandon. At this moment, they sensed the calm before an impending storm. Deep City was on the brink of upheaval. However, despite He Hu and Ho Wen's apprehensions of an impending tumult in Deep City, they were utterly unprepared for the wave that would crash upon them first. After all, the He Hu gang had been entrenched in Deep City for quite some time, maintaining a stable coexistence with the municipal authorities for many years. Chen Fan gazed at the invitation in his hand. The dark red cover and gilded lettering commanded attention. Even a seemingly insubstantial invitation could not be dismissed lightly. Who had summoned him to this gathering? Yuan Yitong approached, snatched the invitation from Chen Fan's grasp, and curiously opened it. The names within, Boss Liu of Guang's Apparel Factory, Boss Wen of Wennan Food Company, and Boss Xiao of Maokai Processing Plant, sparked her intrigue. Who were these individuals, and why had they collectively invited him to this soiree? The list of invitees filled nearly half a page, comprising names some of which Yuan Yitong recognized, while others were unfamiliar. Notably, many attendees were not from the fashion industry, leaving her perplexed as to the significance of their gathering and the intent behind their invitation to Chen Fan. Examining the list of invitees alone offered no clarity. Among them, some had business dealings, while others seemed to share no connection whatsoever. The only plausible reason for their collective invitation was that they were acting under someone's directive. As for who had orchestrated this, it was likely unnecessary to articulate the answer. As Chen Fan spoke, Yuan Yedong's grip tightened. He retrieved the invitation from her hand, knowing he would need it that evening and couldn't afford to let her crumple it. The Black Tiger? Are you suggesting they are under the Black Tiger's orders? That would be perilous. Are you truly going? Yuan Yedong blurted out her fears, anxiety swelling within her. I have heard tales of the Black Tiger's ferocity. Are you really going? Absolutely. How could I not? This is the opportunity one had been waiting for. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Chen Fan declared with determination, Tonight, I shall attend the banquet punctually. Despite her fear, Yuan Yedong mustered her courage and suggested, Then may I accompany you? I am the granddaughter of a board member from the Yi Group. They wouldn't dare harm you in my presence. Chapter 87. The Black Tiger's Banquet. Observing Yuan Yedong's feigned composure, Chen Fan chuckled, jesting, Very well, prepare yourself, and we shall go together this evening. The Black Tiger, having been at the helm of the Black Tiger gang for 2 years, commanded a multitude of subordinates. He typically refrained from taking action, leading many to gradually forget his fearsome reputation. However, it was important to remember that during Yuan Yedong's childhood, the Black Tiger's name resonated powerfully, silencing the cries of children in the depths of the night. Thus, hearing Chen Fan's words, despite her initial suggestion, Yuan Yetong felt a twinge of panic. Huh? Prepare for what? She asked, bewildered. Of course, your evening gown and accessories. Are you planning to wear what you have on now? Unbothered by the outside world, Yuan Yetong had chosen to don the complimentary pajamas provided by the hotel. Upon hearing Chen Fan's teasing and glancing at his impeccably tailored suit contrasted with her disheveled appearance, she shot him an irritated glare. All right, no more jokes. You need not accompany me. I'm not Chen Fan at this moment, but rather manager Yi Chun from the Yi group of Gang City. They seek my assistance, not the other way around. They wouldn't dare bully me. Rest assured, I will return safely. Although Yuan Yetong would undoubtedly feel a flutter of nerves if she were to join, she felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing Chen Fan was only joking and did not require her presence. Unbeknownst to him, she was a riddle wrapped in an enigma, her thoughts as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. As time trickled by, just before his departure, Yuan Yetong approached him once more, asking, "Are you certain you do not need me to accompany you?" Chen Fan sighed, bemused by her insistence. She had posed this question multiple times throughout the afternoon. No. Just stay here and wait. I will be fine. He gently pushed her back in her room and closed the door. However, for his own safety, Chen Fan did not take any chances and brought along a team of 4 bodyguards. Should anything untoward occur, he would have support. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan arrived punctually at the banquet. The venue was the renowned Nightshade Lounge in Gang City. Despite its somewhat pedestrian name, the Nightshade Lounge was a distinctive establishment, rich in character. From the lofty ranks of officials to the humble tradesmen, as long as one possesses wealth, entry into the Nightshade Lounge is assured. The establishment, modest in height at merely 10 stories, features 2 grand entrances, one on the left and the other on the right. In ancient China, the left was traditionally esteemed. Thus, entering through the right door leads to the lower 5 floors, where a mere monetary investment grants access to a ticket of modest caliber, teeming with a mix of patrons. Conversely, the left entrance directly ascends to the upper 5 floors, reserved exclusively for the affluent or those of significant political stature. At the left entrance, an entourage of attendants, donned in ostentatious garb reminiscent of characters from Hong Kong cinema, stands ready to welcome and valet guests. Viewed through the lens of future generations, such attire may appear as mere frivolity, seemingly out of place. Yet, within this era, it signifies status. To have such individuals at one's service indicates one's considerable prominence. 3 sleek, new Autos glide into the left parking lot, and the perceptive valet rushes forward. A quartet of bodyguards disembarks first, respectfully opening the door for Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan has established a security company, the number of bosses employing bodyguards in the mainland remains scarce. Hence, the scene immediately signals to the attendants at the left entrance that a significant figure, as directed by their superiors, has arrived. "Mr. E, please," the foremost attendant hastens to guide Chen Fan. The surrounding staff remove their red-feathered hats, bowing in deference to him. Such gestures have long since faded from contemporary society, yet these individuals perform their duties with remarkable formality, causing even the unflappable Chen Fan to feel a touch of elation. This spectacle captures the attention of many, particularly those at the right entrance, who murmur amongst themselves. "Who is that? I've been to the Nightshade Lounge countless times and have never witnessed such a display." "You don't know? How could I? Any guesses on which floor he is heading to?" The upper 5 floors of the Nightshade Lounge are not casually accessible. One's identity dictates their eligibility for entry. Chen Fan and his quartet of bodyguards ascend in the elevator, stopping only at the 9th floor. "Mr. E, please." The attendant with the red feather signals the end of his service. Upon exiting the elevator, 2 elegantly dressed women approach, greeting Chen Fan with a bow. One, with a soft voice, leads him into the banquet hall, while the other directs the bodyguards to a nearby lounge for them to await patiently. Just as Chen Fan steps into the grand banquet hall, an unfamiliar figure approaches him. With a square jaw, pronounced brows, and a youthful vigor of approximately 40 years. He exclaims, "Ha! Manager E, what a pleasure. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu, and I run a small garment factory." The newcomer speaks with a refined tone that contrasts his rugged appearance. Recognizing him as the owner of Guang's garment factory, Chen Fan responds, "Ah, Mr. Liu, what a pleasure to finally meet you." The two shake hands, their interaction harmonious and cordial. At that moment, a multitude of people gathered around, engaging in lively conversation with Chen Fan. "Greetings, Manager E," they chorused. Chen Fan, momentarily unable to align the information swirling in his mind with the faces before him, could only respond with a polite nod and a smile. Manager Yi's willingness to carve out time from his busy schedule to attend this modest soiree initiated by Liu was indeed a privilege for Liu. Come, Manager Yi. Allow me to introduce you," Liu exclaimed enthusiastically. "This is Boss One from Wen'an Food Company, and this is Boss Xiao from Maokai Processing Factory." Under Liu's guidance, Chen Fan exchanged pleasantries with each of the prominent business figures present. "I am profoundly grateful to all the esteemed bosses for inviting me to this gathering," he expressed earnestly. "Ha! Manager E is far too humble." They laughed. "But wait, there's one more person I have yet to introduce you to, a rather significant figure," Liu declared, his laughter booming as he prepared to present Chen Fan to a heavyweight in the industry. I wonder who this influential individual could be? Wasn't it just mentioned in the invitation?" Chen Fan feigned ignorance, well aware that Liu intended to introduce him to He Hu. Without the esteemed He Yi, how could we possibly host Mr. E in such a splendid venue? He Yi has expressed interest in Mr. Yi's initiative to establish a public-private partnership and wishes for me to facilitate an introduction. Chapter 88. The realm of pleasures in the opulent lounge of the 9th-floor banquet hall sat a man, a cigar clasped between his fingers, occasionally taking a puff. "He Yi, Manager E has arrived." "Manager E, this is He Yi," Liu introduced the two men. He Hu, nearing 40, sported a shaved head, with the right half of his eyebrow seemingly absent, and scars from previous stitches marred his face. Despite his oversized black suit, his muscular arms were evident, revealing a bloodthirsty tiger claw tattoo on his wrist, an unmistakable sign of a formidable presence. As Chen Fan assessed He Hu, the latter scrutinized him in return. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Chen Fan had a lean physique, fair skin, and an aristocratic visage, unmistakably the product of pampered upbringing. It was surprising that someone so young could propose a public-private partnership scheme that gained the approval of municipal authorities. A flicker of menace glinted in He Hu's eyes, seemingly aimed at intimidating Chen Fan. However, to his astonishment, Chen Fan did not flinch or avert his gaze, maintaining direct eye contact. Such demeanor could either signify a person accustomed to danger or one who was inherently bold and foolish. Yet, He Hu found it peculiar that Chen Fan did not fit either description. He could only surmise that Chen Fan's audacity stemmed from having powerful backing. Quite the bold young man indeed, truly deserving of the accolades that come with being an accomplished manager, He Hu remarked, rising to his feet and attempting a congenial smile, unaware of how contorted it appeared. Chen Fan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, but managed to suppress it. "He Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you," Chen Fan echoed, adopting the customary greeting of the business realm as he clasped his hands together and spoke with conviction. What a title, Black Lord. It is merely the flattery of my brothers. Manager E, you are being too modest. I am no longer the Black Lord of old. When Black Tiger speaks, it carries the tone of one accustomed to the ways of the world, yet he insists on declaring that he has long since washed his hands of such affairs. I am now 43, a few years older than Manager E. If you do not mind, simply call me Black Brother. Tonight, it is rare for Manager E to grace us with his presence. We must ensure he enjoys himself thoroughly. As Black Tiger spoke, Boss Liu immediately chimed in. Yes. Please wait a moment. Come, Manager E, please have a seat. Black Tiger pushed Chen Fan down onto the sofa and turned to summon the server to bring forth the drinks. The previously distant bosses soon gathered around, seating themselves on either side of Black Tiger and Chen Fan. A melodious sound filled the air, and a group of ladies dressed in flowing white garments entered, each cradling various classical instruments as they took their places on the performance stage. As the music began to play, the atmosphere gradually transformed, with guests exchanging drinks and toasting one another. Just as the melody reached a delightful crescendo, another group of dancers clad in delicate pink garments entered. It appeared that the ladies in white were musicians, while those in pink were dancers. As the gentle music flowed, the dancers glided gracefully, spinning and leaping with elegance. Cool, Manager E and Black Lord, I propose a toast to you both. Black Lord, Manager E, I drink to you. Please feel free to join in. The clamor of voices filled the room as several individuals took turns raising their glasses. Despite Chen Fan's attempts to refuse, he found himself imbibing quite a bit. Rather than engage in the tedious exchange of toasts, Chen Fan preferred to admire the dancers. To his surprise, the performance was utterly enchanting. The dancers moved as gracefully as swallows returning to their nests, soaring and darting like startled sparrows. The lead dancer was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an allure that was simply captivating. If Lu Yu's beauty was akin to the serene orchid hidden in a secluded valley, and Yuan Yedong's was vibrant like a sunflower, then this dancer resembled a rose, passionate, fiery, and utterly mesmerizing. It seemed that the dancer noticed Chen Fan's gaze, and she cast him a fleeting glance that was utterly intoxicating. Even Chen Fan, typically composed, found himself momentarily entranced. The dance flowed like a gentle breeze, while the music wrapped around the room like a warm embrace. At some point, a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache took a seat beside Chen Fan. Manager, what do you think of their performance? He inquired. It is simply marvelous. Otherwise, I would not be so captivated. Chen Fan replied with a slight smile. May I ask who you are? Old Ho just stepped out, and I have only just arrived. I hope Manager E does not take offense. This is my good brother, Ho One. You can call him Old Ho. Before the mustached man could introduce himself, Black Tiger, sitting on Chen Fan's other side, warmly draped an arm around Chen Fan's shoulders and continued with the introductions. Mr. Ho, my apologies for my oversight, Chen Fan remarked, stealing a glance at Ho One and sensing that he was likely a person of considerable depth. It seemed prudent to tread carefully this evening, Chen Fan mused inwardly. As the dance concluded, the delicate women draped in sheer fabrics bowed to the audience. Come here, Ying. Black Tiger beckoned the lead dancer. As Ying gracefully approached, the other girls dispersed, surrounding their respective patrons, instantly filling the air with lively chatter and laughter. Ying, this is Manager E. Please give him a proper welcome. No sooner had Ying stepped forward than Black Tiger playfully pulled her, causing her to stumble into Chen Fan's embrace. The unexpected softness and warmth took Chen Fan by surprise. Manager E. Ying's voice resonated like a melodious aureole, captivating and enchanting. Lifting her head from Chen Fan's chest, her fiery red lips brushed against his cheek. Had Chen Fan not turned his head swiftly, the encounter might have turned rather intimate. What? A beauty like Ying and Manager E isn't interested? Black Tiger chuckled, oblivious to the woman who had quietly settled beside him. She lay languidly in his arms, his hands roaming freely over her form. One isn't enough. Shall I summon a couple more for Manager E? Black Tiger shot Chen Fan a knowing glance. No need. Chen Fan feigned calmness. In his previous life, an unexpected incident during his studies abroad had rendered him indifferent to such distractions. In this life, he had only Lu Yu by his side. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a web of temptation, utterly uncomfortable. Yet, he understood that in this era, businessmen often entertained themselves with the company of women, a practice reportedly originating from the bustling harbor city. As a young scion of that city, it would be unwise for Yi Chun to appear overly resistant to such indulgences. Forgive me, Black Tiger. I am in love with Xiaotong. If I were to engage in such indiscretions here, she would surely cause a scene upon my return. Although my grandfather is a shareholder in the Yi Group, Xiaotong's grandfather is the chairman, and I may very well need her support. Reluctantly, Chen Fan invoked Yuan Yitong as a shield. Chapter 89. Chen Fan's performance. Manager E, what are you saying? When conducting business outside, such occurrences are inevitable, merely a formality. Black Tiger continued. Ying, make sure to attend to Manager E well. You know the consequences otherwise. At Black Tiger's words, Ying shivered slightly in Chen Fan's embrace. Brother E, look at Ying. You wouldn't want to make things difficult for her, would you? Ying's gaze bore an enchanting allure, pulling Chen Fan into a trance. "Come, brother, let us share a drink. Let Ying serve you." With her delicate, porcelain-like hand, she offered a glass to Chen Fan's lips. The cool liquid awakened his muddled mind to some clarity. Now, observing the frail beauty in his arms, Chen Fan no longer regarded her merely as a fallen dancer, but instead grew cautiously alert. Though he regained his senses, he maintained an appearance of being captivated, indulging in whatever Ying offered. However, as Ying watched his response, her hand holding the grapes froze momentarily, an inscrutable expression flickering in her eyes. Yet both individuals continued their charade, as if oblivious to one another's awareness. Is this truly appropriate? As men, we ought to maintain a facade of stability at home while reveling in the allure of external temptations. This, indeed, is the life we're meant to lead, is it not? Black Tiger erupted in laughter, draining his cup and showering affection upon the woman in his embrace. Unable to bear the scene, Chen Fan chose instead to focus intently on Ying. Thus, the two engaged in a synchronized dance of feeding each other, their chemistry unmistakable. As the evening progressed and the atmosphere reached its zenith, the true natures of the various hosts who had invited Chen Fan became starkly apparent, revealing their unsightly behaviors. Unable to endure the cringe-worthy display, Chen Fan feigned intoxication as an excuse to make his exit. Once Chen Fan departed, Black Tiger unceremoniously pushed the woman aside and seized Ying's wrist, inquiring, "Is everything in order?" Ying winced at the pain and attempted to withdraw her hand, timidly responding, "I believe it should be fine. He has likely consumed a fair amount of alcohol under my spell and should now be inebriated." "Let's hope so, for you are well aware of Black Ye's methods," remarked Ho One, his voice cool and serpentine, coiling around Ying. "Black Ye, I shall step outside to check. I fear he may regain his senses," Ying protested, struggling against the painful grip of Black Tiger. Relenting, Black Tiger released a wrist, and she hurried after the direction in which Chen Fan had departed. Upon her arrival, Chen Fan was leaning against the wall outside the restroom, lost in contemplation. Hearing her footsteps, he lifted his gaze to see Ying, wearing an expression that suggested he had been bewitched. "You've come to find me. Let us return and continue our revelry," he said. Ying quickly approached him, supporting his weight, and lowered her voice. "I know you are not truly enchanted by me, nor are you intoxicated." At her words, Chen Fan's body stiffened, a reaction that did not escape Ying's notice. "Do not be alarmed. I am aware, but I have not divulged this to anyone else. Relax, someone is watching us." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan surreptitiously glanced around, sensing the presence of prying eyes. He swiftly adjusted their positions, pressing Ying against the wall, feigning intimacy as they brushed against one another. In a hushed tone, he asked, "What do you mean?" Their communication was too intricate to convey in mere words. It sufficed for him to know that he was not a villain, and he recognized that she was not aligned with them. "Regardless of what you intend to do shortly, I will cooperate. However, afterward, you must assist me with a favor." Before Chen Fan could respond, Ying quickly asserted, "I shall take that as your agreement. We have lingered outside too long, and if we do not return soon, we will arouse suspicion." With that, she created distance between them, paused to contemplate, and unexpectedly bestowed a kiss upon Chen Fan. Caught off guard, he was genuinely taken by surprise. Ying supported him as he feigned drunkenness, resting his head against her neck. "Manager, why have you been gone for so long?" He mumbled, his words somewhat slurred. Black Tiger, unable to discern clearly, recognized the flush on Chen Fan's lips and quickly surmised that the two had been engaged in something rather intimate in the restroom. Black Tiger turned to Ying, who returned a reassuring glance. "Manager, you seem intoxicated. Should I have Ying assist you back to rest?" "Who says I am intoxicated? I'm not drunk. I can still drink." Chen Fan, with a slurred tongue, feigned the demeanor of a drunken man. Hu and Hoen exchanged glances. "Manager, you claim you are not inebriated, yet do you recall Do and I won? Of course, it is only upon the successful execution of this matter that my grandfather shall grant me shares." Chen Fan's words divulged a significant piece of information to Hu and Ho Won, affirming the feasibility of Do and I won. Even for the sake of shares in the E Group, Ichan would strive to facilitate the establishment of Do and I Wan. I have heard from others that Do and I Wan seeks financing. Could you, Manager E, conveniently enlighten me on the method of financing? He Hu's inquiry seemed to touch upon Chen Fan's excitement, prompting him to raise his voice. Do you know what Do and I Wan is? It employs the most advanced production lines from abroad, utilizing only the finest materials. Once I get this underway, selling will not be a concern. Chen Fan's assertions resonated with He Hu and Ho Wan, for they had already witnessed the flourishing success of Yuan Yi apparel, akin to a gold mine. This represented an investment of tens of millions to over 100 million. Once established, it would undoubtedly yield profits. As he spoke, Chen Fan lowered his voice conspiratorially. I shall share a secret with you. Section Chief Han mentioned a public-private partnership. Yet he secretly confided in me that he wishes for me to allocate a portion of my private shares to his relatives. He is considering his relatives. And once Do and I Wan goes public, his relatives will hold original shares, immensely valuable, turning a profit of several million. Yuan Guotao also wishes to invest. Just look at his cowardly demeanor. Were it not for Yuan Yetong's reputation, I would not have granted him an opportunity. Once Do and I Wan is established, it will be aligned with the Yi Group and the Shenzhen municipal government, soaring to great heights. Chen Fan performed with enthusiasm, punctuating the climax with a drunken belch to enhance the ambience. Listening to Chen Fan's candid revelations post-drink, He Hu and Ho Wan felt reassured. Manager E, what is the method for investment? Would you consider allowing me to invest a portion as well? No. Brother He, Chen Fan patted He Hu's arm. You are too late. I've already promised Section Chief Han and Yuan Guotao. We are merely waiting for Section Chief Han's relatives and Yuan Guotao to gather the funds. Once they secure the necessary capital, we shall sign the contract. Manager E has stated that the contract has not yet been signed. Does this not mean that whoever invests first will gain entry? Ho Wan tempted. The sooner the funds are raised, the sooner Do and I Wan can commence, and Manager E can begin earning, correct? Chen Fan squinted at Ho Wan, belching continuously. You make a valid point, but this is a substantial sum. Who can produce it all at once? How much is needed? He Hu asked impatiently. How much is needed? The more, the better. It would be ideal to lock in all the cash you have. He Hu. Chen Fan calculated in his mind. Yet such sentiments must remain unspoken. Reflecting on the materials Han Roof delivered to him in recent days, Chen Fan continued his drunken performance. Hiccup. How much money is there to specify? The more, the better. My esteemed elder has remarked that investing at least 100 million in Do and I Wan during its initial phase would render these original shares undeniably valuable. Thus, those with ample finances shall reap greater rewards. In the realm of commerce, one must speak with discretion. Prior to Chen Fan's arrival, he had contemplated extracting information from He Hu, enticing him to take the bait. However, the unexpected appearance of Ho Wan heightened Chen Fan's vigilance. Speaking too much may lead to unintentional revelations. It is far wiser to remain ambiguous, allowing them to speculate on their own. Oftentimes, the more astute individuals may become overly reliant on their own judgments, leading to the adage, cunning can backfire. After uttering this seemingly ambiguous statement, Chen Fan feigned intoxication. Gulme, let us continue to drink. Tonight, we shall not cease until we are inebriated. Ying adeptly supported Chen Fan's performance, promptly presenting him with a cup of liquor, which he downed in one go. Observing Chen Fan indulging in drink, utterly absorbed and well attended by Ying, He Hu exchanged glances with Ho Wan. Old Ho, can we trust what he says? It seems there may be a grain of truth within. Old Ho stroked his mustache, pondering how much we should invest to yield a profit. He Hu fell into a contemplative silence. Having assisted in the establishment of the organization for many years, one would assume He Hu had amassed a considerable fortune. Yet, as the leader, he had to distribute a significant portion of the earnings to maintain balance among his subordinates. Additionally, whenever his men encountered trouble while claiming territory, He Hu, in order to uphold his leader's image and ensure loyalty from his brothers, had to invest substantial amounts of money. Ultimately, He Hu's role as a leader proved to be quite burdensome. Fortunately, over the years, He had facilitated the transport of various goods to the mainland and Hong Kong, which had allowed him to accumulate some savings. A couple of years ago, under Ho Wen's suggestion, he had employed certain methods to acquire shares in several companies. The development over the years had yielded considerable dividends from these shares annually. This realization led He to conclude that the underworld offered less lucrative returns than the business world, thus accelerating his desire to cleanse his reputation. Cash in hand served little purpose if it could not be immediately spent. Consequently, not long ago, He took a risk and invested the majority of his cash into that group, aspiring for a significant return that would allow him to retire from his current life and swiftly launder the funds. Now that the group had been away for some time, he calculated that in half a month they would soon return. Thus, his cash would likely double, necessitating a hastened laundering process. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to access those funds. The emergence of Do and Yuan presented an opportune moment for He to cleanse his finances, prompting him to abandon his initial plan of using Yuan Ye's fashion line for this purpose. However, due to his recent risky endeavors, He found himself with limited cash at his disposal. Ho Wen, being well aware of He's situation, glanced at the heavily intoxicated Chen Fan, contemplating before addressing He. Tonight, let's keep Chun here. We must buy him some time regarding financing Do and Yuan, allowing us to gather our funds. If he offers shares to the municipal authorities first, it will complicate our attempts to intervene. We must find a way to hold leverage over him. Leverage? Chen had been in the deep city for some time, yet he maintained a low profile, seldom venturing out. Aside from attending a few banquets and visiting the municipal office a couple of times, most of the time was spent confined within the hotel. Black Tiger speculated that Chen was entangled with Yuan Yetong in the hotel. For what else could a man and a woman do if not remain within such confines? Considering that Chen seemed intent on winning favor with Yuan Yetong before Elder Yi, Black Tiger comprehended the unspoken words of Ho Wen and proactively approached Chen Fan for a toast. Manager, it's getting late. Why not stay here for the night? I'll have Ying keep you company for a delightful evening, he suggested. No, that's not feasible. Chen Fan, ever the performer, recalled Yuan Yetong's admonition to return early. She is Elder Ye's granddaughter and holds significant value for me. You're right. Time is of the essence. I must return to the hotel. Please escort me back. Chen Fan painted a vivid picture of someone eager to ingratiate himself with Elder Yi through Yuan Yetong. Black Tiger exchanged a glance with Ying, silently urging her to ensnare Chen Fan's attention. Ying leaned against Chen Fan with a feigned fragility, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother, the night is so dark. Ying is quite frightened. Could you possibly stay with me? Would you really leave me alone on such a long night? The soft, helpless tone of a woman often stirs a man's protective instincts. Even though Chen Fan was clear-headed at that moment, he nearly fell for her ruse. Seeing Chen Fan's gaze become hazy as he leaned closer to Ying, Black Tiger quickly interjected, Manager, he seems rather inebriated. He should stay here for the night. He can still return to the hotel tomorrow. I believe Miss Yuan would not be unreasonable. Come, Ying, help Manager to his room for some rest. Feigning reluctance, Chen Fan allowed Ying to lead him into a room. As soon as the door closed, he regained his senses and attempted to push her away. However, like an octopus, she clung to him. A chill ran down Chen Fan's spine. Could he have been deceived by this woman? Unbeknownst to him, Ying deliberately raised her voice, Brother don't be in such a hurry. Then, lowering her voice to a whisper near his ear, she continued, They're still outside. Keep the act going. Chen Fan paused in his efforts to push her away, ultimately deciding to maintain the ruse. He lifted Ying effortlessly and strode toward the bed in the room. One could not deny that Black Tiger had indeed put considerable thought into keeping Chen Fan occupied. From the moment he entered, the room's decor was designed to heighten one's senses. A luxurious double bed adorned with heart-shaped rose petals awaited. Chen Fan tossed Ying onto the bed, the plush mattress sinking under her weight before springing back, scattering the rose petals in the air. With his keen hearing, Chen Fan detected the soft creak of the door opening. He chose not to glance back and continued the charade. After all, one does not need to have experienced every nuance of life to recognize the game at play. What are you doing, Brother E? Please don't tear it. Ying's affected voice echoed in the room. The delicate fabric of her attire soon lay in tatters on the floor, while Chen Fan's upper garments were stripped away. They appeared as two eager souls caught in the throes of passion. Amidst Ying's feigned gasps, Chen Fan distinctly heard the click of a camera shutter. Almost there, Chen Fan silently thought to himself as he rose to lower the gauze curtain above the grand bed. The layers of sheer fabric delicately obscured the entwined bodies of the two, swaying gently as the bed quivered slightly. Chapter 91. The more beautiful the woman. The greater the deceit, the individual surreptitiously capturing photographs did not anticipate such a turn of events, left dumbfounded while holding the camera. Who on earth would take the time to lower a gauze curtain while getting in a bed? How could I possibly capture this? The clandestine photographer cursed under his breath as he quietly exited the room. Hey Hu and Ho were taken aback by the swift exit of the photographer. Could it be that the lad was all show and no substance? Hey Hu inquired with ill intent. Forget it, that fellow pulled down the curtain. We didn't get anything, replied the photographer, handing the camera to Hey Hu and Ho with a look of defeat. Hey Hu examined the camera, discovering only a few images. It was evident that the photographer had made an effort to capture the couple in the dimly lit ambience of the room. Yet none of the more revealing shots had been obtained, leaving Hey Hu somewhat dissatisfied. However, there was little that could be done. It was simply the way of things. Go develop those photos immediately. We need them by tomorrow morning, Hohen instructed, returning the camera to the photographer, who soon departed. Though Chen Fan had exited, the gathering was far from over, as the other businessmen had taken their women to find rooms for rest. Now, only Hey Hu and Hohen remained in the venue. Will those few photos suffice? What if he denies everything? Hey Hu expressed his concern regarding Chen Fan's potential to consume and then refuse acknowledgement, especially considering the unscrupulous nature of these merchants, particularly those from the port city. Whether he agrees or not, we must make him submit. This is a bitter pill to swallow, yet Chun has it all figured out. Besides, ISNT and your goddaughter, you both have cooperated in such matters before. Haven't you? A knowing glance passed between Hey Hu and Ho Wan, each revealing a conspiratorial smirk. Meanwhile, in the room, Hey Hu's goddaughter, wrapped in a blanket, exchanged silent glances with Chen Fan. As soon as the photographer departed, Chen Fan, having keenly heard the door close, tossed the blanket over to Ying, enveloping her within its warmth. Cautiously, he approached the door to listen for retreating footsteps, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. After a brief wait to ensure no one was approaching, he made his way back. At that moment, Ying was seated on the bed, enveloped in the blanket. Gazing at him, they sat in silence, exchanging glances, hesitant to speak. On one hand, they feared eavesdroppers lurking outside. On the other, the recent events had rendered their situation rather awkward, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Fan settled at the foot of the bed, casually draping a blanket over his legs. Reflecting on the enchanting scene he had just witnessed, he took a deep breath. It seemed prudent to refrain from such frivolous affairs in the future, as even his own resolve had nearly faltered. Chen Fan was not at ease, and neither was Ying. He was the first man she had encountered in years who remained unaffected by her allure, steadfast and unwavering. With a deep sigh, Ying hoped that she had not misjudged the character of the person before her. After a brief silence, both individuals finally calmed down. They simultaneously opened their mouths, their gazes meeting, yet the words lingered on the tip of their tongues, unspoken. You go first, Chen Fan suggested, adhering to the principle of ladies first. Mr. E, can I trust you? Ying inquired, observing Chen Fan's enigmatic smile. Please do not misunderstand me. I am merely frightened. When I agreed to accompany you in this charade, it signified my trust in you. Such words, a blend of truth and deception, were only half believed by Chen Fan. Furthermore, Ying's trust in him was inconsequential. He was solely interested in understanding her intentions for this evening's performance. Ying did not anticipate that Chen Fan would lower his guard immediately. Mr. E, I am truly at my wit's end. I beg of you, assist me. I recognize that you are unlike them. I can see it. Remaining here is unbearable. Please, save me. Her voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks like delicate blossoms in the rain. Clutching the blanket around her chest under the dim, suggestive light, her skin glowed with an ethereal radiance. Yet, Chen Fan remained unmoved. "Miss Ying, I do not quite grasp your meaning. If you merely wish to express these sentiments, I believe there is little point in continuing our conversation." Although Ying was aware that this tactic would likely fail against Chen Fan, given his resolute nature and remarkable self-control demonstrated throughout the evening, she did not expect its swift ineffectiveness. In the past, a mere display of vulnerability would have drawn eager admirers to her side. Even He Hu, upon witnessing her tears, would have been stirred. Realizing this approach was futile, she decided to be forthright. She wiped away her tears and shed the guise of fragility. Regaining her true demeanor, her entire aura transformed. While the original Ying was strikingly beautiful, her previous demeanor appeared forced and artificial, akin to a parasitic plant, which felt discordant to Chen Fan. Now, devoid of pretense, she exuded a chilling allure, reminiscent of a rose, beautiful yet prickly. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. This woman could summon tears at will and dismiss them just as easily. It was no wonder Zhang Wuji's mother had remarked that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. He mentally branded Ying as a femme fatale, subtly distancing himself from her. Unperturbed by Chen Fan's slight retreat, Ying continued unabashedly. "Mr. E, I shall speak candidly. I wish for you to take me away from here. In exchange, I can reveal a secret about He Hu." "Miss Ying, you jest. What would I want with a secret about Mr. He Hu? We are merely business associates. There is no need to complicate matters." As she articulated her request, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. It appeared that although He Hu had instructed Ying to entertain him, their loyalties did not align. Moreover, it was evident that He Hu's treatment of Ying was anything but ordinary, suggesting a close bond between the two. Departing from this place is hardly a trivial matter for Miss Ying, is it? Huh. Upon hearing Chen Fan mention her connection with Black Tiger, Ying let out a slight derisive sound. "A close relationship? Indeed, my bond with Black Tiger is so intimate that I could almost consume his flesh and drink his blood." With gritted teeth, Ying addressed Chen Fan with fervor. "I am aware that Mr. E and Black Tiger do not share the same path. I can discern that both of you harbor intentions of exploiting one another. There is no need for Mr. E to deny it. Your feigned drunkenness tonight reveals your schemes against Black Tiger. Although I may not fully grasp the intricacies of business, I possess a certain acuity in understanding human nature." As she spoke, Ying observed Chen Fan's expression, and noticing no change, she continued. "However, Mr. E, rest assured that this is merely my conjecture. If you're able to assist me, I shall certainly refrain from disclosing these suspicions to Black Tiger." Chapter 92. The information provided by Ying what you implies that should I refuse your request, you would resort to informing Black Tiger about me? Chen Fan replied with a smirk. "Our relationship with Black Tiger is one of collaboration, and you are merely a dancer who can easily be sent to another's bed by him. Tell me, would Black Tiger believe you?" Listening to Chen Fan's slightly derogatory remarks, Ying did not feel angered. He spoke the truth. To Black Tiger, she was indeed such a figure. Over the years, she had encountered countless individuals, and Chen Fan's words held little weight in comparison. "Mr. E has misunderstood. I did not mean that at all. I merely wish for your assistance. But even if you choose not to help, I would not inform Black Tiger. I would take great pleasure in witnessing his downfall. The more severe, the better. I simply see you as a good person, hoping you might lend me a hand in escaping the clutches of Black Tiger." As Ying spoke, she turned over on the bed, revealing a beautiful back to Chen Fan. Her skin was fair and smooth, akin to exquisite white jade. However, there was a flaw. This piece of jade was marred with cracks. What was the meaning of this? Chen Fan gazed at the mottled whip marks on Ying's back. Slightly taken aback, these scars were both old and new, the most recent still bearing traces of dried blood. Chen Fan could scarcely fathom how a frail woman like Ying could perform with such a myriad of scars while maintaining a smile. Ying pulled the blanket tightly around herself, seeking the utmost comfort and security. "Mr. E has seen only a fraction of my suffering. The torment I have endured at the hands of Black Tiger is far beyond this. I yearn to escape, yet I cannot. His spies lurk everywhere. I have attempted to flee, but each time I was brought back, the consequences were far worse. Relating these past experiences, Ying seemed to narrate someone else's tale, her expression devoid of emotion. Chen Fan felt a stir of emotion within himself, and he inquired, "How do you wish for me to assist you?" "Let me clarify first. I will not engage in any illegal acts such as murder." To preempt any outrageous request from Ying, Chen Fan spoke first. "What are you thinking?" Ying let out a soft laugh, seemingly amused by Chen Fan's imaginative response. "Even if I were to send you to confront the Black Tiger, you must possess the strength to prevail against him." Ying cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fan's physique, seemingly reminding him of the disparity in size between him and the Black Tiger. "I wish for you to convey a message to the police. Once they are informed, they will apprehend the Black Tiger. When the Black Tiger is captured, his subordinates will inevitably cause a commotion, providing me with an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos." What message could you possibly have that guarantees the police will apprehend the Black Tiger? It is important to note that those in the municipal government also seek to capture him, yet they are powerless to do so. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang for many years, he has managed to evade direct involvement in numerous illicit activities, with his underlings performing such deeds on his behalf. Even in instances where he is implicated, there are always others willing to take the fall for him. Otherwise, why would Director Han go to such lengths to enlist your assistance in setting a trap for the Black Tiger? He merely wishes for him to reveal his true nature amidst the turmoil, to act recklessly, and thus provide the police with an opportunity to apprehend him. This information would undoubtedly compel the police to take action. The mere mention of Black Tiger trafficking drugs escaped Ying's lips almost in a whisper. Yet Chen Fan understood her clearly. He was taken aback, rising to his feet in astonishment. After a moment, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Do you possess evidence regarding the Black Tiger's drug trafficking?" Such claims cannot be made lightly. In this pivotal moment for Huagua, as the nation experiences rapid development under the auspices of enlightenment, the shadows of darkness inevitably lurk behind the light. As illumination expands, so too does the quiet resurgence of the nefarious. Though which had long since vanished from the land of Huagua, is beginning to surface once more, clawing its way back into existence. Consequently, every region is now fiercely combating the scourge of narcotics. I have evidence. In just half a month, the Black Tiger will rendezvous with that group. Previously, he merely served as an intermediary, facilitating transportation. However, this time greed has overtaken him. He has invested 5 million, thus claiming a share of the drug shipment. Ying gazed earnestly at Chen Fan, asserting, "What I say is the truth. Should you doubt me, simply observe in half a month whether the Black Tiger suddenly acquires wealth. If what Ying claims is indeed true, we cannot afford to wait for half a month. This shipment must be intercepted the moment it sets foot on Huagua soil." Chen Fan paced the room several times, fixing his gaze upon Ying. "This matter is of great significance. I cannot recklessly pass along your message. Moreover, how could the Black Tiger divulge such critical information to you?" Chen Fan scrutinized Ying intently, attempting to discern any signs of deceit upon her countenance. Yet there were none, absolutely none. Ying remained composed, unfazed by Chen Fan's skepticism. "I am aware of your doubts, but I assure you, I am not lying. As you rightly pointed out, I share a close relationship with the Black Tiger, and I am privy to some of his secrets. He has imprisoned me, exploited me, and even sought to manipulate me." Ying extended an arm, revealing a faint red line that was nearly imperceptible. "You may find this curious, yet it is the truth. I hail from Miaojiang, where we learn the arts of allure and the cultivation of poison from a young age. However, I was too young when I was abducted, and thus I could only grasp the rudiments of such knowledge." Listening to Ying's words, Chen Fan finally comprehended why he occasionally felt a sense of enchantment when gazing at her. "It appears that my skills are lacking in refinement. However, I was taken aback to discover that the women of Miaojiang truly possess the art of enchantment and the cultivation of poison. It is noteworthy that, in later generations, the people of Miaojiang are quite similar to ordinary individuals, without any extraordinary distinctions. This phenomenon likely stems from the gradual disappearance of ancient traditions alongside technological advancements. From a young age, we Miaozhong women are destined to nurture a life-bound worm, a creature that cannot be separated from its master for extended periods. This red thread symbolizes the symbiotic relationship between myself and the worm. After the black tiger inadvertently uncovered the existence of my worm, he seized it, and my survival now hinges upon obeying his commands. In simpler terms, the black tiger currently holds the reins of my existence. Chen Fan found this revelation to be undeniably fascinating, yet one question lingered in his mind. If the black tiger indeed governs your life, then by divulging this information to me, wouldn't you also perish if you were captured and your worm lost to you? The bond between Miaozhong women and their life-bound worms is one of an inexplicable connection. Should fortune favor me, I may yet cling to life. If misfortune befalls me, it matters little. Living has grown burdensome. Upon observing the desolation in Ying's eyes, Chen Fan sensed that she had perhaps resolved her fate. Ying resembled a rose that was meant to bloom vibrantly, yet had been plucked prematurely, its brief flourish now on the verge of wilting. Her struggles were not due to a lack of effort, but rather a testament to the harshness of her existence over the past 20 years. Chapter 93. Ying, also known as Sang Yue, I could have quietly embraced death, for I have lived in utter exhaustion. Yet, the thought of not taking the black tiger down with me leaves me unfulfilled. Over the years, I have resisted, struggled, and sought assistance. Yet all my endeavors have ended in failure. Mr. E, I am weary. You're my last hope. Will you extend your aid? Ying's voice bore a calmness, devoid of sorrow or joy. Should Chen Fan decline her request, she would not be overly disheartened, for she had faced such disappointments many times before. Had Chen Fan not appeared that night, her original plan was to act after the black tiger made contact with those involved in the drug trade. Over the years, the black tiger had taken pleasure in tormenting her during his moments of joy or fury. Thus, regardless of his success, he would inevitably seek her out. And that would be the moment she intended to meet her end alongside him. I am willing. Chen Fan replied earnestly to Ying. Miss Ying, since you have confided in me and entrusted me with such vital information, I shall not betray your trust. I share your sentiments. Individuals like the black tiger, a scourge upon society, shall not escape the long arm of the law. That is sufficient. I harbor no regrets, Ying responded, her smile blossoming with a sense of liberation, devoid of temptation, as if she were bidding farewell to this world. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before addressing her once more. Miss Ying, perhaps it would do well to maintain a hopeful perspective. Things may not be as dire as they seem. Once the black tiger is apprehended, your life-bound worm will surely be found. Even if you cannot locate it on your own, I shall assist you, as will the police. Regardless, the world still holds beauty. Do you not wish to witness a desolate hell with demons roaming the earth? At the very least, surviving allows one to witness justice served upon the wicked. Does it not? A desolate hell with demons on earth? Ying murmured. Rest assured, Mr. E, even the tiniest insect strives for survival. If I possess even a glimmer of hope, I shall not relinquish it. Chen Fan felt a sigh of relief within. Although Ying's fate was fraught with misfortune, as long as she lived, there remained a flicker of hope. Miss Ying, it is getting late. Shall we retire for the night? Tomorrow morning, we are likely to face another arduous battle. In silence, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words to comfort Ying, despite being articulate by nature. Yet, faced with someone like her, he felt that any words of consolation would seem somewhat insipid. He rose to extinguish the ambiguous light. The bed was spacious enough for the two to lie comfortably. In the darkness, neither felt the urge to sleep. Chen Fan pondered over the information that Ying had revealed, slowly digesting it. According to the intelligence shared by Han Rufei, it was merely stated that Black Tiger and his underground forces were obstructing the urban development of the deep city. Furthermore, Black Tiger sought to meddle in commerce by acquiring stakes in various companies across different industries, thereby hindering the normal economic development plans of the deep city. Consequently, Han Rufei was either entirely unaware of Black Tiger's involvement in drug trafficking or was privy to this information, yet chose not to disclose it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan found himself in a quandary. If Han Rufei was aware yet remained silent, it would undoubtedly place him in jeopardy. Even now, he felt as though he were walking a tightrope. Any misstep could land him on Black Tiger's hit list. Conversely, if Han Rufei was oblivious, and Chen Fan refrained from informing him, the influx of drugs into the country would certainly yield dire consequences. Chen Fan deliberated internally, uncertain whether he should confide in Han Rufei. "Mr. E, are you asleep?" Suddenly, Ying's voice broke the silence. She too was unable to find rest. Although Yi-chan had promised to assist her, the success of this endeavor remained uncertain. Despite her resolve to face death, if a genuine chance for survival existed, who would willingly seek demise? "No, Miss Ying, is there something on your mind?" "Mr. E, my name is not Ying. I am surnamed Sang. In our Miao culture, we do not receive names until after our coming-of-age ceremony, so you may call me Sang." Chen Fan readily acquiesced, addressing her as Sang. "Mr. E, I can scarcely recall the way back home. After so many years, I wonder if my family is still alive." "Miss Sang, the unknown holds both good and bad. No news can often be the best news." Chen Fan reassured her, "As long as we hold Black Tiger accountable, you will surely have the opportunity to reunite with your family. Our coming-of-age ceremony occurs at 15, and I have long surpassed that age, yet I still lack a name. What do you think of me choosing a name for myself? How does Sang you sound?" "Sans y. Quite lovely," Chen Fan mused. "From this point forward, may it be a name that brings you joy." "Thank you, Mr. E. I had the same thought. If given the chance, I shall certainly live for myself, no longer a puppet for others." In the early morning, Chen Fan remained ensconced in slumber when a sudden, vigorous knocking reverberated through the air. In the next instant, the door was forced open. "Manager E, you have gone too far. How could you act in such a manner?" Ho Win's voice, harsh in the morning stillness, roused Chen Fan from his daze as he gazed toward the entrance. There stood He Hu and Ho Won, their expressions menacing, drawing upon the performance from the previous night. Chen Fan feigned confusion. "Mr. He? Mr. Ho? What brings you here at such an early hour?" He Hu endeavored to act indignant. "Manager E, your actions are utterly unacceptable." Ho Won and He Hu, well practiced in their roles, executed their scheme with ease. "Mr. He kindly allowed his goddaughter to care for you, and this is how you repay her?" Ying, awakened by Ho Wen's commotion, quickly grasped the situation, having been in similar predicaments before. Receiving a look from He Hu, she adopted her dramatic persona. "Oh, Brother E, how could you treat me so? Last night, when you were intoxicated, I kindly assisted you back to your room. And yet you... How can I possibly endure this?" With tears flowing, Sang Yu portrayed the image of a victimized damsel, completely at a loss due to Chen Fan's supposed transgressions. Chen Fan recalled Sang Yu's words from the previous night. Although He Hu and Ho Wen's trap was crude, it proved effective. Typically, they would use Sang Yu to seduce their targets and then surreptitiously capture compromising images to coerce and manipulate. While such tactics were undoubtedly unscrupulous, they were undeniably effective. Furthermore, He Hu and Ho Wen were not known for their integrity, and thus, their underhanded schemes unfolded with remarkable ease. "Mr. He, what word are those from Mr. Ho?" "Miss Ying, surely you're most aware of what has transpired between us. Our dealings have been above board. Why adopt such a pose?" "Brother E, how can you deny it?" Sang Yu wept inconsolably, portraying Chen Fan as a despicable scoundrel who had heartlessly betrayed her. Chapter 94. Deliberate entrapment. Chen Fan likewise assumed an expression of indignation. "You conspire to defame me. I was utterly intoxicated last night. I have no recollection of what transpired. In such a state, how could anything have occurred?" Chen Fan directed his gaze towards Sang Yu, then glanced at He Hu and Ho Wen. "Oh, I see now." His face illuminated with feigned realization. "You have orchestrated this scheme, a classic trap, haven't you? From last night, you began this charade under the guise of hospitality. I was foolishly led to believe Mr. He sought to engage in legitimate business with me. Now, you can forget about any shares in Do and I Wan. I shall not part with a single one." To He Hu and his associates, Chen Fan's demeanor appeared as if he were grappling with the shocking revelation of being ensnared in their plot. It was indeed remarkable that someone like Yi Chun, born into privilege, had reacted so swiftly to the realization of being set up a testament to his lack of prior adversity. Manager, how could this possibly be our scheme? I, the humble black, truly wish to befriend you, and thus sought an introduction. Now that my intentions have been unveiled, I shall no longer conceal myself. After all, he is a rough man, and it is indeed challenging for him to play a role. At this moment, Chen Fan rose, methodically donning his garments one by one. Such elaborate efforts from the two of you. Could it be that you merely wish to charm me and miss Ying for a fleeting moment? Let it be known, not only have we not engaged in any affair, but even if we had, what significance would it hold? Men are often a bit frivolous. What of it? As Chen Fan secured his tie, he fixed a serious gaze upon Black Tiger and Hoenn. What schemes do you harbor? Speak plainly. I have no time for circumlocution. Ha! Manager you exaggerate. How could we possibly call a scheme? Hoenn's handlebar mustache quivered as he spoke, his demeanor exuding cunning. We merely wish to engage in business with you, Manager Is it not true that Don Naiwen is currently seeking financing? We wish to partake as well. The financing for Don Naiwen has concluded, and it will be listed in a few days. Your timing, Mr. Black and Mr. Ho, is rather unfortunate, Chen Fan replied. Feigning ignorance of the conversation he had drunkenly engaged in the night prior. Despite Chen Fan's pretense of forgetfulness, Black Tiger and Hoenn were not so easily deceived. Manager, you mentioned last night that the financing phase is still underway. Did not Section Chief Han's relatives and Yuan Guitao still need to invest the initial capital? Since the financing has not yet concluded, does it not imply that the one who invests swiftly gains control? How do you know this? Did you eavesdrop on my drunken ramblings? Chen Fan's expression turned to one of indignation. I have made promises to Section Chief Han and Xiao Tong, and I shall uphold my commitments. It is getting late. I must take my leave. With that, Chen Fan attempted to maneuver past Black Tiger and Hoenn. Wait, Hoenn interjected, blocking Chen Fan's path. Manager, do not be in such haste to leave. We have matters to discuss. I see no necessity for discussion. I have other obligations and cannot indulge in this, Chen Fan retorted, brushing aside Hoenn's hand. Surely, these photographs shall find their way to Miss Yuan today? Although Chen Fan had been forewarned by Sang Yu of their tactics, he feigned ignorance to maintain the performance. Thus, as Hoenn's words fell, Chen Fan halted, turning back to face him. Upon seeing the provocative photographs in Hoenn's grasp,